Yeah, this is Billiam, and I've lost myself in this show for the last 3 years. I've spent the last 3 years just indulging myself to learn as much as I possibly could about the TV show Lost, just to satisfy my obsession, just to be a nerd. Can you tell I love this show from the length of the video? I did not plan for this video to be that long. It just ended up that way because there's so much to say. Because the end of Lost is quite possibly the most controversial television finale of all time. Lost is a show that dramatically transforms itself from beginning to end, taking the themes of its story to extremes every single season with an insane progression. What began as a human drama about people marooned on a weird island learning to work together to survive evolved, or rather mutated, over its 6-year run into a show about destiny, war, time travel, and all sorts of other big, broad topics you wouldn't have expected it to go. More than any other show, I find Lost fans asking other Lost fans what their favorite season is, because each season tries to present itself so radically different than the last one. Lined up on a shelf, the DVD releases all feel like their own book in a series, and that reflects an early creative decision to transform this show season by season while still being about this community's survival. The steel tones of season 1 bring to mind the wreckage of Oceanic 815 against a blue sky. It's a story about strangers learning to survive together in a dark and confusing place. In the jungle lurks a monster, polar bears, and a shadowy group of other people.
It's been 6 days. We're all still waiting.
There it is again.
Terrific.
Every episode features a different character flashback, revealing scandalous secrets as interesting as the mythology itself. Sawyer stole his name from a con man that conned his parents. SAYID tortured the woman he loved. Kate is a criminal on the run who crashed on the island while being flown into custody. HURLEY won the lottery with cursed numbers. Sun secretly speaks English because she planned to leave Jin. Together they grow as people and as a community, which is the heart of the show. But at the center of the mystery is a concrete hatch that might just hold their destiny. John Locke, the hunter whose disability has been healed by the island, seems to think someone brought them there for a purpose. But Jack Shephard, the doctor who pretends he didn't see his dead father walking on the beach, still thinks John is crazy. The rusty, warm tones of season 2 reflect the mysterious hatch opened by the characters. Inside, they find food and shelter in exchange for taking shifts doing a job. Following instructions left by the Dharma Initiative decades ago, the survivors are told by a man living in the hatch, Desmond, that the computer inside is critically important for saving the world.
Why do you find it so hard to believe? Why do you find it so easy?
If you're ever feeling demotivated at your desk job, just pretend like every button you push saves the world.
It's never been easy!
For the entire season, every 108 minutes, the characters must enter a number sequence and push a button, otherwise it's over. More tragic than the first season, season 2 ends with the beach camp failing to integrate more survivors from their plane crash, which ultimately results in Michael betraying the group in exchange for his kidnapped son, Walt, the psychic boy. The others give Michael and Walt passage off the island, proving you can leave, and the hatch itself is revealed to be the source of their crash, as it emits a dangerous discharge of energy, which once tore their plane apart because one day Desmond pushed the button a few minutes late. At the same time the plane was going overhead, the energy discharge from the hatch tore it apart. Desmond returns at the end of the season, turning a failsafe key, destroying their shelter, but perhaps saving the world. The vibrant greens of season 3 bring the jungle to mind as the survivors and the others get into conflict. The season opens with the jaw-dropping reveal that the scary people lurking in the jungle actually live in a comfortable gated community in the middle of the island as they gather information and terrorize the survivors. With an examination of an us versus them mindset, we're reminded that all of these people in the beach camp were strangers right after they crashed, and the others who are just more strangers aren't so different from the survivors or necessarily the presumed viewer at home. Many others question and disobey orders from their villainous leader Ben Linus, eventually leading to Juliet to betray the others, her people, switching sides and revealing the secret underwater station blocking communication to and from the island. The others are defeated as contact is made with potential rescue offshore, all thanks to Charlie, the rock star drug addict who selflessly sacrifices himself to save everyone. But of course, we find out in a flash forward that blew people's minds that once they get off the island, things won't be over.
We have to go back!
Season 4 is a dark blue, with the island and off-island stories being a reflection of each other.
Are we really going home?
Yeah, we're really going home.
This season unfolds a series of flash forwards, a future in which many of the characters leave the island only to want to come back for various reasons. In the past, we watch with tension as the island survivors make contact with a freighter whose troubling presence makes rescue difficult. The camp splits up with John and Jack leading different groups, and the season-long struggle ends with the wild twist that the Dharma Initiative, who built the hatch, came to the island to study the anomaly underneath the island and its effects on space-time. As a small group of survivors make it onto a helicopter, the island is moved using an ancient mechanism that transports it somewhere else, taking everyone left with it. The episode ends revealing that sometime after the island moved, John Locke too had left to convince everyone to come back, but he died before he was able to do it, having taken his own life.
I know what's happening.
Season 5 features a bright light shining with blue highlights, the mysterious magnetic anomaly that has been teased since the first season. In a story that's told across time and space with flashbacks, flash forwards, and flashes through history, this season dives deep into genre elements as those left on the island travel through time, and those who made it off discover how the Dharma Initiative first found the island. They head back, go back to the past, and join their friends who have built a peaceful life for themselves in the Dharma Initiative, living in the 1970s, where a scheme is developed to use a hydrogen bomb to blow up the hatch that will crash their plane, rewriting history. In the present, returning to the island, John Locke is resurrected and convinces Ben, who had killed John, to kill the real person responsible for their misery, the elusive leader the others cultishly follow, Jacob, who is revealed to be ageless and indeed a grand schemer who brought them all to the island, revealing in a series of flashbacks to have pushed the castaways toward the island during their entire lives. In a cliffhanger as devious as when the show first opened the hatch only to make people wait until season 2, it's revealed that John Locke is still dead, meaning there is a doppelganger imposter amongst them, a fake John Locke. Ben stabs Jacob, who has orchestrated the series of events, and in the past, a nuclear bomb blows up the physical mechanism that crashed their plane. For the only time ever, the show's ending title is inverted to white as the entire universe of the show is left hanging in the air. Did the bomb work? The crawling piano at the end credits tells us that this is another cliffhanger, and we'll have to wait to find out. During its run, Lost had trouble with premature spoilers leaking to the public, but by its end, spoilers were a regular consideration of the production. They were like the model for Marvel locking down spoilers. For nearly a year, fans didn't see a single frame from the new season. It was the most secretive the show had ever been because a single frame could spoil everything. People were even asking Dominic Monaghan if he would return as the rock star Charlie Pace, who had died in season 3, but he said multiple times that was like asking Huck Finn if he planned to be in the next Mark Twain novel. A great answer. But after season 5 at Lost's Comic-Con panel, Monaghan came on stage with the message "Am I Alive" written on his palm. Just like the message Charlie wrote to Desmond when he sacrificed himself to save everyone at the end of season 3, he slammed it up to the glass to show him. It's just like that. After seasons of flashbacks, flash forwards, and flashes in time, the writers, led by celebrity showrunners Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse, had promised the final season would once again follow in the footsteps of seasons past and turn the story on its head, introducing a substantial paradigm shift that would once again transform the show. Or as some critical people would say, jump the shark. Jumping the shark refers to a defined moment in a TV show's run that the story and characters overextend itself to the point of absurdity. But according to Damon Lindelof, jumping the shark is baked into the show's design. Quote, "Sure, I think the show has probably jumped the shark at least a dozen times now. Fortunately for us as storytellers, but unfortunately for a mainstream audience. Yes, absolutely. There was a time when there were 23 million people watching Lost. That time has passed." You gotta respect it. They were just gonna do what they wanted to do. And as a result, Lost is fucking nuts. It's sensational, and of course, people thought they were making it all up as they went along. It was either dense and confusing or pretentious and vapid. Yet I think Lost is trying to pay tribute to an entire legacy of strictly unpretentious fiction. The pulp magazine, the mystery, science fiction, fantasy, sensual, violent, penny dreadfuls, the pot boilers, airport novels, outlaws, and action heroes, printed on cheap material meant to entertain and literally be thrown away. Just like so much of network TV seemed to be then and seems to be now. I mean, you don't crank out 200 episodes of a medical drama or a cop drama without pot boiling eventually. Eventually, you just gotta start cranking it out because you gotta do it every week. Looking at a pulp hero like Doc Savage, who predates the modern superhero, I can't help but to think of the sweaty, swashbuckling, masculine hunks of Lost. Sawyer, Jin, Desmond, SAYID, Jack too, I guess. Artist John Plant does a great job of creating pulpy fan art covers for each Lost episode that I think perfectly captures the gripping ideas present in every single episode. I guess they're in a lineage of adventure magazines promising something sensational in every issue. Many of Tintin's adventures are reminiscent of scenes in Lost. I mean, plane 714 to Sydney, Oceanic 815 from Sydney, fuck off. Lost is an adventure with the cast of characters that feel like a cast of suspects in a one-room play. Combined with the setting of the island, Lost's entire world feels like an EC Comics cover page. Publishers of Tales from the Crypt, Tales of Mystery, Tales of Suspense. There's a monster lurking in the woods, criminals, disembodied whispers, paranormal encounters, liars, the Walking Dead, the unexplainable love and betrayal. Lost is a large crockpot stew of ideas. And like the Twilight Zone, each episode tells a pulpy genre story with a cerebral or cosmic twist. But of course, at its best, these things just serve as a backdrop for an empathetic human story. Appealing to such a wide audience, many viewers were confused by the genre elements, and many genre fans hated the melodrama. The love triangle between Jack, Sawyer, and Kate is as tedious as the mysteries that take 6 seasons to solve. With its insane collection of pulpy twists and dramatic cliffhangers, of course, Lost was accused of making it up as they go, which according to Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse, put them in good company. With a canon of literary references itself, Charles Dickens is easily the most referenced author in Lost. And like Lost, many of Dickens' most beloved stories were written for a serialized format, which like a network show had specific formatting for airtime or page space. And of course, for advertisers. Dickens would publish weekly or monthly, leaving him just a few chapters ahead of the audience, adjusting details here and there in reaction to critics. Dickens was massively popular in part because publishing a book in chapters made it more affordable for people. Lost is often included in the canon of the mythic golden age of television. Being one of the only network-aired dramas on this list, Lost's worst live viewership ratings often rivaled its peers' best, because other golden age shows all aired on cable or premium cable. Yet over the years, I believe those other shows have probably done better on streaming. Taking from Dickens, Lost's instances of Dickensian coincidence play heavily into the show's themes of fate and destiny. These characters have always been connected throughout their lives, even before they crashed on the island, and that has an emotional impact in the show through another Dickensian element. Lost's adoption of unabashed melodrama and sentimentality. The character Desmond Hume loves Charles Dickens. He was trapped in the hatch for 3 years before the other characters found it, and all he longs for is to be reunited with his lost love, Penny. His backstory reflects Dickens's Our Mutual Friend as he struggles to win the approval of Penny's father, leading him to take a crazy adventure, a heroic journey. Desmond tries to sail around the world to prove himself a worthy man, but he crashes on the island and remains separated from Penny for 3 years, having to push the button in the hatch. Desmond and Penny are the heart of the show. The episode The Constant, which features a sappy phone call between them, is often called the best episode of Lost, and I would be hard-pressed to disagree. It's sentimental, it's melodramatic, it's Dickens, and god fucking damn it, it's good soapy TV, baby. Yet the sentimental and Dickensian Desmond Hume is not the core hero of this story. See, at one point, Dickens himself was outsold by another serialist, William Harrison Ainsworth, whose tragic romance about the notorious thief Jack Shephard had initially beat out Dickens's Oliver Twist. Of course, Lost begins when our hero, the troubled Jack Shephard, opens his eye, waking up on the island. He finds a liquor bottle in his pocket from the flight he was just on, and like the White Rabbit in Alice in Wonderland, he follows a white Labrador, Vincent, out into this strange world. The story goes that the role of Jack Shephard was originally offered to Michael Keaton, but that was an early version of the script where the character Jack was meant to die, but since the episode was meant to begin on his eye opening, that whole death would have only been played for shock value. Cheap shock value. Kate would have been the leader, but once they decided not to kill Jack, they cast actor Matthew Fox, and he became the center of it all. Including Jack, the show became about these characters' journey to redeem themselves, as they are all flawed. Between the crazy twists and turns in this psychedelic fantasy saga, we find out who exactly these people are through the flashbacks and how it informs their behavior in the island environment. Every episode, a character follows the basic structure of the hero's journey, first outlined by Professor Joseph Campbell. Someone leaves the comfort of the camp to adventure in the jungle, facing a series of trials and usually gaining insight into themselves in the process. On a larger scale, every character has a seasonal arc that follows the cycle, and on an even larger scale, a series arc repeating the cycle of the hero's journey, which through repetition becomes less of a process for these characters to redeem themselves and more of an inevitable cycle of conflict that these characters create and are forced to participate in. They cannot let go of the past. Kate is a criminal on the run, but she stops running when she has to raise Claire's baby. She goes back to the island to rescue Claire, who is still stranded. Hurley won the lottery and believed he was cursed because of it, especially when he became able to talk to his dead friends. But he realizes he is actually very blessed because of these things. He goes back to the island because he was asked. Sun and Jin, the Korean mobsters, talk through and mend their broken relationship, but Jin gets caught up in a freighter explosion and the two are separated. Sun goes back to the island when she finds out he's alive. SAYID, he's a killer. He tortured his childhood love who is now dead, and he killed people for Benjamin Linus, the villainous ex-leader of the others, who wanted SAYID to take out his political rival. SAYID is incarcerated and forced to go back to the island where he goes back in time and shoots baby Ben Linus. But he's okay. Ben and SAYID. Then SAYID got shot. He still has some things to work through. Ben too. Sawyer, the antagonist con man, settles down on the island in the past, making a life for himself with the other Juliet. In the Dharma Initiative, they are happy, but their friends come back and want to blow up a nuclear bomb to undo all of their past trauma, the past Sawyer and Juliet live in. All because Jack convinces them they have to. In Lost, everyone becomes the hero, but Jack is our deconstruction of the archetype. From go, Jack is helping people and people see him as the hero. He carries the weight of the world on his shoulders and suppresses his stress with a gentle demeanor. But my man is unhinged, and when that comes out, it fucking comes out. Jack feels inadequate as a hero and as a leader because of his history with his father, who once said this to him:
You just don't have what it takes.
Jack has something to prove to his daddy, and therefore to everyone. On the island, he answers the call of adventure, leaving the comfort of the beach camp and facing trials and the tradition of the hero's journey. He confronts the ghost of his dead father and realizes how to step up as a leader. Returning to the camp, Jack returns with a boon, water, a reward for his journey. And I'm not talking about the character Boone who dies by the end of the first season, which is how long it takes Jack to realize he can do it. And through an extreme coincidence, it turns out Sawyer realizes he and Jack's father shared a drink and a conversation. Rewarded with knowledge, Jack learns before his father died, he was proud of him. But going into season 2, the cycle starts over again. For Jack to cross another threshold and enter the hatch, he must admit he recognizes Desmond from before he crashed on the island, and that the occurrences in their life may be more than just coincidence. He pushes the button because he might just think he has a greater purpose, a destiny. Over the season, Jack faces other trials until ultimately he succeeds in beating the others and getting many of his friends off the island and getting the girl back home, but he still feels inadequate and they break up. Completing the trials of the hero's journey has not brought Jack what he thought it would, and he continues to deny John Locke's message that the island is their destiny and rejects another call to adventure because he continues to hold the burden of his father, who blamed destiny on why he was a bad parent. It all comes back to Jack's daddy, but he's getting over it. That is until, like his father, John dies and Jack begins his conflict all over again. Since he was a child, child, Jack jumped into danger even when ill-prepared, and he got beat up real bad as a kid. He starts fights he can't win, and people often get hurt as a consequence.
See, you didn't think, Jack. And as I recall, a lot of people ended up dead.
And then he gets beat up as an adult real bad. When he comes back to the island and goes back in time, Jack feels the same empty feeling and convinces everyone the only way to fix their problems is to undo the past and erase the misery they have suffered, erase the trials of the journey. In a twisted sense, Jack believes this is his destiny, to save all of his friends who have died and all of the suffering his friends have faced because of it, to just erase it, undo it, not have to deal with it, blow up a bomb instead. Lost has a lot of classical elements, but it feels so modern. Returning to the island and having so many conflicts and flashbacks makes Lost feel like a modern hero story with spin-offs, sequels, prequels, everything. Eventually, it just feels like these characters seek out conflict in a cyclical, cynical cycle, an almost meta commentary on the series running longer than the writers wanted.
Jack has a bomb.
Who cares?
Excuse me?
It's always something with you people.
Of course, the hero's journey became wildly popular, not because Joseph Campbell was such a great orator, a speaker, but because George Lucas famously used it as influence for Star Wars.
My generation storytellers, our primary inspiration was Star Wars.
And in the wake of Star Wars, Lost had to become a saga of its own. But publicly, the heroes of the story were also the show's pair of groundbreaking auteur writers, Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse, who the fans nicknamed the single entity DARLTON. Damon famously took over the show after J.J. Abrams used the pilot to springboard a directing career. And even though Damon had never run a show before, even though he wanted to quit and reject the call to adventure, Carlton came in to help run the show and execute the story they wanted to tell.
Only one of us actually knows how it all ends.
Call
J.J.
What?
What? But, oh, no. You know, don't you?
You said that.
J.J. Abrams wanted the hatch to be introduced in the pilot, but heroically, Damon said no, because they didn't know what was going to be inside of it yet, keeping the hatch in his back pocket until he figured it out. Overcoming the trial. As we trudged through the first half of season 1, Damon rushed into the writer's room one day with an uncharacteristic bounce in his step and declared, "Inside the hatch, there's a room with a guy in it, and if he doesn't press a button every 108 minutes, the world will end." Javier Grillo-Marxuach, Lost producer. Even though Damon said in season 1 that this story wouldn't feature time travel or UFOs, even though that's what the network wanted, heroically DARLTON pushed back and got the genre concepts they wanted in this story in the story. In its first season, DARLTON would sweep the Emmys, with Lost receiving 12 nominations and 6 wins. When Disney told them they had to run the show forever and they couldn't tell their story, these heroes didn't back down, saying if they couldn't run the show they wanted, they would quit after season 3. But Disney, the beastly dragon, was defeated, and Lost would get the ending the writers wanted. And from go, many viewers were skeptical that Lost knew where it was going. So more than anyone else before them, DARLTON, blessed they may be, spread their word to the people through DVD extras, podcast, and regular media interviews. DARLTON's intention and word would be heard. And of course, like Dickens, DARLTON, or rather Disney, sold Lost twice to fans. Dickens would publish serials and magazines and then print a leather-bound book collecting the chapters. And Lost, of course, would first air on television and then be sold in its very popular DVD releases with all sorts of bonus features which fans pored over for answers and clarifications from DARLTON about the show.
Or Walt is reading a book about birds and a bird flies into the window. And I know what I mean by it, but I think when the audience starts getting disconnected is when you tell them what to think, which is, Walt is psychic. Like, I don't want to say that.
Thank you for coming out and saying it. Did you know on the season 3 DVD, DARLTON confirmed that Desmond turning the failsafe key did in fact save the world.
And they accidentally drilled into this hole, and suddenly that entire ball of electromagnetism became untapped, so that they built this Swan station above it in an effort so that it wouldn't get completely out of control.
Then they even compared the Swan to a cork, saying that the Dharma Initiative uncorked an energy in the island and they had to put the cork back on.
It's been re-corked. Let's just call it corked. It's been corked.
Praise be DARLTON! Reportedly, voracious Dickens readers in Paris and New York rioted in the 1840s to get their hands on the final chapters of some Dickens stories. Get their hands on some Dick is there somewhere, but I can't figure it out. Storming shipping ports as the final chapters arrived. People love their stories and they want everyone to know. Almost 200 years later, President Barack Obama was deciding between two dates for his first State of the Union address. One option was February 2nd, 2010. The very same day Lost was scheduled to start its final season. If anybody could have pushed back the Lost season premiere, it was the new president. This was a major deal, specifically because ABC already spent a lot of money promoting the premiere date. But Lost fans caught wind and started a social media campaign, hashtag no State of Union Feb 2. Great job, guys, really catchy stuff there. But it worked! Soon after, the White House press secretary announced they will be skipping over the February 2nd date, saying to an ABC reporter, "I don't foresee a scenario in which millions of people who hope to finally get some conclusion with Lost are preempted by the president." And that's when the nerds got too much power. Lindelof proclaimed on Twitter, "Obama back down! Groundhog's Day is ours! God bless America!" The sixth and final season of Lost is easily the most divisive season of the show. In all of my time researching this show, I don't really think Lost has a jump the shark moment exactly, because there's no consensus. The moments people point to as being the moment Lost started dipping in quality are numerous, but I think the most common are immediately after the first season, going into season 2, and of course, the final season. There are like no shows that had as much pressure as Lost did in its final season and in its final episode. Of course, some people misunderstood it blatantly, thinking that all of the characters were dead the entire time, which is just blatantly and factually wrong, while others who liked it admitted it was a great conclusion for the characters, but maybe all of the mysteries they wanted to see solved weren't solved. I feel like some people who liked it even felt like the show had a satisfying conclusion for the characters while not satisfying any of the mythological questions about the world, which I totally disagree with. I'm gonna go all into the reception about this season and the final episode throughout this video, but many people, me included, love it. Lost was great, and it's a one-of-a-kind show. Nothing has existed like it before or since, and numerous dozens of shows have tried to be the next Lost. It was like a flash in a pan that caught the building on fire and burned it down, and then with the insurance money, it was rebuilt brick by brick into something way better than anybody had expected. That is not something that can be planned, and if you try, you might just get arrested. Welcome to the final part of the Lost retrospective. I fucking promise this is the end. First, we will begin with the final season and how Lost continues with its new off and on island paradigm. Then, in the longest section of the video, we're going to examine each character's arc over the course of the series, analyzing the archetype they play as the action of the story on the island comes to a crux. Following that, I want to discuss the psycho-spiritual world of the Flash Sideways, and how it relates to the mythology of Lost, and of course, the hero's journey's psychedelic counterpart. Furthermore, we'll take some time to examine the critical reception of the season and how it may have all gone sour with a single episode. An episode that tried to tie so much of the mythology together, which I will try to do. And then, before going into the finale, let's head back into the writer's room to look at how the show's mythology was planned and the behind-the-scenes cost to do that. And finally, we'll wrap things up with an epic deep dive into the finale itself, detailing why the end of the story was so controversial and what that has ultimately meant for the legacy of Lost as a whole. Welcome to the end, the controversial ending of Lost, or everybody loves a happy ending. So please, indulge my obsession with me one last time as we go back to the island. Oh my god. Oh my god, I just finished the Lost retrospective. It's 24 hours long, but it's done. There's no more work left to do. I can do whatever I want. Trust me when I say you don't want to get stranded in the middle of nowhere with no way of contacting the outside world. Thank goodness today's video is sponsored by Mint Mobile, the nation's largest 5G wireless network. What makes Mint Mobile so great? Well, I'll tell you, they've introduced the concept of bulk buying to the wireless space. You save more money with the more months you buy up front. There are 3-month, 6-month, and 12-month plans available. Yeah, you've got options for pretty sweet savings. Second, it's quality stuff. All plans include unlimited talk and text with free calling to Canada and Mexico. And I meant it when I said they're the largest 5G network in the country. 90% of Americans are covered by Mint, which covers the most interstate highway miles in America. And finally, we just love Mint's customer service care. Mint doesn't do all that corporate mumbo jumbo jargon nonsense. You get to select what plan fits right for you. They got 5 gigs, 10 gigs, 20 gigs, and unlimited plans. Whatever fits your usage needs, and consider this, most Americans only use 7 or 8 gigs of data a month. You might be overpaying for what you're using. You're also able to activate and set up in minutes with eSIM from the comfort of your own home, and you can keep your phone number in contact list. No crazy fee, no mixing up SIM cards into numbers. It's just easy island breezy. Using the link below, new Mint customers can get the unlimited plan for only $15 a month for their first 3 months. So check it out if it sounds right for you, and thank you again to Mint for sponsoring this video. Previously on Lost, Juliet nukes the past, hoping to undo all the painful things these characters had to experience after coming to the island. She's blown up the anomaly, the source of all the weird happenings that took place over the course of the series. All that's left is a harsh, white void of nothing. Yet the scene continues as the texture changes into something much softer. A bed of white clouds against a pale blue sky. The camera pulls back to reveal Jack Shephard aboard Oceanic 815, completely unaware they have seemingly changed the past. Immediately, the world seems to imperfectly mirror the beats of the pilot. Cindy, the flight attendant, asks Jack how his drink is.
It's good.
That was not a very strong reaction.
Well, it's not a very strong drink.
Jack is handed one less drink than before, though he spills most of it out after a small pocket of turbulence. It seems to freak him out, but Rose comforts him while she waits for her husband to return to the bathroom. Jack says he'll keep her company in the meantime. Suddenly, more turbulence. It's the moment of the crash, and Jack holds on for dear life, expecting something to happen. But history is rewritten when Oceanic 815 stays in the air. Jack clutches onto his seat, and Rose lets him know it's okay.
It's okay. You can let go.
Bernard, her husband, returns to his seat, having only left to go to the bathroom, but he greets her like they've been separated for a lifetime.
I missed you.
I missed you too, beautiful.
Jack takes his turn in the bathroom, taking a moment to look at himself in the mirror. And for this character, it feels like the very first time he's seen himself. He notices a wound he didn't even know he had. It's almost healed, but he has no memory of the pain. Returning to his seat, Jack is greeted by somebody who told him he'd be here. Desmond, who was not on the original flight.
See you in another life, yeah?
Do I know you from somewhere?
Jack and Desmond seem to recognize each other, but we all must ask, how different is everything? Jack looks out his window into the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, into this new world, and the camera continues down through the clouds and deep underwater, finally slowing down to reveal familiar sights. Rendered on what must have been the PlayStation 2, we see the barracks, the Dharma Shark, and most importantly, the statue, Jacob's home, the Bigfoot, where he lived. The island, its rulers, and its influence have been taken out from the world, and this reality seems to be what remains. We cut to black, and the intro plays traditionally, as we're led back into more familiar territory. Like a broken record, we see Juliet set off the bomb, leading them to a different reset. After he was stabbed, Jacob had forewarned of upcoming events.
They're coming.
Kate's eyes open, and she finds herself at the top of a tree, forced back into her role in this adventure. Her ears are ringing from whatever the anomaly itself did to bring them back. She quickly discovers she's still on the island, and all of her friends have traveled back to the present with her.
We're back.
Back where?
As the castaways wake up, they have no idea. The timeline seems to have split, a monumental shift to make in the show's final season. Opening on Jack in the alternate reality, we understand his journey this season will be a very personal one. While opening on Kate on the island sets up her arc this season to become the hero that she's wanted to be since the beginning. As everyone else starts to wake up, they make the same realization Kate has made. Jack's promise of a fresh start did not work, and now Juliet, the love of Sawyer's life, is dead.
She's dead, you son of a bitch, because you were wrong.
Jack was ready to accept instructions as John did before him, but having witnessed John's mistakes before him,
Boone was a sacrifice that the island demanded.
Jack is quick to realize the error in his judgment. His eagerness to fulfill his perceived destiny has come at the expense of everyone around him.
I'm sorry. I thought we were supposed to... I thought it would work. Well, it did.
Meanwhile, across the island, the dead body of John Locke has been sprawled across the beach, revealing his resurrection to be the work of an imposter. John's doppelganger has just convinced Ben to kill Jacob, the elusive leader of the others who has been paramount to orchestrating the events of the series. Jacob was killed in his home as quickly as he was put to screen, becoming a scapegoat for Destiny. Ben has taken revenge for everything bad that has ever happened to him, and the lack of recognition he got in return. Ben felt used by Jacob, but in taking no satisfaction with Jacob's murder, he begins to understand that he has been used by something else.
What have I done?
The imposter tells Ben to go and get Richard Alpert, Jacob's advisor, but outside, Ben is shown John's body by Jacob's inner circle, who escort Ben back inside to confront the imposter, who gleefully shares with them that their leader is dead. The good news is, they're free to go. This guy's a real fucking comedian. John Lost is shot and quickly reveals his true identity, the black smoke, the monster. It fills the room, quickly bashing and thrashing all these dudes about. Bram, the big dude, draws himself a perfect sea bear circle, which deters the monster, who is a sentient, clever being, knocking Bram with a stone outside the circle, impaling him.
Was an oval!
Ben tries to sneak on out of there, but the face of John Locke walks back inside, apologizing to Ben for showing him his monstrous form.
I'm sorry you had to see me like that.
Dude is a fucking comedian. Ben sees the face of the man he killed, but he knows this is not John Locke, whose death we are finally forced to swallow when the monster tells Ben what John's final thoughts were, as Ben choked the life out of him, ending John's long quest for answers.
I don't understand. Isn't that just the saddest thing you ever heard?
After searching for his destiny so desperately, all John had to show for it was being used and killed. But the monster commends pathetic old John for realizing just how pathetic he was. After all, John wanted to leave his pathetic, worthless life behind and live on the island, which the monster thinks John is pathetic for. I love the changing lines in Terry O'Quinn's face as he moves out of the shadow into the harsh sunlight coming through the ceiling. This is a complete transformation into another character. Although we saw the man in black, the true face of the monster, played by Bosch's Titus Welliver, it's Terry O'Quinn's portrayal of an entity puppeting around the body of John Locke that makes the monster a complete character, in my hot lost opinion. As a shape-shifting doppelganger, the monster becomes the anti-John Locke, who wishes for the one thing John Locke did not want: to leave the island and escape imprisonment.
I want the one thing that John Locke didn't. I want to go home.
Imagine if he had an evil goatee, like evil Spock from the Mirror universe. That'd be pretty cool. Like if John came back to life and had a goatee and a fat ass. But in Lost's alternate reality, after coming back to life, Boone and the original John Locke are reunited. Boone comments on the safety pamphlet's ridiculous presumption the plane could survive a landing in the middle of the ocean. But John shares his survivor's mentality with Boone, who responds ironically.
This thing goes down, I'm sticking with you.
In their other life, Boone was killed following John's sense of destiny, which John then continues to follow to his own death. Differences in this world continue to persist as Boone tells John he let go of Shannon in Australia, a sign he was able to grow as a person without the island in this life. Yet Sun and Jin still seem to have the same problems in their relationship. So maybe things aren't better for everyone. The dead really seem to have been resurrected. Leaving the bathroom again, Jack bumps into Kate, escorted by the ghost of the Marshal. In this brief interaction, Jack will once again become an accomplice in Kate's escape, just as he did in their old life. And our con man Sawyer is learning a lot about the people around him in these brief interactions. He sees Kate's handcuffs and overhears Hurley talking to Dr. Arts, returning from the dead and season 1. Dr. Arts asks the famous entrepreneur Hugo Reyes how he became so rich, and Hurley answers truthfully.
I won the lottery and I like chicken, so I bought it.
Sawyer tells Hurley he shouldn't go around telling people that he has all this yummy money, but Hurley isn't worried at all.
Nothing bad ever happens to me. I'm the luckiest guy alive.
Everybody with me, drinks on me.
In the original timeline, Hurley never felt like luck was on his side, and on the island, he now sits with SAYID, currently bleeding out. Hurley is ready to take charge this season, and when he hears rustling in the bushes, he draws his gun on the ghost of Jacob, appearing to Hurley. When they had met previously, Hurley had told Jacob he can see the dead. Now, Jacob tells Hurley he died. Hurley has always thought he was crazy, and now this ghost tells him to take SAYID to the true home of the others. He tells Hurley to bring the guitar case he had given him when they had met previously, and asks Jin to guide them to the temple because Jin knows where it is. He just knows that. Sawyer continues to beat Jack up, only stopping when they hear a call for help underneath the disaster site of the hatch. Juliet seems to have survived her swan song.
I can just dance.
In this timeline, she had set off the bomb, becoming responsible for the fertility problem that she had been brought to the island to cure in the first place. Tragically, the hatch had been built because of her actions, and now she returns to the present after it has been destroyed. After digging through the remains of the hatch that's been at the center of this story and the key to much of its mysteries, Juliet and Sawyer reunite for a moment that is destined to be short-lived, as she struggles to stay conscious and make coherent statements.
We could get coffee sometime.
Yet Sawyer the con man, Sawyer the romantic, instinctively knows to comfort her, as she struggles to tell him one last thing before dying a second time. Sawyer lets go, losing her all over again, without knowing her final words. Something that could have brought him closure. He carries her body out, seeing red as he shifts his blame to Jack for her death.
You did this. See, you didn't think, Jack. And as I recall, a lot of people ended up dead.
Finally understanding he is not the person to lead, Jack humbly admits he is also unable to heal SAYID and allows Hurley to take control. Jin is surprised when Hurley asks him about the temple, something he saw while time traveling, but he leads them there so they can find this unspecified way to heal SAYID. Sawyer stays behind to bury Juliet, asking Miles to help, just so he can ask the Ghost Whisperer what Juliet was going to say to him.
Razzly dazzly.
Miles is hesitant, but Sawyer forces him to. After being brought to the present and after losing Juliet, Sawyer remains more lost than ever when Miles tells him what Juliet wanted to say.
It worked.
He is given no closure. Yet with this other reality, we kind of have to believe, yeah, maybe it did work. But how would Juliet know that? Arriving at the temple walls in search for a way to save SAYID's life, the group follows Jin underneath to find an entrance, only to be apprehended by the others themselves, currently led by the mysterious man Dogen, who communicates through his interpreter who translates his Japanese. Dogen says, "Kill the intruders," but Hurley is able to prove they have been sent through the guitar case, a token given to him by Jacob. A symbol that obviously reminds us of their dead friend, Charlie. Inside the guitar case, the others find a wooden ankh, a cryptic symbol which is broken to reveal a simple message inside.
Hey, a note!
Yeah, but turn it over. There's a letter.
Hurley is the one to deliver the news to the temple. Jacob has died. They sound the alarms, pouring an ash circle around the temple.
Guess we're not getting out of here, huh?
This isn't to keep you in. To keep him out.
And inside, the others are shocked to find the pool has gotten all gross and icky. Yuck, it can't always be like this, can it? Yuck. Still, they bring SAYID into the water, the dirty water, yuck, holding him under as a sand glass measures time, a ritual which they expect will heal him. SAYID struggles under the water, it's so gross. It appears like they are killing him.
You're not saving him, you're drowning him.
But Jack is kept away as he tries to stop it. The time runs out, and as the others had feared, its healing properties are not working like they expected. Emerging from the waters, it is clear that this cultish ritual has failed and SAYID has died. In this other timeline, the adventure finds a way to continue. A doctor is needed aboard, and Jack comes to the front where a man has passed out in the lavatory. The door is locked, but a stranger, SAYID, jumps in as Jack's right-hand man, just as he did in the other life. He kicks down the door, and Charlie, the dead rock star, is found unconscious on the toilet. He's passed out, but Jack reaches down his throat, clearing the bag of heroin he tried to swallow. Just like before, Jack has saved Charlie's life and he continues to live. The dead may live, but the plane descends, leading to another tragedy of sorts. These characters are returning to the lives that made them feel so lost to begin with. It's otherworldly to see Oceanic 815 touch down in Los Angeles, as if history itself were being rewritten. The police board the plane, and Kate cringes as Charlie is taken into custody instead. On the way out, he tells Jack he should have let him die. When Jack set off the bomb, he was ready to reset the timeline and put Kate back in handcuffs. But on the ground, Kate has other plans. Jack has always acted as Kate's accomplice, and now she has stolen a pen from him to pick the locks on her handcuffs. While in the bathroom stall, the marshal catches on to her plan, so she jumps him and makes a run through the airport. In the elevator, Sawyer sees her cuffs again, and in a moment, he chooses to help her hide from security, just for a moment. Making it outside, Kate hops into a cab that is already occupied by Claire, who has been absent since season 4. These two don't know each other, but Claire, a pregnant foreigner, has just landed in America and has been crossed up with an armed criminal. Things are the same, but things are different. When Jin and Sun are held up in customs, Jin has $25,000 confiscated and Sun does not know a word of English to help him, so maybe things are different for them after all. In Lost Luggage, two characters reunite and meet for the very first time. John Locke and Jack Shephard have both lost something, their luggage, but they found something right in front of them that they were never able to recognize in life as we know it.
Well, they lost one of my bags. What about you?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
Try me.
John and Jack had a contentious relationship in life, but they could have been more than just friends. And I don't mean Jack and John would be kissing each other either.
John.
Jack.
In their other life, when returning to the island, Jack had been told to give John's body something that belonged to his father. As we literally see, after Jack's father died, John could have filled his shoes.
They lost my father.
Is your white rabbit a hallucination? Probably. They didn't lose your father. They just lost his body.
In this other world, Jack is pleasantly dumbfounded by John's willingness and availability to engage in a conversation about his deceased father. And to have something so profound and yet so naive to say about this situation brings Jack peace for a moment. And then Jack does the only thing he knows how to do. He looks down at John, still in his wheelchair, and offers him a free consultation because after all, he is a spinal surgeon. It's an awkward request that is undermined by the profound realization that these two never made the connection in the other life. We realize if these two had talked to each other and met without the island, they could have physically and metaphorically fixed each other. They could have been best friends and fixed each other, going fishing, father and son things. But in the original timeline, Jack Shephard never even learns that John had been healed by the island. This is the most important scene in this episode, as none of the grand mysteries in Lost have as satisfying answers as when two characters are able to talk to each other and make a connection that they did not know they had. But there's an unsatisfying level of sadness knowing they never had this conversation in the original timeline. Now the monster, this person masquerading as John Locke, John Lost, walks out from Jacob's corridor. All had seen John Locke's body, but here he is, duplicated and alive in the flesh.
Don't shoot him! Don't shoot him!
The monster faces the scattered remainder of Jacob's people and approaches Richard Alpert, who recognizes the man who is speaking to him with a single phrase.
It's good to see you out of those chains.
Immediately, Richard understands that the monster has tricked him and that Jacob has been killed.
You? Me.
John Lost beats up Richard really bad and chastises the rest of the group in front of him, the others, the followers of Jacob living on the island.
Very disappointed in all of you.
He believes he's addressing the victims of a cult who have become complicit in the cult's actions. The cult that seemed to drown SAYID when they could have saved him, who branded Juliet as a traitor, scarring her skin. The group who kidnapped Claire and children in the middle of the night and thwarted rescue attempts. The monster drags Richard, the only leader they have left, into the jungle, past the previously explained to have been refrigerated body of John Locke, still very dead, and yet still even balder. I thought your hair and fingernails still grew after death. On the other side of the island, Sawyer and Miles have been dragged into the temple for their own protection, where they see SAYID lying dead. Hours pass and Miles is surprised to hear nothing from SAYID's body. And Jack gets worked up after having heard nothing from the others. He starts having a fit and suddenly HURLEY screams at the top of his lungs to stop. To everyone's surprise, SAYID has woken up. Once again, the people who were told know what's going on have the rug ripped out from under them. The past cannot be changed, but it seems to have been changed. Dead people can't come back, but SAYID has woken up. Everything we've been told about this world is being ripped out from under us, leaving us to wonder what Juliet meant when she said it worked. From the beginning, the final season of Lost received a lot of attention, with LAX itself receiving critical acclaim. Even if some people thought that Elizabeth Mitchell returning for a few final scenes as Juliet milked the drama of the situation, per IGN's Chris Carabat, Juliet's death is milked for every ounce of emotional value it has. I was glad that Sawyer had an opportunity to say goodbye, but the moment itself was a little too saccharine. What's funny is with hindsight, this scene is so essential to the season's story. So much so that after a film processing error, they took Elizabeth Mitchell away from her busy schedule leading the new ABC sci-fi drama V to film the scene a second time. And of course, despite the positive reception, with every major turn the show took, people were not immediately sold on the flash sideways as a new concept for Lost, with Alan Sepinwall saying, "If the 2004 scenes were often intriguing and occasionally distracting, they were still a sideshow to the main event taking place back on the island."
Over 15 million people came together and experienced the most talked about television event of the year.
What happened?
ABC's Lost, the final season, has begun.
Don't come after me.
Oh my god, I just finished the Lost retrospective. It's 24 hours long, but it's done. There's no more work left to do. I can do whatever I want.
Today we're starting our new project, a 121-day real island survival challenge. We're off the coast of Florida on Swamp Island. I'm eating everything and anything I can get my mitts on. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know if it's safe. That's what makes it so deadly. I'm putting my body and blood on the line like this to try to get 10 million views. I'll do anything to get 10 million views. So stay tuned with me on this epic, perilous adventure.
Reaching the end of the journey, each character begins to have their entire arc take shape, but at the same time, the story has started to explore this alternate reality in the flash sideways, which allows us to see these characters in an entirely different light, having taken a different journey. There's a multiverse storyline unfolding right alongside the original universe. I can't wait to have Boone come back through his portal and punch the smoke monster square in the smoke. During this series thus far, I've described how the intertwining timelines and storylines create these powerful thematic connections. But over the next few sections of this video, I want to discuss these timelines for the first time separately. On the island this season, the core conflict sees the characters truly trying to obtain what they want in life while up against forces that are trying to keep it from them, which harkens back to the conflict of free will versus destiny. In the original timeline, Ben has literally killed the stand-in for destiny, Jacob. That's 1 point for free will. But Ben was convinced to do it by the monster. He understood Ben's role as a villain and he used it to his own benefit. So in the end, somebody else was just manipulating him all along. Joseph Campbell's monomyth built a lot off of the work of Carl Jung, who first coined the term archetype to describe not only roles that are seen throughout all of fiction, but across like all of human psychology. From the beginning, Lost presented its characters as archetypes, stereotypes, and roles that would be familiar in other stories. The characters in Lost are expected to act a certain way because we feel like we've seen them before, but these archetypal roles are deconstructed in a way that subverts expectations. archetypes. Not only in an exciting way, but in a thoughtful way, a way in which the audience learns to sympathize with a character that they typically would not. SAYID is a soldier whose loyalty always seems to be challenged, but he has a big heart. Kate is a criminal racking up crimes while on the run, but desperate to settle down with a family. Jack, the hero, cheated on his wife, stalked her, and never wins a one-on-one fight. But to me, it's John as the deconstruction of the mentor, the teacher, the sage, that really solidifies Lost as this genre-bending epic. At one point, particularly early on, John seemed to have meaningful advice to give the other characters. However, in season 1, it's with the death of Boone that we start to question John's insight. John thought he and Boone were going to be heroes and rescue everyone, and it's through believing in John that Boone gets killed. Later, John is convinced if he dies, he will save everyone, and is ultimately led to a similar fate. When we consider that Joseph Campbell wasn't only influenced by Carl Jung, but by Boone Carlyle's namesake, Thomas Carlyle, then we can start to sort of decode what Lost is trying to say about archetypes and the hero's journey. Thomas Carlyle is credited with the concept of telling history through the achievements of great men who were heroes deserving of worship. Boone clearly had expectations of John. He thought he was a great man and did not believe John when he told Boone that he worked in an office cubicle. He saw John as a heroic mentor, but John is someone looking for direction more than he is somebody who can guide another person. Later, John's own expectations of his heroism is what allows him to be talked into dying. Academically, from a mythology, literature, folklore standpoint, both the hero's journey and archetypes have been criticized for being very reductive. Reductive in a way that minimizes the cultural context in which stories are written. But going into the psychology aspect of archetypes, Jung believed because of evolution that we all fell into archetypal roles on a spectrum as a part of a collective unconscious that we, sort of metaphysically, all share and respond to instinctually. It's nature over nurture. It's as if we are destined to take on particular roles or archetypes. Jung believed he was saying something much deeper about the human experience and foundationally disagreed with the philosopher John Locke's notion of tabula rasa, the idea that it is our experiences that shape who we are. Before John was paralyzed, when he could walk even, he was in search of a purpose, and after he was healed, that longing continued. His experience had told him his life had no meaning even when it presented itself to him in the form of Helen, somebody who loved him. But she ultimately left John because she couldn't stand watching him hurt himself. In the episode where Boone falls from the plane, we see in a flashback that before John was paralyzed, his estranged father had made contact with him, but ultimately conned John out of a kidney before cutting off all contact. John then gave much of his life to obsessing over his father until his father hurt him more, just as he obsessed over the island until he was killed. The image of a mentor, dying honestly in the role of a lonely old man because he never stopped looking for purpose. These roles are formed when the characters find themselves unable to break the cycle of their own habits, their own behavior. Yet we see how their experiences shape the roles, and how being stuck in the past dooms them to repeat self-destructive habits. Symbolically, their adventure to the past ends with a nuclear bomb killing Juliet because she is stuck in the past metaphorically and literally. Whether our experiences shape who we are or we're destined to play a role, Lost is always blurring the lines between free will and destiny. After all, did they set off a nuclear bomb because Jacob brought them to the island? Or did Jacob bring them to the island because they set off a nuclear bomb? Who is to blame here? After Boone dies, John shifts the blame from himself. He says landing on the island was their destiny and Boone was a sacrifice the island demanded. This offends Jack for a personal reason. When Jack would confront his father with his behavior, he would shrug it off, blaming destiny for the way he is. The characters blame their past, they blame the way they were made. Their whole lives and the history on the island seems like a destructive cycle on repeat, making them seem like easy pawns for the monster who is starting to make promises. This season, each character will face the monster as he tries to convince them to join his mysterious cause. Whether he's evil or just a victim of Jacob and his cult is yet to be seen. But so far, John Locke, John Lost, Long John Silvers, whatever you want to call him, has promised Sun her reunion with Jin, and he's fulfilled his promise to Ben to help him gain retribution against his destiny, against Jacob, who had awarded Ben so little for his endless sacrifices. Meanwhile, HURLEY is left as the lone prophet communicating with the deceased deity whose followers are starting to panic following his death. They're made nervous by Sayid's resurrection, which shouldn't have happened once the water in the pool became dirty. But the truth the others once accepted seems to be collapsing with the death of Jacob, right in front of their eyes. Like usual, these characters have plans of their own that go against the goals of the group. In episode 3, soon after he's brought into the temple, Sawyer makes a break for it, saying he's done with these kinds of situations. He tells Kate not to follow him, but she feels compelled to seek out a friend in need. As an aside, I kind of appreciate how Miles understands Kate's frustration and concern for Sawyer. He's like the only other character here who Sawyer's become close to. It's a reminder that Sawyer has been able to change a lot from the angsty loner with the help of people around him. But now, with the death of Juliet all these years later, he seems to be regressing again. The character who's struggled to change the most has always been Jack, but accepting his nuclear bomb-sized mistake, now he starts to go through a transformation. Before she leaves, Kate tells Jack she's going after Sawyer, and he supports her decision, which is something he would have previously been a little baby about. Let's be honest.
I'll take care of James. You take care of SAYID.
Deal.
But as Jack is letting go of his ego, accepting his failure, somehow his jealousy towards Sawyer and Kate's past relationship and friendship with him has started to slip as well. Jack sits in place as he figures out what he wants to do, but the others are not waiting for a threat to reveal itself as they strap down and torture SAYID. What?
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
A scenario that is all too familiar in the cycle of SAYID's story. He has always been labeled and treated as the enemy. SAYID isn't given a reason for his torture, and nobody is asking him questions even. Dogen's assistant, who has only been named in outside material as Lennon, tells SAYID that they are administering a test. SAYID is branded with a hot rod, and Lennon tells him that he passed the test. But Dogen tells Lennon that he just lied to SAYID. SAYID did not pass. They try to persuade Jack to give SAYID a pill that will supposedly cure him of the darkness that has taken over, and SAYID says he'll trust whatever Jack says. But Jack blamed himself for SAYID getting shot and isn't taking chances anymore. He takes the pill and the others beat it out of him because it was poison. According to them, he's been claimed by the monster, and now the good and evil inside of him has fallen out of balance toward the side of darkness. Something which Dogen explains to have seen before, as it happened to Jack's sister, Claire. That's right, Jack's sister is on the island, but he's not the one who's come back to rescue the girl. That would be Kate. While Jack is pretty unequivocally the central character of the story, I think Kate is often overlooked in favor of John Locke as the secondary hero of the story, but she has one more centric episode than John does. The numbers don't lie. And in the pantheon of heroes, most heroes have hair, so Kate fits the archetype more. Name 10 bald heroes. Aang, John, Professor X, One Punch Man. There's a lot of bald heroes, but there are more heroes with hair. Leaving the temple, Kate and Jin go looking for Sawyer while being escorted by members of the others. This bigger guy, and Mac from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, returning for his second scene as Aldo, the whiny other underling. He starts ranting about how Kate hit him the last time they met.
3 years ago, you staged yourself a little prison break, and you did it by knocking the guard out with the butt of your rifle. That would be me.
And Kate, understanding her life is a cycle of behavior, decides to hit him again. Kate gives him the old smackaroo, knocking out these two others to run off. Jin is flabbergasted. She asks him to come with her, saying the others don't even care about them. But when Jin asks Kate who she cares about, she doesn't answer, and they go their separate ways. As a deconstruction of a hero, Jack is going on a quest without a clear goal. He's lost his direction, leaving Kate to step up to reunite a mother, Jack's sister Claire, with her child Aaron, who Kate had raised in Claire's absence.
At 9, 8 Central.
Don't come after me.
The final season
I can bring him back.
Be careful.
has begun.
On the island, Kate is always one of the first people to pick up a gun or lend an ear in support of someone, and now she feels a need to help her friend Sawyer help himself. Making her way to the Dharma Initiative barracks, Kate finds Sawyer drinking alone, sulking in the home that had once belonged to Juliet and him 30 years in some time travel ago. Kate is hoping to find an ally and help a friend, but Sawyer is devastated and not in a position to do that or accept help. After Juliet told him that she is the one who set off the bomb, Sawyer stopped blaming Jack and started blaming himself. After all, Sawyer is the one who asked her to stay on the island all those moons ago.
Just give me 2 weeks. That's all I'm asking. 2 weeks.
All right, 2 weeks.
He tells Kate he was going to propose to her, but she's dead, and that's that. At one point, the phrase "what happened happened" helps Sawyer accept the past and move on from his grief, but the cycle of his life seems to be running him over, and he begins to once again accept his worst qualities as his destiny.
But I think some of us are meant to be alone.
Kate reminds him that she's returned to find Claire, but Sawyer won't come with her, choosing to stay in the house he and Juliet shared while Kate goes to rescue the girl. In the flash sideways, Claire is anything but happy when Kate hijacks her cab in front of LAX. She takes her first chance to get out, but Kate swipes her bag. As soon as Kate realizes she's stolen baby supplies, she finds Claire again to return her bag, but Claire is hesitant to trust the criminal who has waved a gun in her pregnant face. Somehow, despite the changed events in these two lives, they've crossed paths again in this life. But how can this pregnant woman trust this armed criminal? You'll have to wait and see. On the island, Jin is attacked by Aldo and the big dude is there too. They're holding Jin at gunpoint, but coming to his rescue is Claire, who kills Mac, who after having been isolated on the island for 3 years, now mirrors the image of Danielle Rousseau. It's all a cycle, sure, but what the fuck is up with that wig? At the temple, they say Claire has been claimed by the monster, who must be evil, for letting Claire look like that. After seeing her, all we really have to know is it's going to be quite a lot more difficult for Kate to get her reunited with Aaron. The monster is a character that can be a little difficult to engage with. First, we've known about it since the first episode and have seen it manifest as the Black Smoke. Having that turn out just to be a guy who takes the form of John Locke, who we were initially led to believe had been resurrected, can be a whole lot of information to accept and take in. In the script for The Incident, this character's original form would be called the Man in Black, but fans would call him False Locke, Esau, Locke, Smokey, but personally, I've settled on the name The Monster, or affectionately John Lost. I truly, really, honestly, very much so believe that Terry O'Quinn's performance as the monster this season is some of the best work he's done on the show. I haven't seen The Stepfather.
Thank you, honey.
But I hear he's great in that too. When the monster tells Ben he wants to go home, it's clear he's been longing for this. It's clear Jacob was keeping it from him. Just as destiny had prevented these characters from having what they want, from being happy, so too has destiny kept the monster from what he wants. The story of the monster living in Jacob's cabin and the time travel story that quickly follows has always reminded me of the Evil Dead trilogy. And in the final season, episode 4 gives us this great visual homage to the entity from the Evil Dead, showing us the smoke monster's point of view as he's flying around the island making those mechanical cranking sounds. Last we saw, the monster had expressed disappointment in Jacob's followers before dragging Richard, Jacob's right-hand man, out into the jungle. Back in human form, the monster picks up a machete so he can cut Richard down from his net and give a very meaningful apology.
Richard, I'm sorry I hit you in the throat and dragged you off the beach, but I had to do something.
I think he means it. It seems that the monster wants allies, not necessarily to kill people. Though he will, as we've seen. He's ready to leave the island, but for some reason, he needs help to do that. The monster tells Richard about Jacob's candidate program, something which Richard was in the dark about, despite being Jacob's closest confidant. Something which the monster uses to get Richard to consider joining him. The next person the monster visits is Sawyer, removed from the rest of his group, drinking and listening to punk rock. I think he's upset. When the face of the dead John Locke presents itself to Sawyer, he's no longer interested enough in the goings-on of the island to care to ask why a dead man might be in front of him.
I don't give a damn if you're dead, or time traveling, or the ghost of Christmas past.
He's not impressed, but Sawyer offers him a drink anyways. The monster accepts it but does not partake. So Sawyer tells him to get out of his house. But the monster has been around the block a few times and knows this wasn't always Sawyer's house.
This isn't your house, James.
Sawyer the con man figures out he's being conned. This is not his beautiful house. This is not his beautiful John Locke. This is an imposter. The monster is taken aback by this, but Sawyer knew John Locke, and he knew that John was a man who was afraid and unsure of himself. Unlike this smoky bloke.
Guess Locke was scared.
Yet to Sawyer, this mysterious man doesn't seem to have much of a different message than the real John Locke.
What if I told you I was the person who could answer the most important question in the world?
Sawyer can't help but to let out a gut-tumbling, bellowing laugh. This guy is more like John Locke than he thought. But when he asks what that question is, he realizes the similarity is no longer funny.
Why are you on this island?
Sawyer has never been one to look at the island as anything other than something that screwed him over time and time again. With all the paranormal activity and talk of destiny, Sawyer has always approached this with a practical view.
I'm on this island because my plane crashed, because my raft blew up, because the helicopter I was on was riding one too heavy.
That's not why you're here.
Nonetheless, the shapeshifter convinces Sawyer to seek out answers. Meanwhile, the Flash Sideways story follows this alternate John Locke, the original John Locke. On my first watch through as a kid, I genuinely had this hope that somehow this John Locke would come to the island universe and take over his body from the monster and truly return to life. John would be back for the final season of Lost. Somehow it was gonna happen. But alas, the John Locke of the Sideways might not need the life on the island he clung on to so dearly. In this other life, John seems to be more in control of his anger and has been reunited with Helen, who had passed away during the 3 years John symbolically sacrificed to the island when he was thrust into the future after spinning the magic wheel. He led a complicated life, but in this life, Helen is alive and she still loves him. John had always sought the hole in his life to be filled with like some sort of weird fucking magic, I don't know, but that was never gonna happen. It's only here by being accepted by someone he loves that he is able to accept himself and his disability, which is paralleled and contrasted to the monster who has been trapped on the island by Jacob. Walking with Sawyer, a child who is Jacob, but we don't know it's Jacob yet, appears to the monster, a ghost. The monster tries to ignore him, but he's surprised Sawyer can see him too. How can that be? The monster sprints after Jacob, tripping over his fleshy human legs. He should have smoked, and the child reminds him of a truth. He cannot kill Sawyer.
You know the rules. You can't kill him.
The monster stated John to be a sad fool, but when he responds to Jacob, he doesn't seem any less sad or any less of a fool, leaning into John's worst qualities and looking just like him. Mad and balding. I love representation. It's here that the monster does take the role inadvertently of John's evil doppelganger.
Don't tell me what I can't do.
Actually, I think Evil John would say, please tell me what I can't do. The monster expected to see an apparition of Jacob, his dead rival, something we'll talk about more later. But this reference to a set of rules makes us realize that Jacob, or the island perhaps, or somebody, has had some direct power over people's actions and events. While the monster is gone, Richard comes out of the jungle to talk to Sawyer. He tells him the man he's with is not John Locke. He wants to take Sawyer to the temple, but Sawyer already knows that, and he ain't coming back to the temple.
He's not gonna tell you anything. He's gonna kill you.
He wants to see what this dead guy has to say. This guy who's not the dead guy, but somebody pretending to be the dead guy has to say. Richard runs off as the monster comes back, and both Sawyer and the monster play dumb about who they were speaking to.
You ever catch up with a kid?
What kid?
Right. Let's get on with it, shall we?
Yes, James.
Deciding he can't wait to find out what this thing is, Sawyer points a gun at John Lost. Unaware he is looking at the black smoke, the monster. He asks, "What are you?"
What are you?
But John Lost sees himself as a man, as somebody who is trapped. He assures Sawyer he has had the human experience. He's felt love and betrayal, and if Sawyer can just bear with him a little longer, he'll get to learn what all this island hoo-ha has been about. At a cliffside, John Lost tells Sawyer they need to go down an old rickety ladder, but Sawyer makes him go down first. Fuck that. Following the monster, Sawyer slips and begins to fall off the cliff. A very convenient moment to watch him die without the monster having to break the rules. The rules we've heard about. But that's not what happens. This man, the monster, saves Sawyer and the two continue down into a cliffside cave. Inside the cave, it's clear somebody has spent a lot of time here. The first thing the monster does is walk up to a scale balanced with two stones, one white and one black. Symbolic, thematic, obvious even. The monster picks up the white stone and tosses it into the water, a symbol of his defeat over Jacob, and a cause for question from Sawyer. What the fuck?
Hell's that all about? Inside joke.
Inside the cave, the monster shows Sawyer the mental state of the person who brought them there. All along the wall are names written in chalk, names of characters we know.
What's the 8 about?
Jacob had a thing for numbers.
When I see these numbers sprawled out across the wall, I think of Hurley at his most neurotic and vulnerable, when he believed the numbers he won the lottery with had cursed his life, making it difficult for Hurley to adopt the confidence we see him have this season, and leading to a lot of rash decisions like when he tried to blow up the hatch at the beginning of season 2. If you pause and try to read all the names between this and the next episode, you'll find most characters in the series named. The exceptions are characters like Ben, Juliet, Ilana, and Richard, who are clearly a part of Jacob's labor arm, and these characters are explicitly not the chosen ones. Yet the information we may be able to ascertain about the character Jacob here is undermined by the remaining names on the wall and their corresponding numbers. Those very same numbers Hurley had obsessed so much about. Maybe Jacob was like Hurley in some ways. 42, Quan, either son or Jin, we'll get to that later. I think there's an answer. 23, Shepherd, Jack. 16, Jarrah, Sayid. 15, Ford, James, Sawyer. 8, Reyes, Hugo, Hurley. And finally, we get to 4, as in formally John Locke, which the monster ceremoniously crosses out as John Locke is dead. If you watched the last video about season 5 in the Lost Extended Universe, you may remember me talking about the Valenzetti equation, which is the direct explanation for the number's significance to the Dharma Initiative. The Dharma Initiative had been running this equation which was supposed to predict the end of the world. Every time they ran the equation, it was the factors for 8, 15, 16, 23, and 42, which were predicting this cataclysm, and the initiative had been experimenting with wide-scale environmental changes to try to change these values, these environmental constants, in order to prevent the end of the world, which of course included them experimenting with time travel. Now, the original flight was 815. The return was flight 316. I think the expectation for the series would have been the flight to be 416, but 316 is not only a reference to the Bible, which foreshadows the false resurrection of John Locke, but it could also be a sign that these environmental factors with the death of John Locke 4 have in fact changed. The numbers repeating could have been a prophecy to these remaining candidates, or perhaps I'm obsessing too much about numbers just like Hurley, and I really need to chill the fuck out. The monster tells Sawyer they had all been manipulated by Jacob, pushing them toward the island, and at some point Jacob had come to him, probably when he was vulnerable, something we saw to be true. The idea of being the chosen one is sort of reframed by asking the question, who chose them? Well, as we saw in the season 5 finale, they were chosen by Jacob, who touched many of them as children when he decided they'd be coming to his island. Jacob Epstein, am I right? I mean, it's not like the biggest stretch, is it? People knew about the island. They knew about Jeffrey. The monster tells Sawyer he has been nominated to take over the island. He's a candidate for Jacob's replacement as protector. Well, Sawyer's like, well, what the heck does the island need protecting from? But the monster doesn't even see there being a threat. There's nothing to protect the island from.
That's the joke. There's nothing to protect it from, and it will be perfectly fine without Jacob or you or any of the other people.
And he's kind of annoyed about it. Sawyer has always been a great character to explain weird island shit to. He's always quick to accept the surreality of it all and then quickly refocus to what he needs to do to get what he wants. And with Juliet gone, the island does not fit anywhere in the realm of what he wants. Lost was originally pitched by executive Lloyd Braun as Castaway or Survivor the drama. He took the name Lost from a Survivor ripoff that was canceled after the first season. Some of the most memorable seasons of Lost all had a survival style angle. In the first season, Darlton announced someone would be killed off. In the fourth season, we learned that in addition to Jack and Kate, 4 others will leave the island. And in season 6, it appears that all these characters will be thrown together in a game someone else has designed, basically for ownership of the island. Following the ending, Darlton would go on Jimmy Kimmel to do an alternate ending sketch, which included an appearance from Survivor host Jeff Probst.
I'm sorry, SAYID. The tribe has spoken.
What?
Being revealed to be the higher power behind it all, and voting SAYID off the island.
I'm Jeff Probst. Hello?
You've got to be kidding me. Where have you been?
The monster tells Sawyer he can take the job, die trying to take the job from others who may want it, or do what they both want to do together, getting the hell off the island.
So what do you say, James? Are you ready to go home?
Hell yes.
Just 2 boys with a common goal who average out to 1 regular haircut. It's just Sawyer and his new friend who he knows can somehow magically turn into a dead guy. Throughout the show, the monster has received colloquial names. The others didn't have a name for it, but the castaways called it the monster, while the Dharma Initiative referred to it as Cerberus, an allusion to the popular conclusion many characters came to, being that the monster is a security system, protecting parts of the island.
Its purpose is that of any security systems. To protect something.
Protect what?
The island.
Like the security system that eats people.
Yet it has also been called a judge by Ben, revealing Ben's more spiritual outlook toward the island.
I was going to answer for what I'd done. I was going back to be judged.
By whom?
But I believe you call it the monster.
And why wouldn't we expect the monster to be a judge? The monster appeared to Echo as his dead brother Yemi. He wanted Mr. Echo to steep in his guilt for his actions that led to his brother's death. But when Echo had achieved self-forgiveness, when he had made the decision to move on, the monster revealed his disguise and killed Mr. Echo brutally.
You speak to me as if I were your brother.
A Cain and Abel allegory will become more obvious later in the season, but at this stage in the story, these 2 characters, Jacob and the monster, remind me of Peter Pan and the genie. Jacob is an eternally youthful character represented in death as a child. Like Peter taking kids to Neverland in the middle of the night, Jacob directs people to the island. And like the genie trying to escape his bottle, the monster promises Ben and Son and Sawyer to give them what they want in return for helping him to escape the island, his bottle. And of course, John's final message to Jack, "I wish you believed me," is torn, and Jack is left with a contemplation as he figures out what he wants. I wish. What does Jack wish? What do any of these characters wish? The monster's gonna try to find out and sell it to them. As a shapeshifter, the monster can apparate itself as the dead, but in Jacob's death, we're told his power has been limited, as if Jacob was a conduit granting power to not only the monster, but to the healing waters of the temple.
And what's to stop what they're up against from changing his face?
He can't. Not anymore. He's stuck this way.
And across the island, the real John Locke's body begins to rot.
He's getting pretty ripe.
Sun might not have strong feelings about John Locke, but watching him be eaten by the crabs, beautifully photographed Ontario Quinn's head, is not something she can do. ILANA says it's time they go to the temple, but they make a pit stop first at the old beach camp, where they dig a new plot in the cemetery to bury John Locke. Next to Boone and Shannon, Nikki and Paulo, and Joanna, who's revealed to be a surfer in the side novels. That's why she drowned back in season 1, she was surfing. I've learned too much about this show. When Jack was told to bring John's body back to the island, it seemed the reason was for his resurrection. But of course, that was all a red herring. Narratively, it's much more emotionally whole for the true purpose being so John could be buried here. When nobody speaks at his burial, Ben decides to say a few words. He calls John a believer, a man of faith, and admits something he believed to be true.
A much better man than I will ever be.
And finally, in a humble admittance of guilt, Ben expresses his regret for killing John.
And I'm very sorry I murdered him.
After killing Jacob, Ben has recognized that neither one of these deaths has brought him catharsis, and his confession has been his first real step toward a possible redemption. But like the monster in a literal sense, Ben is a shapeshifter in an archetypal sense. He's complicated, and we don't always know what he wants and where his allegiances lie, though we always suspect he is working toward his own advantage. But also, Ben just dropped like a huge drama bomb for everyone else who isn't the audience, who did not know that Ben killed John. Literally nobody knew this.
It's the weirdest damn funeral I've ever been to.
That's so fucking funny, Lapidus. In the 5th episode, the ghost of Jacob once again reveals himself to Hurley to send him on a mission, but this time, Hurley has to convince Jack to go with him, something Hurley knows is gonna be a hassle and a half.
You ever try and get Jack to do something that's like impossible?
Nonetheless, Jacob has a plan to get Jack to come along. He wants Hurley to tell Jack he has what it takes. When Jack hears this, he knows Jacob is aware of some of his deepest lore. Those are the words his father spoke to him when he was a kid that deeply affected the core of his self-image. Has Jacob read his diary?
You just don't have what it takes.
Jacob tells Hurley about a secret passage to leave the temple because he's given free rein to walk around when Jacob lets him in on a little secret.
Tell him you're a candidate. I'm a candidate and I can do what I want. Who told you that?
Jacob is giving Hurley all of the cheat codes about the others, the temple, about Jack. Jack has cheat codes because it's easy to push his buttons. Jack and Hurley make their way to a secret location to help some important people make it to the island. The way Jack was treated as a child continued to affect his view of his father into adulthood. Even as his father recognized his mistakes, though, Jack continued to villainize him and saw any genuine attempts his father made to help him as slights against his personal resolve. It put a chip on Jack's shoulder that continued to affect all of his relationships, and he continued to villainize his father throughout his life, even as he tried to make amends with Jack.
Jack, I'm your father. Jack, please, just let it go.
So I know I just showed you that clip out of context, but I would like to remind you that this is Jack confronting his dad at Alcoholics Anonymous, trying to better himself, and Jack comes in and is like, "You think he's a good guy? Alcoholics Anonymous? I'm gonna beat him up in front of all of you to show how much of a shitbag my dad is." According to Joseph Campbell, who, like Jung, was really inspired by Sigmund Freud, the atonement with the father helps the hero to grow into a balanced adult. Per Campbell's Chicken Noodle Soup, for the ogre aspect of the father is a reflex of the victim's own ego, and the fixating idolatry of the pedagogical non-thing is itself the fault that keeps one steeped in a sense of sin, sealing the potentially adult spirit from a better balanced, more realistic view of the father and therewith of the world. Yeah, that's Jack. That's Jack. A major part of Jack's character arc is understanding that his father recognized his mistakes and truly did believe in him. When Sawyer is able to make the connection that this sad drunk man he met at a bar is actually Jack's father, he's able to share with Jack that his dad thought of him as a better man than he was. Sawyer was able to see this as a core part of Jack's insecurity, and so does Jacob.
The final season is here. The time for questions is over.
It's through those who knew Jacob that we primarily get to know him. The monster knew Jacob and wanted him dead, but ILANA mourns his death, collecting his ashes in the fire where he burned away. This was somebody sentimental to her, yet Jacob is all business. According to Campbell, when a hero meets a god figure, typically it represents the father, and Jacob and the monster continue to be projections of the character's paternal figures. John was conned to give his father a kidney and is conned by the monster to die. The others, and potentially Jacob, convinced Ben and John to kill their fathers, and Ben, in return, was convinced to kill Jacob. And now, those words Jack needed to hear after his father's death from Sawyer are given to him by Jacob through Hurley. With John and Sawyer, Jack always put up a wall because they sort of reminded him of his dad. Hurley has always been Jack's closest friend in the show. The parts of his father that he valued and really needed are found through his other male friendships. Jack just needs some dudes to tell him he's got this. Along the way, they cross paths with Kate, who's on her own journey. She nearly shoots Jack, but they all laugh about it. Jack wants her to come along, but she's on her own path now. They have to take their separate journeys. Hurley and Jack find themselves at the cave, a location and set which has really only been used during season 1. They quickly abandoned this location since it really didn't live up to the beach. It looked really corny, kind of, compared to all the rest of the show. But walking down memory lane, the set has been reconstructed for the final season. Jack and Hurley come across the 2 bodies which were laid to rest here. Jack assumed they were 50 years old or so, and now Hurley speculates it could be them after another time travel bout. What's gonna happen? Though Jack is reminiscing on something else. When he first found these caves, he ended up finding water for the camp, but he was really chasing the ghost of his father. He found the coffin that had been on the plane and it was empty, so he smashed it to pieces. It was the first time he saw something extraordinary on the island, which he rejected as a dehydration episode. When Jack was hurt in the past, he smashed a casket, and when he was sent back to the past, he smashed a nuclear bomb. Jack realizes the real reason why he needed to come back wasn't to be a hero and save everyone like he tried to tell Juliet, but to find purpose and ultimately redemption for himself in his own eyes.
I came back here because I was broken, and I was stupid enough to think this place could fix me.
Hurley is usually a great person to talk to, but Jack is not really one to talk, so Hurley is caught off guard. He's not ready. Jack is usually a guy who stays quiet before he starts screaming, but Hurley turns the conversation around, asking about Jack, Kate, and Aaron, because at one point it looked like the 3 of them could have been a family. Jack tells Hurley he doesn't think he would have made a good father, but having seen Jack try his best and having learned to forgive his own father for abandoning him, Hurley tells Jack that he thinks he would make a great dad, which leads us to Jack's Flash Sideways storyline. After the airline lost his father's casket with him still inside of it, Jack is so caught off guard that he forgets it's his day to pick up his kid. What in the parallel world? Jack is as divorced as ever, but in a twist, he and his son, David, have a troubled relationship, which leads him to the realization that his kid now sees him with the same fear that he saw his own dad with. Jack's kid makes us wonder who the mother is. Is it Sarah, his ex-wife? That wouldn't make a lot of sense considering they never had a kid, but nonetheless, this storyline thematically ties into Jack and Hurley finding this mysterious lighthouse.
I don't understand. How is it that we've never seen it before? Guess we weren't looking for.
At the top, Jack and Hurley find a complicated mechanism made of mirrors, which Hurley has instructions to calibrate to a certain position. Pulling on a chain which rotates on a wheel, the entire machine starts to move with a familiar cranking mechanical sound. Looking into the mirror, Jack notices images flashing places far away from the island. And along the wheel, Jack sees names written, the same names in the cave, numbered into the hundreds. Next to number 23, Jack sees his name, SHEPHARD. He tells Hurley to stop the machine and turn this contraption to him. What does he have to do with all of this? Hurley is hesitant to do something other than what Jacob asked, but Jack does not relent. Once the machine is calibrated, Jack sees his childhood home reflected in the mirror. And in an instant, he understands how Jacob could have known this intimate detail of his childhood. Jack has been watched for his whole life. They all have. Jack demands Hurley ask Jacob why he's been watching him, but Hurley says Jacob isn't around right now. Jack is angry. He's gonna kill Jacob again. The ghost of Jacob's gonna bust. Jack's gonna bust the ghost of Jacob.
I want to know why he was watching me. I want to know. So you're gonna ask him right now.
Watching this scene, part of me fears Jack is gonna hurt Hurley, but no fucking way. Jack smashes the mirror to pieces, destroying this tool and accepting he has indeed been groomed his whole life for a purpose. He is a chosen one. Seeing the tools Jacob has used for surveillance purposes, I am instantly reminded of Ben Linus, who obsessively used surveillance and intelligence as a tool. It's no surprise Jacob does as well, considering the others have always known so many details about the castaways' lives. Between his writings on the wall and his magic security camera, Jacob has been compared to not only Hurley, but Ben's most dangerous qualities: neurotic and obsessive. Yet what other kind of person would be responsible for choosing the chosen ones? After his tantrum, Jack is all tuckered out and looks out into the ocean. He's been chosen for something by this Jacob person who's watched him his entire life. It's a kind of existential cosmic horror to realize, you know, that John Locke was right. Someone literally brought them to the island to do something. He has what it takes, and he has been chosen. Jacob once again shows himself to Hurley, who wishes Jacob had showed up when Jack was throwing his tantrum, but Jacob tells Hurley that Jack needed to stare out at the ocean and contemplate life. I saw this tweet, and it said, for Men's Mental Health Awareness Days, guys should go outside, look up at the stars, and then go back inside and lock in. And I think Jacob would vibe with that. And now that these boys are locked in, Jacob tells him he actually needed to get them far away from the temple because all those guys are fucked.
Dude, we gotta warn them.
You can't warn them, Hugo. I'm sorry, it's too late.
The people at the temple, they should have locked in.
Oh man, I shouldn't have eaten all those berries. Oh, I shouldn't have drinking all that water or eaten all those berries and bugs and mushrooms. Okay, just a couple more berries. They shouldn't have been the problem. Oh.
Oh my God, is that Billy? That's Billy! Billy's coming!
Billy, yeah!
Yeah, Billy!
Billy, there's 10 million views over here! Keep going! 10 million views right there!
The others have told Jack that SAYID has been claimed. Whatever that means, it happened to Claire too. When Jin wakes up injured in Claire's tent, he's not sure if he's being held hostage or being taken care of because Claire is a little wigged out. A ton wigged out. She's lost her clams. Realizing she didn't finish her job, Claire drags that other back into the tent to interrogate him, just as they did to SAYID and just as they did to her. The other says they were trying to help her and that they don't have her baby. Jin tries to tell Claire the truth. He says Kate is the one who took Aaron, but realizing this is going nowhere, Claire axes the other, killing him to death. Afterwards, she asks Jin why he lied to her. Jin, realizing Kate could be in danger, tells Claire that he only lied to save the man's life, but now he realizes that was a mistake. Claire asks Jin if he's still her friend, and Jin says, yes, sure, whatever you say, I'll agree. Have you heard my perfect English? Apparently, Claire's mysterious friend had told her that the others stole her baby. And just when Jin thinks he's starting to get a grasp on the situation, in walks her very dead friend, John Lost.
That's not John. This is my friend.
From the pilot, this group of strangers clashing together allowed the show to explore an us versus them paradigm, which is continued through the introduction of the others and other groups to create a common enemy. In exploring different groups, we see characters' roles shift, inhabiting both us and them. Yet no matter where SAYID has gone, he's always been perceived as the enemy. His military turned him against his childhood love, Nadia. The United States turned him against his military. Sawyer blamed him for the plane crash because of his race. Widmore targeted SAYID once he got off the island, killing Nadia. And returning to the island, SAYID was labeled a hostile, a member of the others, by his former friends and the Dharma Initiative. And now the others tell SAYID he is evil and has fallen to the darkness. Everyone is an enemy to SAYID. Everyone blames him for everything. All he did was shoot a kid. Okay, embarrassing admission time. I went to film school and I never had to watch Citizen Kane and I never had to read Joseph Campbell. Thank fucking God, am I right? Instead, I read The Writer's Journey by Christopher Vogler, which is intended to be a much more practical guide to the hero's journey than Joseph Campbell writes. He thinks this thing should be like your life guide and you should live by it. In the intro, Vogler explains how the hero's journey has been used for military propaganda, to get young soldiers to die for the sake of death in, quote, foolish self-sacrifice. A critique that's very easy to have when you you read Campbell's description of the dragon, and how the dragon has been used historically as an image to get the people to rally against a foreign power. Quote, "The warrior kings of antiquity regarded their work in the spirit of the monster slayer. This formula, indeed, of the shining hero going against the dragon has been the great device of self-justification for all crusades." In Jack's absence at the temple, SAYID confronts Dogen, who confirms he believes it would be better if SAYID were dead. Then Dogen attacks SAYID, an effort that may have killed him had Dogen not been distracted by a personal item, a baseball. Fucking skill issue, and quickly their fight de-escalates. Later, SAYID asks Miles why the men who saved his life would now want to kill him. That doesn't really make sense to SAYID. But Miles tells SAYID what he observed. The others did not save his life. They tried to and failed. SAYID was dead for 2 hours, and when he woke up, the others were scared. Outside the temple, the monster prepares Claire, who arrives in the courtyard as a herald. She warns the others they have until sundown to leave this place or they will all be killed. So they take Claire into custody and sound the alarms. Dogen is afraid of the monster, but he's certain it can't get inside. Their ash circle prevents it. An anti-smoke monster circle. Dogen explains to SAYID that Claire is just confused and siding with someone evil. And for SAYID to prove himself to them, he'll need to go out into the jungle and kill that evil person, who will take the appearance of somebody dead. Most importantly, Dogen tells SAYID not to let this man talk. SAYID has always been Jack's closest ally, and in his own story, he finds himself in the role of a soldier being used by higher powers and systems. Jack needs SAYID for any reason a group needs a soldier. Killing is what SAYID knows, yet it never makes him feel whole. Yet again, SAYID marches out into the jungle with a big fucking knife to carry out orders. Under the canopy, we're reminded of when SAYID once heard the whispers. But the presence that greets him this time is much louder. A wind rustles, and the dead John Lost appears before SAYID. SAYID says, "Oh, scary a ghost," and stabs the monster, who slowly pulls the knife out of his chest.
Now why'd you go and do that?
The monster tells SAYID off. He says, "Shame on you for allowing them to convince you to stab me." That's that famous monstrous attitude.
They said you were evil. Incarnate.
The monster tells SAYID the plan the others had was that he would kill him in retaliation. Once again, SAYID has been used and left for dead.
I feel sorry for you. Dogen, the man who sent you out here knew that you had no chance of killing me.
The monster tells SAYID if he sides with him instead, he'll give SAYID whatever he wants.
I would tell you that the only thing I ever wanted died in my arms.
This is an allusion to any one of SAYID's loves. Nadia, Shannon, Elsa, if you're really paying attention. But the monster tells SAYID bringing this person back is no problem. After all, the others aren't the people who saved SAYID. Maybe it was the monster. Maybe it was John Lost. In the other life, SAYID arrives in Los Angeles to see Nadia happily married with 2 kids to SAYID's brother. SAYID has decided that it is better for Nadia if she is not with the man who tortured her, which is so fair, and something I think a lot of viewers just do not accept. SAYID interrogated Nadia and only helped her escape when he was ordered to execute her. Yet it's clear they still have deep feelings for each other. When SAYID's brother gets in trouble with the gang, however, Nadia begs SAYID not to get involved. But SAYID just loves being himself and he can't help it. SAYID has always served systems that never return his loyalty, and the others are no different. So the monster makes him a deal. SAYID returns to the temple with the same message as Claire delivered. He says that he and John Locke will be taking a group of people from the island together, and those who refuse to leave the Temple of Jacob will be killed at sundown. The people in the temple start panicking, including Cindy and the 2 children who were kidnapped by the others in season 2. They're back to complain to Lennon, saying they're getting the hell out of here. Kate returns in the middle of the chaos and is told that Claire is being held captive in a pit. When Kate finds Claire, she's surprised to see the crazy state she's in. That's a crazy wig. I'm sorry, I have to mention it every time Claire's on screen because they made the choice to put that on Emily DeRaven every time they filmed. And every time the choice was made, it deserves to be mentioned. Finally, Kate and Claire have been reunited, and Kate does not shut the fuck up. She tells her that she is the one who took Aaron.
You were gone, and we couldn't find you, so I raised him.
Kate is gonna be murdered.
He's coming and they can't stop him.
SAYID confronts Dogen after talking to the monster, knife in hand. Dogen knows exactly what happened.
You let him talk to you.
SAYID tells Dogen he tried to kill the monster, but the monster did not want to kill him. Dogen tells SAYID that the baseball he has belonged to his son. He was a corporate businessman drinking and driving, and his son nearly died because of it. But Jacob came in and made him a deal. Jacob said, come to the island to do work forever, and in exchange, I'll save your son, who you'll never see again. SAYID tells Dogen that Jacob drives a hard bargain.
The man outside. I take it he offered you a similar bargain.
Jacob and the monster seem to be two in the same. Two dragons that the other needs to slay. The megafauna of the island. SAYID and Dogen realize they are two men in similar positions serving someone else. And because SAYID's job is to be a soldier, he attacks and then drowns Dogen. And then that John Lennon looking, unofficially named Lennon guy comes in, warning SAYID that Dogen is what was keeping the monster out.
Just let it in.
So SAYID kills Lennon too.
Double kill.
What is this, 1980? With the sun going down like a church bell, the sound of the monster's wail echoes through the temple. The smoke monsters come into town. The smoke monsters come into town. It breaches the outer wall, slaughtering those loyal to Jacob at a level appropriate for American network TV. There's barely any blood here. He's just like breaking their bones and like internal bleeding from the inside. But in the chaos, ILANA arrives with Sun, Ben, and Lapidus to rescue the candidates. They're gonna save the day. But somehow, they only rescue Miles, who is not a candidate. Kate wants Claire to come with her, but she won't. And behind Kate, the smoke monster tears through the halls, knocking her down into the pit with Claire. The two exit the temple together later to find people dead and the courtyard burning. Down in the hole, Claire sings a song long associated with her character, To Catch a Falling Star. When Claire chooses to give up her baby, she asks the couple to sing the song to her child, which she is saying goodbye to. She wants this because her father had sung it to her. It's a recurring motif surrounding her and Aaron throughout the show. And as the temple comes burning down, as the people who once kidnapped Claire have their reign crumble, Emily DeRaven's voice eerily becomes a part of Giacchino's score, and one of the most effective beats for the character this season. Kate looks to SAYID, and then she looks to the dead man walking in front of her. John motherfucking Lost.
At 9/8 Central.
I can't believe you're just gonna stand by and watch this happen.
The man who brought death to so many will face his own demise.
Forgive me.
After fleeing from the temple, Ben reports SAYID was too far gone to come along with him. Ben saw he had killed 2 people, and then SAYID gave Ben a real creepy look. SAYID probably would have tried to kill Ben again, who knows? Ben doesn't remember SAYID shooting him when he was a child, but I'm sure there's something in his gut.
There's still time.
Time travel. ILANA asks Ben if he's sure SAYID had killed Dogen, and Ben says he's pretty sure.
Are you sure?
He was standing over their dead bodies holding a bloody dagger, so yeah, I'm pretty sure.
That is convincing evidence. The monster had killed those people at the temple, but after hearing that Ben killed John Locke, something isn't adding up to ILANA. Aware of Miles' ghostly intuition, she gives him Jacob's ashes and asks him how Jacob died. Miles has a vision. Ben is standing over Jacob with a bloody knife.
Linus killed him.
Are you sure?
Well, he was standing over Jacob's dead body with a bloody dagger, so... yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Ben killed Jacob. I mean, who even knows if Jacob knew Ben's name? He did call him you. Nonetheless, Ben tries to talk to ILANA to discredit Miles' story, his very real story. And we learned that the distant Jacob had at least one person who cared for him personally.
Jacob was the closest thing I ever had to a father.
Jacob didn't even remember Ben's name. I'm sure if he told people that, everyone would believe him. I really do. Except for maybe Richard. He probably knows that Jacob knows Ben's name. and was afraid of him. That's a scary guy. Now the villainous Ben has no one left standing in his way. No rivals or schemes. The only challenge he has left is stepping foot into the beach camp, a precariously built society holding back the threat of nature through nothing but cooperation and gumption. Ben's got gumption, but cooperation? Ben Linus is easily one of the most interesting characters in Lost, but along the way, he's somebody who you really want to see get his comeuppance. But when he's thwarted, he lashes back with a brutal retaliation.
Killing spree.
Oh, so you do speak English?
Overkill. Kill-tacular.
In a way, Ben becomes the dark heart of the show, being given some of the most interesting narratives, and in turn, Michael Emerson gives some of the most interesting performances. Once again, only Michael Emerson and Terry Quinn as John Locke won an Emmy for this show. His journey as a child began when he left the Dharma Initiative, and in a cyclical way, it began again with his banishment from the island as an adult, which sent him on a senseless revenge mission. He coordinated with SAYID to kill Widmore's men, killed John Locke, but only began to understand the errors in his ways when he failed to kill the daughter of Charles Widmore, Penny. Desmond's GF? As an audience member, I find Ben stabbing Jacob to be morbidly cathartic. Jacob is the cause of so much of the pain that has happened in many of these characters' lives, and Ben has drawn the short straw so many times. We can easily understand his anger. Ben has gone on his journey to get back to the island, and he's slayed his dragon, but he's no more complete than before. He wants something else. Yet he starts to feel the social consequences of his journey. Ben asks ILANA how he can help set up camp. He may have killed her father figure, but he's making a show of it now. Can you believe she ignores him? Can you believe she throws him a shovel?
Pick it up.
What?
Pick it up and start digging.
The beach camp setting has often been used to highlight the characters' interpersonal struggles through their interactions with all these other characters who have the common goal of survival. It requires cooperation. But in this emergent society, Ben, somebody who backstabbed his way to an executive position, has very little function. In fact, he's a liability. He killed a lot of people, and now he's being canceled for it? ILANA's telling him to dig his own grave? Yet it is only through being an outcast that Ben can truly begin his transformation. Per the Soup Man. From the standpoint in the way of duty, anyone in exile from the community is a nothing. From the other viewpoint, however, this exile is the first step of the quest. Each carries within himself the all. Oh shit. You heard him, Benjamin. Start digging your own grave. In the flash sideways, Dr. Benjamin Linus is an overqualified high school teacher taking care of his ailing father. He was not on Oceanic 815, and they left the Dharma Initiative before the island blew up. Somehow, this life doesn't grant him much purpose, except for a small group of promising students, which in this life includes Alex, the daughter he kidnapped for himself on the island. But he kidnapped her to save her. Alex thinks the world of Dr. Linus as a mentor, but he threatens her future when he tries to blackmail the principal for his position. Even in this life, it's a power play. On the island, Ben reminds Miles of the last time he was in this situation. Miles offered Ben a deal. He would let Ben free in exchange for $3.2 million. But according to Miles, that deal is no longer on the table because in the graveyard, Miles' powers tell him that Nikki and Paulo are buried underneath him with a bag of diamonds worth over $8 million. Ben can't wiggle out of this one. Ben doesn't understand why he's being punished for killing someone who didn't fight back. But Miles tells Ben that Jacob had hoped Ben would choose differently.
He was hoping he was wrong about you. I guess he wasn't.
Ben digs his own grave, so his friend, the monster, comes to set him free.
What are you doing?
I'm digging my own grave.
The monster tells Ben if he comes with him, then he can have what he wants. He can be in charge of the island. All he has to do is retrieve a gun that the monster left for him just to sprint into the tree line. And then he has to kill ILANA. Ben looks down at his chain and the monster has magically unlatched it. Oh shit, it's I Dream of Johnny over here. Ben has to go right now because ILANA is looking at him. Chased into the tree line, Ben gets to his rifle first and ILANA raises her hand. Jacob was like a father to ILANA, and in a way, he was like a father to Ben, because Ben killed his father too. Now Ben has the opportunity to kill ILANA and get all of the power he's ever wanted. But instead, with ILANA's attention, he talks to her. Ben claims responsibility for the death of his daughter Alex, claiming he made a sacrifice for the island in the name of Jacob.
I sacrificed everything for him, and he didn't even care.
He says he was angry and afraid to lose his power when he stabbed Jacob. But in doing so, he realized that what really mattered to him, his daughter, was already lost. And he doesn't expect forgiveness from ILANA because he cannot forgive himself.
I'm sorry that I killed Jacob. I am. And I do not expect you to forgive me.
Like all the other characters, Ben is on a quest for self-redemption. Ben says he plans to go with Locke, and when ILANA asks why, he says that nobody else will have him. But ILANA, in knowing Jacob, becomes the first person to see and know Ben.
I'll have you.
It's with Ben that I think it becomes very easy to unpack what Lost has to say about the struggles and trials of the hero's journey. Ben slayed his dragon, and he was left feeling as used as ever. It's only with acceptance from ILANA, who was hurt by the very same person Ben was hurt by, that he is able to start to grow. It's not having gone through the experience, but rather being understood by somebody else. She too has sacrificed and been used by Jacob, who maybe didn't care about her the same way she cares about him. These are powerful people making bargains. Ben is an angry middle management worker blaming the executives for how he's been used, but in not killing ILANA and realizing he could have exchanged his position and power for his daughter, Ben starts to realize that much of his unhappiness has been of his own fruition. Locke promised him the island, but what Ben really wants now is to no longer be alone. ILANA is followed by Ben back into the beach camp, the society he worked so hard to limit and weaken. Returning at the same time as HURLEY, Richard, and Jack, who just went on a whole fucking spiritual quest of their own. We will get to that when we talk about Richard. Holy shit, dude, it's wild. I love season 6 Jack. Anyways, Sun and Lapidus grant them as missing friends and reliable allies. Yet Ben doesn't greet anyone, and no one greets him. We go out into the ocean to see a wide shot of this small group working together to survive. Yet we see the distance between Ben and the others. It's one of my favorite shots this season as Ben looks in from outside the circle, finally realizing he wants to connect with people. Ben was banished from his old society, and at this point, it seems like it's too late for him to join this one. Yet the shot from the water gives us an unnatural perspective, a sign that somebody is looking at the island. Currently arriving by submarine is Ben's other daddy figure, Charles Widmore, the person Ben calls the bad guy.
She's a representative of some people who have been trying to find this island, Jack. She's one of the bad guys.
With the upfront talk about the light side and the dark side of the Lost universe, it would be very difficult not to mention the direct influence of Star Wars and George Lucas on the Lost universe.
Star Wars, in and of itself, was the hero's journey, was Joseph Campbell, was Greek mythology.
There's an easy parallel to make between Kate, Sawyer, and Jack, and Luke, Leia, and Han, but I definitely see some Indiana Jones influence in these boys too. Indiana Jones flirted with his students. Jack flirts with like the kids of his patients, the adult kids of his patients. Also, unlike Luke and Leia, Jack is not Kate's sister. Han Solo is the outlaw who turns out to have a heart of gold, but unlike Han, every heroic act done by Sawyer is undermined with the very real perspective that he did it for a selfish reason. He got on the raft to get away from Kate, and he hopped off the helicopter to avoid having to raise his daughter. Now, Sawyer is ready to leave the island. Sawyer arrives in Claire's camp to wake Jin, who wants to get the heck on out of there before Claire and Locke return, but Sawyer says he's with Locke.
That is not Locke. Yeah, I know.
Sawyer already knows that, but he's teaming up with him to get off the island, which Jin won't do without Sun, so Sawyer assures him she's coming too. Quickly, John Lost has returned with those who fled the temple. Kate and Sawyer say hello, but it's an awkward reunion. Sawyer went with Locke, a guy who's dead, but he didn't go with her?
So you're with Locke now?
I'd be a little offended too. Locke wasn't even that fun to be around when he was alive. But Sawyer has a different story for Kate than what he told Jin.
I ain't with anybody, Kate.
The smoke monster, previously having been lurking in the woods for hundreds of years, suddenly finds himself in charge of a big group of people. That's a lot of pressure for a man, let alone a monster. He says he'll answer any question, but when Cindy asks what happened to the people back at the temple, he hides the truth.
The black smoke killed them.
The monster talks to the kids and calms them down haphazardly before carrying on with everyone else. When all of a sudden, Sawyer interrupts him.
Thought you said we were getting off this rock.
We are.
Most in his company are unaware of the monster's deceit, and Sawyer is reminding him of the pressure of his promises, the only reason keeping them aligned. But like John Locke before him, the monster does not have an answer, and it embarrasses him.
I wish you hadn't interrupted me.
Sawyer is quick to apologize, and the monster is quick to forgive him. But Sawyer gets down to asking more questions, like how did John Lost know to rescue the people from the monster, the smoke thing? He doesn't know.
I'm the smoke thing.
It's an admittance almost too big for Sawyer to swallow. Why does he want him to know he killed all those people? Nonetheless, he immediately recognizes the real problem at hand with John Lost's identity. He's John Smoke, a killer with little regard for human life. The monster says it's killed or be killed.
And I don't want to be killed.
Taking Sawyer through the tree line and to the beach, the monster has a mission set up for him. Take the outrigger to Hydra Island, the barrier island he had once been captive at. Satisfyingly revealed from the opposite perspective Ben had shown Sawyer in season 3. Sawyer's told he needs to go to that island to do recon about all of the Ajira passengers. And just in case somebody wants to hurt Sawyer, the monster gives him a gun. But the monster isn't worried. He tells Sawyer he's the best liar he's ever met, and he should have no problem with anyone he meets. And then he reminds Sawyer why they're doing this.
We get on that plane, we fly off this island, and we never look back.
Sawyer arrives on Hydra Island, coming across the cages in Kate's old dress, an untouched artifact from a previous era, a reminder of what they left behind and the sex they had here for sure. Like no shot Sawyer's not thinking about that right now. What do you think? Comment below. Coming across Ajira 316 on the runway he and Kate had worked on all those moons ago, Sawyer sees a pile of dead bodies, the Ajira passengers, and suddenly someone sneaks up on him. Zoe, a brand new character, played by fitness pole dancing pioneer Sheila Kelly. Whoa! Not that I know who that is. I really don't. Sawyer gives her some water and she shares her story. She was on the plane and she has no idea how the rest of them died even. Then Zoe starts asking a lot of questions, too many questions, and quickly Sawyer figures out she's lying to him because he's the best liar. And you have to bare yourself a lot to the world when you're a fitness pole dancer. Can't lie here. Sawyer points his gun at her and instantly finds himself surrounded by armed men.
Take me to your leader.
Sawyer is brought to the submarine where Charles Widmore is totally pretending to get something done before Sawyer walks in. Like you are not doing paperwork after being on the submarine for who knows how long. You are a million miles from nowhere, guy. People know you don't have fucking paperwork to do. Charles extends his hand, but Sawyer doesn't take it. He knows Charles is the smelly son of a bitch who sent the freighter to the island with a bunch of hired guns to kill his friends. Sawyer has him figured out, but Charles still holds on to his facade.
It's sad, really, how little you actually know.
Well, I know you murdered all them people out there and dropped them in a ditch.
Most of the cool things that happened in Widmore's life was because Sawyer went on this like cool adventure in time. Sawyer knew this old man when he was a young boy who wanted to murder his friends. No one outlies Sawyer. Sawyer's the best liar. Sawyer tells Charles he'll help walk the monster into a trap. All Widmore has to do is provide his group safe passage off the island. These two make a deal knowing they can't trust each other, and Sawyer leaves without Charles revealing why he came or what he brought to the island, which Sawyer notices is behind a guarded door. I'm pretty sure that Charles did murder those people, which means that Sawyer is playing a balancing act between two mass murderers. When Sawyer gets back to the island, the monster greets him with a bit of skip in his step. John Locke always liked games. This little character action makes me wonder if the monster's having a little fun in all of this. Continuing to play both sides, Sawyer tells the monster about the deal he and Charles made. It's clear Sawyer is keeping his options open. But also, the monster had lied to Sawyer. He knew Charles was there, but he sent him in believing he'd only be confronting the Ajira passengers. And telling Sawyer the truth that he is the monster, he hid the lie of the danger he was walking into. Nonetheless, he tells the monster Widmore had armed men and also anti-smoke monster circles, electric pylons like the Dharma Initiative, a little scarier than the Ash anti-smoke monster circles. In the flash sideways, Sawyer is up to his regular old cons, except now he's doing it as an undercover cop with his partner Miles. It's the world turned upside down, except Sawyer is still conning those closest to him, hiding his past, which makes him hold on to his anger and resentment, something that makes his only friend Miles want to distance himself from Sawyer. In the monsters camp, Sawyer comes to Kate cooking what she thinks is rabbit. He tells her Widmore is on Hydra Island, but that he wasn't off running errands for Locke. He tells her the plan to let Widmore and the monster fight it out until they get an opportunity.
And while they got their hands full with each other, you and me are getting the hell off this island.
Sawyer realizes he is surrounded by unapologetic killers. He needs to surround himself with people he trusts. His friend, Kate. Him and Kate, they're the apologetic killers. As the monster makes his move to leave the island, we see how he treats the people following his movement. His community, which began with his recruitment of Claire, when he took the form of her father to separate her from her child, Aaron. Yet Claire thinks of the monster as her friend, who can just magically look like John Locke.
That's not John. This is my friend.
It's not suspicious, it's just, like, weird. Like everyone he's made promises to, the monster makes a promise to Claire to reunite her with her child. Funny enough, Emily DeRaven made the conscious choice not to watch Lost Season 5, which Claire had been absent from. Before this, the show had often used time skips to show dramatic character transformations, but I think Claire is the first character they use a genuine absence from the show to illustrate how the passing of time changes a character. Packing things up, Kate sees the conditions Claire had built for herself, and the creepy doll Claire had made to replace Aaron, her squirrel baby, a disturbing arts and crafts project made of animal parts and scraps, which is arguably the most iconic prop of the season.
Squirrel baby.
Ooh. Squirrel baby was just one of the best parts of season 6 altogether.
Oh.
He's an icon, squirrel baby.
Why isn't Squirrel Baby a viable candidate to replace Jacob? I think Squirrel Baby would do an amazing job and has clearly demonstrated the necessary skills to get it done.
Jacob's selection process sort of predated Squirrel Baby's existence. We don't know exactly when Claire began to craft Squirrel Baby, but it feels like the lighthouse was already built, as they say.
That's true.
As the old adage goes, once the lighthouse is built and the mirrors are pointed, it's too late to include Squirrel Baby.
Kate is disturbed at its sight, and Claire defensively shoots back at her. This is all she had. She says goodbye to Eraserhead Baby 2 and joins the monster's camp. Kate doesn't know if she's totally lost Claire, but later, when the monster addresses the group, Claire instinctively takes hold of Kate's hand. She's damaged, but she knows this person is here to help her. But later, when the camp is all settled, Claire suddenly attacks Kate with a knife. Claire is aiming for Kate's throat, and Kate looks to SAYID for help, but SAYID doesn't look like he would care too much if Claire just slipped that knife on in there. My man is thinking about something else entirely. When Kate looks at him screaming, like, where is his mind? Finally, the monster steps in to help the situation, pulling Claire off of Kate before slapping Claire and scolding her.
Go over there. I'll deal with you in a minute.
The monster treats Claire like a child. At this moment, it's clear this is an abusive situation, and it's a situation that is all too familiar to Kate, who had tried to rescue her mother from her abusive father. Now she's here to rescue Claire, and Kate finds herself completely overwhelmed.
You all right?
No, I'm not all right.
The monster literally says, "Are you okay?" Later, John walks up to Kate all like,
Over here. I'm over here at the banyan trees.
He's come to apologize to Kate. At this point, no one knows the monster had taken the form of Christian Shephard, taking Claire away from Aaron, but it's becoming clear he's not an honest person. Thing. Cloud. But Kate doesn't even know he's a cloud yet. The monster says all he did was lie to Claire about the others taking her baby because she needed something to focus on and something to hate. You know, that makes sense for somebody who is named the monster. But like the others painting him as a dragon to be slain, so does the monster about them. A reasonable motivation for a being that has spent so long motivated by his own hate.
Do you have any idea how badly I want to kill you?
Yes.
Claire was made to be angry about this non-existent threat, and now that the others, Claire's dragon, has been slain, the only thing she can do is direct her anger toward the person closest to her, Kate.
Very insightful. Coming from a dead man.
Kate asks John where Sawyer went, and he takes her to the shore to show her a place she already knows. But really, he wants to talk to her, so she sits with him, holding her gun close. The monster tells Kate before he looked like John, he had a mother too. Also, before I looked like John, that's a huge bombshell to drop and then just like gloss over. I don't know why Kate doesn't say anything or ask about it, but there's so much weird stuff going on. Who has the fucking time? The monster explains because of his mother, he had growing pains and problems that could have been avoided had things been different. Problems that he's still working out. According to him, he says he knows how Kate feels because now Aaron's mother, Claire, is crazy. And both the monster and Kate had a crazy mom. But to me, from this explanation, the monster just sort of reveals himself to be yet another, like, hopeless person stuck in the past. Like all of these schmucks. The monster has been shown to be able to view the past experiences of the survivors. But when he offers them what they want, I assume he's making a guess. An offer that's entirely up to him that reveals his character. When he tells Kate this, he assumes from what he's seen of her life that leaving Claire once again to go raise Aaron on her own is an option that would seem appealing to her. But returning to camp, Kate is immediately confronted by Claire, who immediately realizes her mistake. She tells Kate she understands she raised Aaron because she cares about her deeply, thanking Kate for what she's done for her. It's a moment that would have felt all too sweet had it happened sooner. But because it happened after Claire tried to stab Kate in the throat, Kate is a little uncomfy. The last time she found herself in this situation, her mother turned her into the police and she went on the run for many years. Would Claire understand if Kate could successfully rescue her from the monster? Later, Claire starts asking the monster about Jacob's list, and he tells her she wasn't on it. According to what he's telling people, the monster needs the people on Jacob's list to leave the island. From her absent father, Christian, Aaron's absent father, and her friends on the island leaving her alone for 3 years. As the monster goes to Widmore's island to confront him, Claire fears he will abandon her too. But the monster tells Claire he does need her, but she wonders why she would come home and leave the island anyways. Her baby won't know who she is. He doesn't need her with Kate. To appease his people, the monster has made a lot of promises. But with the layers of his dishonesty being revealed, we have to start to wonder how he intends to keep all of these promises. The monster tells Claire that Aaron does need her because Kate wasn't on Jacob's list either. And once he's done using her to gather everyone on the plane, Claire can do what she wants to Kate.
And whatever happens, happens.
How do you think he got the name The Monster? By being mean? Plausible. Aside from the questionable scripting translation, Sun and Jin's story is like a soap opera K-drama epic in itself. A classic tale of star-crossed lovers. Sun is a rich mafia princess madly in love with Jin who wants to make his way up in the world. Sun's skeptical father hires Jin as a thug, exerting his control over their relationship, transforming Jin into a violent, controlling man right before Sun's eyes. So she has an affair and plans to leave him, but instead, they crash on the island? The island gives them a fresh start and an opportunity to be honest with one another. They form a new bond of trust and their love blossoms once again. Jin's desire to control Sun reveals a deeper desire in him to protect her. Jin wants to save his damsel in distress at any cost. And when the freighter explodes, the two are torn apart across the world, across space and time. A recurring motif in the show is the separation of loved ones. Rose and Bernard, SAYID and Nadia, Desmond and Penny, there's an anthology worth of separations and reunions in Lost. Lovers are torn apart by cruel twists of fate and personal decisions. Jin doesn't want Sun to come back to the island. He knows she will come back to rescue him if she knows he's alive. By giving his ring to John as evidence of his death, Ben gets what he needs to convince Sun to come to the island after killing John. The opposite of what Jin wanted her to do. Oops. Jin cannot protect her any more than he was able to control her. Returning to the island, Sun follows the monster, discovering that her husband has been trapped in the past, where he's doing pretty okay. Except in desperately searching for his wife, Jin hastily gets SAYID arrested. I really appreciate all of the major beats in Sun and Jin's story, but Lost's characters work best when they are driving and interrupting the plot. And pretty quickly, Sun and Jin feel like they're just being dragged along by the story. With Jack and the others returning to camp, the only news they bring with them is to confirm what ILANA explains to them. They are there to replace Jacob as protector of the island. It makes sense to Jack from what he's seen, but he's still not ready to hear that John Locke is out there walking around. That scares him a little bit.
Locke is dead.
But Ben tells Jack it's not exactly John Locke, whatever that means, which scares Jack is trembling right now. They're all candidates to replace Jacob, but nobody knows if it's supposed to be Sun or Jin, which makes both of them important. But whether it's Sun or Jin, or whether or not this is true, Sun knows she doesn't care. She's getting increasingly impatient with all of this nonsense. All she wants is to find Jin. And across the island, Jin is growing impatient for the same reasons. So the monster, having found Jin after promising Sun to find him for her, goes to find Sun for Jin. Sounds like he needs to get all his ducks in a row. The monster leaves his camp wide open for Widmore's men to come in and kidnap Jin, bringing him to Hydra Island. That's one more duck out of the row for the fucking monster. With the monster headed for Sun, she finds herself frustrated in the remains of what was once her garden. Another familiar site which has been left unattended to since they left 3 years ago. Everything in here is dead, including her visitor, John Lost. Promising to grant her wish, the monster once again tells Sun that if she comes with him, she will be reunited with Jin. But Sun doesn't trust this man, taking the appearance of a man that she just buried, so she runs away, being chased by the monster until she bumps her noggin. When Sun awakens, she finds herself afflicted with aphasia, a noggin injury affecting the language parts of her brain, leaving her unable to speak English, only Korean, but she can still understand English, not just Korean.
She hits her head and forgets English? We're supposed to buy that?
Ask the man who communes with the dead.
She's able to communicate that she was attacked, and immediately everyone looks to Ben. Just a little tomfoolery, but it wasn't him.
Why won't you believe me?
Because you're speaking.
Don't worry, Ben, that just means you're being hazed. He'll be in the friend group, I promise. Richard is surprised to hear the monster came back. Sun just wants to find Jin. She doesn't care about saving the island or whatever. But Richard has no idea what she's saying, though. She can't speak English. Which leaves her in like the same exact position as before. Nobody understood what she wanted earlier either. She wants to be reunited with Jin, and nobody is helping her make that happen. When Jin awakens, he finds himself in room 23, a testing site run by the Dharma Initiative that had been used for behavior control. The Dharma Initiative is gone, but it's a reminder after seeing the others' temple that they too had violent cult-like practices despite their more developed appearance. Jin is greeted by Zoe, who had greeted Sawyer. Zoe asks Jin about some documents they've uncovered since landing here. They're supposedly from the 1970s, demarcating the location of energy pockets on the island, and somehow they're signed by Jin? Time travel? Possibly, but Zoe's not gonna find out because Jin knows who her boss is, and he doesn't want to talk to anyone else.
I want to talk with Charles Whitmore.
Greeting Jin, Charles opens with a digital camera he took off the plane. Little bit of a showman. It belonged to Sun, and for the first time, Jin sees photos of his daughter, Ji-yeon. With the proper motivation, Charles tries to recruit Jin, telling him the monster will get his daughter if he doesn't join his cause.
Your wife, your daughter, my daughter. Everyone we know and love. would simply cease to be.
The deep lore of Lost tells us that Widmore actually knows Sun's father. And narratively, he's always played a role similar to that of Sun's father in Desmond and Penny's story. He is the father figure that makes the son-in-law feel a desperate need to prove himself. In the Flash Sideways, Jin had $25,000 confiscated at US Customs. But he and Sun eventually arrive to their hotel room where Jin insists they need 2 rooms because they are not married. Oh, whoa, what? Nonetheless, Jin and Sun maintain a secret relationship. And Jin is not the angry person we feared he might be, apologizing for telling Sun to button up on the plane, explaining he was afraid they were being watched by representatives of her father. They meet up in Sun's hotel room later, but when there's a knock at the door, Jin hides. But violent mercenary Martin Keamy and his associates know that Jin is there. Something frustrating about Sun and Jin is they are present during major narrative shifts, but they are usually outside the circle of decision making. Sun just stands outside of Jacob's home when Ben murders him, and Jin just goes along with everyone as they try to blow up the nuclear bomb. He has no questions. He just trusts Jack when he tells him that igniting this bomb will reunite him with his wife. When Widmore brought the freighter to the island, he became a third player in a conflict that united the castaways and the others against him. And Widmore's direct attack on the monster's camp shows that he has not changed his tactics much. The monster returns to his camp to find Jin gone and knows he has to confront Widmore himself. Once again, the monster has to explain some rules about his powers to Sawyer because he's taken a boat to the other island. The monster explains he can't just fly over water as a big cloud of smoke. And as ridiculous as it may sound, Sawyer just accepts the explanation.
Do you think if I could do that, I would still be on this island?
No, because that'd be ridiculous.
With the monster arriving on the other beach, Widmore leaves Jin to go have a conversation with the monster. Between them are the same types of sonar fences used by the Dharma Initiative. Widmore introduces himself, confronting something he himself does not quite understand.
Obviously, you're not John Locke. Everything else I know is a combination of myth, ghost stories, and jungle noises in the night.
He plays stupid about Jin's location, but the monster knows he's lying. Sawyer's the best liar, but the monster outlied Sawyer. Without cooperation, the monster understands his goal is quite harder than he thought it would be, and he tells Charles that the war for the island has just begun. Lost. Back at the beach camp, Sun is frustrated and lost as no one seems to be able to help or understand her. And when Jack comes to talk to her, we know things are gonna get worse, but somehow they don't. Jack gives Sun something to write on so she can communicate, and then he tells her that he went back to her garden to check for the monster, and he wasn't there. Instead, he found a tomato. One thing that's still alive. Sun, able to write in English, says sorry for her frustration earlier, but Jack isn't upset about all that. He reaffirms to her that reuniting her with Jin is a priority, and then he asks her, feeling a little curious about himself, why she didn't go with Locke. Sun says she doesn't trust Locke. Then Jack asks if she trusts him. Sun thinks about it for a second and smiles. Despite all his bullshit, Sun knows Jack is her friend, and that there's something good about him. He reaches out for her hand and they sit together for a moment. Somewhere along the way, Jack learned some bedside manner. Back at the Hydra, Jin tells Widmore he knows he brought something to the island and he doesn't trust him, so Charles wants to show him what that is. On the way to the submarine, Zoe tells Widmore he should have hired mercenaries. I used to wonder why Widmore didn't hire more people like Martin Keamy, mercenaries. Especially because Zoe is a character that I don't think captures the potential of a role this big. There are much smaller roles in Lost that capture a lot more intrigue and attention. I wish she was written differently, or perhaps an entirely different character played by someone else, but I'm very hesitant to blame the actor. I don't think that's the case. Nonetheless, the character falls flat. Anyways, the last time Widmore brought a bunch of guys with guns, the castaways and the others killed all of his guys with guns. Now he wants the castaways on his side. He didn't want to bring mercenaries along, perhaps in an act of good faith. Anyways, most of his guys back home were killed by SAYID, who even knows if Widmore had any more guys to hire? Arriving at the dock, Widmore's men bring out the package. It's a person. In a cruel choice, Widmore has kidnapped Desmond and brought him back to the island, once again separating him from Penny. For some reason, Desmond is Widmore's ultimate secret. I do think MacGuffin's a Scottish name, but he won't be a secret for long because SAYID is swimming under the dock doing recon for the monster. He's found Desmond because he's the perfect soldier.
Billy, come here. There's 10 million of us. We want to know what you have to say. We're all waiting to watch you, Billy. 10 million, baby.
Look at Billiam. Let's all go say hello. Yeah, but I'm not going with him. He's got that one over than us. Billy, I am one of the 10 million people.
First appearing on the show in the 3rd season, Richard Alpert was our window into the wider world of the others, who had been shown to live pretty normal lives while enjoying the modern conveniences inside the former Dharma Initiative facilities. Unlike the other members of the group who were being demystified with every scene, Richard had a reserved quality about him that gave him a gravitas, unlike the rest of the people led by Ben.
I wanted him to get hit by a bus.
I don't even remember you saying that.
As a show that uses wigs frequently to make characters seem younger than they actually are, flashback to when Jack gave us his best Liza Minnelli, I appreciate how there is a chance that you wouldn't immediately recognize that Richard has in fact not aged in the past 30 years. This could just be a production choice.
Are you one of them?
One of whom?
A hostile.
Do you even know what that word means?
So Ben drops a little remark towards Richard, leading us to suspect this is not just a costume department malfunction.
You do remember birthdays, don't you, Richard?
Richard is shown to have a mediation role that supersedes Ben as the leader of the people, which is revealed to be a sort of middle manager position, with the real executive Jacob only communicating exclusively through the immortal Richard Alpert.
And he has had that job for a very, very long time. It's good to see you out of those chains.
In the first episode, the monster tells Richard something that clues him into the real identity of the shapeshifter taking Locke's form.
You? Me.
The monster takes Richard out into the jungle to ask him to leave the island with him, something the monster has apparently always wanted.
Come with me, and I promise I'll tell you everything.
Richard knows the monster and later warns Sawyer that this entity will kill him and he's not to be trusted. But after the monster massacres the people in the temple, Richard is totally defeated, which is when he runs into HURLEY and Jack. HURLEY is keeping Jack away from the temple as per Jacob's instructions, but Richard tells Jack he knows the way to the temple. Jack chooses to follow Richard, annoyed with HURLEY for not being direct, and HURLEY goes along with it, immediately asking his burning questions without a regard for mystique or even general politeness.
But you look the same as you did 30 years ago. How's that possible?
Not easy to explain.
Just like a Terminator thing?
Without any plastic surgery, Richard is ageless because Jacob gave him a gift. Then Richard tells the boys that he lied to them. Instead of the temple, they arrive at the Black Rock, the mysterious slave ship that somehow landed in the middle of the jungle. Richard says he just came from the temple where he saw everybody was killed. Jack asks about their friends and Richard tells them that they either weren't at the temple or they made it out. Jack asks HURLEY if he knew about this and he says Jacob hinted at it. Richard is surprised HURLEY is speaking to Jacob, but he tells HURLEY not to believe a word Jacob says. Richard has spent his whole life listening to Jacob, and it has led him to nothing. Jack is convinced now more than ever that he is destined for something important, but he's not at all surprised to find Richard here in his existential crisis phase. Jack just got over a 35-year existential crisis phase. He gets it.
Been here before? And in all the time that I've spent on this island, today's first time I've ever come back.
They follow Richard into the Black Rock where HURLEY reminds them to be careful. There's dynamite in the Black Rock, but that's why Richard is here. Richard cannot kill himself and he needs help to die.
And when Jacob touches you, well, it's considered a gift. Except it's not a gift at all. It's a curse.
Dude! Richard cannot kill himself and he needs help to die. Something we've seen to be true through others touched by Jacob.
Did the bullet bounce off your skull? Or the gun just jam on you?
Not only was Michael unable to do the deed, but both Jack and John had their own suicide attempts thwarted. John's was interrupted by Ben, and Jack was interrupted by a car crashing behind him, reminding him of his deeply ingrained savior complex. Jack decides he's gonna do Richard this solid and kill him. So he tells Hurley to get on out of there, and he lights the fuse and sits his ass down. Bro, what? Richard tells Jack to get on out of here, but Jack wants to talk. He reintroduces himself to Richard. This isn't old Jack. This is season 6 Jack. He's still impulsive and a little unhinged, but now he has a purpose. Richard tells Jack he's gonna blow up with him, but Jack doesn't think so. He tells Richard what he saw in the lighthouse, a reflection of his childhood home. Richard is shocked. He asks why, but Jack has no idea. But he bets Jacob brought him here for a reason, and that reason isn't to blow up, and he's right. The fuse burns out, and the two are left sitting there, alive.
Want to try another stick?
Jack, you've always been crazy, but I fuck with this crazy. Old Jack was crazy and he was incapable of sitting his ass down and listening. But new Jack finds the craziest way possible to sit his ass down and listen. Very authentic. Richard looks to Jack and believes Jacob's plan could still be in motion, so he asks him, what's next? They return to the beach camp where ILANA looks to Richard with an expectation he will know what to do because Jacob told her Richard would know what to do. But Richard is also looking for someone with direction, which no one seems to have.
You didn't tell your friends that I was trying to kill myself when you found me?
Like a Scientologist paying $50 million to learn about Xenu, Richard has been in the cult of Jacob for a very long time. And now he feels like all of the secrets have been revealed to him, which has led him nowhere. So he decides to follow through with the offer the monster gave him. He will join him and leave the island. And this is when Jack learns about imposter John Locke. Meanwhile, Hurley communes with someone who Jack suspects is Jacob, but Hurley tells Jack this has nothing to do with him. This comic by Ned Droid perfectly encapsulates Jack's expectations in my eyes. Who are you talking to, Hurley? Was it Jacob? What did he say? Was it about me? Actually, Jack, this doesn't involve you at all. Nonsense. The episode Ab Eterno centers around the backstory of the immortal Richard ALPERT, who is quite a bit younger than I anticipated him to be. His epic begins in 1867 in the Spanish Canary Islands as Richard, with his gorgeous long flashback hair, way better than his earlier flashback hair in Claire's season 6 hair, the whole fucking season. Isabella is sick, so she gives Richard her cherished crucifix necklace as a payment. He doesn't want her to give it up. Nonetheless, he takes it and rides out into the night to find her help. Arriving at the doctor's, Richard is informed that he is poor and lives far away, so he will not be able to afford treatment. The doctor callously shows Richard the small vial of medication that could save Isabella's life, and villainously tosses Isabella's necklace aside, explaining to Richard it's made of a cheap metal. Richard panics, pushing the doctor to the ground and killing him. He steals the medicine and rides back out into the night, only to find Isabella already dead. A vignette that's very reminiscent of John Steinbeck's The Pearl. The next day, people decide Richard's house isn't all that far because they come to arrest him for murder. In prison, Richard confesses his sins to the priest, but the priest refuses to absolve him. After all, in the eyes of the Catholic Church, Richard has no time to repent, therefore he will not receive forgiveness and he will go to hell. Seems like kind of like a legal oversight. He is about to be executed until a representative of Captain Magnus Hanzo comes looking for prisoners who can speak English. Word on the street is Richard does because he and Isabella had planned to go to America. So Richard is purchased as a slave and he boards the Black Rock, where we know he's not going to the New World. Sailing for who knows how long in the middle of the night, a bad storm rocks the boat. One of the other slaves looks out the porthole, and beyond the swells of waves, he sees the massive statue that once stood on the island. He looks out and screams that he sees the face of the devil. Like Dorothy's house in The Wizard of Oz, the Black Rock is carried by a storm into the world of the island, crashing into the statue and landing Richard ALPERT and the ship in the middle of the jungle. Above deck, the crew says what we already know. Captain Hanzo is dead. The Hanzo family, as referenced in the hatch orientation video, will go on to fund the Dharma Initiative. Not only that, but the name Magnus Hanzo was first referenced on the Blastor map inside of the hatch in season 2, where they labeled the Black Rock as his final resting place. Richard, chained to the wall, watches in terror as the remaining crew members start cutting down the other slaves, who they fear will retaliate against their masters.
Why are you doing this? Because if I freed you, it'd only be a matter of time before you tried to kill me.
A monstrous thought. Richard thinks he's about to die, but he's saved by a familiar and terrifying sound. The monster whoops in the distance and kills everybody above deck before brutalizing Richard's captor. Afterwards, it slithers below deck, looking at Richard, flashing light, a sign that it is studying Richard's history, before leaving him to hang in his chains and make guesses about the demonic forces he may have just witnessed. This chapter in the history of Richard is just as important as a chapter in the history of Jacob and the monster. Like two hegemonic nations fighting through proxy wars, these two have always relied on recruiting others to fight their battles. Richard sits in that ship for what feels like days, when suddenly his dead wife comes to save him, promising to help. By now, we see right through the cruel and clever trick the monster plays on Richard. Masking as Isabella, the monster runs above deck, and we hear her scream as the monster seems to attack her. No one will answer his calls until days later, when Richard is left agonizing from dehydration. Somebody comes to set him free. The monster, in a familiar form, the man in black. He tells Richard that he's his friend and gives him water. Yet obviously he could have helped Richard at any time. Then Richard's friend here confirms Richard's worst suspicion.
I am in hell.
Yes, I'm afraid you are.
The man in black tells Richard that his wife was captured, and if he wants her back, he will have to kill the devil himself. After leaving him here like this for so long, the monster has found the right person to arm with a knife. But to succeed, Richard must follow one rule.
Do not let him say a word. If he speaks, it will already be too late.
Yet, like the name, the monster or a dragon, the devil, is just another example of a familiar framing device to help somebody understand who their enemy is. Flying over Jacob's home, the others on board with Richard saw the giant statue of Taweret Jacob lives under. Taweret is the Egyptian goddess of fertility. This statue is most likely honoring the island's super fertile properties. Yeah, it's a uniquely masculine depiction of Taweret, probably because this is honoring Jacob, a man. Or perhaps it's a censored version for network TV, since Tawaret's usually depicted with massive honkers. We've seen images on ancient walls that early arrivals to the island saw the monster and compared it to the Egyptian god of death Anubis, while the Dharma Initiative and others thought of it much more practically as a security system. And we see why Rousseau would believe this. The monster attacked them when they got near the temple. Incorrect perspectives in the show are always valid because they always show us a reason why those perspectives exist. The security system angle also explains why the Dharma Initiative referred to it as Cerberus, the three-headed dog in Greek mythology who guards the underworld. These aren't definitive answers. The monster isn't literally Anubis. He isn't literally Cerberus. It's not literally a security system. It's a framing device to understand distant and confusing powers. Like when the monster tells Richard that Jacob is the devil. Jacob can heal you and make you live forever. The monster can take the form of the dead and is a big, scary cloud. The way people see these powers reflect their existing views of the world and their experience, and the powers that be use that as a tool against the opposition. Richard walks to the beach with the same knife SAYID will be handed by Dogen. He walks onto the disaster scene. Jacob's statue has been destroyed by his arrival, a symbol showcasing the end of one era and the beginning of a new one. Richard searches for the devil, but the devil finds him. Jacob knocks Richard into the sand, beating him, demanding to know why he came, and quickly realizes that the man in black, the monster, had sent Richard to kill him. Jacob seems disappointed by this realization, yet not surprised, considering the dude just said this to him a short while ago.
Do you have any idea how badly I want to kill you?
Yes.
Jacob, buddy, you had to read between the lines. Him saying he wants to kill you badly means he wants you dead. Really, really? Richard says Jacob should have his dead wife because he's the devil and this is hell. And this makes Jacob so mad he drags Richard into the surf and starts drowning him. What a nice guy. Richard begs him to stop and Jacob's like, why? And Richard says he wants to live. The wrong conclusion that many viewers and haters of the show continue to make, that all these characters were dead and the island's like purgatory or hell. It just continues. It doesn't stop. But scenes like this where like Jacob's literally grabbing Richard and putting him in the water until he admits he's not dead makes me so confused to how people could watch the show and still walk away with that conclusion. This is how it feels trying to convince the haters. Jacob tells Richard he's not the devil, but he is the one who brought him to the island. Sharing his wine, Jacob uses the bottle to illustrate where Richard is. He's not in hell. He's on a special island that he describes as a cork. The wine is pure evil and malevolence, and the cork, the island, keeps it from spreading into the world. An interesting perspective from somebody who currently seems like he just sits around drinking all day. This is not the definitive explanation for what the island is. This is Jacob's perspective, and like all the other perspectives in the show, we will see why he thinks this, or why he describes it this way.
And it's the only thing keeping the darkness where it belongs.
To Jacob, the battle between him and the monster is a battle between good and evil. Jacob explains the monster believes people are bad, but Jacob believes they are good, that it is not in man's nature to sin. Jacob brings people to the island to prove the monster wrong.
And when they get here, their past doesn't matter.
The idea it's not in man's nature to sin is absolutely against Catholic teachings, so this is very appealing to him. Before Richard, Jacob has brought others to the island, but they've all died. Jacob wants people to help themselves. If Jacob steps in to intervene, then his point will ultimately be disproven. But Richard brings up something that Jacob has never considered. If Jacob doesn't step in, the monster will. So Jacob, drunk off his ass, offers Richard a job to be a representative, an intermediary between Jacob and the people he brings to the island. In return, Jacob says he'll offer Richard something. Richard first asks for his wife back, which Jacob says he cannot do. Then he asks to be absolved of his sins so he doesn't go to hell, which Jacob says he cannot do. Finally, Richard says he never wants to die. And finally, Jacob says he can do that. And Richard becomes the first member of the modern cult of Jacob, who is a god with a lowercase g. Neither omniscient or all-powerful, just a dude with some weird psychic powers. Later, Richard goes to give the monster a message, and immediately he knows why Richard couldn't kill Jacob.
You let him talk to you, didn't you?
You let him talk to you.
Richard has come to deliver a present, a white rock, a sign of their game and of Jacob countering his last move. In return, the monster gives Richard something he found on the boat, Isabella's cross. Perhaps it's a sign of his humanity, or perhaps something he kept from Richard for when the time was right to make another move. So the monster tells Richard the deal to go with him will always be on the table. It's very interesting to see that both Jacob and the monster fear the other side's persuasive power, as if the lines between good and evil, between the devil and a man, are blurred once you listen to them. Because at the end of the day, neither of their causes appear to justify more violence. It's hard to look the devil in the eyes and think that he has your best interest at heart. You're 8 feet tall and red and you have huge horns and wings. Yet unlike the monster, Jacob is honest with what he can provide. He told Richard what he couldn't do, while the monster is left making promises that are increasingly becoming unlikely. Richard buries Isabella's necklace, accepting she is dead and he is not, and he goes to follow his new leader. 140 years later, Jacob has died and Richard returns to accept the monster's offer. He digs up Isabella's necklace and yells for the monster to come out so he can join him. But instead, HURLEY emerges from the tree line. Richard is over this island nonsense more than anyone has ever been over it, and these candidates. So Richard starts yelling, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, somebody told HURLEY to follow him."
I said your wife sent me. She wants to know why you buried her cross.
The camera pans and we see that HURLEY is indeed speaking to Isabella, cause he can talk to the dead. A fact that Richard doesn't believe until he hears HURLEY speaking to her in Spanish.
Isabella saw you dig it up, man. She's standing right next to you.
Richard doesn't see her, but he has no reason to doubt HURLEY.
She says your English is awesome.
She wants Richard to close his eyes, and HURLEY tells Richard what he's saying, just so Richard doesn't have to look at HURLEY when he's thinking about his wife. Close your eyes, it aids with the imagination. She tells him it was her time to die. He says he misses her, but she says it's okay and that they are already together. The camera pans and she's gone. Richard puts on Isabella's cross, serving not only as a memory, but as a sign that Richard has reclaimed himself from the island cult. Like many others searching for answers, he found himself condemned by the faith he was raised in, used confused by alternatives presenting themselves, only to ultimately find a little solace with a cheap necklace that belonged to a loved one. A moment of healing brought to him through a small human connection, and just like the best gosh darn guy ever, HURLEY, what an awesome guy. But that good guy has some tough news, because Isabella had one more thing to say.
She said you have to stop the man in black. You have to stop him from leaving the island. Because if you don't, todos nos vamos al infierno.
No fucking way. This name, the Man in Black, is actually a reference to the fact that they call the character the Man in Black in the script. Whoa! After Richard delivered the rock to the Man in Black, we see one more scene. Jacob has come to see if his friend really wants him dead, and oh, he fucking does. But Jacob says even if he finds a way to kill him, someone will replace him, and the Man in Black says, oh yeah, I'll kill him too. So Jacob gives him the only thing he can to help.
Here.
Something to drink.
Something for you to pass the time.
Jacob is the sassiest fucking bitch. He said whine about it. Retrospectively, Ab Eterno was an instant classic episode and quite possibly the standout episode of this season. It's brilliantly reminiscent of the strong episodic drama of earlier seasons, while very dramatically showing us how the monster and Jacob operate. It's like later season lore in an early season package. Am I making sense? This gives us so much context to Jacob and the monster's relationship, while obviously maintaining an aura of mystery. But of course, they get their own episode later. The emotional climax of the episode between HURLEY, Richard, and Isabella also brings to mind scenes of seasons past. The mysteries revealed in Lost are usually pretty satisfying in my opinion, but the way context clues reveal things in the show always makes it incredibly obvious by the time they're explicitly stated. The much more satisfying reveals are when characters share personal information about themselves with each other. HURLEY being able to speak to Isabella through a common language isn't only a connection that's between Richard and HURLEY, but it reminds us that this Richard Alpert is not from a long forgotten era. He is not an ancient Egyptian or a Roman speaking a dead language. He's from the Canary Islands, which are still controlled by Spain today. He spent his whole life serving one person, Jacob, and has spent his whole life feuding with like one single family, the Hanzo family. Richard wanted to die because he realizes he gave his life to a dead end. And it's a long fucking life, Jesus Christ. But with the rest of the others being gone, with John and Boone being led to death, with the Dharma Initiative dying, with all these groups dying, Richard accepting he wants to continue living after being deeper into the cult than anyone else is a very necessary inclusion in this story. You can get out. Last we saw Charles Whitmore off the island, he was standing outside the hospital Desmond was being treated at. He had survived being shot by Benjamin Linus, who had been targeting Charles's daughter, Desmond's lover, Penny. Shortly before this, Whitmore had told Desmond the island isn't done with him yet, a guarantee he knew he would make come true. Desmond wakes up confused to be greeted by Charles, who tells him he's moved from the hospital and been taken far away from his wife and son, who Desmond calls out for. Desmond listens to Charles for a moment, looking for every chance to reject the fact that he's been brought back to the island. But when he can't deny it any longer, he starts beating Charles, whose dudes pull Desmond off. Desmond demands to be taken home, but Charles gives him a harsh reminder.
The island isn't done with you yet.
Well, not literally his father. Charles is the man that Desmond always felt a need to prove himself to. Before, he got on a sailboat and crashed on the island figuratively because of Charles. Now, Charles drags him to the island literally. Before, Desmond wasn't good enough for Charles, and now Charles has been told that Desmond is critically important, and Charles must bring him back to the one place he does not want to go to. With Jin watching on, Desmond is dragged into the box. He watches in horror as the last guy dragged in there is brought out dead. It's explained that Desmond surviving being exposed to the anomaly underneath the hatch means he has a unique resistance to intense electromagnetism. But just to be sure, before he does what he needs to do, he must survive the box. Charles tells Desmond he wants him to make a sacrifice, saying his loved ones will be gone forever if he doesn't. Desmond doesn't think Charles knows anything of sacrifice, but he reminds Desmond that Penny doesn't talk to him, he doesn't know his grandson, and he sacrificed his only son to the island. Boo fucking who, Charles? You did that all to yourself. I don't like this guy, man. Fucking Chuck Widmore. So the box is turned on, Desmond is exposed to this energy and crosses the threshold. When Desmond was first introduced, he served the very specific role along the hero's journey, being a threshold guardian. As the last inhabitant of the hatch before the castaways arrive, Desmond guards the threshold of the hatch, which holds the first major clue toward the nature of the island. Of course, like all of the characters in Lost, Desmond has taken the hero's journey on his own. He's left his loved ones to go take the trials and return after the long journey home. And the only lesson he has learned is he wants to be home with his loved ones. Fuck all this trial shit. The light in the box flashes, and Desmond, unaware, awakens in the other life, having just arrived in Los Angeles off Oceanic 815. Why has he boarded 815 in this life? Well, it's because he's visiting the West Coast corporate office of Charles Widmore. Because in this world, Desmond is his right-hand man. Charles even shares his precious Makuchion whiskey with Desmond. All right, Chuck, settle down here. It's the middle of a workday.
Nothing's too good for you.
Now that Desmond's in town, Charles tells him the first thing he has to do for him is babysit a rock star that he's hired to play with his son at his birthday party. He was on the same plane as Desmond, but got arrested. Desmond is annoyed with having a babysitting job, but the audience cheers when he picks up Charlie from jail. Charlie is having an existential crisis. He saw a woman. It's presumably Claire because earlier at LAX, Desmond was helping her with her bags. Charlie explains when he saw her, he had visions of another life, the life they had on the island. Now he doesn't think anything is real and has no interest in playing the concert, which Desmond is tasked with convincing him of. Riding in Desmond's car, Charlie wants him to understand what he's seeing. So in a dramatic display, he takes the wheel, turning into the bay. The car crashes into the water, sinking. Desmond struggles to make it out of the car, getting a little breath for himself, and going back down to help Charlie, who makes it deliberately difficult. Man's like Sean Kingston. He said, "Beautiful girl, I will kill myself." Charlie smiles at Desmond and shows him the palm of his hand. And suddenly, Desmond has a vision of the island, of the other life. Charlie drowning, his self-sacrifice. But they're also underwater. So the two are taken to the emergency room where Desmond is given an MRI. The magnets flash more of this familiar life. Images of Penny. Desmond decides he can't take it anymore, so he runs out of the hospital where he sees Charlie doing the same thing. Desmond decides gathering Charlie for the concert is too much trouble. He calls Charles and he's like, "Yo, Chuck, fuck Chuck, but not you, Chuck, this other fucking Chuck." And this is all fine and good to Charles, but Desmond has to go break it to his wife, because ever since Charles cheated on her, he's not saying no to her anymore. Arriving at the museum where the concert is planned to be held, Desmond meets Eloise Hawking, who takes the news of Charlie's absence quite well. Everything seems so smooth here, but when Desmond hears Penny's name again, he snatches up the guest list, which Eloise snatches right back. She doesn't want him to know her, but close by is somebody a little more friendly, a musician formerly known as Daniel Faraday. In this life, Daniel Widmore has no knowledge of mathematics or physics, but as he explains to Desmond, one day he woke up just knowing. He showed some equations to his friend, who revealed they were quite unique and complex, but the story the math told was that somehow Daniel had created this parallel reality they're living in by setting off a bomb. Desmond's like, okay. Daniel explains that he saw somebody, presumably Charlotte, similar to how Charlie saw Claire. He suspects this Penny Desmond is looking for is somebody Desmond knew in this other reality, and that he and she are meant to meet. Desmond thinks, that's nice. But that doesn't really help him meet her. Except Daniel smiles, because in this life he knows that Penny is his half-sister. Perhaps Eloise was keeping her bastard stepdaughter a secret, but Daniel tells Desmond where he can find her. And later that night, he shows up to the very stadium where he and Jack met, and where Penny confronted Desmond. She once asked him not to leave on the crazy sailboat race that led him to the island, not to take his hero's journey, but he felt like he had to. Now she's doing the very same run Desmond was doing, up and down the stairs, a repetitive struggle, and exercise that's very hard on the knees. Fucking damn, dude. For some reason, Penny decides to stop to talk to Desmond, this stranger. He introduces himself and the two start to hit it off immediately, reconnecting as if they always knew each other, yet with the excitement of new attraction. In this life, so many of the struggles and trials they had to live with are just gone. And because of that, most importantly of all, Desmond and Penny are together. And then Desmond wakes up. He finds himself in the very place Charles had run the experiment on. An entire day of time experienced in what Charles describes as only a few seconds. When Charles asks Desmond how it felt, he responds with an aura of enlightenment, saying he understands why he's been brought to the island and that he's ready to do it. Charles looks at him, ready to use him however is needed. But when a couple of Charles's dudes walk Desmond back to the campsite, SAYID takes the opportunity to swipe in and take Widmore's package. He's the perfect soldier. Desmond seems so sure what to do, but when SAYID kidnaps him, nothing changes. He just goes along with it. Perhaps he's less enlightened and more just willing to do anything. Don't get yourself killed, Desmond. Your fan favorite number 2. At the monsters camp, SAYID, to everyone's disgruntlement, ignores Sawyer and pulls the monster aside privately to show him what Widmore brought. Just a walk into the jungle tied to a tree, SAYID delivers Desmond into the clutches of the monster. Oh boy, the monster cuts Desmond free and apologizes. He explains SAYID was just afraid Desmond would run before they talked.
I have nowhere to run to, brother.
Well, if that's not the best argument against captivity that I've ever heard.
The monster asks Desmond why he was brought here, but Desmond doesn't know. He was kidnapped and blasted with electromagnetism, something he knows from experience. Smart guy, yet he doesn't know everything.
Do you know who I am? Of course. You're John Locke.
John Locke, wink, wink, tells SAYID to head back to camp while he and his friend Desmond go for a walk. The two are tailed by the ghost of child Jacob, but the monster just tells Desmond to ignore him.
How long were you down in that hatch pushing that button?
3 years.
If I didn't know better, I'd say this island has it in for you.
Do you know better?
Excuse me?
There's nothing special about me, brother. This island has it in for all of us.
And they keep walking late into the night, arriving at a well.
You have any idea how old this well is, Desmond?
Very old.
John, wink, 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 explains that the people who built this well were looking for answers. This spot made compass needles spin, just like the hatch did, and they wanted to know why, just like the Dharma Initiative.
Did they find what they were looking for?
No.
The monster tells Desmond that there are more wells, clearly alluding to the hatch, and says people like Charles Widmore are digging for more than just answers. Desmond says, okay, but why did you bring me here? And the monster asks Desmond why he isn't afraid. Desmond says, what?
Why aren't you afraid?
What is the point in being afraid?
Damn, that's a pretty hard answer to say to John Locke's face, but this isn't John Locke. The monster is willing to hurt people for his own ends, something which is blatantly blatant at this point. Yet Jacob himself continues to have his own problems, mainly sending people into dangerous situations ill-prepared. At the beginning of Ab Aeterno, we get a continuation of Ilana's flashback from last season. Jacob comes to her asking for help, and now we see that she is, in fact, miraculously healed after she agrees to help him. Now he tells her about the mission. She needs to go to the island and protect the candidates on his list. He says Richard will know what to do, but obviously Richard does not know what to do.
I was trying to kill myself.
Ilana looks to Richard, Richard looks to Ilana, Ilana looks to Jacob's ashes. It said, I don't know. So as usual, they decide to blow something up.
You're still trying to find ways to shoot each other?
As the beach camp pieces itself back together, Ilana says they have to go to the Black Rock and collect dynamite so they can blow up the plane. Their goal is to keep the monster, the Black Smoke, the Man in Black on the island. She decides this is the only thing she can do, even though the task she has been given is to protect the candidates. The idea of blowing up their best way home makes Hurley nervous, but Ilana insists. In fact, she already went and got the dynamite when everyone else was talking about it. Ilana is convinced this is what to do since it's what Richard thinks they should do, and Jacob told her that Richard would know what to do. So they're gonna blow up the plane and trap the monster.
With that plane gone, that thing won't be able to leave the island.
Yeah, well, neither will we, and then we'll be stuck here with it, and they'll be angry at us.
Hurley says Jacob hasn't talked to him about this. Richard could be wrong, but Ilana is afraid and decides they must blow up the plane. She is the one who knows what to do until she puts down her bag of dynamite. Bringing us to another dead end. Ilana shares a stock character role with a lot of other characters, that being the incompetent officer. A staple in horror movies, this is a character that is supposed to bring a sense of relief and security, only to be taken out pretty quickly by the threat. Hurley is afraid of the dynamite. That's what he thinks is a danger to him. But Ilana says she has the dynamite because she's there to protect them. It's obviously an allusion to Dr. Arts in season 1, who brings up concerns about dynamite safety protocols only to blow up from dynamite. But it's also reminiscent of the pilot being killed in The Pilot. He was supposed to tell them where they are and help them get back home, only to be killed by the monster. Same for the huge security team invited by Jacob, who are easily dispatched. I like Ilana's role in Jacob and Ben's story. She and Ben have a truly excellent scene together, and it tells us people close to Jacob feel abandoned. What she's given is good, but it is a character that feels like they had the potential to do more. I can imagine a lot of ways in which Ilana could have been incorporated into the show in a more interesting capacity, but I don't have to. At one point, Ilana was literally going to be Jacob's daughter, but this subplot was cut for time. In the episode He's Are You, SAYID is brought into custody by ILANA, who brings him to the island. He asks her if she's working for Benjamin Linus, but she has to ask who that is.
A man who allowed his own daughter to be murdered to save himself. A monster responsible for nothing short of genocide.
Why would I work for somebody like that?
Jacob has the power to protect Ilana from something like an incidental explosion. He can do that, but he didn't. Turns out she was working for someone like that all along. Jacob is not a good person, he's not a good father figure, and perhaps that means he wasn't a good leader.
No sooner does she tell you who you are than she blows up. The island was done with her.
In a way, I like how characters introduced later in the show progressively get less and less backstory, and the concept they were developing for her character was all about her backstory. When season 5 was being written, when Ilana was being conceptualized, the biggest movie of the summer was The Dark Knight, and Ilana would have been the Joker. He, Carlton Cuse, likens her to Heath Ledger's Joker in The Dark Knight. There was something very unsettling about the way the Joker kept telling different stories about his background. Something very similar to what we had planned for Ilana, he says. The way he phrased that makes it sound like the Joker took their idea. I assume that means that Ilana would confuse her life in the Flash sideways with her life in the island world. Perhaps like as a child or something, she died and was resurrected in the waters of the temple. But that's just me speculating. I don't think any of this conceptually sounds bad, but between the fractured memory storyline and the Jacob's daughter storyline, the show just decided it didn't have time for any of it, for better or worse. And this adds Ilana to a very long list of characters who are intriguing but are written off just short of being interesting.
People come back and yell at me after they die.
People are gonna die. It's gonna be your fault.
Easily the most popular, fan favorite character in the show is HURLEY. If HURLEY were to present any archetype forwardly, I think it would be the Fool, providing a strong sense of comedic relief, commentary about the events in the show, along with some pop culture sensibility.
Wow, I feel good. No. So good. So good.
Yet from the beginning, this unconfident, lovable fool had constantly found himself able to give others good, sound advice, make logical decisions for the group, but stopped short of being an unstoppable force because he, like everyone else, is convinced his past speaks for his future. HURLEY believes he is cursed when he wins the lottery and his deadbeat dad comes back. He believes he's cursed because he can speak to dead people, but being cursed is nothing more than his perspective. And when he changes his perspective, he's very quick to recognize all of the benefits in his life.
I used to hate my dad too, but the best thing I ever did was give him a second chance. We got to be the best of friends, and although I may never see him again, I miss him.
Yet he also plays the role of the trickster, having unpredictable turns in behavior. Like when he decides to track down the French woman by himself, tries to blow up the hatch, decides to start a broken down car by driving down a hill towards some big rocks, gets in a car chase with the police, and turns himself in for a murder he did not commit. When HURLEY gets going, he's really unpredictable. He'll trick ya. HURLEY's real strength in both his comedic relief and his leadership is that he knows how to take care of people and make them feel safe. This season, HURLEY has finally found the confidence to step up and take charge when it's needed, and people are starting to notice and follow suit. Before Ilana dies, HURLEY talks to Libby's grave. He's been visited by many dead friends, but this person he found a love connection with has yet to come. Ilana walks up behind him. She knows HURLEY doesn't like it, but she tells him collecting dynamite from the Black Rock and blowing up the plane is their only option. If only she knew what came next. HURLEY hears whispers. Could it be Libby? No. In a worst case scenario, it's her murderer, Michael, who tells HURLEY that they can't blow up the plane. But HURLEY's just straight up with Michael and his advice.
Why should I trust you? You murdered Libby and Ana Lucia.
That doesn't matter right now.
Oh shit, bet? I didn't consider that it doesn't matter now. Michael says if they blow up the plane, people will die, and it will be Hurley's fault, because as Michael plainly sees...
Because people are listening to you now, Hurley.
Jack asks who Hurley is talking to, but he doesn't dare reveal that he's communicating with a traitor. Jack knows something is up, but he continues to be a good boy, and he doesn't press it further. Jack's pretty okay when he's being a good boy. So they all head for the Black Rock to collect dynamite. But when they get there, Hurley is already running from inside the ship. He tells everyone to get down, and the Black Rock blows up behind him, permanently destroying the reserve of dynamite. Miles asks Hurley why he did it, and Hurley says Michael told him to blow up the ship. After all, he's found dead people are more reliable than alive people. Then Hurley makes a play. He says Jacob told them that they have to go talk to Locke and join up with the rest of them all. Richard says Hurley's lying because Jacob never tells people what to do, but Hurley lays out their options as straight as he can.
You can either come with me, or you can keep trying to blow stuff up.
A damn good argument. So Miles, Ben, and Richard go to the Dharma barracks to collect more explosives, while Jack, Sun, and Lapidus go with Hurley to talk to Locke.
How do you break the ice with a smoke monster?
Going through with his choice, Hurley feels his confidence shaking and admits to Jack he did not see Jacob. But Jack already knows Hurley was lying. Jack says he wants to fix what he did to Juliet, you know, getting her killed, but he can't ever fix it. Jack says it's hard to let go of being in charge, but he thinks that's the point. Jack tells Hurley he gave in to him because he trusts him.
It's a good thing you do, dude, because I have no idea where I'm going.
Sun and Lapidus catch up with them, only for the group to be startled by a bunch of mysterious whispers, which at this point becomes obvious to Hurley. He tells the group to wait a minute as he walks behind the tree line, and Michael appears to him.
You're stuck on the island, aren't you?
Because of what I did.
With his ability to see the dead, Hurley has figured out that the whispers that haunt the island are just that. The ghosts of the people whose spirits remain trapped on the island even after they die. I used to think this scene was written in a way that was undeservingly straightforward, but Hurley has already spent so much time asking blunt, straightforward questions about the island's strange nature that this works. After all, he was the first person to speculate that the monster was a dinosaur. Hurley asks Michael if he knows where Locke is, and Michael points out a faint light near the shore. Then Hurley can't help but to give in to his nature, even to somebody who hurt him so badly.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
Michael just tells Hurley not to get himself killed, but as he's walking away...
If you ever do see Libby again, tell her I'm very sorry.
Hurley smiles, having accepted that his old friend did redeem himself enough to earn his trust. And in benefiting from Michael's selfless help 2 different times now, maybe Hurley wants to grant Michael forgiveness. But Hurley's smile fades. It is not for Hurley to forgive Michael. Hurley hasn't seen Libby, and Michael hasn't either. But Hurley tells Michael that he'll relay the message if he ever does. From Jack, Hurley, Kate, and Sawyer's perspective, this has been the adventure of a lifetime. To Michael, his son got kidnapped, he betrayed all his friends, and died to relieve himself of his guilt.
You can go now, Michael.
Who are you?
But in death, he still feels guilty. Dying did not unburden him. It's a very complicated web of actions that I do not think gets a satisfying conclusion, considering the core theme of Lost is self-redemption. Is Michael's circumstance too complex to speak on that theme? Are we to believe Sawyer accidentally killing the wrong person during his revenge mission is any worse than what Michael did? I do think the show sees Michael as redeemable in a way, but the complexity of the pain he's caused is not examined very well. This is Michael's final appearance on the show. It's nice to see Hurley begin to recognize what Michael had to do, but what if it went a little further? What if instead of Hurley connecting Richard and Isabella, we instead got a scene where Hurley was a medium between Walt and Michael? I mean, the entire season would have to be rewritten to make just that scene work. But I constantly find myself trying to work a scene like that out in my head, because I truthfully think the fact that they never put a reunion between Walt and Michael to screen is Lost's biggest fumble. And I'm not talking about the reunion on the dock, though I do have to admit it is a big what if to speculate on when I'm suggesting cutting out the season's arguably best episode. We are watching a show that spends more time having empathy for a character that is directly compared to Hitler than a black father who had his arm twisted by society to commit a crime to save his son. Although I do have to add that Hitler comparison to Ben is a little harsh, since he didn't make the order to kill the Dharma Initiative, but he still followed his orders, yada yada yada. Michael created an emotional scar for the most lovable character in the show. But this is a show that makes you sympathize with bad people. And I think the ultimate challenge for the audience would be to have them sympathize with somebody who directly hurt characters we love. Yet perhaps the show is making a comment about true betrayal being unforgivable. It's hard to say what intentions may have been and what was possible with actors' schedules, but at one point DARLTON did say to TV Guide that they were trying to get Walt into the story this season. But that never happened. Little asterisk. Nonetheless, Michael and Hurley's meeting is a very strong scene for Hurley. The character we're watching step up as a hero in this story is somebody who wants to forgive bad people, even someone like Michael who hurt him directly.
I know what we need to do. Trust me, Jack.
ABC's Lost, the final season. All new next Tuesday at 9, 8 Central.
I know what we need to do. Trust me, Jack.
ABC's Lost, the final season. All new next Tuesday at 9, 8 Central on ABC.
This whole time, he hasn't only been the fool, but Hurley has been a representation of communal themes that keeps these characters together and allows them to grow. Sawyer says, son of a bitch, when he sees Hurley walk out confidently to confront the monster. Hurley says they need to talk, but he doesn't want there to be a mix-up with all these here guns everyone is carrying. And the monster agrees they need to talk. The monster has been making deals left and right with everyone on the island, but the notable exception is in fact Hurley, because Hurley is unbribable. During the incident, we see Jacob's encounters with many of the castaways. He gives Jack a candy bar, Sawyer a pen, and Kate some pocket change, which are the exact possessions that Hurley has when he is let out of jail. Jacob had something to offer the others, but the only thing he can do in Hurley's case is hop in the back of a cab and ask him to come back to the island and give him some insight on what Hurley calls a curse.
What if you were blessed? You get to talk to the people you've lost? Seems like a pretty wonderful thing to me.
Hurley's life is much better than he gives it credit for. He won the lottery, his dad really isn't all that bad of a guy, and he gets to talk to his friends who have died. The only thing missing in his life is his lost love. Yet at this point, I think you should anticipate what's coming next. In the other life, Hurley has accepted the money he won as the blessing that it is, and he's found true happiness through charitable acts of kindness, which earns him a notable place in Los Angeles' upper echelons. There's only one problem. He's the perfect bachelor, and he's not married. But that could change when this cutie, a girl named Libby, has the nerve to approach him and tells him she recognizes him from an alternate life. And now there's a second problem, because she's on a field trip from the psych ward and her chaperone comes to collect her. Hurley is hesitant to pursue this woman, but a mysterious stranger, who we know as Desmond, pushes him to go for it. The monster never approaching Hurley is really indicative of the true alpha predator Hurley has become. The monster agrees it is best not to engage in a gunfight and agrees to talk things through. So the rest of the group comes out of the trees. Sun obviously looks for Jin, but chuckles Nick Whitmore had to bring him to the small island. So no Sun and Jin reunion. And then Jack meets eyes with John. Finally, Jack Shephard comes face to face with the monster, wearing the face of John Locke, who says they have some catching up to do. Instead of jumping into things like last time, Jack looks to Hurley and asks him what to do. Hurley says he trusts Jack to go talk to him.
Look just like him.
Does it bother you?
Jack and the monster sit together. Jack always saw his father in John figuratively. His past always informed how he responded to those around him. Now he sees John Locke and the monster literally. Is this somebody there to help, or is this somebody there to challenge Jack and the group? Is he viewing the monster through the same flawed lens he saw his father in John? Or is this really somebody who will do them harm?
No, what bothers me is I don't have any idea what the hell you are.
Sure you do.
Jack asks, why John? And the monster takes another turn at roasting the long, dead horse. He says John died because he was stupid. Not to mention, bald. He says they were kind enough to bring the body back. So Jack asks the thing he was dying to know.
The third day we were here, I chased my father through the jungle, my dead father. Was that you?
Yes, that was me.
Jack followed his father to the caves where they found a fresh water supply. The monster explains that's exactly why he needed Jack to follow him, to help him find water. Is he a helpful spirit, or is he the snake in the garden? The devil. He says now that Jacob is dead, we don't have to be trapped. So Jack asks him what he's doing still hanging around the island. And John Lost tells him they all have to leave together. He says he can't fly away when he wants. It doesn't work like that. And just like when they all had to come back together before, they all have to leave together. Jack is surprised. He says John Locke is the only one who believed in the island. But the monster says John was not a believer. He was a sucker. Jack is offended. Jack has realized that John is right about them having a purpose. But instead, in meeting this creature, Jack will not get the catharsis of connecting with John about their shared purpose. Jack and the monster do not share a purpose. In the Flash Sideways, these characters' lives begin to intersect at an increasing rate. ILANA introduces Claire and Jack as brother and sister, but their first meeting is cut short when John Locke is in a car accident, calling Dr. Jack Shephard to the hospital in an extreme coincidence. During surgery, Jack takes an invasive look at John's original injury, and despite John not wanting to pursue yet another cure for himself, wanting to know more, Jack snoops around trying to find the nature of John's injury, because he will always have a savior complex and he cannot let things go. Meanwhile, without a place to stay, Jack opens his condo to his new sister, where she, Jack, and Jack's son have an awkward and wholesome family reunion. Yet back on the island, it's just awkward and horrible. Jack and John are being followed. It's Claire, because as it turns out, she too recently talked to the monster.
Because he's my brother.
The monster leaves them alone, and Claire asks Jack if the monster told him he looked like their dad. Jack says yes. He's relieved to see she is okay without a doubt, but their happy meeting in the Flash Sideways is not the same reunion on the island. He can tell something's wrong with her wig. Jack tells Claire he's not with the monster, but like his other followers, Jack already let the monster talk to him.
Whether you like it or not, you're with him now.
When Widmore arrived with the freighter, he became this third party in a conflict that had already escalated between the others and the castaways. And with his total lack of diplomacy, Charles once again fucks up. He sends Zoe, who tells them to return what they've stolen, or else they will give them all they got. Damn, Zoe get a throw down. Yet somehow that doesn't stop Sawyer from plotting against the monster. Reunited with Jack and having spent time in the camp once again, Sawyer has taken charge and expects Jack to fall in line. After all, they tried his plan with the nuke. Now it's Sawyer's turn. There are 3 vehicles left that can take them off the island. The plane, Ajira 316, the submarine belonging to Charles Widmore, and the Elizabeth, the long-forgotten sailboat belonging to Desmond given to him by Libby. Having spent time in the Dharma Initiative, Sawyer only trusts the submarine, so the plan is to take the Elizabeth to Hydra Island without Claire or SAYID because they're gone. They have the sickness, which we'll get into later. The monster tells SAYID he needs him to do something. He needs him to kill Desmond because he's afraid of why Jacob brought him to the island. There's this unassuredness over whether or not SAYID is going to do it, but he walks up to the well and draws his gun. Desmond, still in Zen mode, asks him why he's planning to do this, to which SAYID tells him the deal. The monster will reunite him with his love if he kills Desmond, to which Desmond asks, what will she think of what you did to be with her? A question that the tale of Michael and Walt gives us some insight into. Walt turned his back on his dad for what he did, and perhaps this woman, whoever she is, would too. They all meet at the docks, but Claire figures them out and aims her gun at the collective group. She wants to go with them so clearly, but she's afraid of the monster, and angry they were trying to abandon her again. But Kate convinces her to come along pretty easily. It's what she wants.
He finds out we're gone, he's gonna be mad.
Along the way, Jack starts realizing he hasn't done anything really dope in a while, and it shows. So Sawyer goes to talk to him. Kate says, be nice. Jack says he needs to go back to the island because it's his destiny. So Sawyer tells Jack to shut the fuck up or get off the boat. So Jack jumps off. And Kate starts yelling at Sawyer. She said, be nice.
We have to go back and get him.
We're done going back, Kate.
After hearing the phrase, "we have to go back" throughout the entire show, this line reads hard as fuck. They leave Jack in the dust and arrive at the beach of Hydra Island, where Sawyer comes to fulfill his bargain with Widmore. Widmore's men deactivate the electric fence, and thank God, because Sun does not stop running when she sees Jin. That could have been so bad. Can you imagine if they both just got fried by the fence? That would have been so dumb. Nonetheless, they cross the final barrier and embrace. It's a reunion that feels long overdue and long deserved, only made up for with their scenes together in the Flash Sideways. Sun suddenly finds herself able to speak English again, and she meets Jin, who has learned to speak English after all this time. It's a happy, relieving reunion, especially for native Korean speakers who cannot stand how they sound. But in a second, Widmore's men turn their guns against our cast of characters.
We had a deal.
Deal's off.
Widmore reveals himself as the deceitful monster he is, taking the candidates Claire and Kate into custody. Meanwhile, when Jack makes his way back to the island shore, he is immediately greeted by the monster and the remainder of his group.
Sawyer took my boat, didn't he?
Then, across the water with all but one of the candidates secure, and the monster on the shore, Widmore launches his rocket. The monster once again takes the opportunity to rescue one of the candidates, as the rest of his people scatter from the firefall.
I could kill you, and I could kill every single one of your friends. And there's not a thing that you could do to stop me.
Episode 14, The Candidate, continues the action directly. Later in the night, Widmore brings his captives to the place he plans to keep them safe. Those very cages Sawyer, Kate, and Jack had been held in. Sawyer doesn't want to get back in there, but Widmore holds a gun to Kate's head and says if they don't, he'll shoot. Widmore says he doesn't need her, and Sawyer believes him, so he gets in the cage. Later, Kate tells Sawyer he wouldn't have killed her, but Sawyer knows better. Kate is not on the candidate list. Sawyer saw her name in the cave, but it was crossed out. She has been considered and rejected as a chosen one. But all Kate hears is that she's not important. Meanwhile, Sun and Jin are just so happy to be reunited. Sun finally returns Jin's ring to him, a sweet visual of their reunion. Jin even got to see photos of their kid.
Our daughter. She's so beautiful.
Close by, Jack wakes up on the shoreline of Hydra Island, having been brought here by the monster, accompanied by SAYID. They prepare to infiltrate Widmore's camp. John Smoke wants to collect everyone and get them off the island before Widmore knows what hits him. The monster reminds Jack his friends want to leave, and he needs Jack's help to get his friends to trust him.
Why should I trust you?
Because I could kill you, Jack. Right here. Kill every single one of your friends. And there's not a thing that you could do to stop me. But instead of killing you, I saved your life.
Oh shit. Yeah, he's a big cloud that can do pro wrestling moves. He could use that against Jack and his friends if he wanted to, right? Unless John Smoke's just blowing smoke. Is this Puff making a bluff?
You know the rules. You can't kill him.
Everyone inside of the camp is convinced the monster can't breach the anti-smoke monster circles. But SAYID got in and turned off the power. Whoops! It's a rush to get it back on with Widmore doing everything he can.
We haven't got an hour. Tell them to work faster.
Just telling people to work faster. But it's too late. You should have picked up a wrench, Widmore. The monster whoops in the distance, killing Widmore's men. Our guys think they're monster chow, but Jack comes to the rescue to help them out.
I'm with him.
Into the morning, the monster walks right up to Widmore's men guarding the plane, breaking one's neck and shooting the other guy with his gun. Fascinated by modernity, the monster takes this guy's digital wristwatch. What a sneaky cheat. The bamboo ladder leading up to the plane is so expensive. And Animal Crossing. Inside the Ajira plane, the monster finds it rigged with explosives. He's followed by the rest of the group arriving at the jet. Lapidus is going in to check it out, but the monster stops them in their tracks. He shows them that Widmore had rigged the plane with bombs, but luckily their friend John Lost is here because he foiled Widmore's plan, that evildoer.
No, Hugo, he wants to get us all in the same place at the same time.
Sawyer tells the monster he was wrong about him, and they all go to the sub together. But Sawyer's cooking up another scheme. He tells Jack if he's going to stay behind to keep the monster with him as a favor.
I don't trust that thing one bit. Once we get to the dock, we make sure it doesn't get on the sub.
The group all move into the dock. The submarine is right there. their ride home. The first group gets in without any resistance. Lapidus and Sawyer get inside and immediately take over the sub from the guys Widmore had stationed there. Led by Jack and Locke, the second group stays posted, as per the plan. It seems all too easy, but the eerie little strings in Giacchino's score remind us of the nearby threats. Jack moves in with Locke, who hands Jack his backpack. He wants Jack to be on the submarine, saying whoever told him to stay is dumb. So Jack does what Sawyer asks. He tells the monster John Locke told him the island was special, and he whacks him real fucking hard, knocking him into the water. Kate, unaware of the plan, asks what happened, only to be shot by Widmore's men arriving on the scene. The monster gets out of the water and starts mowing men down. Claire is left outside, but as the submarine is submerging, the monster holds her back.
You don't want to be on that sub.
Your friends got themselves captured.
It doesn't matter to me whether she lives or dies. He's coming.
ABC's Lost.
Inside the sub, Kate has a bullet in her arm, so Jack prepares his kit. But when he opens the bag, he realizes the monster swapped their backpacks, leaving Jacob's candidates with a present: Widmore's C4 and that guy's wristwatch, rigged into yet another bomb on another precarious timer. SAYID takes a look at it. He's the tech guy, but he's afraid the wires are rigged to detonate upon removal. He's served the monster, this higher power, and once again, he's been betrayed. Yet Jack thinks he's figured the monster out. He says, guys, get this, the monster can't kill us. Just like they can't kill themselves. They don't know any of this. Jack explains there are rules and that they can only kill each other, but to everyone else, Jack sounds fucking crazy. The clock is ticking down and they keep arguing. Jack asks Sawyer to trust him, but the last time he trusted Jack with a bomb, he ended up one Juliet short. So he unplugs the wires, and the clock starts ticking down at double speed. Without hesitation, SAYID looks at Jack and tells him that Desmond is currently sitting in a well close to Locke's camp. Locke wants him dead, so that must mean he's important. Jack asks SAYID why he's telling him this, and SAYID tells Jack what we all know is going to happen. They've all been brought here as candidates for Jacob's replacement, to be the protector of this island, and it's only been building toward one outcome.
Because it's going to be you, Jack.
SAYID grabs the bomb and runs to the back of the submarine, exploding along with it. The submarine trembles with the impact, and water begins to pour in. HURLEY says they have to go get SAYID, but Jack tells him the reality of the situation.
I have to go after SAYID! There is no SAYID!
Time is ticking as water fills up, and Sun finds herself trapped behind a very heavy piece of machinery. Jack, Jin, and Sawyer try to lift it off of her, but another piece falls onto Sawyer, knocking him out cold. And it's clearly too heavy for Jack and Jin alone. HURLEY takes some oxygen and assists Kate with swimming out, while Jin tells Jack to take the remaining oxygen and leave with Sawyer. Jack tries to leave Jin some oxygen, saying he can get Sawyer out without it, but Jin tells him no, he can't. Jack knows he's right, so he leaves with Sawyer, leaving Jin alone to help Sun. He promises to get her out, like he promised to protect her, but he can't. She is trapped. Sun looks at him, and instead of struggling anymore, they kiss and embrace. He will not leave her side. They have lived that life already, and it's not worth it. They tell each other that they love each other as the sub continues to sink. Before long, the water fills up, and the two float apart from each other. Their rekindled love, like so many of the relationships on the show, will only ever exist on the island. Jack, Sawyer, HURLEY, and Kate make their way to shore, coming up from the water for a breath that allows them to accept the gravity of the situation. Their friends, their allies, are dead. SAYID and Jin and Sun have been killed by John Locke's doppelganger, who has finally revealed himself as the monster he is. But in another life...
Who the fuck is Mark Silverman? Oh, wow. It's 2022, and there's no way I'm gonna spend 3 years working on this video series. Ugh. I guess I have time for a Zoom call. It's the gang checking in. Hey guys, how are you? I'm here!
Hey, how's the last video going?
Do you guys remember Mark Silverman from the show? The last video's going... I didn't think so. He was Jack's childhood best friend, and he said his fucking best man speech. Were they planning something for this character? Is that a loose thread? Another couple weeks of research ought to solve that.
Is now a bad time?
Everything's good! I'm fine! It's
Although viewing The Flash sideways as a parallel world is important, it's not simply a story filled with what-ifs. These characters have an awakening, and somehow, through meeting each other, they remember the other life. The island is shown to be underwater, presumably since they set off the bomb, which ripples out into all of these small differences. In the pilot episode, Jack complains about the strength of his drink, so Cindy, the flight attendant, gives him 2 more. But in The Flash sideways, she only gives him 1 more, so perhaps this version of Jack has less troubles to drown. Yet continuity errors present themselves with the bomb theory. Ben and his dad should have been on the island when the bomb went off. They should be dead, right? For a place with so many implications, it's calm and dull. Aesthetically, it's a world that is literally washed out. The sideways is desaturated, filled heavily with grays, beiges, and browns against a pale blue sky. In the last part, we talked at length about Lost's connections to philosophy and physics and space-time, including Desmond's namesake David Hume, whose writings of causality would lead later thinkers to the conclusion that even if time travel were possible, it would be impossible to change the past, because that would break the historical chain of cause and effect that led you to make that decision. The idea that the possibilities of our actions creates all these branching pathways of new universes and multiverses is much more of a philosophical tool that allows us to understand the decisions we've made in our lives rather than something that is rooted in science and physics. Yet just like the others watching the truths they accepted about their world crumble before them, the truths we were told about this world and the world crumble before us as Oceanic 815 touches ground in Los Angeles. It's pretty easy to understand why changing the past would be impossible, but with these characters' behavior cycles, we also see that it's hard to change the future, which is very much in line with David Hume's compatibilist view of free will. It's not explicitly deterministic, yet we don't explicitly have free will either. Hume argued that the decisions we make and how we rationalize making those decisions is dictated by habitual behavior and sentimentality. In Lost, the characters have been hurt by people they love, and it traps them in self-destructive cycles. It affects the way they see the world and how they interact with people. And as a result, many of the dead characters in Lost have died tragic deaths, only experiencing realizations about themselves right before they die. It's only when they wake up in another life, unburdened by the island, a symbol of life's struggles, that these characters, including the dead, are able to experience growth beyond an ego death. Which leads us to our last side quest to better understand Lost's cultural references. Hey, YouTube commenter question. Have you ever gone to a hookup's house and their living room looked like this? If so, what did you do? So yeah, I'm all set up to talk about this subject. I got my tapestry and my galaxy lights, my lava lamp, and I just went to the dispensary and I got all of this weed. Medical weed. At the beginning of the 1960s, the Harvard Psychology Department became home to 2 of the most widely spoken of figures in psychology. Timothy Leary and Richard ALPERT had been experimenting with the effects of psychoactive drugs within the walls of Harvard. The famous Good Friday experiment reported students having mystical experiences, which was sensationalized by Time magazine. A story told in the book The Harvard Psychedelic Club, written by Don Lattin. Mescaline, psilocybin, and the recently invented LSD were not widely known to Americans at this time. But when Richard ALPERT and Timothy Leary were forced to leave their respected positions at Harvard because of a student report, which revealed they had given psychedelics to undergraduates who were not a part of their studies, suddenly the cat was out of the bag. But their work continued. In Mexico, ALPERT followed Leary, who tried to create his own utopia. The Zihuatanejo project lasted for 2 years and was inspired by the fictional island of Pala, the name of which is referenced in Lost Season 2. Pala is a utopia in the 1962 novel Island, written by Aldous Huxley, who wrote it to be a utopian counterpart to the dystopia described in his much more famous novel, Brave New World. Leary took over the Hotel Catalina and hoped to guide people through acid trips to help them experience an ego death for the purpose of a psychological rebirth. personal growth is how the people on the island of Pala use psychological drugs. But of course, in Mexico, all of this stuff was still illegal, so they kept it underwater off the coast. Many people who joined them believed Leary and the others were helping to change the world and bring in a utopian age, the age of Aquarius. But Leary's results didn't speak for themselves. Back in 2022, Nina Burleigh retold the story for the New York Times. The sacrament was powerful, pure lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD 25. At least they took diet hylamide, only 25 calories. Participants were fortified before their so-called ego deaths, which Leary and co. defined as drug-induced separation from reality. There was, of course, a brutality to it. The stripping of the ego could bring on, quote, bad trips.
Nightmare, 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 nightmare.
And lasting mental health issues. But the goal was psychic rebirth. Like many of the people in Zihuatanejo, many of the characters in Lost find themselves searching for answers about the world and about themselves, only to follow systems which lead them to dead ends. And yes, modern medicinal psychedelic applications have produced much better mental health results than what Leary was doing with his methods. Even at the time, other proponents of psychedelics' rehabilitative properties criticized Leary, including the student who wrote the report. But please, no, I've never done psychedelics. I don't know enough about it to encourage it. This is all for educational purposes about Lost. Nonetheless, the fruits of ALPERT and Leary's labor culminated in 1964, when they, along with colleague Ralph Metzner, published The Psychedelic Experience, which repurposes an excerpt of a Tibetan text, the Bardo Thodol, to help users navigate hallucinogenic episodes to experience a psychic death and rebirth. So much of Lost's weird happenings represent the experiences of the Bardo Thodol and the psychedelic experience. John literally aids Boone in having a psychedelic trip of his own, which leads him to the conclusion that no, he probably shouldn't want to sleep with his stepsister. Like the Bardo, through the flashbacks, we understand how the characters project their karma onto the island. The good and bad choices that they've made in their lives, which in turn affects the way they view experiences, relationships, and visions as something that is cosmically connected, mirroring the peaceful and wrathful deities described in the Bardo, who represent the experiencer's karma. Jack is guilty about ruining his father's career, so he sees his ghost. Sawyer is harassed by a boar that sends him on another senseless revenge mission. SAYID is tortured by Danielle Rousseau. It's a cosmic drama so ironic the characters can't help but to acknowledge it themselves. Why does this keep happening to me? I'm just a word processor! Sometimes it happens to them, sometimes they manifest it. The lines are always blurred. Did Jacob bring them to the island because they set off the bomb? Or did they set off the bomb because Jacob brought them to the island? That's why I love time travel in Lost. It's like the perfect analogy for this relationship between free will and destiny. And they find it hard to learn lessons from these experiences in a way that impacts them over time, because the trials are a constant part of life. It's hard to come up from the water and get perspective when you feel like you're always drowning. So they seek relief, they seek answers from people who don't know any better than them. And in turn, they seek out the mysteries of life and the island. Timothy Leary was called the most dangerous man in America by Richard Nixon. And in 1968, he planned to run against Ronald Reagan for the governorship of California. His campaign slogan was "Come Together." And because John Lennon had read The Psychedelic Experience, he was happy to say yes when Leary asked him to write a campaign song, which did in fact become Before this, the Lennon-written Beatles song Tomorrow Never Knows was directly inspired by the text of The Psychedelic Experience, which had enlightened Lennon about his own acid trip. That's why the dude in the Others cult looks like John Lennon. In Lost, friends and social bonds are essential to overcoming the challenges of life. The psychedelic experience, as with the Bardo Thodol, is supposed to be read aloud to someone. This is where the concept of having a trip sitter comes from. You need a friend to read the book to you to help you navigate the experience. To navigate the riptide of destiny. John gave Boone those drugs and then he left them alone. Yes, Richard Nixon had called Timothy Leary the most dangerous man in America, but America had also experimented with psychedelic drugs. Lady Liberty, you hippie freak. All during the CIA's Project MK Ultra, which was top secret back then, but super famous now. Per NPR, unwitting subjects endured psychological torture, ranging from electroshock to high doses of LSD, which totally mirrors the kinds of experiments the Dharma Initiative and the others to a lesser extent did. Dharma Initiative ran Room 23, meant to brainwash people, developed a truth serum, and while the others test SAYID, they administer electroshock. These are other systems that people get wrapped up in. There's a good chance Sawyer would have allowed SAYID to die because it was a convenient social decision for him to make. But you know, maybe he wouldn't have let SAYID die. I actually really don't know. In the orientation video, it's stated that the Dharma Initiative societal model is based off the writings of B.F. Skinner. And according to Lostpedia, this is not a big point, I just need to connect to the next point. B.F. Skinner wrote a lot against the concept of free will, saying the masses could be controlled, particularly through drugs, rather than allowing individuals to use drugs for self-actualization. But B.F. Skinner did not think of himself as a sociologist or a psychologist. He wrote all about all this stuff in a novel, which some people think is satirical. Obviously, this is a much more evil way to use drugs, in my opinion. Like the Dharma Initiative and the others, to a lesser extent, literally tried to mind control the opposition. The powers that be in Lost try to maintain control, which is another element that gets these characters trapped in these behavior cycles. Once people understood how SAYID behaved, they started using him. The monster, Ben, the governments, Jacob, their parents, the others, Widmore's company, the fucking weather, the monster armies, the systems that can't be controlled, the trials, the trauma that make it difficult for those characters to find self-actualization. And sometimes when they do experience ego death and let go of parts of themselves they're holding on to, they die right away after. They don't get to experience a rebirth and choose a new personality, which is literally how the psychedelic experience describes rebirth. How to choose a new personality. Now that I've done DMT, I love Joe Rogan.
So have you ever done DMT?
I just gave you 2 lies. So much of the counterculture movement is about peace and love and being a hippie, but so much of it is about new age cults and the fear of loved ones being brainwashed. When the monster claims they all have to leave together on the submarine only to try to kill his movement's followers, I'm reminded of Heaven's Gate, a cult filled with lonely people who were convinced to take their own lives, and the people of Jonestown who were massacred to make it look like they had died willingly for a cause. One of the most ill-defined mysteries in Lost is that of the sickness that Rousseau describes her party falling ill to. The sickness that turned them against her. Thematically, sickness is explored in every season. The medical injections in the hatch, pregnant women dying, brain hemorrhaging from time travel. Yet with SAYID's sacrifice, we learned that the others were once again wrong. SAYID had not been claimed by the monster in this mystical sense. Despite this higher power over him, he could still break the cycle by self-destructing, choosing to save his friends, including Desmond, giving his own life having found people he believes are worth being loyal to. An ego death followed by death. When the final season returns to the sickness, I really think it's trying to say it's all in Danielle Rousseau's head. Her husband was sick because he was going to kill her. If your loved one suddenly wanted to kill you, you would say the same thing. They got sick, or they've always been sick. What more explanation do you need? SAYID and Claire are sick because they choose to go with the other side. It's a perspective. In the season 1 episode where Rousseau first explains this sickness concept, this random side character in the camp is implied to invent a rash for himself because he's sitting on the island bored, and that boredom turns into anxiety, which is healed when HURLEY makes the golf course. It's the same episode. If this guy is inventing this thing in his boredom, what kind of things does Rousseau invent in her isolation? Sickness is literally a descriptor we use in American politics. You've been brainwashed. You took the red pill. You have the woke mind virus. You're sick, bitch. People join groups looking for answers. Ancient cults like the Gnostics, modern cults like Scientology, even self-help gurus have promised to give secrets that you can only learn by pledging money, your allegiance, and your faith. These people are searching for connections. They're being told they're changing the world, like the Dharma Initiative told their rank and file, or that you're the good guys, like the others told their rank and file. Yet in the end, they all mostly feel used.
Goodspeed told me you people were doing experiments changing the world.
In a confusing and conflicted world, these characters truthfully feel loosened. they're lost. But their quests, the treasures that they find, the mysteries that they answer, do not fill that hole. It doesn't lead to satisfaction. That only ever comes through making real human connection. A need for human connection that can be used by people looking to take advantage of others. But in the Flash Sideways, in this world unburdened by these symbolic higher powers, all of this stuff becomes much easier. After LAX, Kate ditches Claire and drives the cab to an auto mechanic. She luckily finds a stranger happy to help her evade the law. A stranger putting themselves at risk to help her inspires Kate to return Claire's baby supplies to her. And then Kate takes her to meet the couple adopting her baby. And then Claire asks Kate to come inside with her. Dude, she's going to get arrested.
Are you kidding me? Please, I really don't want to go up there on my own.
So Kate goes up to the door with her, where they meet a woman in tears. She and her husband are now separating, and she won't be taking the baby. She can't do it alone, which is exactly where she leaves Claire. So Kate speaks up for her, but there's nothing an assertive attitude can do right now, Kate.
She came all the way from Australia and you don't call?
Oh my God.
This is not telling the waiter that she forgot your boyfriend's pickles. This is a baby. She forgot about a baby. And then Claire starts having contractions. Okay, Kate needs to go on the run, but first she takes Claire to the hospital, where they made a familiar face. Hey, that's Ethan. I know that guy. He was a baby when the bomb went off. He was the baby of the leaders of the Dharma initiative when the bomb went off. He was on that island. Unless, did he swim to safety? I think babies can swim. Ethan once represented the most terrifying moment in Lost.
He wasn't on the plane.
Hello there.
Just like a scary stranger standing there looking. Menacingly! Yet through flashbacks, we got to know Ethan beyond his death. And being scary was really just a misunderstanding. He didn't want to kidnap Claire. He wanted to help her because pregnant women die on the island, and he just panicked. He only hung Charlie from a tree so they know he meant business. Gotta know he means business. He's a doctor. That's all business. Sideways Claire is frantic and calls out for her child's name, Aaron, as if she knew it already. Then Ethan says very nicely and professionally, "Calm down, lady, the baby's fine." Claire's like, I have no idea where the name Aaron came from. When the police come in looking for Kate, the timid Claire says, sorry, but she's not here. But Kate's actually right behind the door. Just like Kate put herself at risk for Claire, Claire now puts herself at risk for Kate. In this universe, Claire asks Kate what she did and she implies she's innocent, and we never really learn if that's true or not.
What did you do?
Would you believe me if I said I was innocent?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
And in return for her kindness, Claire gives Kate her credit card, including her legal first name and last name, the expiration date, and the 3 numbers on the back. Though don't get too excited, Kate.
Not much of a limit on it.
Okay, I would not be doing my job if I didn't mention the Comic Con tease about Kate's past in the Sideways.
In the case of a murderer on the run. And for the murder of her stepfather seemed foolproof. But it was Ryan who would perish inside instead of her intended target.
Apparently, in this timeline, Kate failed to kill her stepfather, which was actually her real father, and instead she accidentally kills an innocent bystander. But this is arguably not canon, so maybe Kate is innocent. Per Carlton of DARLTON, there was a different scenario in that story. She basically blew up an apprentice plumber as opposed to killing her biological father/stepfather. If it becomes too confusing for you, you can just follow the Flash Sideways for what they are. It's not as though there's narrative that hangs on the fact that you need to know that this is an event that was different in this world. That's not critical for being able to process the narrative of this season. So is Kate guilty in this life? Maybe it doesn't matter. It's a little thematic that we don't get to know, right? Because, you know, we all get a new life on this island. This isn't the first Comic-Con tease not to be followed up on, but especially for the later seasons, that makes complete sense because it was very early in their production cycle. They're like, give us a teaser, and they're like, we started 2 days ago. Coming home from his trip, John's wheelchair lift malfunctions and he falls face first into his lawn. The sprinklers even turn on just to piss on him while he's down. In the other life, Helen had left John before he was ever even in a wheelchair. He could walk, but his anger has always paralyzed him. But now she can help him when he's knocked down. They are getting married, and when Helen jokes about getting it over with a shotgun wedding, John gets defensive, saying he could give her something better than that. They have quaint, trivial conversations about selecting home decor, something so small that speaks to how much more present John is within this life, how much less trouble is in his head. When he comes back to work, we see a familiar asshole, John's boss, Randy Nations, who has found out John went to Australia on the company's dollar, only to skip out on the conference he was supposed to go to. But John doesn't want to explain himself, so Randy fires him. During the show, the audience became privy to all of these connections these characters had off of the island that they were unable to make on the island themselves. When John takes his company box out of the box company office, the last thing he needs is someone parked over the handicap line, making it impossible for John to get in his car and leave. He starts throwing a fit, but the owner of this Hummer, the owner of the company, comes to see if everything is okay.
What are you doing? What am I doing? What the hell are you doing?
Hurley owns John's box company as a part of his massive portfolio, and old Randy Nations used to be Hurley's boss too.
That guy is a huge douche.
If Hurley could give a douche like that a job, he could help John out. So Hurley sends John to his recruiting agency with a special note from the owner. Hurley owning John's box company only ever felt like an Easter egg, something that was meant for fans to learn by buying a magazine spread or an issue of the official Lost fan magazine. But when we compare it to John's story on the island, it's such a cathartic thing for him to meet Hurley. John never got to meet Jacob, the distant, faceless guy in charge of it all. Like Jacob, Hurley too was once a distant, faceless figure in John's life who carelessly wielded a lot of power over him. Hurley didn't even know he owned a box company.
A box company?
They make boxes.
But in this life, he's not a faceless owner. He's here in front of him and he wants to help. John is paired with Rose at Hurley's recruiting agency. In the other life, like John, Rose and her husband Bernard had wished to stay on the island too. Like John's paralysis, Rose had her cancer healed by the island. Although Rose had recognized what happened to John because she saw him on the plane, she never told John what happened to her because John was kind of a dangerous guy. He was unhinged and Rose kept her distance.
I'm not going anywhere with that man.
John insists he wants to work construction, but Rose is hesitant because he's never done it before, and she realizes he would have trouble navigating the job site because, well, you know, he's bald. The helmet couldn't stay on that frictionless thing. But that's what John wants. After all, Mr. Reyes said he would take care of him.
Let's try to be a little more realistic.
And what do you know about realistic?
So Rose tells John about her cancer. Rose only has so long to live, but instead of worrying every day about it, she has decided to live what life she can. Later, John decides he's going to return Jack's call. He's going to get that surgery, and perhaps then he will get started with his life. Jack's office picks up, but John's legs give out from under him. I mean, he's losing his footing. I mean, he's bald.
Can I help you?
No, you can't.
Helen comes home to John, who tells her he's been fired, but a delivery interrupts their conversation. John's lost luggage has arrived. Inside the case are his hunting knives. Helen is surprised, so he tells her about his planned adventure in the outback. But even in this life, he was told no.
You don't know who you're dealing with. Don't ever tell me what I can't do, ever!
And I sat there yelling at them, shouting at them that they couldn't tell me what I can't do.
This is my destiny. I'm supposed to do this, damn it!
But they were right.
Without the island and with Helen, it seems the long plane ride home and a few friendly faces along the way was all John needed to realize that he's ready to get started with his life right now. He does not need a surgery to make that happen. He tells Helen that there are no such things as miracles, and he won't walk down the aisle at their wedding. But Helen says she doesn't need him to walk. But there are such things as miracles. And we have to believe her because both Helen and John died in the other life without ever being reunited. Yet here they are. John never needed the island to heal him. He never needed his abusive father to love him. He never needed to be a chosen one. He just needed to recognize the people in his life who did love him. Instead of pushing for that construction job, John finds himself at a school as a substitute teacher, the perfect place for an old man with a lot of half-baked wisdom. As a substitute, there's not enough time for John to lead a student out into the jungle and have them die. He's only a substitute. John can thrive here, but of course, it's not long before he makes friends with the man who killed him, an overeducated European history teacher, Dr. Ben Linus. In a parallel dimension, Jack finds himself more divorced than ever. He looks down and sees a scar from his appendix surgery, a surgery he had on the island. This could easily be explained as something that happened earlier in his life if Jack's memories hadn't divorced it from his brain.
Have they found him yet?
No, I called a couple hours ago and they think the coffin was checked through Berlin.
How do you lose a body?
I don't know, Mom, but there's nothing we can do except for wait for more information.
Jack's son is as distant and uncommunicative as he is. Jack asks David about Alice in Wonderland, a story he read to him as a child, but it's clear this is not that child. He's a teenager now, and he's mad because Jack was late picking him up from school. The mention of Alice in Wonderland brings to mind the beginning of the series. On the island, Jack references the events of the episode White Rabbit, admitting to Hurley that when he found the caves, he had been chasing his dead father, which he once assumed was a psychedelic hallucination brought on by dehydration. Now he's chasing a new white rabbit, the son he never had. Unable to find his father's will, Jack goes to help his mom search at his childhood home. Jack is actually surprised to hear that his mom thinks his son was upset at his dad's funeral. He's like, my kid was upset at his grandpa's funeral? Jack doesn't even realize that like talking about these things are sort of his responsibility. He's David's dad. But Jack's just short of figuring out the irony of the situation between him and his son and the situation between him and his father. Jack and his mom find the will and they're surprised to read one name. Claire Littleton. Later, Jack goes home and finds David missing, so he goes on a search, calling David's mysterious mother. He arrives at her house to look for their son. The key is under the mat, so you know Jack's gotta take a peek inside. He stalked his ex-wife in another life. Now, he breaks into his ex-wife's house, but he's a parent now looking for his kid, so we forgive him a little bit more. Plus, his ex-wife's out of town. He's not trying to like peep on her. Jack learns that David has a piano recital and rushes over to the concert hall where he finds him playing already. He's stunned to see what his child is capable of. Next to him, another child compliments David before he joins his father, Dogan, who in this life is reunited with the son he tragically lost. Losing.
They are too young to have this kind of pressure, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
It's hard to watch and be unable to help.
Dogan asks, but Jack isn't sure how long David has been playing. Afterwards, David is shocked his distant dad saw him perform. He thought he could leave and come back before Jack got home. David says he's embarrassed about missing a few notes, but from Jack's perspective, we hear a perfect composition. It's clear Jack has put a lot of pressure on his kid.
I mean, Mom promised not to tell you.
Why?
It was always such a big deal to you.
David tells Jack he was afraid to fail in front of him, which is exactly how Jack felt about his own dad. Then he treats his kid like a person and he tells him what kind of father he wants to be to him, by first telling him how his father hurt him.
He said that I didn't have what it takes. Spent my whole life carrying that around with me.
But really, Jack just wants to be a part of David's life. David says, okay, and sure, to pizza back at the house. That's like 50 fucking dad points for Jack. Jack and SAYID are the only two characters whose Flash Sideways episodes don't feature them directly connecting with somebody that they met on the island. Instead, Jack meets David to look at himself. On the island, Jack literally finds a magic mirror. He looks in the mirror, but instead of himself, he sees his childhood home. David is a manifestation of Jack's series-long struggle to heal his inner child, a common psychological pursuit. In a March 2010 issue of TV Guide, it was hinted that Jack's ex-wife Sarah might make a return to the show and be revealed as David's mother. At this point, actress Julie Bowen had become mega famous due to the success of Modern Family, but she still had an opinion on the identity of David's mother. And because Modern Family was going to be filming an episode in Hawaii, they teased she might come back to Lost. If I'm not the mom, I'll feel betrayed, says Bowen. Who the hell was he sleeping with? I just love her getting into it. The reveal of the mother, Jack's ex-wife, happens in the finale. And in this world, it's Juliet, which feels like an obvious conclusion.
I just gave him to your mom.
And then it's revealed that David is not real. So like David is literally Jack's inner child. Like Jack's dad on the island, David is simply an apparition of this universe. The gentler side of Jack has always been illustrated through a consistent but very suppressed detail about his character. He can play piano. It's something that he forgets about himself and in turn the audience forgets. He plays a little with Sarah before their wedding in season 1. And then in season 3, he takes time again when he is staying with the others and catches feelings for Juliet. She too helped him reconnect to this more sensitive, more considerate side of himself that helps him grow into a more realized person. Even though their relationship is self-destructive, after all, Jack and Juliet were the biggest advocates for setting off the bomb, though they absolutely played a pivotal role in each other's lives. Jack convinces Juliet to turn on the others simply by trusting her. He doesn't ask if she's a double agent, and that makes her tell him that she is a double agent. Funny how that works. SAYID's struggle has always been self-preservation over loyalty. Even though he was coming to Los Angeles to search for Nadia, once he crashed on the island, SAYID was quick to pursue a relationship with Shannon, which makes us realize his romantic life is no different than his military career. Something Naveen Andrews gleefully pointed out in an interview. SAYID has not been faithful to Nadia on the island. You haven't forgotten about Maggie Grace already, have you? No way! Good, good. Remember her. Remember Maggie. So even that's conflicted, slightly complex. It's never clear cut with SAYID.
Did you get my letters?
Yes.
You never wrote back?
In this life, SAYID admits to himself that Nadia had been hurt by him and chooses to let her go because he will only hurt her again. But when SAYID's brother is beaten up, Nadia asks him not to hurt anyone, not to get involved. That will only hurt her, but getting involved is the only choice SAYID knows. SAYID is taken by two men to Martin Keamy. Once a mercenary in this universe, he's involved in organized crime. In the back of a restaurant, he cracks a couple of eggs and introduces himself to SAYID and SAYID to his boys.
His brother got mugged right up front of his own store. It was just terrible.
Keamy makes some sly comment implying he's the one who hurt SAYID's brother, and SAYID's not in the mood to play. He points a gun at Keamy, who says, okay, your brother's debt is forgiven. And SAYID, you can forget about it. But he's not that guy, pal. SAYID shoots Keamy, killing him good. Suddenly, a noise from the closet grabs SAYID's attention. Inside is a friend he doesn't recognize. Jin, tied up in the closet? While Sun and Jin had struggled in their relationship off the island, after crashing, removed from the struggles of the world and with a supportive community, their relationship is able to once again flourish. But somehow in this world, by keeping their relationship a secret from Sun's father, they thrive. Yet in America, they are quickly caught as the lovers they are by Martin Keamy and his goons. Jin is supposed to deliver their money, but it's been confiscated by US Customs. There's a clear communication barrier here, so they call a translator, a friend of their friend Danny, a Russian guy named Mikhail. Mikhail arrives with both eyes intact, unlike the other life. They figure out the money has been confiscated, so Mikhail takes Sun to the bank while Keamy takes Jin to the restaurant for another appointment. Keamy ties Jin up in the closet and confesses to him that the $25K was a fee for a hit job.
Anyone who works for PEC knows the cardinal rule. Hands off the boss's daughter.
Yet, Jin still thinks he's gonna be fine. In fact, he thinks Keamy will help keep his relationship with Sun a secret. So Jin thanks him. What a good guy. For real, for real. He's gonna kill you though, Jin. At the bank, Sun finds out all of her accounts have been closed. She's confused, so Mikhail fills her in on the situation. They've been sent to America because Daddy found out about her and Jin's relationship. From the closet, Jin hears gunshots and starts trying to escape, only for SAYID to open the door. He takes off Jin's mouth cover, recognizes the language barrier, and then cuts him some slack, handing Jin a box cutter to cut himself free, leaving SAYID with just enough time to get out of there. Just as Mikhail enters with Sun, he and Jin exchange gunfire. Mikhail drops to the ground, losing that eye he was missing in the other life. And finally, Sun and Jin are reunited. But Sun has been shot in the crossfire? What else could go wrong? During class, Ben tells the story of Napoleon's exile to the island of Elba, a story he might relate to.
What was truly devastating to him was the loss of his power.
After class, the principal comes in and tells Ben he has to cancel after-school history club to look over detention. Ben says think of the children, but the American public school system has other plans for him. He's told to forget about all 5 students that are interested in history club. He complains in the teacher's lounge where Dr. Arts, another teacher, even in the other life, tries to convince him to go for the big job, the principalship.
Who's gonna listen to me?
I'm listening.
Uh-oh, John, don't do this again. That night, Ben tends to his father, who expresses regret for not staying on the island and giving Ben an opportunity for a better life.
Who knows what you would have become?
Ben became in charge, and he held on to that small sliver of power desperately. But there was only one thing he really wanted. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and when Ben answers, unbeknownst to him, his daughter from another life is here to ask why History Club has been canceled. She's one of Ben's students, and he realizes he forgot to tell them he had detention.
What'd you do?
Ha ha, very funny, Alex. She needs help getting her college applications ready, so Ben meets her in the library for private tutoring the next day. Alex starts complaining. She needs a recommendation letter from a graduate of the college she wants to get into. And the only alumni she knows is that creep, the principal. Ben is shocked by her description, so she explains that one day she was in the nurse's office and saw the principal and the nurse doing it. Uh-oh. But she makes Ben promise not to share this information that could blow up his marriage and his career and make him a sex offender. With some hacking, Ben and Dr. Arts find correspondence between the principal and the nurse, and with the ammunition he needs, Ben goes to blackmail the principal. His demands? The principal should resign and recommend Ben for the job. It could all work out for Ben, but the people in charge are always playing the game. He tells Ben if he goes through with this plan, he will tank Alex's future and refuse to write her the letter she needs. So Ben backs down. Arts is upset because he wanted Ben to give him a better parking spot, but Ben gives up his own parking spot, and the principal writes Alex a great recommendation letter. He does what's right, using his remaining leverage simply to keep the history club going, carving himself out a small corner to feel some purpose. In the other life, Ben had kidnapped Alex from Danielle Rousseau, the French woman, but as Ben's story progressed, we learned that in doing that, he actually defied a direct order to kill Danielle and her baby. He spared them, and when Charles Widmore couldn't kill baby Alex himself, when he couldn't carry out his own orders, Ben took the opportunity to take Charles's position. Years later, Charles had a mercenary kill Alex, most likely in revenge. From Ben's perspective, the others kidnapping children on the island was essential for the child's welfare. He ran the government. It was like child protective services. In the other 48 days, we see the tail section struggling to find food, and then the children are kidnapped. And when we see them again, they're pretty okay. I don't know if Charles Widmore blew them up. That's a possibility. But in this life, the work Ben does to help children is much less morally gray. In this life, he gets to be the little bean he was always meant to be. Bean Linus. In this life, Ben does right by Alex and leaves the game when she becomes a piece in it. Doing right by her is more important than his power, than being in the game. He looks out at Alex, proud of what he did, and realizes he's not a good history teacher because she has a Confederate flag on her backpack. Is she a rebel or a racist? 2010 was a long time ago. Sawyer being a cop right alongside Miles seems like the spin-off show we'll never get. Their friendship transcends lifetimes, and it's a friendship only made possible by Sawyer's journey through earlier connections he made. He had character growth over the course of the first few seasons, but that didn't really eliminate the drama and friction between him and the other castaways. The mistakes he made left an impact. But when they left and a new batch of castaways got on the island, Sawyer had grown enough to make meaningful relationships. Yet still, in this world, he holds on to his anger as he's still searching for that mysterious con man who ruined his life. This is the man he took his name from, but in this life, like during his time in the Dharma Initiative, Sawyer goes by his real name, James. When Sawyer starts asking about the name Anthony Cooper on the phone, we know he's getting close to finding the right guy. But Miles sets Sawyer up for a date with his friend, somebody who works with his dad at the museum. Apparently, Miles has found love in this life, and he wants the same for his friend Sawyer. When Sawyer meets up with Charlotte, it's kind of an odd pairing, but they're both so hot. I mean, the writers have to keep themselves interested too, right? Sawyer explains how he came to be in this world.
I guess I got to a point in my life where I was either gonna become a criminal or a cop. So I chose cop.
The writers are keeping themselves very interested as things get a little steamy. Going back to Sawyer's place, the mood quickly shifts when Charlotte starts being an archaeologist, digging through Sawyer's things and finding a folder he's compiled for his revenge mission. He sees her looking at it and yells at her to get out in the middle of the night. The next day, Miles chews his buddy out. He's like, I set you up with my friend and you treat her this bad? I don't want to be your partner anymore unless you tell me why you were in Australia. But Sawyer's not ready to talk. So Miles says, see ya, pal. I'm not your friend anymore. At home, alone, Sawyer finds comfort in watching reruns of Little House on the Prairie, a show he loved in his childhood. So he leaves and goes back to Charlotte with the flower, but she tells him he blew it and only then does he decide to talk to Miles about his tragic past, about his revenge mission that he decides to let go of. While the romantic relationships are clearly important to the characters in Lost, I think Lost has this view that the personal journey the characters have to take is separate from their romantic journey and who they end up with. Something Jack had trouble separating when he married his ex-wife Sarah.
I didn't fix you. You fixed me.
Nah, dude, fix yourself, then marry her. Sawyer x Charlotte will never happen, but through connecting with someone he has learned to trust, Sawyer begins to heal. And maybe something like Charlotte won't happen again. Together again, Miles and Sawyer answers a call to help out with a criminal in pursuit. They get to the location where Sawyer is able to tackle the perp, and it's Kate. Or that criminal he saw on his plane, then later decide help run from the police. Well, this is awkward. The nature of this reality and its relationship to the island reality are sort of the keys to understanding the greater mythology of Lost. And our first clue came with Juliet's final message to Sawyer.
That's what she wanted to tell you. It worked.
Then, somehow, the people in the Sideways began to remember their lives. On the island, Desmond had been one of 3 different characters who found themselves looking after Charlie in a sort of rehabilitative sponsor position. John helped him kick drugs, but Desmond literally had to save Charlie from visions of his death. An anxious, psychedelic parallel to the original premise. Charlie returned the favor by sacrificing his life to try to make Desmond's visions of a better future come true. Another character who experiences a psychological ego death just to fucking die. And in the Sideways, Charlie wants to make Desmond have the same vision he's having to see their life on the island. But how do these visions come to them? How are there 2 timelines instead of just like 1? Well, the elaborate red herring of introducing time travel and presenting the bomb as a reset button to create a new timeline presents a lens for us to view the Sideways. But that is not necessarily the nature of this world. The psychedelic experience is a manual based off the Bardo Thodol, which was first adapted and translated to Western audiences under a different name, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. This is not a parallel timeline like it's traditionally understood in science fiction. After an entire series of references to hell, purgatory, death, and rebirth, we now literally see these characters in a plane of the afterlife, which looks so much like the world they know. It's a purgatory viewed through the lens of a parallel timeline, which allows these characters to philosophically recognize decisions that they've made in their lives. That's why they seem to retain the wisdom of their time on the island, even though they don't necessarily have the memories of the island. This fact will be definitively revealed in the finale, but because this is a retrospective, I want to approach the ending of the series with this final reveal in mind, because it's hard to discuss themes of a show without revealing things about it, especially when those things like have to do with the nature of the reality in which a major storyline takes place. Of course, Lost doing an afterlife story in its final season is most likely what convinced a lot of the audience that they were trying to reveal that they have been dead the whole time, especially if audience members were tuning in to the final season after having not watched the show for so many years. To believe they are dead before the Flash Sideways storyline is not only factually wrong, but it's like a guaranteed way to like totally disconnect from the emotional drama of the show and what the show is trying to portray, because the island itself is representative of the challenges of life. Lost's vision of life and its relationship to the afterlife is absolutely inspired by the different bardos or planes of the Tibetan Book of the Dead, which, like the psychedelic experience, was written to be read aloud. But instead of somebody who's tripping, it's meant to guide the recently deceased through hallucinogenic experiences after death when they're experiencing pure consciousness. In a super boiled down version, the Tibetan Book of the Dead really is a short excerpt from a larger text which was popularized in the West in the early 1900s. Having no memory of how they died, the recently deceased are given instruction on how to navigate different planes of the afterlife in which they encounter peaceful and wrathful deities, which reflect the dead's karma. Both the peaceful and wrathful deities are there to help the Bardo being, but it is ultimately up to them to let go of their fear and experience ego death. Then they can become enlightened and escape the cycle of rebirth. But if not, they go on to another plane of the bardo where the visions become more intense until they are ultimately pushed to a womb entrance to be born again. Lost is seen to have different planes of the afterlife and is implied to have different planes of the afterlife. HURLEY sees the dead walking on Earth. Hey, I know we just said the island isn't purgatory, but nobody tell that to Michael, because he would disagree with you. Because of his betrayal, Michael's psychological and spiritual journey extends beyond the world of the Flash sideways, like a bardo being unable to achieve enlightenment and then moving on to another plane of the bardo. And we have to ask, what happened to Kimi and Mikael? They just fucking died. In death, they died twice. Well, like Michael, they too very notably betrayed their groups. Mikael betrayed the others in the Looking Glass, and Kimi betrayed the others on the freighter and even within his mercenary team. Remember when he kicked the fucking grenade over towards Omar? Even in the Flash sideways, Omar doesn't catch a break. So I imagine these characters who are really bad and really are limited in the growth they experience in life have to experience these multiple planes. I don't know if reincarnation exists in Lost, but like Kimi might become like a squirrel or something. He's going nuts. Okay, so I was rewatching The Leftovers, in which there's a scene where the main character arguably enters into a kind of bardo state between life and death. In this life, he chooses to be an international assassin, and quickly later, he's attacked by a man played by actor Anthony Azizi, who played Omar in Lost. And quickly, like in the Sideways, his character in The Leftovers is killed. Now, having watched more Lindelof, while he does tackle some very similar themes amongst his work, he's not really an Easter egg guy. But I wholeheartedly believe this is a Lost Easter egg. Omar died in the Sideways, went here, and now he's off wherever else. To the world of the dead, being able to appear as them. Looking like John Locke, the monster is a very fun character, because I think we can imagine John Locke actually being resurrected and becoming a corrupt version of himself due to his anger of being murdered. The monster uses the image of the dead against you. But when Charlie died, John too used this against HURLEY. He said, "HURLEY, if you don't come with me, Charlie died for nothing." John is not evil, but saying this was evil and using the dead against people is a key element to the monster's character. Smokey Mon also reminds me of the wrathful spirit from the bardo, Yama Dharma Aja, who expands as vast as space and holds a wooden slate engraved with images of the deceased's past actions. When he's a big cloud, the smoke monster will come up to people and flash images of their lives. It's why people think he's a judge. As per the bardo, Yama Dharma Raja is as vast as space, brandishing in his hand the wooden slate documenting past actions, his mouth echoing with the cries of strike and kill. The Penguin Classics edition adds some context. In the context of the intermediate state of rebirth, he personifies the process of confronting in death the nature of one's past life's actions, and based on the natural laws of cause and effect, he personifies the process of judgment that determines the consequential outcome of such past actions. Many people try to connect the ideas of a collective conscious and the ideas described in the Tibetan Book of the Dead to like quantum entanglement and other complex quantum physics things. According to the text, the bardo is not a physical plane, rather it's something that exists within our consciousness, which is something that I think is different about the Sideways than the bardo. I do not believe this world exists in just, say, Jack's consciousness. It would have to be Jack. I do think the Sideways is something they experience together, truly. As for the absence of certain side characters in this story that feel like they should be present, we don't know if this is the only plane of the afterlife these characters experience, yet it's here in this world where they recognize the relationships between each other, where they can really come outside of themselves and experience true psychological growth, which is totally the experience of the bardo and the psychedelic experience. Quote, "Such misunderstanding could only have arisen among those who do not know that it is one of the oldest and most universal practices for the initiate to go through the experience of death before he can be spiritually reborn. Symbolically, he must die to his past and to his old ego before he can take his place in the new spiritual life into which he has been initiated." Now, going on a journey to experience ego death is incredibly reminiscent of the hero's journey, and that's no accident. The wrathful and peaceful deities of the bardo were something Carl Jung believed existed in our collective conscious. He used them as examples when describing and arguing for certain archetypes. And of course, creating a metaphorical death and rebirth is exactly what Joseph Campbell took when developing his hero's journey, the monomyth. The language of literal reincarnation is all throughout Joseph Campbell's work. He calls it the womb of redemption, which works way more when describing literal reincarnation rather than like a character journey. Because the hero's journey uses so much language regarding death and rebirth, that's why Lost uses it at the beginning of the series. No, when the series started, they did not know that they were explicitly gonna examine these characters after they died. But the themes of dying and being reborn and spiritual growth occurring after death have always been present in the show. It's the use of this language that first convinced people that they were dead, but it was really just referring to the hero's journey. The idea to eventually explore these characters in death was developed really early on, however, because the audience had been so attached to the idea of the show exploring purgatory from the get-go, all because of this concept of death and rebirth. Yet the decision to tackle this subject also came with the definitive decision that no, they're not dead on the island. I don't think that was a real creative decision ever considered. Buddhist and Eastern imagery has been prevalent in Lost throughout its story. Between the name the Dharma Initiative, the wheel is the Bhava Chakra, and the show's exploration of light and darkness, of dualities, is very much reminiscent of yin and yang. The repeating character conflicts of each season in itself is a period of death and rebirth for the characters, challenged by a world that seems to make it so hard to change. Going back to the first episode following the pilot, Tabula Rasa, these characters search for clean slates, but the only way to achieve that metaphorically is by experiencing ego death. But they struggle to experience this because they hold on to the past so desperately. But the final season is a response to this concept of going back. The time travel story illustrates these characters' desperate attempts to re-experience the past, which is why it's so poignantly followed up with a story about letting go of it. I also think The Flash Sideways seems to settle these debates between the Jungian archetypes and John Locke's idea of tabula rasa, proving that it is, after all, our experiences that define us. Because it is within the Sideways, which is framed as an alternate universe, which is framed as these characters having had alternate experiences, that they are able to realize themselves without the struggles of life. The Flash Sideways is a thematic lens where they get to do moments in their lives a little differently than they did on the island. Yet even with the opportunity to do some things over, they decide they would want the same people in their lives along the way. Wanting to change the past feels like a double-edged sword. Sure, I would want to do things differently. I wish I hadn't experienced some pain I experienced, but I wouldn't want to risk not encountering the important people who are in my life. Obsessing over the past is what makes it repeat itself. These characters are self-loathing, but it's only when these characters forgive themselves that they experience an ego death. Their ego is not positive, it is self-hatred. Before we get back to The Flash Sideways, I want to end with the story of the historical Richard Alpert. Eventually, Alpert stopped working with Timothy Leary, a story told in the documentary Dying to Know, Ram Dass and Timothy Leary. The historical Richard Alpert, like John Lennon, would go off to India, where he found himself a guru to teach him yoga and meditation, simple practices that can grant huge mental health benefits and clarity. Maybe more than psychedelics? I have no idea. Alpert claims to have experienced a rebirth after his ego death, and it's there where he renamed himself his much more famous name, Ram Dass. Ram Dass would go on to start his own foundation, which helped people to accept dying. He moved on from this person, Timothy Leary, who he felt like he gave his whole life to. After being knocked off a tenureship track at Harvard, he found himself with a new purpose to continue forward, which of course mirrors Lost's very own Richard Alpert. But sometimes people don't live long lives. Sometimes there's tragedy and people lose the opportunity to become their fully realized selves. In The Sideways, once Desmond meets Penny, images of his life flood back to him, and he goes on a mission to help his friends.
Can you get me the manifest for my flight from Sydney? Oceanic 815. Just the names of the passengers.
In this life, HURLEY is able to acknowledge how lucky he is. Celebrated by his community for charitable contributions, Dr. Chang at the museum narrates a video at a fundraiser celebrating the new paleontology wing that HURLEY is opening, which of course makes me think of this line from season 1.
So how do you know it wasn't a dinosaur?
Because dinosaurs are extinct.
Oh.
Hurley is happier in this life, but he's still lonely. And when this crazy Libby girl comes up to him, something about her draws him to her. In this life, Hurley never admitted himself into Santa Rosa Mental Hospital. And in the other life, he never learned that Libby had been there at the same time as him. Yet in the Sideways, she finds him again.
Do you believe that two people can be connected like soulmates?
Hurley finds himself slipping into his emotions over this Libby girl, going to one of his own restaurants to get a bucket of fried chicken. But it's there where he meets a familiar stranger. Desmond looks at Hurley, who calls Desmond out for staring. He says he recognizes Hurley from somewhere and realizes it's from the plane, from Oceanic 815. Desmond asks him what's wrong and Hurley says he's depressed. So Desmond says, "What's her name?" "Oh, Desmond, you sly dog." Hurley says he's interested in a crazy girl.
Well, all women are a little bit crazy, brother.
You know, Desmond, there's a reason why you're only the second best character to Hurley's first best character. So Desmond tells Hurley to not let Libby escape him, and he goes to Santa Rosa Mental Hospital to meet her, a place he has yet to visit in death. The death of Libby is a terrible accident in the narrative that makes Libby feel torn from the story sooner than she needed to be. The episode leading up to her death features her and Hurley planning a proper date after bonding first as friends. But Hurley forgets the blanket, so Libby makes her way back to the hatch where Michael accidentally shoots her, an action which made his redemption feel impossible, and a creative decision that was done admittedly to add shock value to the scene. Yet 2 lifetimes later, Hurley and Libby finally go on their date, and this time Hurley remembered the blanket. They have the date they never had, and Hurley is doing his best. But the worst parts of himself tell him that the only reason why Libby is interested in him is because she's delusional.
It's just being here with you feels so familiar. It's like a date we never had.
It's awkward, yet she tries to explain herself more and kisses him. And finally, he sees what she sees. Memories of the island flood back to him. Memories of Libby.
You mean I'm not crazy?
No, I don't think you are.
Just like Libby helped Hurley to accept himself despite his mental health struggles on the island, so too does Hurley help Libby here. She's struggled, but that doesn't make her crazy. We learn that she checked herself into Santa Rosa because she's mourning the death of her husband. She's not delusional, she too is just depressed. Looking on, Desmond sees that he's reconnected these two. In life, Hurley and Libby never talked about how they were at Santa Rosa at the same time, nor did Desmond ever learn the person who gave him the Elizabeth, the sailboat's namesake, Libby, had actually crash-landed on the very same island he did. Yet now he repays the favor and continues on his mission to reunite his friends. Going to his next friend, Desmond goes to the school John and Ben work at and runs John over with his car. Yay? Ben rides with John Locke and tries to inform the ambulance about John, but he doesn't really know him that well. The consequences of strangers helping strangers. But John is awake and says you can contact Helen Norwood. After being shot, Sun is brought to the same hospital. In the next episode, the monster will kill her and Jen, and before she remembers her life, Sun recoils in fear at the sight of the man who killed her. Some of my favorite foreshadowing this season. Meanwhile, Sawyer talks to Kate at the police department and he asks her if she thinks it's weird that they were on the same flight, but Kate isn't very interested.
Almost like someone's trying to put us together.
In life, Sawyer always made Kate feel like a criminal because he too was a criminal, but in this world, he's even worse for her and makes her feel like even more of a criminal because he arrested her. Kate asks Sawyer why she didn't turn him in at the airport, and when he plays dumb, she figures out he doesn't want people knowing he went to Australia.
Oh, I like you.
Their conversation is interrupted by Miles, who tracks down another suspect of theirs, SAYID, who is identified by Jin at the hospital, so they move out to arrest him. After fleeing the restaurant, SAYID goes to the house to say goodbye to Nadia, but the police are already there. Miles rings the doorbell and SAYID slips out the back, but Sawyer is waiting for him, and just like in life, he arrests SAYID. At the bottom of a corporate office, Desmond runs into Claire, who is trying to contact an adoption agency. Desmond, knowing he's dead, becomes unafraid of social norms, pushing Claire to come with him to meet his lawyer who he is going to see, which is when he introduces her to ILANA, a lawyer in this life who helps connect her to the Shephard family.
Do you believe in fate?
Overseeing Christian's will, ILANA introduces Jack to Claire, and she gets a chance to do something she never got to in life. To tell Jack that she knew Christian because he too was her father. Jack's like, oh my god, that's why he went to Australia every summer for the last 23 years or so. But their meeting is cut short because the love of Jack's life has been in a car accident. Sun wakes up in the hospital with Jin, who tells her the baby is okay, and right around the corner, Jack and his son walk into the hospital before Jack enters surgery.
So all these years you had no idea your dad had another kid?
David, a projection of Jack, serves as a youthful, inquisitive mind that helps him talk about these crazy turns in his life.
Grandfather kept a lot of things to himself.
Is that where you get it from?
Things he wouldn't typically talk to people about. David says good luck, and Jack goes in to see John Locke on the operating table. He sees John's dural sac has been obliterated, and that's real great because that's Jack's specialty. Jack, it's always been about the dural sac. What's inside it? The greatest mystery of all. Yet it's even greater when Jack recognizes John from Lost Luggage. While the monster captures Jack on the island and brings him into a trap, John Locke awakens out of surgery while Jack informs him that he's A-okay. He's saved him and he's sewed up that dural sac of his. And while the monster tries to kill all of Jacob's candidates on the island, Jack in the Sideways tells John he's a candidate for a new surgery they're developing.
If you'll give me a shot, Mr. Locke, I think that I could fix you.
Oh, thank you.
But John doesn't need that. Helen comes in to greet him, and Jack realizes this person doesn't need to be saved. But we know Jack, and this is how he saves himself. Jack goes searching for answers about John's injury. The guy who once stalked his ex-wife now breaks HIPAA laws. He does not care about privacy. Trying to learn what he wants to know, he's led to a dentist, Bernard Nadler, who remembers Jack had talked to his wife, Rose, on the plane.
Memory serves, you were flirting with my wife, Rose, when I was in the bathroom.
Bro, Bernard, that's never how I read that situation. Are you self-conscious? Are we learning Bernard's self-conscious in the last season? Bernard doesn't give Jack exactly what he needs to know. Instead, he gives him the name of a man who was in an accident with John.
Wait, that was 3 years ago. You just remember that?
Of course I do, Jack.
Perhaps Bernard remembers the island as well. He gives Jack the name Anthony Cooper, and Jack keeps looking. At a nursing home, Jack runs into Helen, who is surprised to see him. He asks her if she knows Anthony Cooper, and then she asks Jack to leave.
You saved John's life. Why can't that be enough?
Because it's not.
In knowing John, Helen can approximate why this is important to Jack. He's got a hole in him too. So Helen escorts Jack inside, where she introduces him to Anthony Cooper, John's father, who in this life remains in a vegetative state. A fitting end for a character who is potentially the most evil character in the show. He's now stuck in his own hell. At the hospital, Claire comes to meet Jack to ask how their father died and to share the one thing their father left her, a music box. So Jack tells her that their dad drank himself to death, and then she opens up the box, which plays a song that has always been connected to Claire and Aaron, To Catch a Falling Star. A magical, otherworldly concept, like meeting your sister you never knew you had. And here, Jack invites her to stay with him.
I mean, we're strangers.
No, we're not strangers. We're family.
At the hospital, John is released, and Jack greets him on his way out.
I haven't had a chance to say goodbye yet.
Well, goodbye.
Jack tells John he went to see his father to figure out why he got in the accident, to understand why he wouldn't say yes to the surgery, and John opens up. He tells Jack that he got his pilot license. He wanted to take his dad up in the air, but the weather wasn't good, but he was overconfident and did it anyways. And now, it's his fault his dad can't walk and cannot speak. In this world, John realizes how lucky he is to even be alive. Even in this chair, he cannot let go of his survivor's guilt. In this world, his inflated vision of himself got his dad hurt the same way that he got Boone hurt in a small plane crash. And just like before, he holds on to the pain. When they were in the airport, John said something to Jack that seemed so foolish, yet ended up helping him.
They have no idea where the hell he is.
They didn't lose your father. They just lost his body.
It's something that helps Jack let go of the stress of his father's body missing. They have the funeral anyways after this, and now Jack wants to repay the favor. He wants to help John let go. So he tells him that his father is gone too. John says no, that's not true, but Jack says they can help each other to let go. But Jack knows that's not easy.
Maybe you could go first.
John just laughs and says goodbye. So Jack repeats the words that John had said to him in life.
I wish you believed me.
These difficult things these characters have experienced have stunted them. It has made it hard for them to grow. But in doing what Jack does here, by inviting John to talk about his circumstance, these two have their first real, honest, emotional connection in the show. And they begin to do what they were meant to do for each other in life, to help each other let go of their painful memories, the memories of their tragic lives.
Let me go.
So we
Michael?
You can go now, Michael.
Yet this world, the Sideways, is not tragic. There's an almost fan service quality to how these characters finally do what we've hoped they'd do for all this time. But because of their difficult and confusing lives on the island, their meeting in the Flash Sideways is nothing but cathartic.
Previously on Billiam.
Mystery green screen. That's the video I made, we made. I'm not really sure if I like it anymore, though. I'm gonna do it all over again.
Oh, look, man, I've had a lot of fun with this. I think Lost is cool now. I'm gonna go.
We're all here today. We all came out in public today because we hopefully run into you. After killing off 3 beloved characters in one dramatic swoop, Lost signaled it would be moving quickly toward its endgame. Though still, we have 2 episodes until the end. Up until this point, there was a lot of buzz surrounding Lost's final season, with many episodes even receiving critical acclaim.
Stranded? What's that?
Stranded was a show about people marooned on a mysterious island that's riddled with religious and scientific paradoxes. It was huge. Well, the first season and the last season.
I've often said that Lost is not the kind of show that has a widely agreed upon moment where it dropped off in quality. And that remains true for most of the final season. Most of it. LAX was applauded as a return to form, although some writers had expressed a healthy skepticism to the Flash Sideways. Critic Alan Sepinwall of the New Jersey Star-Ledger had said the Flash Sideways scenes were intriguing, albeit distracting. While Emily St. James of the LA Times admitted that the intrigue of the Flash Sideways relied on the audience's prior knowledge of events, rather than any of it leaping to actual drama. Although Mary McNamara of the LA Times had a sense for where things were going, saying the show's exploration of life and death was frankly more interesting than its exploration of the porous and untrustworthy nature of time. Though the very next episode, What Kate Does, received more mixed reviews. Alan Sepinwall said there wasn't enough for the episode to really stand on its own, but admitting it might play better on a rewatch when you know what The Flash Sideways is. This is the only season of Lost I watched live, and I wholly agree with this. The Flash Sideways storyline works much better when you know what it is, which is why I wanted to tell you about it. On the island, I think Kate should have had something much more interesting to do aside from escaping the others and listening to Sawyer cry about Juliet. It's a wonderful scene, and easily the highlight highlight of the episode, but I really do think it robs the emotional climax from Kate. And Siepenwald, alongside other critics, argued that Evangeline Lilly and therefore Kate was one of the less compelling cast members. But Siepenwald also mentioned that Josh Holloway tends to bring out a performative spark in her. That last part I wholeheartedly agree with. Yet there is a side of me that believes it would have made more emotional sense for LAX to be followed up with Sawyer's story. But of course, season 6 tries to follow the same character pattern that the flashbacks of season 1 followed. At least for the first 5 episodes. Kate seems to be floating a little bit this season. After all, she just goes back to the temple anyway, where the monster just leads her back to Sawyer. Despite Kate having the most clear-minded goal of the season, besides maybe the monster, that goal doesn't really drive her to do much. The next episode, The Substitute, received near universal acclaim. Emily St. James of the LA Times explained perfectly why Locke's story worked so well alongside his new substitute, the monster. It was a great showcase for the finest character Lost ever cooked up. It's all about having big goals and either realizing those goals or being completely crushed by the realization that you won't become what you always dreamed of becoming. If there is such a thing as destiny, it also needs substitute teachers, and this episode of Lost is all about the fact that sometimes that's a viable path after all. Life is all about substitution, really, about replacing some of the things you wanted with the things you now want. The substitute then is a reminder the one thing you don't want to substitute too heavily on is the people you have in your life. But none of this would land with the resonance it does if it weren't for the sad, soulful gaze of O'Quinn, the man who just longed to be given a greater purpose and saw that longing twisted and perverted by others with lesser ends. Beautifully said. John has in fact always been the most compelling character in Lost, and he has always outshined the main character of the show, Jack Shephard. The Lighthouse received generally positive reviews, but many were skeptical of Jack's surprise son in the Sideways, and others were very frustrated with its storytelling. In retrospect, rewatching this season, I do think this is actually a pretty good episode, but I know where things are going. Having watched it live, I do remember being frustrated during this season. And once again, Emily St. James, writing for the LA Times, summarized people's thoughts perfectly. How much do you like it when Lost characters wander around the island as though on a wild goose chase, often led that way by the mysterious forces of the island itself? How much do you enjoy scenes where Jack tries to grapple with just how much his father did him wrong as a kid? And how much do you like it when the characters, faced with the possibility of learning more and more about the island, destroy the very thing that could tell them more? If you don't like any of those things, you might not have liked The Lighthouse, which has all of them in spades. Of course, many thought Jack destroying the lighthouse was delaying inevitable answers, but to me, the lighthouse is the answer. After asking the question, did somebody bring them to the island? Have people been watching them their whole lives? The answer is yes. And the lighthouse is a tool to do that. The show has already explored surveillance and intelligence collection so much, it's very easy to fill in the blanks for how Jacob used this lighthouse. If we were still following season 1's pattern, the episode Sundown should have been an episode about the character Sun, taking the place of the season 1 episode House of the Rising Sun. Sunrise, sundown. But instead, it's a SAYID episode. Nonetheless, many critics were a little surprised SAYID hadn't ended up with Nadia in the Sideways and still found himself killing, while the other characters seemed to be in a place that made them happier. But an equal number were pleased by Naveen Andrews' creepy performance at the end of the episode, but that praise faded out very quickly, with many people thinking zombie evil SAYID is kind of one note and drains the character of a lot of his charisma. I don't disagree with this. I like the major points in his story, but once again, I feel like he could have done more, or at least struggled more as a character with what he was doing, though I do think his self-sacrifice ends up being a very effective moment in the show. Ryland Walker Knight of Slant Magazine also appreciated how campy Emily DeRaven's performance is as an evil Claire, which, yeah, I guess I can appreciate that about it. Yet Alan Siepenwald questioned the overall purpose of the characters in the temple by the time SAYID and Smokey wiped them out, believing they just added a cryptic quality to a handful of episodes. I don't disagree, but I do think a lot of the reveal about the others, just like the reveal of the others earlier in the Dharma Initiative and the people on Whitmore's boat, is they're really just people. People who do things cryptically and ritualistically, just like all the other groups we've seen in the show. But yes, these moments seem to slow the story down. And to my understanding, part of the reason why so many scenes took place in the temple is because they spent too much money making it. More money than they thought. I mean, it's a very elaborate set with the outer wall, the courtyard, the pool, the corridor hallway, the garden. Oh my God, the underground too. Did I mention the pool? Dr. Linus, of course, was adored by critics who always praised Michael Emerson's performance as Benjamin Linus. Per Seepinwall, whatever issues I've had with this season of Lost, there is no problem with the series so great that a little Michael Emerson can't fix. He's always little. Here, Emerson and a huge group of other creative types, including writers Edward Kitsis and Adam Horowitz and special guest director Mario Van Peebles, helped to give us easily the most compelling episode of this final season so far. It's cool to see that Mario Van Peebles got to direct an episode because I've noticed he's done a lot of the behind the scenes photography of the show. So it's another cool example of somebody getting promoted internally. Yet many critics were also starting to take note of Matthew Fox's performance. Jack Shephard has evolved as a character. He is still unhinged, but there's an heir to him, a new heir, with Seepinwall writing about the scenes of Jack and Richard in the Black Rock. Hell, it was even an episode where I enjoyed all the Jack scenes, and given that I'm told I have a pathological hatred of the character, that's saying something. That's how I feel. I feel like I've been told I hate this character, even though I feel like I'm just engaging with the writing and the performance. Just because Jack's a little freak doesn't mean he's not my little freak. I'm engaged with his story. And there are some ardent Jack defenders out there.
What are they doing here right now? What are you doing here?
We're here to watch, Jack.
I will see people blaming the writers mischaracterizing Jack before they criticize Jack's actions. It's like they're trying to assassinate the good character of your comfort character. Who's Jack Shephard?
If you've got something to watch,
Recon featuring Sawyer confronting Widmore and his alternate life as a cop. People liked it. Sam McPherson of TV Overmind even suggested it was Sawyer's best episode in the series. Abaturno, of course, was a critical darling, with critics like Emily St. James applauding Nestor Carbonell's recontextualization of Richard as a simple man, selling a brand new romance in the show in under 45 minutes. And rightfully so, the writers of the episode, Melinda Sue Taylor and Gregory Nations, who were both promoted internally, received attention for scripting what is arguably the highlight episode of the season. I, along with other critics, also appreciated Ricardo's biblical perspective on the conflict between the Man in Black and Jacob, which gave it an era-appropriate vibe. Per Jamie Ponywozik of Time magazine, Carbonell sold it, embodied Ricardo's horror as he lived through a Victorian horror melodrama, which is important because they had to place us in the mindset of someone who believes, literally, not figuratively, that he is actually in hell. The package starring Sun and Jin didn't necessarily receive bad reviews, but I definitely think the island story is amongst the weaker of the season. Noel Murray of AV Club summarized it well. I wasn't crazy about the package, I have to admit. Isn't going to dissuade me. Generally speaking, I like the Jin and Sun episodes more than a lot of the other Lost fans. I think Daniel Dae Kim and Yoon Jin Kim have shown a good range when they're not reduced to playing Where's My Spouse? Happily Ever After, which spends most of the hour following Desmond in the Flash sideways, received rave reviews. Another episode that people argued is the best of the season. Emily St. James called it a sublime episode of television, referring to Desmond and Penny as the show's mission statement for what matters love-wise. Love is hard, Lost seems to say, but if you find it, you have to cling to it. Everybody Hates Hugo continued to bring attention to Jorge Garcia as capable of more than just comedic relief. And of course, many enjoyed seeing Harold Perrineau return as Michael and thought it saved the scene in which Hurley discovers the nature of the Whispers. It's a surprising, unsurprising answer that is so simple it could have been left unstated. But many pointed out because of the performances and history between Hurley and Michael, it succeeds. The Last Recruit was not poorly received whatsoever, but many saw it as an episode moving the pieces before the big shocker, the Candidate. The fitting and tragic ends for Sayid, Sun, and Jin expedited the tragedy for the island's inevitable tragic end. The death of a soldier and the death of innocent civilians at the hands of a higher power. People loved this episode, per Emily St. James. This is one of the greatest episodes of the show ever for pure adrenaline rush, right up there with Through the Looking Glass and Exodus Parts 1 and 2. Season 6 seemed to be going pretty okay. If you've been watching these videos, you would know that critics reacted up and down to Lost through the whole fucking show. These critical patterns are familiar, and people did think the final season was going pretty well. It wasn't maybe not blowing people away as much as they had hoped, but all that kind of changed with the next episode.
2 players, 2 sides. One is light, one is dark.
Do you have any idea how badly I want to kill you?
ABC's Lost, the final season, all new next Tuesday at 9/8 Central on ABC.
Arguably, nothing had killed the momentum moving toward the end of the show more than episode 15, Across the Sea, which is a candidate for the most controversial episode of the show. A single proverbial misfire that changed much of the reception around the entire season and therefore the entire show. I was a kid when I saw this episode, but even at 14 and as a Lost fanboy, I was not impressed with it. I've grown to appreciate it much more, but I still see so much potential for this to have been much better. It just reminds me so much of the Star Wars prequels. Derogatory.
You wanted it to be him.
Following the catastrophe in the submarine, the episode begins in the aftermath of a shipwreck. In the distant past, a pregnant woman washes ashore and is greeted by another, played by Allison Janney, in what is unfortunately the first work of hers I've seen. She commands a presence, but is eerily eager to take this woman back to her cave. They speak Latin to greet each other, but quickly transition to English non-diegetically. The pregnant woman says her name is Claudia, and she asks the other how she got to the island. The other woman says the same as she did, by accident, but avoids giving away too much.
How long? Every question I answer will simply lead to another question.
Claudia wants to know where her people are, but the woman assures her she will find anyone else on the island. And suddenly, birth! Claudia starts pumping her baby out. She says to name him Jacob, but uh-oh, she's flowing. A second baby? She didn't think of a name for this one. Anyways.
I'm sorry.
The other woman bonks Claudia on the head until she's dead. Baby Jacob, wrapped in white, and his baby brother, the monster, wrapped in black, will know her as their mother. The two boys grow up on the island unaware of the secret their mother keeps. One day, a game washes ashore, and Jacob's brother shows him what he's found. Somehow, the brother already knows the rules and tells Jacob to keep it a secret, but Jacob can't help but to tell Mom. Mother talks to the little monster and tells him not to blame Jacob. He can't lie like he can. She says unlike Jacob, he's special, and he's inquisitive. He wonders if the board game came from across the sea, but Mother tells him he's wrong.
There is nowhere else. The island is all there is.
Any questions the monster has, his mother answers with dishonest reassurance.
Looks dead. Something you will never have to worry about.
Though this will be a lie that's hard to keep. One day, Jacob and his brother frolic through the jungle hunting boar, but their prey is intercepted by grown men, other people. They hide from the other people, just like Jin and Mr. Echo did back in season 2, before running back to their mother with the news of people like them.
They looked like us.
They not like us.
She says other people are not supposed to be on the island, only they are. The boys ask why, and with this apparent emergency, Mother's hand is forced and she chooses to explain things to them before she thinks her sons are ready. Blindfolded, the boys follow their mother, who takes them to a secret place. She tells them she knew about the other people and that they came from another part of the island. She explains she kept it a secret so as not to frighten them because she thinks people are bad.
They come, fight, they destroy, they corrupt, and it always ends the same.
People are dangerous and hurt each other, she says, but she assures her boys they can never hurt each other because she's made it so. They arrive at the place where the light comes from, the heart of the island, the heart of the anomaly that caused the magnetic fluctuations, the space-time travel, the button, all of it. With the island having been explored and observed, we know what it does, but now we're left with its origin, its source. It's beautifully presented, yet very underwhelming. A stream of of water flows into an underground cave that emits a glow, a light that Mother tells her children is inside all men, but because men are bad, they always want more of it. A different explanation than Jacob's wine bottle story. A different perspective. Mother says she's made it so the heart of the island cannot be found because it's her job to protect it. A job that one day one of them will have to do, but things don't go according to plan. Playing a game with Jacob, the monster looks up and is surprised to see a woman watching them. Their real mother, Claudia. Jacob looks too, but he doesn't see her because he's not special. Claudia tells the young monster this and to follow her, so he does. Without a blindfold, the boy follows Claudia across the island to a place he's never been, to people. She says they came 13 years ago, the day the boys were born. They came on a ship, something the boy in black has never heard of.
That's how we came across the sea. There's nothing across the sea.
She tells him there is a lot across the sea and these are his people because she is his mother and that the woman that is raising them killed her. The monster realizes he's been fooled and goes to get Jacob to run away, to reveal the truth of the people from across the sea and that their mother is not their mother.
Even our mother.
Jacob takes it quite well, so the monster promises he will leave the island one day while Jacob stays with his mother, who feeds him a series of half-truths to keep him at her side.
Why do you love him more than me?
She chokes. What do you say to your worst kid?
I love you in different ways.
Jacob grows up to be a big boy and he weaves a tapestry, but that still doesn't make Mother look at him like his brother. He'll spend the next 2,000 years weaving tapestries to fill the void.
Are you alright? I'm just tired.
Woof. 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 The man in black now lives with the people who brought Claudia, but Jacob still comes to visit so they can play their little game.
Why do you watch us, Jacob?
Even now, Jacob sits from afar and observes people, coming to the conclusion they are good. But the monster, up close and personal, learns to believe his mother was right about man's corrupt nature. He chooses to use them as a means to an end. Despite what Mother has said, he has found a way off the island. Jacob says that's impossible, so the monster throws his knife and quickly it flies in another direction, magnetically attracted to a well. He tells Jacob that there are smart men amongst him. He brought news of the light and they've found it by digging under the island, and it's gonna take them far away. Even after all this time, he wants Jacob to come with him, but instead, Jacob tells on his brother. Fucking bitch, like always telling mom. I can't fucking believe it. Remember when we called this guy a fickle bitch?
Because destiny, John, is a fickle bitch.
So Mother goes to sneak up on her other son down the well. The monster draws his knife, but when he sees it's his mother, he drops it and lets her join him. He admits he walked the island end to end searching for the light, but was never able to find it. She hid it from him. So, like so many after them will, he and his people have started to dig. And they've found the light under the island. And they've built a machine to use it, a wheel.
A system that channels the water and the light.
On the other side, this column here is a wheel. Slipped off its axis. All you have to do is give it a little push.
How do you know it will work?
I'm special.
So she hugs him goodbye, and he embraces her, feeling accepted despite what he wants for a second, before she bonks him on the head, her signature move. When he wakes up, the man in black finds somehow the well has been filled, and somehow Mother has slaughtered his people. How is left for us to determine, but there are many theories about Smoke Mother, and perhaps even powerful Psychic Mother, I don't know. It just makes the monster angrier. Meanwhile, Mother brings Jacob back to the heart of the island, showing him where it is. Once again, he asks her what's down in the cave, and finally, we get what I believe is the most honest answer to what the anomaly is.
What's down there?
Life, death, rebirth.
Then she pours him a cup of wine while performing a ritualistic chant. This will make Jacob an alcoholic. But she also tells him he's the new protector of the island. But he doesn't want to do it because he knows deep down she wants it to be his brother. The monster was supposed to be the protector of the island.
It was always supposed to be you, Jacob. You don't really have a choice.
It's a job that has to be done, so he drinks the wine and she tells him now she and him are the same. At home, Mother finds her things in the cave have been destroyed and all messed up. Only the game has been left behind. She picks it up to look at it and is stabbed in the back by her son, the monster. She tells him she didn't let him leave because she loves him and thanks him for freeing her of her duty. Finally, the woman is so tired, she dies. Coming home, Jacob drops all his logs. His mother is dead. Once again, he beats his brother up big time and then drags him back to the light.
She brought you back here? Yes. Why would she?
Jacob tells his brother he's the new protector. The monster killed their mother, and now he wants to send him to wherever it was he was trying to go. Jacob throws his brother into the stream, but before hitting the water, he bonks his head. Without even knowing it, Jacob used the family signature move. Maybe he's dead already, but the man in black goes down into the light. And there's an earth shake as the inevitable comes true, and the black smoke violently emerges from underground. Jacob is confused and walks away only to discover his brother's corpse in the jungle. If he were alive, he still wouldn't have left the island. In the cave, Jacob lays his mother and brother to rest, and with them, the white and black pieces from their game. And if you don't remember which plot thread this is referencing, we flash back to that scene from season 1 where the castaways find their corpses. Jack and Kate had recently taken their clothes off to run away from some bees. John asks who were these men, but Jack says one of them was female. Just as everything the castaways had left behind remained, so too did the man in black and his mother.
Our very own Adam and Eve.
Personally, I think the hour could have been better used, but I really do like how they try to mythologize and condense the show's entire dramatic struggle into a single episode. It's a personal drama about a character who has been kept in the dark, discovering the world is much different than they have been told. It's literally Plato's allegory of the cave. They literally grow up in caves. This is a confusing world, and so much of the characters' perspectives and perceptions about that confusing world is what drives the drama. But the character drama of Across the Sea, to me, does not really succeed holistically. I think the mother is painfully flat. The child actors do their best, but Mark Pellegrino as Jacob works much better when he is aloof and hard to read. Yet as a complaining, childish man baby, I am much closer to rolling my eyes at his dialogue rather than connecting with the fact that the character who has been pulling the strings has of course been revealed to be another unimpressive man behind the curtain who wields a lot of power. I do think that's satisfying in a way, but I think it would have been much more satisfying to see the cool and collected Jacob break. In the modern day, I think by now many people were accepting the fact that Lost was not going to sit down to the audience and explain every little thing about the show, which to many felt like a cop-out, but to many others was an admirable goal to strive for. Whether you think it succeeded or not, you can't deny that Lost created a rich world filled with context clues and perspectives, which I think is a much more difficult task to succeed in than just directly explaining things. Not that that's bad either. I just appreciate people trying different things. Why can't it all be good? I'll skip ahead a little bit, but we'll see the heart of the island once again in the finale, and the light is shown to be dimmer from the outside than it was in Across the Sea. It's understandable for the audience to assume this is a superfluous aesthetic difference resulting from two different productions on two different episodes, but it is intended to signal to the audience that something about the heart of the island has changed since it was last seen. It is admirable to write a story like this, but the inevitable consequence of writing a story like this is much of the audience who has the right to watch the show casually are going to miss many things that are included and intended to be answers. Emily St. James of the LA Times spoke really well as to why this is a tough balance to strike. It was a bold move, I think, giving over the whole of an hour of TV so close to the end of the series to two characters we barely know, and the episode did a good job of turning their pseudo-Greek theatrical drama into something real and psychologically relatable. By and large, the show has chosen to show, not tell. Honestly, this is completely admirable, so I understand the impulse to err on the side of caution, to have us learn about the sickness by seeing SAYID go through it, or learn about the heart of the island tonight by showing it as a mystical, glowing pool that no one can quite comprehend. The thing is, you've probably placed the answers to those questions within the story somewhere, but because they're lost in a morass of other information, the reader doesn't really know what they're supposed to signify. I think this is a very fair critique of the show. Although, as somebody obsessed with this show, I love that you can find a lot of the answers through comparing characters, stories, visual cues, and yes, more often than not, a direct explanation for things. If you contemplate it yourself and exclusively use context clues from the show, you can come up with your own answer for most anything in Lost. Maybe not what the Dharma Initiative was planning to do with their weather controlling stuff, but I wish they talked about the weather controlling stuff. How did Jacob build the statue of Taweret? Let's consider what was happening around the time when we first discovered the statue. It was first introduced at the end of season 2, and just a few episodes before that, some of the castaways attempt to do their own massive industrial project. Bernard's SOS sign fails because he couldn't organize his people, and the labor was more effort than it was worth. But they got it started, and they could have gotten it done if they just had more organization and more manpower. So how could have somebody built the statue? With organization and labor. Organization and labor that is far greater than what the castaways have access to. The characters often give incorrect perspectives that act as red herrings, but the show doubles over in answering these questions by not only explaining or contextualizing the lore, but explaining why a particular character has a particular perspective when they don't fully understand everything around them. Yes, the characters early on say the smoke monster is a security system, but why would they know that for sure? That perspective makes sense when you think about the fact that he is a threat to those exploring the island. In a way, whether he likes it or not, as the smoke monster, he does have a job as a security system, making people not poke and pry around in places they shouldn't be. Like so many other characters, he's kind of been tricked into doing a job. And of course, after Jacob watches his brother transform into a pillar of black smoke, he would come to the conclusion that underneath the island is pure evil. I think not answering every question directly about your world is a deeply interesting choice to make, especially when it's executed well, and I deeply believe that Lost executes this very well. It reflects the real world where there are unanswered questions. Oh, bye Gabe. Like the statue in Lost, there are ancient megastructures that we know existed, but we don't know where they were or what they looked like the Colossus of Rhodes, and even megastructures that survive into modern day, like the pyramids. Archaeologists spend a lot of time experimentally trying to figure out how people back then could have built them. And no matter how much closer we get to knowing these things, there will always be new questions to answer. Information itself can be lost to history, and in the finale, there's a little small detail where this happens. Wanting to create a show that has a certain abstraction and vagueness to its metaphysical concepts, a show that directly addresses existential feelings, Lost never fails to use the confusing nature of the world to inspire its mythology, and more importantly, the human drama, which exists within and responds to these things. Time Magazine's James Pony Wozik also seemed to vibe with the idea that Lost would be strategically introducing this mother character specifically to illustrate how every question leads to another. Quote, "I'll go farther, in fact, and say the episode is an argument for leaving some questions unanswered, answering them cryptically, leaving them shrouded in mystery. Sometimes you've just gotta say, a wizard did it, and leave it at that. Jacob and the Man in Black's mother had it right. How did she herself get to the island? How does she know what she knows about the light? You could pursue that line endlessly, and we don't need to know." Yet still, Pony Wozik felt that this episode took one step too far away from character drama and into the realm of mythology. It took a series that is deeply and richly psychological and character-based and moved it into the realm of the allegorical. Now we're learning about some of the most important figures apparently in the endgame, and they are literally archetypes without names. Many people believe this was something Lost should have told us and in fact not shown us, with Hitfix's Drew McWeeny suggesting that this story should have been a myth told by the others. Hard takes from McWeeny. Tonight felt like a miscalculation to me. It felt like it killed the momentum dead that they've been building. Yet I don't think anyone articulated how this episode exemplified all of the show's problems together than Maureen Ryan writing for the Chicago Tribune. I've complained all season about the fact that the women's storylines have been consistently weak and relatively unimportant, especially contrasted with these epic, important, and even cataclysmic journeys of the male characters. But this episode just made things worse. Lost started out in season 1 as an ethnically diverse show with a lot of potentially intriguing male and female characters. Now it is, to a large degree, a story about the epic heroic or anti-heroic journeys of a bunch of white men. Non-white or female characters, with a few exceptions, just aren't in the foreground of the main narrative most of the time. Given that, when the show began, I thought Lost was going to be different in that regard, it's disappointing. We finally got a female character who was tied into an epic, mythologically important storyline, and it's all about how her bitterness, misanthropy, and evasions launched centuries of bloodshed. Fabulous. And on top of it all, Ryan read into a bit of a Freudian nature to all of this that I really do not think is unintentional. But with all the other comments, it's certainly woof. But I must note the one thing I consistently find amusing about Lost: the number of caves, tunnels, wells, towers, and mystical crevices we've seen over the years. So the mother guards the mystical, glowy cave full of secrets, pleasures, and pains that the boys should not touch. Paging Dr. Freud. I don't think the show explores motherhood so explicitly that the mother character ends up feeling like a culmination of ideas in the same way that the Man in Black and Jacob do. Sure, she's another bad parent, and sure, she's like Rousseau and Claire in the fact that she's kooky, but I do not think her inclusion enriches the show as much as I think they had hoped it would. And perhaps instead of mother saying she came from her mother, Jacob and the Man in Black should have said they came from their mother. I think they should have held that line where the questions stop and the mysteries begin a little closer to the characters we know. In his only speaking role in the pilot, John Locke and Walt play a game of backgammon together, where John explains the conflict of the game.
One is light, one is dark.
While Jacob and the Man in Black had only been conceptualized a few seasons into the show, from the developmental stage, they wanted to tell a story about a conflict between good and evil. Typically, that manifested as a personal struggle every character had to overcome. Yet, as we were introduced to Jacob, framed as a force of good, and the Man in Black, framed as a force of evil, that conflict appears to be a much more externalized struggle. Yet the show always pushes its themes to the extreme. Good versus evil is the ultimate endpoint to the show's exploration of us versus them mentality. This has always been something the show has explored, and how Jacob operates is familiar. Like Ben watching the castaways behind his television screens, the monster and Jacob also become a little bit of an audience surrogate. The monster is like us because even if we try not to, humans will judge one another. In real life, it would be very hard for me to connect with and sympathize people who are like the characters in Lost. They're all socially inhibited and irritable, but Jacob is like us as an audience member. He watches from afar, he learns people's backstories, and because of that, he learns to sympathize with them in a certain regard, even if those people want to hurt him. In the Bible, Cain kills his brother Abel, but somewhere along the way, that myth has been contorted, and Cain, Jacob, has become the good guy. The victor tells the story. Before the reveal of the Man in Black, the monster is a much more complexing presence. But its first defined moment as a character, in my opinion, happens in season 3 when the monster kills Mr. Echo. Like Jacob, Mr. Echo got his brother killed. The monster stalks Echo, learns his story, and takes the form of his brother, Yemi. Echo believes this to be his brother and seeks forgiveness, but he learns to forgive himself. He shares this news with the monster wearing Yemi's face, and it angers him.
You speak to me as if I were your brother.
The monster reveals itself for the first time as an entity that can take the form of the dead and kills Mr. Echo. With Across the Sea, it's easy to draw the parallels between these two stories. The monster kills Echo because he wants him to be sorry for killing his brother, because the monster wants Jacob to be sorry for killing him. Within the story, Jacob is a devious bastard who's hard to sympathize with. Like Jack's father, Mother treated Jacob in a way that made him feel inadequate, leaving him seeking her approval. And he carries this with him through his immortal life as he ultimately tries to prove her opinion of man wrong. Like Jack wanted to prove his father's view of destiny wrong. On the other hand, the Man in Black is a very sympathetic person who becomes an angry spirit capable of taking a corporeal form, who dangerously haunts the island, becoming angrier and angrier as he spends every day floating around the island. Ultimately, the monster is a manifestation of Jacob's act of evil. The monster killed Jacob, but like everyone else, Jacob is responsible for his own downfall. Even destiny has trouble with free will. It's a circle. It all happened the same way before, and it'll happen the same way again. The Man in Black saw his mother slaughter his people, and then Jacob's people slaughtered the Dharma Initiative. Ultimately, as an exploration and attempt to extrapolate on the hero's journey in its place in a pantheon of epic stories, to me, the final season of Lost ends up being a meta-commentary on chosen heroes. The people who chose the chosen ones, the master manipulators behind it all, are as flawed and as clueless as all of us. Not that I've ever slaughtered a people. I don't know if we should include that.
I was told a lot of things too. That I was chosen, that I was special. I ended up with a tumor on my spine and my daughter's blood all over my hands. That was my destiny. But you'll understand soon enough that there are consequences to being chosen.
It's a bit of a Shaggy Dog story, but I think the answer to the question of who brought them to the island being some guy, some stupid guy who just wields a lot of power is satisfying and wonderfully poignant. Ultimately, both of these characters calloused over to the point where they would willingly sacrifice human life, because at the end of the day, death is an important part of the human experience. But these immortal deities become emotionally disconnected to it, as are so many of the systems in our lives seem to be. As the saying goes, when you die, you become a statistic, or a number on a wall in a cave with a line of chalk through it. Death can happen suddenly and tragically, expectedly and peacefully, unjustly, justly, painfully and willfully. But it's always there and it always comes. The actions in the show from the character perspectives is confusing and almost hallucinatory until the 5th and 6th seasons, when they start to understand these things. The Man in Black is like Prometheus, bringing the knowledge of the island's power, the power of the anomaly. But it's only an anomaly if you don't know what it is. And at this point in the series, I think I'm gonna take a crack at it. A stab at explaining what it is. Thematically, I think the light of the island and the island itself just represents life and all of its dramatic pressures. I think this is all you really need to know to enjoy Lost. But Mother tells adult Jacob that the heart of the island, the light, is life, death, and rebirth, and I want to take that literally for a second and consider it. The light is the source of life, which is why when that power is harnessed, it can heal people, make them live forever, and why when it's working properly, it makes people more fertile. Skipping to the light being rebirth, of course, thematically, people are able to start over on the island, but as a source of life, the island is also the source of birth itself. It's why the people of the island honored Jacob with a statue of a fertility god. That's why when the island was damaged with the nuclear bomb, pregnant women started to die on the island, or perhaps it's just radiation from the bomb. Finally, the light is death, and because the flash sideways is the afterlife, I'm totally of the commonly held belief that the light also contains the flash sideways, which is supported by two details in the finale. First, we're told that time does not exist in the sideways. No matter when these people died, they're meeting here now. And second, there is a major visual cue in the finale which uses light. We're told that the anomaly is a kind of exotic matter, and I think this exotic matter is a rift between this world and the next. As third-dimensional beings, we can't perceive extra-dimensionally. Time does not exist linearly in the fourth dimension. Oh, 4's a number. Despite the characters in Lost not figuring out exactly what the anomaly is, they still see what it does. When people harness this energy, it affects life and death in time and space. That's why the dead whisper and walk on the island. That's why Hurley the monster and Miles can talk to the dead. It's why the monster appears as the dead. Going back to that concept of causality, I believe the mother, Jacob, and Walt can affect causality psychically to summon things across time and space, or to distort space around a place they want to hide. The island, the cabin, the heart of the island, and maybe even the lighthouse are all implied to be hidden by a distorted veil of time and space. Perhaps these psychics can also affect causality in such a way that they can direct particular outcomes of events, like making it so someone can't kill themselves or others. That is why Mother can summon the board game, and why Jacob can bring ships and planes, and of course, why Walt can summon birds and other animals. Why would Walt be able to summon birds if they weren't trying to tell us somebody summoned the plane, or at least imply it? I mean, they imply a psychic sent Claire to the island because he saw the future, and then Desmond gets blasted with the island energy, and then he sees the future. Walt teleports himself through space by accident, like he summoned birds by accident. And when you pair that with Jacob's mirrors and Jacob's method of leaving the island never being expounded upon, perhaps like being able to summon a plane or a ship at will, Jacob learned to teleport off the island across space at will. Maybe with the aid of the lighthouse to choose where he's gonna go. I don't know. I love context clues. If the reading sections on the SATs were about Lost, I would have done awesome on my SATs. The idea that the soul is supratemporal, existing outside of time and space, is not uncommon in spiritual writing. Lost did not invent this. No one character can really answer what the island is explicitly because nobody fucking knows what happens after you die. I do, but I'm not telling. And nobody on the planet knows until they're fucking dead, if they end up knowing at all. It's the ultimate extreme destination for a show about mysteries. The Dharma Initiative tried to utilize the light to research space-time, but ultimately they're tampering with an anomaly they really couldn't understand, led to the incident, and threatened life itself on the island and potentially the world. But in true Lost fashion, instead of telling us what the light is, considering it's the Flash sideways, we get an entire season where we see these characters in death in the light. The idea that the island sits on top of a dimensional rift between this life and the afterlife is a theory at least one fan had come up with. Viewer Dan Cook, writing into the 18th issue of the Lost Fan magazine, was the closest theorist I saw to getting things right, in my opinion. I think the island itself, with the electromagnetic pulse, has somehow tapped into purgatory and manifested it on Earth. Basically, the Dharma Initiative created a dimensional rift. I feel that any situation brought to me can be explained through my purgatory theory. Yeah, it fucking can, although the Dharma Initiative didn't create it, they basically discovered it. This to me is the best explanation for everything that's happened on the island. And perhaps if the light were to go out, or if they didn't push the button in season 2, the world would end in any of the cataclysmic ways we've seen life end on the island. People becoming unstuck in time and having aneurysms, pregnant women dying, and perhaps the Flash sideways, the afterlife itself would cease to exist. Finally, before finally, we get to the penultimate episode of Lost. What they died for. Instead of opening on the island, we open in the sideways. Jack wakes up, no alarm. He sees himself in the mirror, and he sees a neck wound, another he doesn't remember the pain of. In the kitchen, it's wholesome family time. David makes breakfast, and Jack asks if David's mom is going to the concert later.
You're not gonna get all weird, are you? Why would I get weird? Just don't get weird. I won't.
My man's just knows his dads. You think he called him weird because he has a pathological hatred of him? Suddenly, their new roommate comes out, Claire. They say good morning and excitedly enjoy the wholesome family reunion, the one they never expected. And uh-oh, they can expect one more because Jack just got a phone call. They found their dad in his coffin. But of course, on the other end, it's actually Desmond, continuing to bring people together. At the beginning, Jack had to ask Kate to sew him up, a symbol of his role as the damaged hero. Now, at the end, Jack has come to understand himself and he's able to sew up Kate. I mean, he's a doctor. He could have always done it, but it's symbolic. She cries about the friends they lost. Then she tells Jack what they have to do because of it.
Locke did this to them. We have to kill him, Jack.
And Jack agrees. Somehow, these heroes have to slay the monster. Across the island, Ben, Miles, and Richard all walk to the Dharma grounds to retrieve C4 in Ben's bunker. They're gonna blow up the plane. Miles senses a dead body beneath them, but is hesitant to share what he knows, so Richard does. They're on top of Alex's body. This is where Ben's daughter was shot by Widmore's mercenaries, because Ben wouldn't give himself up. An unclear divide in responsibility between three devious bastards. Nonetheless, she is dead. Richard tells Ben that after he left, he took the time to bury her. Ben mourns her and thanks Richard, but in the sideways, students welcome Locke back to school as Ben notices the man who ran him over staking out the school. Ben confronts Desmond, demanding to know who he is, so Desmond beats the shit out of Ben. Okay, Desmond. Suddenly, Ben remembers getting beat up in his last life, an apropos trigger. John visits Ben in the nurse's office, where he shares his realization. Ben tells him the man said he was trying to help John let go, just like Jack said to him.
Does that mean something to you?
Now, Ben is in a cast and struggles to pick up his car keys to go home, and Alex is surprised that somebody wanted to hurt him because he's, quote, the nicest guy ever.
Linus, you're a real killer.
Oh, the irony. So she insists that she and her mom give him a ride home. Mila Furlan returns as Danielle Rousseau, who wants Ben to come over for dinner.
Oh, that's really not necessary.
We insist, even if we have to kidnap you.
Oh, the irony. Alex is in the other room while Ben helps prepare dinner with his one hand, and Danielle tells him about their life. She shares, like in life, Alex's father died when she was very young. She never knew him, and because Alex feels seen by Ben,
You're the closest thing to a father she's ever had.
Ben recognizes that despite the currents of bureaucracy in the public school system, somehow he's found a way to make a difference in a job that typically feels so menial to him. Somehow he's made a difference in at least one student's life. Also, him and Rousseau, it's the most cracked ship in Lost, but hey, in another life. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? On the island in Ben's house, in his secret room, he tells Miles about the ancient ruins in his closet.
It's where I was told I could summon the monster. That's before I realized that it was the one summoning me.
Inside, they collect enough explosives to completely destroy the plane, but they're interrupted by Zoe and her boss, Charles Widmore, intruding on the place where Ben watched his daughter die. Charles says they're fools for collecting explosives to blow up the plane because he's had the plane rigged with explosives the whole time. A very comedic boast which highlights Widmore's stupidity. The monster used those explosives to kill the castaways Widmore was supposed to protect. He's boasting about a mistake he made and he's failed to realize it because he is stupid. Fucking chuckles dim Widmore, am I right? Also, reason 3 Charles Widmore didn't bring mercenaries this time around? He overestimated himself. Charles tells Ben that shortly after the freighter was destroyed, Jacob came from the island to show him the errors of his ways. Apparently, he's back serving the side of good. Charles sends Zoe to sink the outrigger to hide their location, but the monster has already arrived. She runs back in and they scramble. Widmore says they have to hide, so Ben takes their walkie-talkies and shows them his secret room. Miles runs out into the jungle, but Ben and Richard go to talk to the monster. Richard believes if he goes with him, he will leave everyone else alone, but the monster rushes out at him, pure smoke. Ben watches it all happen and calmly takes a seat on his porch, where he's greeted by John Lost, walking in from around the corner like a magic trick.
Just the man I was looking for.
Well, you found me. Can I get you a glass of lemonade?
With his deception gone, the monster no longer needs Richard, and he's straightforward with what he needs from Ben.
I need you to kill some people for me, Ben.
In a deleted scene, the monster had asked Claire to be his gun, but she declined and he left her abandoned. I feel like this episode in particular has a lot of good deleted scenes. In return for killing people, the monster promises Ben the island, and without hesitation, Ben tells him that the outrigger at the dock belongs to Charles, who's currently hiding inside his house, which Ben shows him.
Sorry, Charles.
The monster finds Charles Widmore, the powerful industrialist, cowering inside Ben's closet.
How nice to be able to talk without those fences between us.
Think about all the rich people in the world, and who do you think this is supposed to be a parody of? All of them. Charles tells Zoe not to talk to him, so the monster kills her, slicing her throat and cutting Charles a deal. The monster says if Charles doesn't tell him why Jacob asked him to come back and bring Desmond once he leaves the island, and he will, he's going to kill Charles's daughter, Penny. Charles spills his guts. He brought Desmond back because of his electromagnetic resistance as a measure of last resort, but Charles won't say more in front of Ben. So Ben, in all his cleverness, turns around and the monster asks Charles to whisper it to him. Charles leans in, getting closer to the monster than he ever wanted to. He begins to talk, and then Ben turns around and shoots him.
He doesn't get to save his daughter.
We know Ben regrets trying to kill Penny and shooting Desmond, but maybe Charles returning to the site where he ordered the killing of Ben's daughter has changed Ben's feelings about that. Or perhaps he wanted to kill Charles before he told the monster how they planned to defeat him. Either way, Ben was happy to do it. Now, the monster knows he needs to find Desmond, who might just be dead at the bottom of a well, while Ben leans into his heel turning so much you might as well call him a great dancer.
Did you say there were some other people to kill?
Across the island, those that remain go searching for Desmond. SAYID told Jack he would be important. Sawyer asks why the monster didn't just kill Desmond, and Jack suspects it could just be a rule. And with that, Sawyer has to ask if he's responsible for their friend's death, because Jack had also told him the monster couldn't kill them. But Sawyer unplugged the bomb anyways. Instead of leaning into his theory and arguing about it, Jack tells him the truth, that the monster is the one who killed their friends.
What's that thing where doctors make you feel better just by talking to you?
Bedside manner.
Yeah, that. You're so awesome.
For the first time in the series, Jack says something helpful to Sawyer, who should not be blamed for their friends' deaths. HURLEY is shocked to see the child Jacob, who demands HURLEY gives him back his ashes. He took them from ILANA. Jacob takes them and runs away and around the corner. HURLEY finds the adult Jacob waiting, all grown up. He used his child form because it's faster. Nonetheless, Jacob says it's time to talk. Finally, Jack, Sawyer, and HURLEY, the final of Jacob's candidates, and Kate meet Jacob face to face. And finally, they can all see him. Kate asks if her friends are dead because he wrote their names on a wall, and Jacob says sorry, but if they sit down, he can explain it.
Come and sit down and I'll tell you what they died for and why I chose you.
Jacob says he doesn't know where to start, so HURLEY suggests starting with why he brought them to the island. Jacob says it's because of a mistake he made, a mistake they call the monster, and because of that, he needed to bring others to come and fix it.
Why do I gotta be punished for your mistake? I was doing just fine till you dragged my ass to this damn rock.
No, you weren't.
Jacob tells them why he chose them. He says they were not picked out of a happy existence and they are all flawed just like him.
I chose you because you needed this place as much as it needed you.
Kate asks why her name was crossed out, and he tells her it's because she became a mother, and if she wants the job, it's still hers because it's only a line of chalk. So with this information, we can assume that it was in fact Jin and not Sun who was the candidate because Sun had also become a mother. Or /and perhaps because /why she didn't go back in time. Finally, Jack asks what the job is, and Jacob tells them it's to protect the island. But of course, the monster told Sawyer there was nothing to protect it from.
You have to protect it from him.
Come hell or high water, they are gonna have to slay the monster. Bitch, really? They came to that conclusion this morning. Jack asks if that's even possible, and Jacob says he hopes so, but he doesn't know so. Jacob says he won't pick a replacement. The choice is theirs, and if no one wants it, then the world is in deep trouble. But of course, we all know what this has been building to. Jack says this is why he is on the island, and this is what he is supposed to do.
Is that a question, Jack?
No.
Good.
Jacob and Jack walk to the water where Jacob repeats the ritual his mother performed for him, this time giving him water and repeating the same Latin words his mother spoke, which translates to, because we don't accept this as a simple potion, but so that he shall be as one with me.
I thought that guy had a god complex before.
James.
Yeah, I know. I'm just glad it's not me.
He tells Jack the job is his as long as he can do it for, and Jack drinks Jacob's water, and the ritual is over.
Now you're like me.
Now that Jack has taken the drink, he can find the heart of the island, which is located in the bamboo forest where Jack first woke up when he came here. Like a video game, a once hidden location is now available. And the ultimate boss battle awaits him, the monster, wearing the face of John Locke, the shadow of his father. But in the sideways, things go differently. John comes back to talk to Jack at his office. John picks up a family photo, and Jack tells him that's last Thanksgiving. Christian, Jack, and David are all sitting at the table together, and John says David looks just like Jack because, of course, he is Jack.
Don't tell him that.
They laugh, and in one of the most shocking beats in the entire show, intentional or otherwise, Matthew Fox looks directly into the camera for just a second. It's probably a blooper, but with the walls between realities coming down, it's a very effective blooper. John has been convinced he was destined to be hit by that car and end up at Jack's hospital. He says the man who ran him down was trying to help him let go, which is exactly what Jack told him when they last talked.
Are you saying that I sent this man to run you down?
No. But maybe you're supposed to fix me.
Mr. Locke, I want to fix you, but I think you're mistaking coincidence for fate.
Jack, you came to that conclusion way too fast. It's a debate we've heard them have so many times, but regardless of why he's here, John tells Jack he's ready to get out of his chair, and Jack smiles. At the police station, Desmond arrives to turn himself in for his hit and run at the school. He's taken into custody and says hello to his cellmates. Kate and SAYID, the three are shipped off to county jail, and despite Kate telling Sawyer she's innocent, he says he's a cop and it doesn't matter. No sympathy. Desmond rides with Kate and SAYID, and he tells them he will set them free if they promise to do as he says. In good humor, they agree, but are shocked when the car stops. Michelle Rodriguez returns as cop Ana Lucia to let them out. Hurley rides up with $125,000 to pay her off, but still, she doesn't recognize them from her past life. Desmond tells Hurley she's not ready to come with them, and then they split up. SAYID goes with Hurley, and Kate goes with Desmond. He says they have a concert to get to. On the island, Ben starts getting comfortable with the monster, asking questions without fear of offending him.
Why do you bother walking?
I like the feel of my feet on the ground. It reminds me that I was human.
Arriving at the well, the monster is not surprised to see it empty. SAYID did not kill Desmond, who Charles told him was a failsafe to make sure he couldn't leave the island in case he killed all of the candidates. But using Desmond, the monster plans to do something monstrous.
I'm gonna find Desmond, and when I do, he's gonna help me do the one thing that I could never do myself. I'm gonna destroy the island.
Desmond is missing, and both the monster and the candidates need to find him to either destroy the island or slay the monster. The higher powers that be have determined that Desmond is a MacGuffin, which holds the key to everything. What They Die For once again followed a trend of positively received episodes, but the bad taste remained, per Noel Murray of AV Club. I'll have enjoyed the ride these past 6 years, and all the philosophical discussions the show sparked, all its twists and mysteries and metafictional play, but when I write that last review, I'll likely be opening with an "ah well" and not a "hell yeah."
No way! It's Billy! I'm subscribed! I've been watching him for 10 million views! Billy, get over here! Fast! Even faster! Faster! I'm watching your video! Like we hung out for Come on! 10 million! Hey. Billy, you have work to finish.
What are you?
Bruh, I'm your green screen. There's never been a swamp island. You've been in your office working on laws for the last 3 years. Get it done.
I'm not done. There's so much information about Lost and so much Lost stuff. I could really talk about it forever. This just came out. It's like Fisher-Price does Funko Pops. They're all like babies. This is the only place this 20th anniversary logo exists. This just came out. I don't know what's up with that, but Locke's at the bottom searching for secrets. And speaking of secrets, they made this for the Lost fans because there's blacklight secrets all over it. There's blacklight secrets all over it. Hey, Nico. I know you've been editing this video for 3 years, but please don't miss your cues. Thank you. Okay, all right, so we got the black light here for blacklight secrets. See, it's like it's Lockdown in the episode Lockdown. And then we have all of their names written in chalk as if it's on the top of Jacob's cave. And my favorite part, the Fisher-Price logo has the Dharma Initiative logo on it. Are you kidding me? And of course the yellow plane lights up, the Dharma beer. If we can't live together, we're gonna die alone. This motherfucker doesn't know anything about death. He's a baby. Barely see them, but the numbers are there too. The hieroglyphics are there too, but you can barely see those. I really could talk about Lost forever. There's always something more to talk about. In a way, all of you guys know me intimately by now. You have potentially listened to me ramble about this silly island TV show for nearly 24 hours. Thank you. I sincerely would not be able to do this without you. And without you, this video would not get the 10 million views it deserves. So thank you for helping that make that happen. you're gonna make that happen. I've been uncovering the truth about this sensational psychedelic epic about a group of heroes. But from the production standpoint, you could say the heroes were the writers of the show, Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse. DARLTON weren't the first famous showrunners, of course. David Chase of The Sopranos and David Lynch of Twin Peaks were famous, but these men never gave interviews at the rates of DARLTON because they were given license to be artistic, to be abstract. It was intentional even if people didn't get it.
Brilliant. I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
Interviewed for The Revolution was televised by Alan Sepinwall. Lindelof said, "Our show required mommy and daddy to come out and say, 'Don't worry, we know what we're doing, everything's under control.' That's how it started. Then it morphed into, 'You can yell at us, we'll take your abuse.'" From the beginning, people were insisting they were just making it up as they go along, just like Charles Dickens. It's the nature of serialized storytelling. It was all status quo until season 1 ended without them revealing what was in the hatch. And then everything changed. "We weren't surprised that people would be frustrated," says Lindelof. "We were surprised that people would be angry. There's a playful frustration. Oh, you scamps. And what we experienced was, how dare you? How dare you make us wait all this time?" Starting with season 2, DARLTON coordinated messaging for every Lost season's media cycle. With a comedic rapport, they communicated to the audience through a regular podcast, detailed interviews, the official Lost fan magazine, and of course, piles and piles of bonus features on every DVD set, playing the role of the creator and the audience of their own oh-so-confusing epic. They even made their network debut during a recap special narrated by Twin Peaks' Kyle MacLachlan, Lost: The Answers. Here, the authors finally got their first opportunity to directly speak to the primetime audience. Yes, early on, Damon may have said the island wasn't going to have anything to do with time travel or UFO things, but there was always a good explanation for these kinds of messaging inconsistencies. For example, in season 4, it was stated the character Charlotte Lewis was born in 1979, making the character 25.
Born July 2nd, 1979, Essex, England.
Yet season 5 shows Charlotte as a child in 1977, meaning by 2004, she'd be in her mid-30s. What caused this? Well, in a 2009 episode of the official Lost podcast, the duo explained the change was made at the request of actress Rebecca Mader, who didn't want to play a character who was almost 40 years old. After all, she was a young and beautiful actress. Everything was explained until Rebecca Mader got on Facebook, saying the timeline error was their mistake and they are making it out to be my fault. Not cool, she harumphed. She harumphed! Wow, just excellent commentary by Entertainment Weekly. It seems that DARLTON had lied at the expense of one of their actors, but that was just the tip of the iceberg.
It's the metaphor we like to use is it's like a road trip. We know we're going to be driving from New York to Los Angeles, and we're going to stop and we're going to visit Chicago and Kansas City and Denver and Salt Lake City, but every day we get up, we decide whether we're going to take the interstate or the rural back road.
These are the answers that people want.
Yeah.
You know, nobody wants to be told you don't matter. Like, fuck the audience. Like, we don't care what you have to say about the show. We're doing it the way we want to do it. And nobody wants to hear we don't have a plan. We're kind of winging it, and whatever feels right, we're going to do.
Right.
Like, the truth is...
Are those the real answers?
They are not the real answers. The real answers I've given, as politic as they may sound, the real answers are there is a plan, and when the plan doesn't work, we change the plan. And the other answer is, yes, we really listen to what you have to say, but like 98% of the time, we agree with you before you've said it. Because the episode that you just hated, we hated 6 months ago when we first wrote it, and we started fixing already.
From the beginning, many viewers felt like the promise of answers was dangled in front of them in exchange for sticking with Lost. And while I, Billiam, promise I have proof that Lost had a plan organically, there was always room for change, new ideas, and yes, even the dreaded improvisation. In Sepinwall's second edition of The Revolution was televised, his history of the new golden age of television, he explains his book caused outrage because to many readers, he had broken an illusion about the process to how long-form TV series are made. And at this point, we're not even talking about Lost. There's this school of thought that insists any kind of serialized drama must be mapped out largely in advance, or else its storylines are somehow invalid, but that's just not realistic for most ongoing TV productions. The book explains how critically acclaimed shows like The Wire had to, quote, zigzag at times at the whims of actors and HBO executives, and explains nearly everything that fans loved most about Breaking Bad was improvised as that show went along. Whereas one of its most divisive plot twists, the plane crash in the season 2 finale, was among the few elements where Vince Gilligan knew the end well in advance. Even in Breaking Bad, the plane crash was destiny. People were skeptical Lost had any plan to answer any questions, even as they did so episode to episode. Publicly, Michael Emerson only signed on for a few episodes as the devious undercover other masking as Henry Gale. But later, he was cast full-time as Ben Linus, and fans screamed, "Liars!" DARLTON would try to use a road trip analogy to describe how their destination doesn't change, even if the stops along the way do.
So Michael Emerson, we were so activated, all of us, is by his performance as writers that we ended up putting him in 8 episodes that season and then made him a regular. And most definitely, yes, he did become immediately, we were like, yes, he will work, and it will be great to employ the leader of the others gag.
They knew they were going to cast the role of the leader of the others, and Michael Emerson got the part when they saw him perform. But as Alan Sepinwall puts it, that wasn't a simple argument to make, especially to people who wanted to be skeptical. Okay, so here's my theory as to why they had to change Charlotte's birthday. In 2008, Lost began a promotional web game called the Dharma Initiative Recruiting Project, an ARG which was canceled before it finished. Nonetheless, at Comic-Con, they cut to the end in which a character was chosen to see the secret Dharma Initiative booth at Comic-Con, which the character filmed and brought back to the Lost panel.
I got it!
A preview of the upcoming Season 5. In the video, Dr. Pierre Chang reveals his real name and that he knows the Dharma Initiative is going to die in a violent purge. His son, not confirmed yet to be Miles, cries in the background, and the man behind the camera is implied to be Daniel Faraday. As confirmed by script coordinator Gregory Nations, the purge of the Dharma Initiative happened in the early 1990s, but the action of Season 5 ends up centering around 1977. Lost always had a presence at Comic-Con, but later seasons started production later in the year, and therefore, come July, they had less to show to the audience at Comic-Con. As production on Season 5 really got underway, perhaps one of their stops along the way to their destination changed, and Charlotte's birthday also, becoming an oversight. But nonetheless, DARLTON apologized to Rebecca Mader, giving an official alternative explanation. You see, script coordinator Gregory Nations had made the suggestion to change Mader's birthday to fit the actress's real birth year. So we were told it was an honest mistake, but yeah, sometimes the show did change where it was going short term and had to improvise. Something that was tough to communicate to the skeptical audience, which is perhaps a good reason to push your actress under the bus. What's wild about the time travel stuff is you see Charlotte, she's like 40 because of the time travel season, and Ethan is 27. But these details came later. But at the beginning of this story, there was no DARLTON. There was only a very nervous Damon Lindelof who had just been partnered with famous showrunner J.J. Abrams. The making of the Lost pilot is, in itself, a Hollywood legend. Executive Lloyd Braun was on the way out, so he fast-tracked the production so they couldn't afford to cancel the show when he left ABC, leaving his mark on Lost with a secret cameo opening every episode.
Previously on Lost.
The identity of the voice remained a mystery until Howard Stern ID'd Braun before the final season. But with Braun's exit, Disney wasn't going to waste the investment. As early Lost writer and producer Javier Grillo Marxuach puts it, ABC committed tens of millions to the pilot based on an outline, a risk I had never and have not since seen a network take, and all eyes were on JJ's daring gambit. We were as far from an obscure upstart endeavor as humanly possible. While the pilot came together fast, from the beginning, Damon Lindelof worked in collaboration with writers Javier Grillo Marxuach, Paul Dini, Christian Taylor, and Jennifer Johnson, who operated as a think tank to figure out the series long term, to make a plan. The early days are beautifully documented in Javier's now infamous 40-page blog post, The Lost Will and Testament, published in 2015. I will, however, strenuously make the point that the notes from our think tank prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that if we knew anything, we sure as Shellick knew what the polar bear was doing on the island. Before the first draft of the pilot was written, Damon had pitched that the island would be a nexus of conflict between good and evil, that the Medusa Corporation, later renamed the Dharma Initiative, had brought the polar bears for behavioral experiments, and that the nature of these experiments was to circumvent the end of the world, as predicted by an equation, which would later lead to the numbers. The island would have a mythology spanning hundreds of years. Walt was a psychic, and John would be an angry office drone who would think he had a grand destiny after having an undetermined mystical experience on the island. Despite writing rich character backstories, it didn't occur until late into the development period to use flashbacks as a mechanism to tell those backstories. It was only a coincidence that the pilot would feature flashbacks to the plane. Before, they were figuring out ways to pad the story on the island with suggestions like Vincent the dog turns into Cujo, jungle cats attack, SAYID fights a giant snake, the group struggles to dig a latrine, and evil ants eat the food supply. The network was against science fiction and genre conventions in ways that you couldn't even imagine. The others don't show up until midway through the first season because the network believed that island inhabitants being able to pass themselves off as modern passengers was just too far out there. So instead, they did their best to imply these elements, becoming a stylistic signature of the show.
I know what I mean by it, but I think when the audience starts getting disconnected is when you tell them what to think, which is, Walt is psychic. Like, I don't want to say that, but all I'm going to say is I show you the scene, I throw out the idea, and then it's sort of up to you to extrapolate from it what you want.
In what Javier called a compromise to J.J. Abrams' mystery box, Damon Lindelof would not put the hatch on screen until they figured out what was inside it, even though J.J. wanted to put it in the pilot. So before it captivated the audience, it captivated the writer's room. Suggestions for what was inside the hatch included a frozen polar bear habitat, a pile of treasure, a biodome, and something Javier remembers suggesting, the entrance to a buried nuclear submarine, which could lead to caches of supplies and lost nuclear weapons. As to how they came up with the wild idea they ended up with, from Javier's explanation, it seems like Damon just ran into the office one day with the idea, literally saying, "Inside the hatch, there's a room with a guy in it, and if he doesn't press a button every 108 minutes, the world will end." And it literally wasn't until he said that they put the hatch to screen. And from being first suggested, the conversation continued. We asked why this Byzantine mechanism was necessary. The explanation was a lot more to diffuse. It had to do with the exotic source of energy at the core of the island. From the beginning, it was said that this exotic energy would be the source of magnificent things like time travel and the island moving. In a 2008 Lostpedia interview, Season 1 writer and producer David Fury confirmed they wanted to mention time travel as early as Episode 8, but the network rejected any reference to it. Internally, it was said the island, and by extension, the monster, would utilize a psychic energy to interact with the castaways, in a way that the writers compared to the sentient ocean in the science fiction classic Solaris. It's all very lost, and Jeremy Davies, who plays Faraday, is in the Soderbergh remake, playing like the same character. David Fury said they thought of the monster as a monster of the id, much like in Forbidden Planet, that maybe it appeared differently to everyone who saw it. Functionally, it was discussed to be a security system or a judge, though John would see it as the soul of the island. I really do think all of these concepts are written into The Man in Black when they decided to make this thing a character. It lurks on the island, and people are afraid of it, so it acts as a security system. Ben literally comes to believe that it's a judge because of the way the others talk about it and speculate about it. And of course, the monster takes advantage of John's benevolent perception of the powers on the island. These discussions in the writer's room also became speculation for the characters. The idea that they dropped these concepts and went in a different direction when they never really committed to any direction until The Man in Black was introduced is very silly. With a few Buffy writers in the office, they also discussed the island functionally as operating as a cork inside a hellmouth. In Buffy, the hellmouth in town is where all the monsters come from. So the island, the cork, keeps the psychic energy and its effects at bay. Now internally, the really fascinating thing is they did have a theory as to what the island was, the origin of this exotic source of power. But because it was controversial in the writer's room and because the finale stylistically chooses not to say what it is, Javier decided to let the mystery be. Nonetheless, he said it is not purgatory, it was never purgatory, it will never be purgatory. Because of the network's distaste for science fiction and serialized storytelling, lying was regular, which included publicly stating the island would not be related to time travel or UFO things, and of course, months before that, Damon Lindelof and J.J. Abrams would write an internal document, the Lost series format, which addresses the executives directly. Thank you. Thank you for trusting us with this massive undertaking and for giving us the tools we need to fully realize it. No matter what happens from this point on, for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, we express our heartfelt gratitude. Oh. Okay, well, maybe let you make another episode of this. This document leaked in 2013, and it absolutely fed into the belief that they were making it up as they go. So much that's in this document does not reflect the final series and includes a lot of those silly storylines I was mentioning above, Jungle Cats. But those details weren't the big lie being sold. This was. The big question, is it self-contained or serialized? Self-contained, seriously, we promise. Well, I think it's absolutely fair to say JJ and Damon wanted to tell a serialized story. I don't even think this is that dishonest because early on in Lost's run, they absolutely tell a lot of self-contained stories, and the series is written to catch viewers up episode to episode. Yet, of course, as the series continue, it would lean heavier and heavier into its serialized narrative. Continuing, if we do it right, the paranormal will always be coupled with a logical explanation to remind the audience that this is the real world. This is the part a lot of people get hung up on. Of course, magical energy sources that may just be the afterlife itself. We don't know how it got here, manifesting as exotic magic dark matter that manipulates space-time, life, and death isn't exactly scientific or logical. So yeah, I think they were selling something else than what they were making. But people usually leave out the next part. The moment our characters stop being amazed by amazing things, the show becomes inaccessible to a broader audience. As Close Encounters treated alien visitation in a real and grounded way, real-life characters in a constant state of wonder as to what was happening around them, we hope to have the same respect for the seemingly supernatural on Lost. If we do our jobs right, we can walk that fine line and never be branded as sci-fi. As much as this show Bible is a blatant lie to the network executives, so much of it seems like it remains true. In the series Bible, they say they prefer the term adventure show to science fiction show, and I would say that is true until the end. Responding to the leak for Slash Film, Lindelof explained this document was not for the public. It was for the executive replacing Lloyd Braun, who was, quote, very concerned about Alias's longevity. That was JJ's last show. Because in their estimation, the show had become too serialized and too genre. So, per JJ, we made a very specific effort in this document to say we were not going to be serialized, even though I think it was our intention to do all of the above. We needed to put that in the document. And this attitude is corroborated by Gabriel Ross, saying McPherson did not share Braun's seat of your pants spirit of adventure. To us, it seemed like the new management at ABC was actively trying to hedge their bets and mitigate the huge investment they made in the Lost pilot. The network hopelessly suggested doing reshoots to make it a TV movie or perhaps a miniseries. These ideas were scrapped, although in The Revolution Was Televised 2nd edition, Gabriel Ross reveals to Siepenwall that if the show was unsuccessful and only went until one season, the story would have built up to a conflict between the castaways and the monster, which is how the show ends anyways. So much of what this show became was decided at the beginning, even though many details of the 121 episode 6-year run were filled in along the way. For example, it wasn't until an 11th hour rewrite that the episode Walkabout became what it was. The Lost Chronicles describes a late-night IM exchange capturing JJ's reaction to Damon's series-defining pitch. Locke was paralyzed before the crash, but he walked after. JJ responds, OMG. The energy was electric. Yet Javier explains that this pitch received pushback from writer David Fury, who had already envisioned an arc for Locke, which is very reminiscent of Rod Serling's teleplay patterns. Before the crash, John Still would have been an old man working in the corporate world, with more of an emphasis on him being passed up for promotion repeatedly by younger employees. A clear pattern in his life that I'm sure was supposed to inform his character on the island differently. The emotional crux of the flashback would be the reveal that the walkabout John has spent his whole life working toward is just a cheap tourist trap. Fury thought the twist cheapened his story and fought with Lindelof, but nonetheless, Damon, as the showrunner, won. Fury weaved the twist perfectly into his existing narrative and wrote what many to this day consider to be the best episode, the defining moment of the show, which Fury would receive an Emmy nomination for. Yet this friction is what caused the spark the show had, a creative process which Javier recalls fondly. This is how the battle of 22 episode a year network television is fought and won, not by relying on lone geniuses to come up with everything, though sometimes they do, but by relying on the geniuses to inspire their staffs, which hopefully comprise a few geniuses with great ideas that generate tons of further ideas. But the struggle of battling the network and other creative visionaries was too much for Damon, and they began looking for a co-showrunner. Carlton was not the first choice, but he got the job having mentored Damon to do that very thing. Carlton had walked into something great already being created. We had written 7 scripts with 2 more in advanced development. The present day / flashback format of the show had been nailed down conclusively. The character stories that made up those flashbacks had been extensively fleshed out. The audience buzz was off the charts because by the time Hughes came in to work with us full time, the show had already premiered to record ratings.
I sent them all, he read them all that night. He called back the next day and said, I'll do it if you'll have me.
Carlton's first major creative contribution to the show would be to suggest that brother and sister Boone and Shannon were actually step siblings and that they had sex with each other.
And so I tried to quit the show after 6 episodes, and I tried to quit to Carlton.
The creative visionary the show really needed. Despite the help, Damon had a mental breakdown and quit the show, which continued breaking stories without him. Javier expresses a lot of genuine sympathy regarding Damon at this point. At the time, all I wanted was for him to stop wrestling the pack of black dogs running around in his brain, especially the anxiety over not having the goods to back up the dramatic promises we had made, and relish the scope of his considerable accomplishment. Yet within a week, Damon was back. Where did he go? He had been at 2 Bunch Palms, which you might remember as the nice spa featured in the Robert Altman film, The Player. Well, Damon came back to the office ready to take control after taking his first Hollywood executive vacation. And with success, the network loosened the restrictions on genre convention just a bit, and DARLTON created restrictions to execute their own plan. At the start, writers would fly out to Hawaii to supervise the filming of their scripts, but soon things became tight to allow DARLTON to work on every script, often breaking away from the writer's room to have secret meetings of their own and returning with fully fleshed out ideas. Now, instead of discussing it all together, the plan was being laid out before the staff of writers who would help execute a singular auteur vision. When season 1 was extended, most of the writers who helped create the show did not have their contracts renewed and were fired. Simultaneously, DARLTON would pull a public stunt at the cast's expense. In the style of Survivor, one of them would be fired and their character killed off. For weeks, the cast knew somebody was going to be fired.
Let me go, Jeff. I'm not gonna let you give up. And all new Lost.
Until ultimately, Ian Somerhalder was told the storyline they chose meant Boone, hero worshiper, was going to die. All while following John Locke's visions of grandeur. In the show, John says that Boone was a sacrifice the island demanded. A sacrifice for a master plan. A Freudian slip. A creative and powerful display that tells the audience and the staff that DARLTON will sacrifice whoever it takes to execute their plan, to tell their story. Having survived the purge, Javier explains it like this. Darlton was the only genius. Anyone who tried to disturb that perception was made to vanish. The writer's room was there to help execute it. The first season was a critical darling, being nominated for 12 Emmys and winning 6, but quickly the awards buzz would fall off.
Well, we weren't exactly invited. But you won last year. Nothing makes sense anymore.
How can a different group of writers be expected to carry the same momentum? Why would Darlton be accepted as the face this year when JJ, Damon, and all the other producers who aren't there now were the faces last year? Javier explains what it felt like going into season 2 being the only original writer left. Maybe I had too close an attachment to the romantic spirit of brilliance from chaos that characterized our first season, but I found all of this to be a come down, and my relationship with both Lost and Darlton suffered. Before season 2, Lost would convene its first writers minicamp where mythology would be further solidified. New writer Craig Wright would suggest renaming the Medusa Corporation the Dharma Initiative, and at this point Darlton began to realize this show needed to end to tell their story. And Javier Grillo Marxuach realized the show he loved being a part of was already over. Javier was taken out of the script rotation and asked to develop the Lost Experience ARG, which we covered in depth in the last video. It's an online game canon to the Lost world, revealing the Valenzetti equation, which informs the purpose of the Dharma Initiative experiments, preventing the end of the world.
You told me you people were doing experiments changing the world. I didn't come here to clean up after you.
This ARG is an insane amount of content. He did an insane amount of work with his team. Carlton told Javier not to mention the extra work he was doing on the ARG to the Union, which Javier calls ironic considering Carlton would go on to negotiate on behalf of the Union during the 2007 to 2008 writer's strike. But there was another side to all of this. Carlton had tried to take credit for the ARG from Grillo Marxuach, who points out that Hughes presented himself as the pivotal creative voice for the web campaign. No longer writing by the end of season 2, Javier would quit Lost as the show he loved became devoured, telling Maureen Ryan, "The writer's room was a predatory ecosystem with its own carnivorous megafauna." And publicly, many fans became skeptical to them as well. The fans perceived Michelle Rodriguez and Cynthia Watros being killed off at the same time because both actresses separately and simultaneously got DUIs and were arrested for it. But we were told that had nothing to do with it. It was all for the grand story plan. Michelle Rodriguez told J.J. Abrams she only wanted to do one kick-ass season. And Cynthia Watros, Libby had to be killed off to make Michael's betrayal irredeemable because that character was also going to be written off for the master plan. It'd all be so easy to believe if they didn't blame Rebecca Mader for a continuity error. After Michael returns to the show, we find out off the island Walt lives with his grandmother, continuing to reject his father because of his betrayal. So Michael comes back only to unceremoniously explode on the freighter, although actor Harold Perrineau seemed to have expected more, responding to being written off for a second time. There are all these questions about how they respond to black people on the show. SAYID gets to meet Nadia again, and Desmond and Penny hook up again, but a little black boy and his father hooking up, that wasn't interesting. Instead, Walt just ends up being another fatherless black child. It plays into a really big, weird stereotype. Though Perrineau would later attempt to soften his criticism after Darlton gave a public defensive response. Evangeline Lilly, who played Kate, was publicly dismissed for her expressing a distaste for filming nude or partially nude scenes, saying to Esquire in March 2006, "Every time I get a script, I go, all right, where's the Kate nudie scene? I get so sick of the gratuitous nature of it. At least they haven't made me go skinny dipping or have sex with 6 men on the island." Later in June, Esquire brought it up to JJ. By the way, Evangeline also told us she's sick of all the nudie scenes. To which JJ responded, "It must be hard being that beautiful." Later that summer, to open season 3, JJ came back to write his second and final Lost episode. And in said episode, the others make Kate undress and take a shower. And shortly after that, Kate and Sawyer have sex outside in a cage. Darlton's boss was in on it. But years later, in 2018, Evangeline Lilly would express her dissatisfaction dissatisfaction with her experience on a Lost fan podcast. Not like a major news outlet or anything, a Lost fan podcast. And in response, Entertainment Weekly would publish an apology signed by J.J. Abrams, Carlton Cuse, Damon Lindelof, and director Jack Bender. But all of this was just the tip of the iceberg. May 20th, 2023. I currently still believe that the Lost retrospective is going to happen in 3 parts. And while I think it would be dramatic to say that was all about to change, it didn't. Vanity Fair critic Maureen Ryan, who had extensively covered Lost through its run, who I had already cited in my retrospective, published a chapter of her book, Burn It Down, ahead of its release. Lost Illusions, the untold story of the hit show's poisonous culture. Quote, "It's clear that the landmark series played right into Hollywood's most long-standing patterns, in which all-powerful auteurs wield enormous power with very little oversight. The experiences of the people I spoke to span all 6 seasons." The chapter, officially titled Lost and the Myth of the Golden Age, makes it abundantly clear that Carlton Cuse and Damon Lindelof participated and maintained an unhealthy, brutal working environment. Per Maureen Ryan, among the adjectives that came up a lot: cruel, brutal, destructive, bloodsport, racist, sexist, hazing, a barrage, bullying, angry, abusive, crossed lines, boys club, hostile work environment. Many interviews characterize the experience as Cuse coming in and changing the culture of the show, emboldening a more vindictive side of Damon Lindelof, which permeated throughout production. Also, Damon was like a 35-year-old man at this point. I don't want to make it seem like that Cuse forced him to bully people or to put up with it. When Cuse arrived, that's when everything changed, in my opinion, a female source said. It was Carlton coming in and acting like, I want my people and I want control of those people. Regarding Cuse, she said, I don't think people really had respect for him among the writing staff. Over time, this meant that the early nucleus of creatives responsible for the ideas that everyone built on and got credit for and won Emmys for, a lot of these people were just tossed aside and the culture of Lost turned back to the old Hollywood way. Writer Monica Uwusu-Breen called Lost the most nakedly hostile work environment she said she ever endured. Writer Melinda Sue Taylor said, it's the sort of place where the voices still ring in your head, even now. 2 anonymous writers said of the show, basically word for word, you don't know you're in an abusive relationship until you're no longer in an abusive relationship. When a woman entered the room carrying a binder, 2 sources said a male writer asked her what it was. She said it was the HR manual for the studio, and he responded, why don't you take off your top and tell us about it? Spews of racist and sexist jokes were common and often targeted. Jokes were made about firing Cynthia Watros and Michelle Rodriguez after their DUIs, with one writer suggesting that Rodriguez could sell Watros in prison. Jokes are made about putting up a whites only sign to keep the cleaning staff out of the restroom. A pattern of racist commentary and behavior targeted at Asian cast and staff was prevalent, which included acting out scenes with Korean gibberish, amongst other bizarre comments, such as the only Asian staff member being called the showrunner's geisha. Uwusu-Breen said her choices consisted of, I become a dick and start making jokes at people's expense, or I'm the humorless fuck who no one could have fun around. At one point, another writer referred to Uwusu-Breen as the N-word in Yiddish, and she witnessed the writing staff make jokes about protecting their wallets from a picture of the newly cast Adewale Akinyaye Agbaje. When the actor decided he wanted to leave the show, allegedly Carlton went on a bizarre and violent tirade about how he wanted to kill the character in an over-the-top and violent manner. I want to hang him from the highest tree. God, if we could only cut his dick off and shove it down his throat. At which point Uwusu-Breen said, you may want to temper the lynching imagery lest you offend. The entire experience was deeply uncomfortable, in part because in this person's opinion, the showrunners, quote, were vindictive toward their actors. According to an anonymous season 1 source, Cuse allegedly had berated one of their castmates for being ungrateful to the point of tears. That's right, the man who walked in the door and took control of the show, which was already created, calling somebody who was there from the beginning ungrateful. In interviews, much of the cast reflects very nostalgically about the first season of the show, although apparently pay created a rift amongst the cast. According to Burn It Down, the actors had discussed following a precedent made by the cast of Friends, presenting a united front for equal pay. But that splintered and only white actors ended up on top. DARLTON claims this was out of their hands, but regardless, the cast culture changed. And while Ryan doesn't tell you who broke the united front, Reuters reported in 2006 that Lost star Matthew Fox has quietly signed a new deal to continue on the hit ABC drama with a salary raise. Fox is expected to be earning about $225,000 per episode, and the rest of Lost's core cast are in the process of renegotiating their deals. When the cast received their first significant raises in January 2006, all actors were brought up to about $80,000 an episode. That's a big disparity. From the start of the show, Matthew Fox was not the name they were using to promote the new J.J. Abrams' potential sci-fi show. Dominic Monaghan had just been in Lord of the Rings, and Harold Perrineau had not only been in the Golden Age critically acclaimed show Oz, but he had been in popular movies like Romeo plus Juliet and of course the Matrix sequels, which had just come out. Harold had one of the biggest careers of all of us when Lost began, noted Daniel Day Kim. Maureen Ryan explains Lost literally looked different. 6 of its 14 original series regulars were people of color, 4 were women. Harold Perrineau was excited to get on a plane and be part of this experiment. Perrineau says, "It was a bigger try than I had ever seen on broadcast TV. I was shouting about it from the rooftops," he said. "I was such a believer." Yet early on, many of the writers in the writer's room were reportedly told that the hero characters in the show were Jack, Kate, Sawyer, and John, and that they needed to be serviced more than any of the other ensemble. Something very hard to deny if you watch the show. You could argue later on HURLEY is included in this group of hero characters. As season 2 began, Harold Perrineau read the script to the episode Adrift, originally written to be about Sawyer, which wasn't a problem for Perrineau, but Perrineau noticed in the script Michael was more interested in asking Sawyer about his backstory to set up his flashbacks rather than his son, who was just kidnapped. So he made a call to DARLTON and expressed his concerns. He says the call went something like this. Anytime you mention race, their hair gets on fire and they're like, "I'm not racist." It's like, nope, because I say I'm black doesn't mean I'm calling you racist. I am talking to you from my perspective. I'm being really clear that I'm not trying to put my trauma on you. Can we just have that conversation, not constantly have it be like, "I'm not racist, I'm not calling you racist," okay? So they cut the Sawyer flashback even though they were in the middle of production. There are set photos of this. They wrote a Michael flashback for this episode as well as new scenes to set up that flashback, which resulted in several 14 to 18-hour days, which just made Perrineau feel punished from the whole process. Of course, after this, many fans perceive Michael as being a very one-note character who just screams for his son constantly. And while I think there are some good beats for Michael's character throughout the season, even by the time he's written off, from that moment on, many fans see Michael as basically a one-note character, just screaming for his son all the time. Walt was a meme. At the end of the season, Perrineau found out Michael was being written off the show. He and Walt would leave the island. The official reason given to the audience time and time again is the reason why they did this is because actor Malcolm David Kelly was written into the show when he was like 10 years old. And within the last year and a half, he's looked like he's aged years, even though only like weeks have gone by on the island. But Burn It Down paints a different picture. Before the season 2 finale started filming, Perrineau got a call from Q's and was fired. According to Perrineau, the response from Q's was, "Well, you said you don't have enough work here, so we're letting you go." It was all very much, "How dare you?" Finally, when Perrineau's lost departure came up, Lindelof said, according to multiple sources, that the actor called me racist, so I fired his ass. Everyone laughed when Lindelof said that, Uwusu Breen recalled. Maureen Ryan's retelling of the golden age of television in Burn It Down is pretty consistent with another book I'm reading that doesn't really mention Lost, Difficult Men, also about the golden age of television. Quoted from Burn It Down, in his review of Difficult Men, Brett Martin's 2013 book about golden age auteurs, Philip Makiak notes that if it is an account of the power dynamics behind the creative revolution, those dynamics are rooted, with few exceptions, in autocracy, humiliation, and dominance. Most television shows in the canon of the golden age of television were about difficult white men, and they were made by difficult white men. And these shows aren't necessarily lesser because of this. They're some of the best shows of all time. But the commonalities and the attempt to recreate the success of a Sopranos or a Breaking Bad means all the other shows look the same too. In Lost, white guys dominated the story by the end because in the writer's room, white guys dominated. Many of the ensemble characters definitely could have had way more depth to them. And many of those hero characters sometimes overstayed their welcome. You had Lance Reddick sitting on the sidelines ready to do more Lost, and you killed him off after 2 episodes as an ineffective decoy to make you think he's gonna kill John Locke before Ben kills John Locke. Charlotte dies so Daniel Faraday can be more prevalent, and ILANA dies so Jacob can be more prevalent. The Golden Age is a myth because it's nothing new. It's more of the same. I think really what changed are people's perceptions. They realized TV could be as engaging as the movies were, and that meant bigger actors and bigger budgets were being allocated to things at times. But that's at times. There were big budgets back then too. Big budget TV shows. The revolution was televised as a pretty standard history of the golden age of television. It ironically puts a spin on a quote about how underserved people's struggles to make a better life for themselves aren't fucking presented in the media.
The revolution will not be televised.
Is the revolution just good TV? The golden age of television isn't even the first golden age of television. That was back in the 1940s and 50s. Before The Twilight Zone, Rod Serling was a burgeoning auteur writing teleplays, which he turned into screenplays like Patterns, about an old man who sees patterns in the corporate world he cannot defeat. That was made in a golden age. A world of temperamental corporate dominance. That was written fucking 70 years ago in another golden age. Sopranos creator David Chase, he was a difficult man. Mad Men creator Matthew Weiner, he was a really difficult man. And Buffy and Angel creator Joss Whedon, oh fuck was he difficult and a man. And all of these guys very successfully and compellingly wrote about difficult men. It makes for a very compelling story. The argument Burn It Down makes is that while a strong creative voice can be essential into getting a good project made, the idea that abuses from abusive personalities should be put up with because it is necessary to create good art is just a fucking myth. Along with the idea that you need to give inexperienced, emotional creatives executive power to hire and fire people as they please. That's a fucking myth. You don't need to give people that to make something good. I think Lost is good in spite of its behind-the-scenes culture, but I think it did not reach its potential because of its behind-the-scenes culture. Interviewed for The Book, both Damon and Carlton gave their responses to the allegations. Carlton responded through a PR representative giving written statements. He apologized for the high writer turnover, which he blamed on the show's fast production timeline. Yet he denied many of the accusations, even sending a letter through his lawyer. Regarding the comments about Mr. Echo's death, Hughes said, "I never ever made that statement above, and this exchange never happened," to further add to this lie and suggest that someone was fired as a result of a statement that I never made is false, adding that the implication is completely outrageous.
Stop the cap.
Damon takes a phone call from Ryan, who claims to have had a good relationship with Damon through their professional lives. Lindelof said he had no memory of the incidents described.
It'd be a lot cooler if you did.
He was like, "You're literally blowing my mind describing this to me right now. I just can't believe... What? I just don't believe what you're telling me." But he did say more than once in the interview that he did not believe people were making anything up. He believed these things happened. Yet he still apologized. "The way that I conduct myself and the way that I treat other humans who I am responsible for and a manager of is a byproduct of all the mistakes that were made. I have significantly evolved and grown, and it shouldn't have had to come at the cost and trauma of people that I hurt on Lost." Yet even still, Maureen Ryan describes Damon on the phone postulating after their conversation, asking if it was reasonable to ask that he wasn't necessarily present for all of these things being said, or maybe was unaware of them. So Ryan told him this behavior was not consistent across 6 seasons by accident. The workplace culture at Lost was created and reinforced by him too. To which Lindelof replied, "Of course." Yeah, full stop. Of course, you're right. If Darlton were so vindictive toward their actors, then perhaps characters like Shannon, Michael, Walt, Libby, and even Ana Lucia could have had longer storylines. It's obvious that their attitudes had an effect on the story plans. And while being interviewed, many staff writers agreed they were unable to do their best work under the conditions at the Lost offices. Regarding the ensemble, aside from Michael, I really like a lot of the character beats. I even don't think Michael being written off back in season 2 is necessarily a bad character beat, but there's no catharsis to it. He comes back, he dies, and then nothing. If they had a reunion between Michael and Walt in season 6, like, you know, across realities or like dead and stuff, and he's alive and Hurley communicates for them, I think that storyline could have worked very well. Or if they save it for the Flash Sideways, but they don't fucking come back to it. But even still, while I like the major character beats for all the other ensemble characters, it would be hard to dismiss the idea that those beats could have had much more impact had those characters been given the same depth as the hero characters. And it's not like these attitudes towards these characters developed as the series went along. If you recall, the original intention in season 1 would have seen Jin, a very unlikable character, being killed off, and a potential romance between Sun and Michael being explored. But writer Monica Macer, who is not a white guy, fought for Jin's redemption arc, and he became the character we know. From the sound of it, this suggestion was made in a much freer environment than the later seasons had. If the show started with so much strict planning to give the auteur Damon the control he may have wanted, then so much of the show would have been different for worse. And perhaps if it continued to grant that freedom, perhaps the depth I'm describing would have been given to the ensemble cast. Maureen Ryan says it best. A show that promised an inclusive globetrotting adventure ended up being, in its final season, about a small group of men on interlocking epic quests. And while I find those interlocking epic quests quite fascinating, the ensemble could have been used more to participate in those interlocking quests, and once again to give the big creative beats they had planned more impact. I really do find Jack's arc in the final season to take a turn into something that I think is very profound. But that's mostly because his character story has so much context behind it. Damon has always been open about his personal struggles and how he struggles himself as a leader and how he sees himself in Jack Shephard. And this relationship to leadership plays a thematic role throughout the show in ways that are often very powerful.
But the real backbone of the story was that all the castaways were asking Jack, what should we do? Where should we go? And he's like, I'm just the guy who, like, when I came upon the plane crash, started fixing people. I have doctor skills, but I do not fucking know what to do now.
Because Damon is speaking from his personal perspective. Yet other characters don't necessarily share that quality because other writers weren't necessarily allowed to write from their perspective anymore. DARLTON would hold secret meetings like the leaders in Lost. They sought out solitude from their people, like Jacob and Horace living in the cabin. In Lost, information is power, and DARLTON was playing a game between them and the audience, and they sought to create an illusion of perfect planning, and they wielded their power behind the scenes to make sure people knew it was their plan. The people fired along the way were sacrificed for not being able to keep up with the fast production timeline and DARLTON's demands. When people die on the island, we're told the island is done with them.
You can go now, Michael.
So much of the drama in Lost comes from directionless leaders, and that doesn't necessarily come from the show not having direction, it comes from Damon's anxieties. A year and a half before Lost, Damon Lindelof, like Jack Shephard, lost his father. It is the central death at the core of the show and the driving trauma that motivates so much of Jack's dysfunctional behavior. Jack can't heal because he can't talk about it, and because of it, he hates himself. In a 2013 interview, Damon Lindelof explained where his head was at when writing the character. If you had asked me in 2004, was I grieving my father? I would have said he died a year and a half ago. I'm bummed and I miss him, but no, I'm not grieving. but I was. When Lost ended, Damon fought with the haters until he quit Twitter. When Damon helped pen the Prometheus script, which, like Lost, was called too ambiguous, Damon hosted a panel at Comic-Con called The Art of Being Despised. Self-loathing has always been a major part of the way Lindelof has presented himself over the years. He's spoken openly about his mental health struggles, which I respect a lot. But after Lost, Damon said he was relieved to be called a fraud because he believed it the whole time. To many, I believe they had to see Lost fail because this person, who seemed to have everything in the world, still hated himself. And that, as a concept, had to be rejected. According to Burn It Down, Damon once said, "I don't trust any writer who isn't miserable, because that tells me you don't care," says Melinda Sue Taylor. This is a pattern I feel like I have fallen into before. For a while, I genuinely feel like I was working in such a way that genuinely made me hate YouTube. Why was I doing that? So instead I changed things. I started doing this, the Lost retrospective. I realized doing YouTube was like winning the lottery. And if I wasn't happy when I won the lottery, I was never going to be happy no matter what else I want to do with my life. And because of that, I think I've done some of my best work in this series because I'm happy. So let's hear from David Lynch, a creative Damon admires who makes viscerally disturbing, upsetting content. What does he have to say about being miserable? It's good for the artist to understand conflict and stress. Those things can give you ideas, but I guarantee you, if you have enough stress, you won't be able to create. And if you have enough conflict, it will just get in the way of your creativity. Let your characters do the suffering. It's common sense. The more the artist is suffering, the less creative he is going to be. It's less likely that he is going to enjoy his work and less likely that he is going to be able to do really good work. Right here, people might bring up Vincent van Gogh as an example of a painter who did great work in spite of or because of his suffering. I like to think that Van Gogh would have been even more prolific and even greater if he wasn't so restricted by the things tormenting him. I don't think it was pain that made him so great. I think his painting brought him whatever happiness he had. This project has never been a burden to me. It has always been an overindulgence that I have been so fucking lucky to get to do. It's something that makes me happy. Thank you for watching and letting me do this project until completion. That's fucking wild. If anyone suffered, it's my editors, Nico and Gabe, as well as my partner and producer, Savannah. Me, I'm all right, so give them a hand. I promise we will never do a video series like this again. That is my promise to people who work with me and to my fucking audience. Give yourselves a hand, guys. 8 years after his first dossier was posted, Javier Grillo-Marxuach made a final statement regarding the revelations in Burn It Down. And there's one detail I think that's very important to share. In Burn It Down, writer Melinda Sue Taylor alleges she heard Carlton try to claim credit for the critically acclaimed episode Ab Aeterno.
The writing was just pretty incredible, and when I got the script, I was really blown away.
While on the phone with actor Nestor Carbonell, an episode that was credited to her and Gregory Nations. Hughes denies he tried to take credit, but word on the street was Darlton was annoyed Ab Aeterno got all the critical love, while Across the Sea, which had Darlton's name on it, was critically mixed. Something Javier felt the need to comment on, not only because Carlton publicly took credit for making the ARG, but because Hughes has claimed multiple times he had helped create the show, including the pilot, even though he wasn't there yet. It's like Benjamin Linus claiming he was born on the island when he wasn't born on the island. And like Ben, and apparently unlike Damon Lindelof, Hughes was not special. Quote, multiple people told Maureen Ryan that Lindelof banned Hughes from rewriting him, a decision they actually agreed with because most sources said they thought Lindelof was a talented writer and Hughes was not.
Loser! You're a loser!
In the end, if Lost does have a singular auteur, It is absolutely not Carlton Cuse. Monica Owusu-Breen explains when she quit Lost and joined another ABC drama, the staff was required to participate in a seminar on preventing racial and sexual harassment in the workplace. When she asked the ABC representative present if they talked to the people on Lost, Owusu-Breen described their reaction like that meme of Homer Simpson disappearing into the bush, saying you could tell everyone knew it was a toxic work environment, but it was a huge hit. A recurring pattern, the cyclical nature of conflict. In Lost, Jacob is stabbed and burned to break the cycle, and Maureen Ryan says the solution is to burn it down. Well, yes, a strong central vision is vital. There is no reason an inexperienced creative should have rampant hiring or firing power, no matter how great their creative vision is. If somebody is accused of causing problems, there should be a process for getting them fired. It's fucking Disney. It's not like Carlton and fucking Damon are the only two people who can fire people, but the auteurs, they're the heroes of the story, even when they didn't invent the story. But as far as good stories go, I hope that Damon and Carlton have completed their hero's journey and have learned their lessons, because this shit can really have consequences. In 1836, Charles Dickens was about to begin his first serialized novel, The Pickwick Papers. But as the story goes, Dickens at one point may have adjusted his narrative to match illustrator Robert Seymour's work. Some believe Seymour influenced the story creatively at the phase of inception. But before publishing began, Dickens fired Seymour, hiring someone else to replace him, and someone else after that. But less than 24 hours after their final meeting, Robert Seymour put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger. I'll let Maureen Ryan close this section out. Damon said, "I would rather they said I was untalented but decent rather than a talented monster." To which Ryan comments, "That is a false binary. People can be talented and decent." Lindelof's framing is one I encounter a lot, and it belies, or at least hints at, the fundamental belief that if you're a genius, you're more or less required to be a monster. But at its heart and at its best, it has a palpable, beating heart. Lost tries to say that none of us have to be defined by our pasts. We're at the beginning stages of the entertainment industry's shift to better models. And to make the necessary changes and to make that positive evolution permanent, a lot of people must work hard on a number of fronts for a long time. What choice do we have? As the Lost saying goes, live together, die alone. Hey, I'm Billy Thies, the creator of Billiam, and I'm here to answer the internet's most asked questions. One guy, he once came up to me in real life, and he asked me, "Hey Billy, what's up with the mystery grill?" This is one of those things that all of us down at the dance floor, which is what we call the writer's room, just threw out there one day. We just kept ordering food through these delivery apps, and because it was no contact delivery, we really felt like that had an air of mystery to it. Who is leaving this food there?
A Wawa bagel.
If you watch my performance in that scene as Billiam, you can tell I'm just totally locked in.
Who left this bagel here?
I just look at myself in the mirror, I say, "You're a piece of shit," and I remind him that nobody else hates him as much as I hate him. And it's that technique that really brings the absurd into reality. I have real people running up to me at the mall, on the dance floor, and I'm talking about clubs now, not the writer's room. They ask me, "Hey Billiam, what's up with the green screen? You guys never answered that." And
mystery green screen.
Us on the dance floor, and I mean the writer's room, we're also baffled by this. We felt like it was really obvious that when Billiam transitions from the beach to the office, that Swamp Island was never real. And what's in the black briefcase? Oh my God, that's the briefcase from the first video. Wow. Well, it's Billiam's whole fucking life. What's in the silver briefcase? Come on now. You don't think we have a couple more cards up our sleeve for the finale? But the one question that none of us who work here at Billiam can even leave the house without somebody running up to us and demanding to know the answer to is what happened to Mr. Daly. As Billiam explains, Mr. Daly is the person who got him into Lost. He was a teacher's aide who worked in his middle school computer lab. They talked about all sorts of nerdy things, but when Billiam said he hadn't seen Lost, Mr. Daly apparently said, "Screw you" to Billy. So he watched Lost, and then when he came back to school to talk to Mr. Daly about the show, he was already gone. But alas, this is real life where some questions don't have an answer. And the final question people are always at my throat dying to know is, "Billy, how'd you come up with all this stuff?" And the answer is I didn't. Lost is a TV show that already existed. I'm just talking about it. But how can I do all of this? How can I talk about a TV show for a really long time? The answer, the secret to my genius, is I fucking hate myself. The ending of Lost is the first major television event I remember really looking forward to and watching live. I had just started watching the show a few months before the first episode of the final season aired. And even though I just had to wait a couple of weeks after I finished to the start of the final season, I was frothing at the mouth, waiting for answers. It was 8th grade, and I had annoyed my entire Facebook timeline with spam posting about my excitement for this show. I wanted somebody to share in the excitement with me, but it was my thing. From the beginning of the season, I find the centered text ABC Studios presents to have a bit of gravitas to it. This isn't just the next season of Lost, it's the final season, an event season. And I think gravitas is the perfect word to describe the marketing of this season. Though I do think the marketing of this season and season 5 it's on a bit of the corny side.
Time for questions is over.
I promise I'll tell you everything.
ABC's Lost, the final season. Tuesdays at 9/8 Central on ABC.
The best promo for season 6 came from Spain's Channel Cuatro. It's a stylishly composed and animated concept featuring all the characters on a chessboard as the narrator reads a poem by Omar Khayyam, which was eventually dubbed by Terry O'Quinn in English, creating an epic montage set to Radiohead's Everything in Its Right Place, highlighting a sense of finality at the heart of this story about destiny. In the wise words of Cronk, oh yeah.
It's all coming together.
Though America wasn't without its good promos. A moody little montage set to the Doors' This Is the End led into the final week of shows. What They Died For would finish out the season's weekly Tuesday time slot on May 18th, leaving the finale to air less than a week later on Sunday primetime, May 23rd, 2010. The finale date they had set 3 years earlier. Quattro's promo received a lot of attention globally from Lost fans and even Carlton Cuse. And I suspect because the Syndicate Network was doing much better marketing than ABC, ABC decided to do a fan promo contest. The winner would have their promo air during the episode What They Died For leading into the finale that Sunday. And then they would be flown out to LA for a premiere party. The winner fans voted for was Convergence by Sam Balcone, which features an incredibly well-made montage animated against a backdrop of particles and stones turning and reflecting harsh shadows, bright lights, and all the gradients in between. Images of the characters become revealed in the grays as the stones turn, and finally, the camera pans out to reveal we've been looking inside a white stone sitting on a scale opposite of a black counterpart. It's really great. With a sprawl of Lost-related magazine covers in its 6-year run, Entertainment Weekly closed out its role in covering Lost with a special edition issue which featured not only this newsstand edition, which I did in fact purchase when it was for sale, but subscribers would get one of a number of collectible covers featuring the cast in the mail. There were ads in Times Square, coverage on the news, and Jimmy Kimmel himself would close out his role of covering the series with an Aloha to Lost special that would air an hour after the finale.
Jimmy Kimmel.
Is there anything you can tell us?
And 3 exclusive alternate endings you've never seen before. Jimmy Kimmel Live, Aloha to Lost, late night Sunday on ABC.
The final season was an event leading up to the event of all events, the finale, with a primetime spot for network TV's biggest sci-fi hit since The X-Files. But unlike The X-Files, which actually had a planned ending early on ruined by an indefinite run, Lost would get to execute the ending to its story after 6 years on the air. An ending whose details became more and more defined as the show continued, even if it ran for a couple years longer than they wanted it to. After years of laying the building blocks of this story, the end, which is the title of the final episode, would rely on the fact that Lost has already addressed and given direct and contextual answers for most of its mysteries at this point, leaving the finale's purpose as something other than an answer key, which is what many people were expecting. An ending chapter meant to go out with a boom as exciting as the boom at the beginning of the show. Back in 2004, the pilot cost a reported $13 million. But according to Lloyd Braun, the pilot actually came in under budget. For a long time, Lost had the most expensive pilot ever made, but a figure I don't see like anybody throwing out is that the finale reportedly cost $15 million, as reported in a 2021 Vulture retrospective by Jen Chaney. Which, considering inflation, it really didn't cost all that much more than the pilot. So much of the show's financial situation is underreported after the first episode. But still, despite the high cost, DARLTON were still unable to fully realize what they wanted to do because of budget restrictions. In a 2017 interview with Entertainment Weekly's Lost expert Jeff Jensen, DARLTON came back to explain that they originally had a much bigger plan for the volcano, which is foreshadowed in the season 3 episode, The Man Behind the Curtain. Little Ben Linus sits in his high school classroom and is informed by the Dharma Initiative teacher that the island has a dormant volcano, a detail which set fan theories ablaze. By the end, DARLTON felt like they could put anything to screen. And when determining how to visualize the island being what separates this world between hellfire and damnation, the natural image that came to mind was a volcano. According to the article, the volcano would have been introduced in Across the Sea and would have replaced the light as the source of creation for the smoke monster. Jacob would have thrown his brother into the volcano, and the final battle of the final episode would have featured Jack and the Man in Black fighting in front of an eruption, a visual metaphor for the end of the world. I love this idea so much. It would be the perfect visual metaphor for Apocalypse to follow up the atomic bomb from the last season. Mother Nature's very own weapon of mass destruction. But ABC ran the numbers and said fuck no. And even if they could pull it off, DARLTON realized they would be inviting a direct comparison between their finale and the finale of Revenge of the Sith, which features Obi-Wan and Darth Vader fighting in like a volcano. Carlton went on to explain that if they were budgeting Lost like they budget TV shows now, that they would be able to plan the volcano within the whole season's production design, but that's just not necessarily how things were working back then. Per Lindelof, ABC was like, guys, we love you and we're letting you end the show. We can't let you bankrupt the network in the process. And that's how Smokey's Crucible, Lost's version of Buffy's Hellmouth, was reimagined as a cave of light. ABC should have given Lost an infinite amount of money to produce the finale they wanted. It would have been the only way to appease the haters, many of which have already decided the finale was bad before it aired. I get that there are plenty of people just watching the show because they want to see the puzzle pieces snap into place, but I'm not convinced the puzzle pieces coming together will work if the picture they're painting isn't at least of interest to the audience. Emily St. James, LA Times.
Jack, Kate, Sawyer, HURLEY, LOCKE, be there for the final farewell. ABC's Lost, the series finale event.
Despite the time travel, leaving the island, the polar bears, and one of the main cast members being replaced by an evil doppelganger, somehow the finale would finally give into the much more simplistic Lord of the Flies of it all, as the conflict between Jack Shephard and John Locke inevitably comes to a roaring boil. Yet in typical Lost fashion, there's some interesting context to this typical destination. Jack now fights for John Locke's cause as John Locke is dead. His face has been stolen by the monster. Jack has been dubbed the deity-like protector of the island who cannot let the monster leave, lest it be the end of the world. Safe to say, the conflict at the core of the castaways has evolved, mutated even. Like the episode Across the Sea, so much of the story and conflict in the final episode seems to represent the entirety of the show. Jack, the hero, must defeat the image of a man who reminded him so much of his father, a shadow of a shadow and a hell of a dragon to slay. But the monster has been on his own hero's journey longer than the rest of them, a lone wolf who threatens the group, with his dragon to slay being the island, implied to be the source of life itself. But life has done him wrong. Higher powers have always directed these characters' lives, but now our characters have become the higher powers of the Lost World, leaving Desmond Hume as a pawn in between a debate being held by two men who were once his friends. Yet this dramatic dramatic climax to life on the island is undercut by an entirely other story unfolding at the same time. As Desmond and Hurley in the Sideways, aware of their past lives, become a sort of higher power at the center of a conspiracy to get the band back together. And I'm not talking about the benefit concert they're going to. The end wouldn't be complete if it didn't begin with a montage set to Michael Giacchino's score, which emotionally connects the drama between these mirrored worlds. In the Sideways, Christian's casket finally lands in Los Angeles, all while Jack is preparing for John's surgery, something which he hopes will let him to let go. On the island, Jack washes his face to complete his rebirth. His hands shake, finally holding the weight of the world which he's tried to carry for his whole life. The season has used mirrors as a visual metaphor as these characters live as reflections of themselves in these different lives. Ben makes tea in the Sideways and loads his gun in life, ready to kill for the monster, who wears the face of one of his many victims. Cop Sawyer sees his broken reflection, but on the island, he treats Kate's bullet wound just like she did for him in season 2, a testament to how they've helped each other heal as people. With Christian's casket arriving at the church, Desmond arrives with Kate to accept the delivery. Kate asks if the name Christian Shephard is a joke, but Desmond and DARLTON are dead fucking serious. Kate wants answers, so Desmond tells her they're gonna have to leave. Where? He's gonna show her. On the island, Jack is standing like he's in an edit or something. Hell yeah, dude. He finally accepts he is the main character. Jack has become the new Jacob. It's to be expected, and not only because the name Jack is derived from the name Jacob. Get it? Jacob becomes Jack. It's an etymology joke. Yet with the ritual complete, Jack hasn't found himself magically enlightened to the nature of the island or why Jacob brought Desmond there.
It's kind of true, dude. He's worse than Yoda.
He just knows they have to go to the bamboo forest to protect the light that the smoke monster wants to extinguish, because if he does,
and that's it for all of us.
So Sawyer goes to fetch Desmond while the rest of the gang head out to the heart of the island. And before the final title drop, Hurley tells us exactly where our heads should be at for this final episode.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I got a bad feeling about this.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I have a bad feeling about this.
I have a really bad feeling about this.
To me, that says, above all else, they wanted the finale to be a fun ride. Remember when I told you the last episode had a lot of good deleted scenes? One of those scenes that they deleted reveals that Desmond was rescued by an unlikely visitor, Vincent the dog, who has his own hero moment cut from the show as he saves the boy down in the well just like Lassie. A good boy. At the well, Sawyer has company. Ben holds him at gunpoint, bringing him to the monster, and they all learn something. Desmond is missing, Jacob has a replacement already, and they know the monster plans to use Desmond to destroy the island. Sawyer smacks Ben, takes his gun, and walks away, leaving Ben dumbfounded. He liked that gun, liked that slap, and he likes the island, which is what the monster promised him. But the monster explains his real plan is to take the Elizabeth and watch the island sink as he sails away. But he invites Ben along for the ride. The monster, the genie that he is, only makes promises for his freedom. The monster sees Vincent's tracks, which leads them to Rose and Bernard, who have brought Desmond to their camp, making them all monster bait. I love this scene to cap off Rose and Bernard's story. I like these characters a lot, but there's like a cynical side of me who's aware that they are not always present like the rest of the cast is. It seems like they only swoop in to try to do like a very, very sentimental kind of stuff. They're always welcome sights and welcome additions. Since the 4th season, they've really stayed out of the way of any conflicts between the characters on purpose. And as Rose feeds and takes care of Desmond, she tells him she wants to keep it that way, to not get involved. And after he eats, he should leave. He agrees because he understands. It's what he wants too. Off the island, Desmond was the first to walk away from the call to adventure, but he was dragged back into it. And when the monster comes back to Rose and Bernard's camp, demanding Desmond come with him or he'll kill them, Rose and Bernard get dragged into it too. Despite the threat to their life, immediately Rose tells Desmond he does not have to go with the monster. Suddenly, she is willing to be wrapped up in all of this. But Desmond wouldn't allow that, and he chooses to go with the monster. No matter how badly they want to stay out, sometimes people don't give them any choice but to play the game. When Desmond tells the monster monster, he knows they're going to a bright light. He's too focused on Desmond's apparent insight to notice the radio making noise in Ben's pocket. Ben slyly turns it off. On the other end, Miles has just located Richard, waking up from his smoky dreams. Armed with explosives, the two head out to blow up the plane and keep the monster on the island. Preparing the outrigger, Miles looks at Richard and smiles, picking up a single gray hair off Richard's shoulder. He's aging, and Miles tells Richard, "Welcome to the club." Richard thought he wanted to die, but face to face with his mortality, he just laughs.
I think I just realized I want to live.
Paddling to the other island, Miles and Richard strike gold. We thought he died, but he's back, baby. Motherfucking Frank Lapidus. He tells them, don't you dare blow up that plane because they're gonna trap the monster by flying it off the island. They rejoice and head out with a much better plan. Sawyer meets up with the others and Michael Giacchino cues the walking song one last time before both groups finally collide in the valley. Jack, Kate, and Sawyer and Hurley face down the monster Ben and Desmond. And immediately, Kate tries to do what she said she was gonna do. She takes Sawyer's gun and starts unloading her ammo into the monster. Ben and Desmond get down, but the monster takes every hit. Kate hasn't heard the news that he's invincible.
You might want to save your bullets.
The monster knows the new protector is Jack, who he thinks is a predictable choice for Jacob. But Jack says he volunteered. He tells the monster he's not here to stop him from taking Desmond to the heart of the island, because the monster's wrong. He is not gonna destroy the island. Instead,
I'm gonna kill you.
How do you plan to do that?
That's a surprise.
They all head out together to the bamboo forest where Jack tells Sawyer he believes Desmond was brought to the island as a weapon. In the forest, the monster stops and says that only Jack and Desmond should continue to the place that has been kept hidden from him. Hurley tells Jack he believes in him, and a crack of thunder tells of an approaching storm. Arriving, the monster, Jack, and Desmond look down the stream into the cave. Since we last saw it, something appears to have changed as the light is much dimmer now. Like the button in the hatch, the heart of the island just proves to be another experiment. Will failing to push the button destroy the world, or is it a cruel psychological test? Will sending Desmond into the heart of the island destroy the island, or will it slay the monster? Nevertheless, with Desmond having been forced back to the island and separated from his loved ones, the series' other grand experiment is brought to mind: the hydrogen bomb. We find out no, Desmond has not been enlightened to the nature of the island and life and death. Rather, his vision of another life has convinced him of an existential reality, that the island is not real. Desmond tells Jack nothing they are experiencing matters. He will go into the light and bring them to a world that Jack had hoped to create. A world where he met Desmond on Oceanic 815, and a world where the plane did not crash on the island. A world where Jack is happy and they are with the ones they love. But Jack has gone down this rabbit hole before. He tells Desmond that there are no do-overs. The world they live in is very real. Whatever happened in the past really happened, and most importantly,
all of this matters.
Getting up and doing the same job every day can feel purposeless. Suffering can feel purposeless. And getting up the next day and doing it all over again can feel existentially purposeless. But somehow you have to find meaning in all of it, because to stop pushing the button to destroy the island is to stop living.
That's Radzinski. He put a shotgun in his mouth when I was asleep.
A little bit away, Ben finally gets a chance to answer his walkie-talkie. He tells Miles and Richard to not blow up the plane, but they're already one step ahead of him. On Hydra Island, the only thing standing in between the pilot and the plane is Claire and her rifle. She thinks Locke sent them to kill her. They ask her to come with, but like Russo before her, Claire thinks she's too far gone to rejoin society. Kate hears gunfire over the walkie, and the group realizes the last ride home is about to go. Inside the cave, John and Jack lower Desmond down deep inside, something that will either destroy the island, kill the monster, or hit the reset button. Reprising the most iconic visual in the series, John and Jack look down into the cave as the camera moves deep under the island toward Desmond. Meanwhile, in another life. Hurley brings SAYID to a motel to pick up a guest. SAYID has no idea what Hurley is up to. Upstairs, Charlie answers his door for Hurley, who is filled with bliss at the sight of his long-lost friend. Charlie knows Hurley is there to convince him to play at the concert, to which Hurley says the concert is the most important thing Charlie ever does. But Charlie has no idea who this Hurley guy is, and he still doesn't want to go, so Hurley tranquilizes him, putting Charlie down instantly in pure Lost fashion. SAYID knows he's getting into trouble when Hurley brings Charlie's body back to the car. But SAYID should be relaxed. Last time they were at this motel together, SAYID was the one who was tranquilized. Miles sees SAYID driving away with Hurley and learns that the van carrying their perps never made it to prison. So Sawyer makes his way to the hospital to meet up with the only witnesses, Sun and Jin. There's a very nostalgic quality to how the storylines and the sideways all come together. 2 episodes ago, Sun and Jin had died, but here they are, alive and well. But they live in fear of Sun's father and the safety of their baby. Then, the doctor comes in to do an ultrasound. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Juliet Carlson.
Miss Pike, you must be the daddy.
I guess in this world, she was never married to her shitty ex-husband. Good for her. Juliet says she won't talk too much since they don't speak English, and she begins the exam, placing the transducer on Sun's skin, and immediately, Sun starts having visions of the island. Visions of Juliet giving her the same exam at the medical station on the island. She looks to Jin, filled with tears of her euphoric epiphany. He's confused, but when he sees the image, he remembers too. Their love, life, separations, reunions, and death all flash before their eyes. They understand what has happened and they cry, happy to be reunited with a friend who helped them so much in life. Juliet asks if they want to know if it's a boy or a girl, and they laugh because their friend Juliet doesn't know yet. They respond in English. They say it's a girl and her name is Ji-yeon. Juliet smiles, telling them their English is perfect, and she leaves them alone. Sun and Jin put their head together, laughing at the miraculous and ridiculous nature of it all. It's a very beautiful scene that begins a series of remembrances. Outside the room, Jack runs into Juliet, who's finally revealed to be David's mom. Bombshell.
Hey Dad, did you remember the tickets?
I just gave them to your mom.
In this world, Jack was a better ex-husband than her other ex-husband. But he's still an ex-husband. He's still divorced. Just like Kate and Sawyer helped each other grow, so did Jack and Juliet, represented by David, their demon spirit child from the Sideways, who represents Jack, and most definitely took a piece of his soul. Or he is a piece of his soul? A cringe crux? Juliet helped heal Jack's inner child, and that process is totally why they're not together. Yet still, in this life, it's nice to see that they maintain a good relationship, because they absolutely did not do that with their ex-spouses in the previous life. Since Jack won't make it to the concert, he tells Juliet and David to give the ticket to his sister Claire, who Juliet is very curious to meet.
Well, I'm sure you're gonna love her. She's extremely pregnant.
And leaving, without noticing, Juliet walks right by Sawyer. Oh yeah. Hurley has taken SAYID to a dingy part of town where he tells SAYID he trusts him, the exact thing you want to be told when you're being taken to a dingy part of town. Hurley tells SAYID he's a good person. He tells SAYID that he needs to stop letting people tell him he's a bad person and decide that for himself. The Republican Guard told SAYID he was a killer. The US military told him he was a killer. Ben told him he was a killer. And even his dear brother told him he was a killer. But SAYID needs to decide that's not him. Outside the car, Hurley and SAYID see this guy is getting the shit kicked out of him. They sit and watch until a blonde woman gets in between them, where she's ultimately thrown aside. Instinctively, SAYID runs out of the car and beats the heck out of the guy. He extends his hand to the woman, making sure she's okay, and we cut to Shannon, lying in a pile of garbage. So many people in her life threw her out. Her boyfriend, her stepmother, and even her own stepbrother. But when SAYID found her, he loved her. SAYID and Shannon is a reunion I think many people miss the point of in favor of wanting SAYID to end up with Nadia. But unlike SAYID and Nadia, SAYID and Shannon helped each other to be the best versions of themselves that they were capable of being. Unlike Nadia, Shannon makes SAYID feel like a good man because he's only ever been good to Shannon. He tortured Nadia. She doesn't deserve that. That's the whole point of her ending up with his brother. She tells him not to do violent things, but he's done violent things to her. SAYID is a romantic. He falls in love easily, which is exactly what we learn about him when and he leaves the island. He falls in love with the woman he was hired to spy on, who he ended up killing. Sayid's bleeding heart often comes at the expense of whoever catches his eye, except for fucking Shannon. Sayid's whole issue is loyalty. He's not loyal to his military, he's not loyal to his friends, he's not loyal to Nadia, who he was on his way from Sydney to America to see. He was on an island for like 3 weeks and was like, who's Nadia? This blonde woman? If Nadia meant so much to him, if she was the one for him, Shannon would have never caught his eye. We find out Nadia is still alive after Shannon and Sayid get together. Sayid helps Shannon see that she is somebody much more than the shallow, vapid person she's been told she is. They both help each other decide who they want to be rather than allowing others to tell them. Reunited, they remember each other instantly. They embrace, they kiss, and it's good because they've always had some of the best romantic chemistry on the show, which I think is something easily forgotten since it was something that really only happened toward the end of season 1 and the beginning of season 2, but go back and watch it. They have great chemistry. In Naveen Andrews, the man was not a fan of Maggie Grace being written off.
So.
I don't disagree. Backstage at the concert, Charlie has been dropped off and is passed out as Charlotte comes to wake him. Between Charlie, Charlotte, Charles, and Desmond and Penny's child, Charlie, the British really need to come up with some new names. She says, get up, you bloke, it's time to play. And he's like, bloody hell, it's time for a pint, innit? Charlotte turns around and meets the piano player whose rich parents arranged this whole thing, Daniel Widmore. In another life, he was Daniel Faraday and he loved Charlotte. He's seen her in this life and he can't believe she's shown up in front of him. They shake hands and part ways to be reunited at another time. After all, he has to tell her that his mom and dad are British. Faraday's looking like he's one of the Jonas Brothers. He is 2010 cord up. He's got the fedora, the vest, the fucking tie. Juliet is called to the hospital, leaving David alone to bring his Aunt Claire to table 23, where Claire is shocked to run into Desmond and Kate also at the table. Dr. Pierre Chang introduces the entertainment, Daniel Widmore performing at his birthday and Drive Shaft. Daniel is a character that's introduced into the late stage of the show who so perfectly represents the show's hard turn into its own mythology, while Charlie and his brother Liam, who's also on stage, seem to represent the more ground-to-earth humanistic stories of the early seasons. In this world, the band is still together, but Charlie still struggles, and all together they play a fusion of classical music and rock and roll, a perfectly apt analogy for the mixture of psychology, mythology, philosophy, science fiction, and fantasy the show has built itself with. You know, even in this life, Charles Widmore does not give a shit about his kids because he's still not at his fucking kid's birthday party. Daniel, it's me, your father. I was just trying to ask if you got your card in the mail. No Charles, but we got Charlie, who grabs his bass and immediately sees Claire in the audience, the woman who made him disconnect from this reality. Desmond watches as his secret plan comes together. He hopes Claire will remember Charlie, but instead, her water breaks. Kate helps Claire backstage to find a place where she's comfortable. She's having contractions, and she realizes fucking somehow she's gonna have her baby right here, right now.
It's all coming together.
Alone, Desmond is confronted by Eloise Hawking, who says, "Oi, bruv, I thought I told you not to get involved in these people's lives." Desmond says, "All right, I chose to ignore you, because we're all going to leave." He says he chose to ignore her because they're all gonna leave. And suddenly, this distant woman who always seems to be in the know reveals herself. She looks to Daniel and she tells Desmond that she doesn't want to lose her son again. In this life, being in the know means remembering that in her past life, Eloise got her son killed. Here, she lives a life where things worked out with her adulterating husband, and even Penny, the bastard child, has an invitation to her brother's birthday, who didn't even know she existed in the other life. I have a sister. Hello, I'm your sister. In this reality, the Widmore family hasn't been broken apart by the struggles of life, the struggles of the island. Even if Chuckles didn't show up to the party, with emotional honesty, Desmond is able to comfort Eloise. He tells her he won't be taking Daniel with them, and the Widmore family will hopefully heal in a way it never got a chance to in life. but maybe in this one. So Claire's giving birth, and in walks Charlie, who is just not present for this event in life, but he pitches in, getting towels and blankets. Instinctually, Kate knows how to help Claire because they've done this before. She tells Claire to push, and then Kate has her life on the island flash to her. Tears start to well in her eyes before she tells Claire to push again, and Aaron is born again. Suddenly, these two have their lives flash before their eyes as memories flood back to them. Kate passes the gooey, but not bloody Aaron to Claire, and they embrace, crying, remembering how much they meant to each other in life. Then, after finding herself, the love of Claire's life finally comes back to her. Charlie, a death that rocked Claire's world. She grabs his hand and he remembers too. Suddenly, there is clarity to his visions. He says hi to Aaron, still a baby in the afterlife, implying he had many Bardos to travel through because he grew up a tormented soul. This is just one level for this evil bastard's afterlife journey, punished to be a baby like John's father in the wheelchair. Or maybe an alternate explanation? With all of his friends awake, Desmond comes backstage and asks Kate if she understands. And she says,
"Let's all come together."
On the island, Desmond makes his way to the bottom of the cave. He is not the first person to come down here as he finds the floor littered with skeletons. Jacob couldn't clean. Inside is a pool with a stone cork in the middle. The water gives off a gentle golden light as the stream from above flows down into the pool and out through other structures that presumably lead all over the island. Like the computer in the hatch, Desmond has found an ancient mechanism, and like the button, Desmond is ready to perform this ritual that has been left for him, apparently to unplug the cork. He steps into the water and suddenly the energy of the island begins to hum and starts pulsing through Desmond. The light flares as Desmond's screams are heard from Jack and John above. Like those who came before him, presumably to build this contraption for Jacob, Desmond should die, but my man is built different. He walks to the center and lifts the stone. It's heavy, but he successfully does it, draining the water. Suddenly, the light dims, and through that ethereal hum cuts a ringing. The light goes out completely, and something else starts boiling underneath the island. Fire. A red glow. And I'll let the script describe what's happening. The light is gone, and so is the water. Without water, steam and smoke begin to vent out of various holes in the cave, including the now open central hole. The red glow of unseen molten activity begins to light the cavern, and it's like the island just lost its cooling system. And later, the script suggests, for all we know, it could be a passageway to Hades itself. Desmond starts to scream, realizing he's still on this island. That's me waking up every day, baby. He's wrong. He cannot hit the reset button. The earth starts to tremble, and the monster looks to Jack, telling him he was wrong too, and then he dips. In the sideways, there's this great little ironic scene where Jack tells John he suspects his surgery is gonna go A-okay.
There's always the chance that I could kill you.
Just an absurd possibility, am I right? With the earth shaking, the monster trips and falls, leaving the cave, and Jack catches up to him, tackling John Lost to the ground and slugging his face. The monster looks to Jack, the fear of God in his eyes, as his mouth fills with blood. With the light of the island off, with Jacob dead, the monster has once again become a mortal man.
My source of power! No, come back! Looks like you were wrong too.
With death simmering right underneath him, John Lost desperately grasps at the gravel, picking up a rock and smacking Jack across the face before running away. Jack just needs a second after that one. Jack comes to and goes back into the cave, calling out for Desmond. He pulls up the rope, but no one is at the other end. The rain starts coming down as the island starts to crumble. Hurley is about to be crushed by a falling tree, but of all people, Ben pushes him out of the way, getting himself pinned instead. Without hesitation, Sawyer, Kate, and Hurley work to free Ben.
We're gonna get you out of here, all right?
In a very unique experience, just like the audience got to know and sympathize with Ben through his backstory, these characters have time traveled and they've been clued into why this guy is the way he is. Ben's allegiances, his intentions are artfully hidden throughout the finale, but when all is said and done, even if he won't be invited to the picnic anytime soon, they know Ben is in this struggle with the rest of them. Live together or die alone until the end. Miles makes a call on the walkie-talkie. Kate picks up and he tells her Claire isn't coming with them, but if they want to get on the plane, they have to get over to Hydra Island right now. So Ben tells them how they can make it.
Locke has a boat!
On the cliff, Locke looks down at the Elizabeth, his getaway. It's a story we've seen play out again and again on the island. He wants to abandon the island, the struggles of life, and he wants to leave everyone else with the consequences. The monster has a dragon to slay that might as well be life itself because life has wronged him so much. It's exactly what Kelvin Inman had planned to do with the boat when Desmond arrived on the island. Ditch the responsibility of the button and take the boat away, which is exactly what the monster plans to do now. But there's only one thing in his way. Without a weapon in hand, Jack, the doctor, finally confronts the hunter who draws his knife. They run toward each other with Jack jumping down toward the cliff, lifting up his fist with one of the most awkward looking first moves in the history of filmed action. But it's the epic moment this character deserves, and it pays off. We get a commercial break before cutting back to Jack's awkward punch all over again as these two men awkwardly clash in a struggle, in a kind of ugly fight that only communicates desperation. One is going to kill the other. Jack stumbles and John removes his backpack as the two exchange hits, slipping on the rocks of the island, falling apart behind them. Finally, Jack gets on top of Locke and begins to choke him. It would be his victory if one of the first things we learned about Jack Shephard wasn't that he never wins the fight.
Should have stayed down, Jack.
The monster grabs John's knife and sinks it deep in Jack's side. The wound he'll notice in the flash sideways, and the wound that will kill him. Jack stumbles close to the edge and the monster gets on top of him, pushing John's knife down into Jack's neck, which opens again in the sideways at the hospital.
I want you to know, Jack, you died for nothing.
The monster, like John, like Christian, has always represented an ogreish paternal oppressor. But Jack's father, although flawed just like John Locke, was not a monster. Jack could only ever wound his father, but he never wanted to kill him. Kate, on the other hand, she killed her abusive father. And she slays the monster. And then she steals Jack's chance for a cool, heroic one-liner. That was never his style anyways.
I saved you a bullet!
Jack has always needed Kate to have his back. All he's needed to do is let her in and respect her boundaries. It's a lesson that goes back to the season 2 episode The Hunting Party, in which Jack's fatal mistake was not letting Kate come along. He was jealous of Sawyer and knew she would have come anyways, and it bites him in the butt. Kate is always the first to step out into the jungle to rescue someone, and that has always included Jack, who makes her feel like she can be a hero.
You can do this, I'm telling you.
In the pilot, Kate counted to 5 to overcome her fear of the monster, and now she's defeated it. John looks up at the island and tells Jack that he's too late. The island is already as good as gone. And then, just like the monster stabbed his mother in the back, he was shot in the back. And just like he kicked Jacob into the fire, Jack kicks the monster down onto the rocks, where he dies. Just like when Kelvin tried to abandon the button, which now so clearly feels like a representation of the island itself, the monster too ends up dead on the rocks, overlooking the boat he planned to sail away with. To abandon the island and its challenges, regardless of meaning or lack of meaning behind it all, is to abandon life itself. John, lying on the rocks dead, is an image that evokes one of the most primal moments of Lord of the Flies: the death of Piggy, the child who has died of head trauma caused by a falling rock and whose body lies dead at the bottom of the cliff, as the children watch it wash away into the sea. Yet cruelly, like everything else left on the island, the monster might just be high up enough that the waves will never take him away. Still, in death, he's stuck here. Yet still, the island's crumbling around him. Sideways, Jack gets out of surgery and notices the wound on his neck. And somehow, John starts to wake up out of surgery much earlier than he should, considering his anesthesia. Jack tells him to try to relax, go to sleep, but Johnny Boy already knows it worked. Jack says, impossible, but John's toes starts wiggling and his life starts tingling before his eyes. Images of his time on the island and the people he connected with, the people that made him feel so important. Man felt important because he was providing food for his community. If only you kept hunting boar and giving people food, John, you would have kept feeling important. John looks to Jack and sees this man who could have been like a son to him, and he becomes overwhelmed with happiness. Finally, in this place, place, they help each other the way they were always supposed to move on from their past trauma. For a second, Jack starts to remember his life too. He remembers looking down the hatch with John, but like in life, he rejects what he sees. Jack tells John to relax, but he wants to leave with Jack. John tries to get out of bed, but Jack starts arguing with him, just like they did in life, but now those memories are just nostalgic to John, and he smiles. This is really Jack Shephard in front of him. Despite being at each other's throats in life, Jack and John's experiences have always mirrored each other. Are Jack and John so different? Are the different Jacks living different lives so different? I think ultimately that is what The Flash Sideways reveals, that all of these characters are reflections of each other and their own experiences. Jack Shephard, the historical and notorious thief that the serialized story was based off of, the name Lost would borrow. His real name was John Jack Shephard. These men have always been reflections of each other. Time to start using Rogaine, Jack. Look in the mirror, John's bald. Jack says he needs to meet up with his son, but John gives him one last hard truth. Jack doesn't have a son. Jack says he has to go, and John lets him leave.
I hope that somebody does for you what you just did for me.
Leaving, Jack helps Sawyer find a vending machine. They look at each other for an extra beat without recognizing each other wholly. Sawyer wants an Apollo bar, a classic lost treat, but it gets caught on the way out of the vending machine, a classic lost beat. Bad luck. He gets to his knees to try to flush it out, so Juliet asks him what he's doing. He assures her it's okay because he's a cop.
Maybe you should read the machine its rights.
She tells Sawyer a secret. The machine will work properly if he unplugs it and plugs it back in. She assures him it's legal, so Sawyer reaches behind and unplugs the machine, and all of the lights in the hospital go out. The candy bar drops and she hands it to him. When their hands touch, their life starts to flash before them, and they look to each other confused, but with an intense attraction. They ask each other out, and without even realizing it, Juliet repeats the confusing words she seemed to delusionally utter when she laid in Sawyer's arms dying.
We can go touch.
The memory of her death flashes and their life together, falling in love and losing each other. Yet they're reunited and they remember each other wholly. She touches his face and starts crying in disbelief he's really there.
Kiss me, James.
You got it.
The most unlikely couple since SAYID and Shannon, Juliet and Sawyer stole our hearts, and arguably this reunion steals the heart of the episode. While Juliet's death scene was described as redundant by many critics in LAX, with hindsight, it's so obvious how these scenes thematically bookend the entire season's exploration of life and death. Death is the most difficult challenge of life. A loved one is the most difficult thing to lose, and what comes after death is the most existential mystery of all. But you don't need to worry. If you've seen the show Lost, you can just watch it again and again and again and again until you slip into the eternal sleep. That's my answer, so come along for the ride. And why not subscribe? On Hydra Island, Lapidus is having trouble with the plane, so he sends Miles and Richard down to fix some stuff up. He rings the group on the main island and tells them to hurry up. Kate pleads with Jack to come with her, but he has to go turn on whatever Desmond turned off. He tells them to leave on the boat and catch the plane. So Jack says goodbye to Sawyer and they shake hands, having to learn to at least respect each other. Ben throws Sawyer his walkie-talkie and says if the island's going down, he's going with it, and Hurley decides to stay back as well. Finally, Jack says goodbye to Kate, who cries. She wants to be told she'll see him again, but they both know that won't happen, and once again, they kiss. A love that they could have shared if only things were different, but one that they both held on to because they were the only lovers they had in their lives that truly made them feel like the best versions of themselves that they could be. The lost souls of the show part ways, having never really turned their spark into a flame because Jack didn't think he was good enough. Jack, Hurley, and Ben head for the heart of the island as Sawyer follows Kate, who jumps first into the water, swimming to the Elizabeth. Sideways, things are so much different. Jack arrives at the concert and finds that everyone is gone, including his son, but it's already finished. Looking for David, Jack finds the one person who has waited for him. She asks him what he's doing, and he starts talking to her before realizing that she's a complete stranger. He asks if she knows him, and she admits she stole his pen on the plane, something that helped her escape and find him now. She kisses him as images of his life flash before him, but once again, he rejects what he sees. She tells him that she missed him so much. It seems after Jack died, Kate never found romantic love again.
But if you come with me, you will.
On the island, Hurley and Ben guide Jack back to the cave entrance, the heart of the island, where Jack says he's gotta go down there.
Desmond didn't make it, how the hell are you gonna survive?
Charlie once failed to tell Hurley that he had planned to sacrifice himself, but Jack trusts Hurley, and he tells him he's already dead. His wound is fatal. Hurley argues Jack is supposed to protect the island and that he needs him, but Jack tells Hurley that he was only supposed to do a job. He helped to slay the monster, he's going to turn the light back on, but it's Hurley that is meant to be the protector.
Hurley, I believe in you.
Hurley says he'll do the job until Jack gets the light back on, and of course comes back to him. Jack agrees and asks for a cup, and Ben gives him the perfect thing, a relic from an earlier era, a plastic water bottle from the crash of Oceanic 815 3 years ago. I imagine the island's properties are why no one gets sick from bacteria drinking water right out of the stream. Everyone should have diarrhea constantly. But the island works in mysterious ways. But this 3-year-old plastic bottle may just last longer than any of the other structures on the island. Jack smiles because it's perfect. If the monster destroys the island, you know that plastic's still gonna be there. Doing his best to replicate the ritual, Jack fills the bottle with water, and in real time, we watch another piece of the ritual be lost to time. As Jack never learned the words Jacob said to him, on top of Jacob giving Jack water instead of what he received, which was wine. That's not fair. Jack wanted alcohol. Nonetheless, Hurley drinks from it, and just like Jack, he doesn't feel any different. Ben looks on as Hurley gets all the power he thought he ever wanted, but it's a choice Ben easily accepts because Hurley makes so much sense. From the beginning, Jack was a leader because people saw him as a leader. It was handed to him despite his lack of confidence. But Hurley has always been a natural leader, but nobody has ever saw him as one. Yet with Jack and Hurley learning to express and put trust and faith in each other, Jack once again has become the image of a hero to Hurley, and Hurley has become the image of a hero to Jack. Once again, Jack completes the ritual.
Now you're like me.
As the hero of the story tells the fat guy who sees himself as the comedic relief. It's a beautifully sentimental moment that made Jorge Garcia break into tears when he read it for the first time.
It's different when it's real and you're reading it for the first time.
A perfect moment from the ending. Hurley and Ben lower Jack down inside of the cave, which is engulfed in a red light. The island continues to collapse, and Jack slips and falls on the way down, making him acutely aware of his pain and that he is dying. He finds Desmond passed out from the heat, but alive. Desmond tells Jack pulling the drain out didn't work, and Jack realizes what he has to do, put it back. But once again, Desmond does not want to see his friend die. He tells Jack that he's literally built different, but Jack reties the rope around Desmond's waist and tells him to go home to his family.
I love you, Jack.
This is a line that really stuck out to me on my final watch through, because this is the same exact question Jacob had asked Ben a season earlier, a question which led Ben to kill Jacob because it had cut him so deep.
What about you?
The same question in the context of two different relationships. A distant dismissal of the human experience versus the desperate question of a friend caring for another friend. Jack, dying, tries to play it cool.
I'll see you in another life, brother.
He'll never deliver that line smoothly, but boy, do I want to cry when he says it. Kate and Sawyer arrive at Hydra Island while Claire waits on the beach, watching the island crumble from across the channel. Kate tells Claire she has to come, but she's afraid to leave, but the plane is moving.
This island's made me crazy. I don't want Aaron to see me like this.
Claire doesn't want her child to see her this way, but Kate tells Claire she's not alone. She has her back, and with that, Kate doesn't only slay the monster, but she rescues the girl because Claire comes with her, leaving her gun behind on the beach, leaving behind the fight. The plane prepares for takeoff, but before Lapidus can really accelerate, Claire runs with Sawyer and Kate onto the runway that Sawyer and Kate had literally laid the foundation for 3 years earlier, and now they will reap the reward. Lapidus laughs, happy to help, and tells his crew to open the door and get them aboard. Jack was not the most heroic in the story. That's Kate. Jack doesn't go after Walt when he's kidnapped by the others, but Kate goes after Jack when he is. Jack was never the best leader. That's Hurley. He doesn't have the most tragic backstory. That's probably Locke. His dad wasn't even the biggest asshole, but Jack is the most lost of them all. He has a hole in his life that can only be filled by saving the world. Jack lifts the stone, putting his whole back into it. He's dying, but he does it. He puts the peg in the hole. Cracker Barrel, be damn, it's only one hole, but he pegged it. The red light starts to intensify, and Jack collapses. He is literally being edged while he tries to save the world. He was supposed to save everyone, but the pressure and heat continue, and he lays there defeated. Sawyer, Kate, and Claire board the plane, and Lapidus says to buckle up. The runway cracks beneath them, and the plane starts moving forward. Everyone grips to their seats. Kate and Claire hold hands, and with half a runway short, Frank pulls up just before missing the tree line. And NAB, I still can't believe this show pulls off. The second plane actually takes off from the island.
Amen.
Sawyer, Kate, and Claire of Oceanic 815, Lapidus of the Kahana, Miles, a child of the Dharma Initiative and a member, along with Richard, the first member of the others, successfully work together to make it off the island. Jack sits, thinking he's failed as the pressures of life build up to a point that feels overwhelming. Before release, the water starts flowing again, and Jack laughs as he becomes wet with satisfaction. He didn't fail. He saved the island and presumably the world. All they had to do was unplug it and plug it back in.
You unplug it, and then you plug it back in again.
The man who couldn't love himself saves the world with a mechanism that, excuse me, has overt masturbatory imagery. Jack literally learns to love himself. The guy who wakes up filled with pressure, who isn't afraid to step over boundaries with women, who will kiss a woman who's not his wife, but be too timid to sexually cheat on his wife. A guy who has to do the impossible challenge of saving the entire world, who sees his father as a romantic rival, Sawyer as a romantic rival. Lost season 7 would be Jack and David realizing that they're dating the same woman. And then David would tackle Jack when Jack's trying to go to AA and better himself. So Jack saves the entire world, and at the same time, metaphorically, Jack's off. Finally! That's all he needed to do, guys. This whole time, that's all he needed to do. It's a beautiful thing for this character. Ben and Hurley pull up the rope, but are shocked to find Desmond. They yell down to Jack, but he's busy in the afterglow. He just fulfilled his savior complex. The light shines its brightest, and it takes Jack away somewhere before cutting to commercial. When Maureen Ryan talked about the Freudian, presumably vaginal nature to the heart of the island, I couldn't help but to laugh because it's so true. Jack Shephard, having been granted immortality and the powers of a god, gives up his life to save his friends, and he happily lays in the water at the heart of the island as he experiences a true ego death. When we come back, the episode opens on an image of Jesus Christ in front of the church, and arriving in the parking lot is Jack Shephard, the savior. By golly, the boy has done it. He got the girl, and all he wanted after that was to be Jesus Christ himself, the typical American boy and his criminal girlfriend. John arrives at the church where a cab driver helps him into his wheelchair. He makes his way to the stairs before noticing the man who killed him, waiting alone.
Hello, Benjamin.
Ben says hello back somberly, but John isn't necessarily unhappy to see him. John asks if everyone has gone inside, and Ben tells him most are in there already. Then, Ben apologizes to John for killing him. He admits he was selfish and jealous of John's specialness. So, John forgives him, which Ben admits helps him. Ben tells John he's not going inside, and John doesn't argue with him. He smiles and says goodbye to Ben, who tells him he can get out of his wheelchair now. And John stands up and walks up the stairs. He's forgiven the man who has killed him. He has let go and entered the church, which I hope is still wheelchair accessible. Oh my God. On the island, Ben lays Desmond's head down, having previously shot him when he was off of the island. Ben put Desmond in the hospital, but now he tucks him in. Hurley mourns Jack and cries, overwhelmed with the responsibility of his new job, but Ben knows Hurley is the right person for that job, and he shares what he finds so admirable about him.
I think you do what you do best. Take care of people.
He tells Hurley not to worry about the old rules. Screw people not being able to leave the island. That's bullshit. And he can start helping people by getting Desmond home. He tells Hurley he can do things differently than Jacob. He can do things better. And in seeing Ben as something more than the image of a supervillain, having seen Ben risk his own life to save his earlier in the episode, Hurley asks for Ben's help to share his experience. Ben, moved by Hurley's request, says yes.
I'd be honored.
Jack Shephard had the savior complex, but philosophically, we see how the island is going to change not with Jack, but with Hurley, who doesn't have a savior complex, but carries the kinder, more social responsibility of the teachings of Jesus. So actually, Hurley is lost Jesus, for real, for real. He's not power hungry, but humble and judgment free of others. Sideways, Hurley understands why Ben won't come inside. Hurley is the kind of person who wants to forgive anything, but he can't expect that from everyone in the church. Sure, Jack sacrifices himself, but Hurley wants to forgive the outcast Michael, and he walks with the sinner Ben, carrying the emotional and social weight that Jack the Savior would not be able to do by dying. And like Jesus, Michael? Hurley never stopped. Before Hurley walks back inside, he tells Ben that he was a great number 2, and Ben tells him that he was a great number 1. One last sliver of kindness before they part ways. Like on the island, in this life, Ben is still on his path to redemption. But this small line of dialogue tells us so much more about their relationship after the end of the show, and implies that Ben probably did as much as he could in life to redeem himself. But of course, the people he really cared about were already dead. I like to think that they take Desmond home on the Elizabeth, giving Ben an opportunity to do something physical to redeem himself, and allowing Hurley and Desmond the opportunity to make the connection that Libby, the person Hurley loved, is the one who gave Desmond the sailboat. And that's who it's named after. The sailboat being Desmond's only way home also gives him this very satisfying conclusion where he does finish his race around the world. I think Lost views relationships and redemption as having more of a distant relationship than maybe others might see it. Despite the characters' personal journeys, when they've hurt somebody, that person gives themselves allowance to cut the person who hurt them off. Ben becomes a better person by the end of the story, but despite that, he has deep regrets. And instead of demanding to be in the room with everyone else, like he demanded to be in a room with Jacob, he stays outside the church, along with other characters such as Michael and Walt, who are nowhere to be seen. The core to Lost's themes of redemption has never been seeking redemption through forgiveness from God or through cosmic karmic choices, but it's self-redemption. Ben being outside the church, Michael being absent, I think very clearly communicates that those moments of personal growth and redemption Michael and Ben experience in life do not inherently earn them forgiveness from the people they hurt. Maybe it can in the case of John and Ben, who lived very parallel lives, but Desmond beating the ever-living hell out of Ben shows us he has not forgiven him, and why should he? If it wasn't for Ben, Desmond would have gotten on a boat and sailed away from all of this mess. But instead, Ben shot him and he was brought back to the island. Like earlier in the season, Ben will be left on the outside as he watches friends reunite with one another. Ben is left looking in because it's too late for him to earn forgiveness from many of these people because the story is almost over. All Ben can do is acknowledge his mistakes and not repeat them in the future, but he can't undo them. Ben does not ask for forgiveness from those he senselessly hurt, but I think we're given the impression that Ben is able to come to an understanding with Alex and Danielle. Maybe they can come to an understanding about how Ben put himself at risk to save them. And perhaps there are others he can still earn forgiveness from. Outside the church, Jack and Kate sit in Jack's Bronco, where Kate tells Jack they brought him here because this is where they were going to have his dad's funeral, which is strange because apparently in this timeline they had the funeral and Jack didn't notice David was crying. In life, Christian had a service after Jack got back from the island and his friends were there to support him. But here and now, everyone important to him is there to help him heal. And on the island, Jack wakes up in the same spot Jacob found the Man in Black's body. Like the wheel sending people to Tunisia, this part of the island will transport somebody to one place in particular. But Jack is not dead yet as he gets up and starts walking. At the church, Jack walks in through the back where he discovers a room with an assortment of spiritual imagery. Hindu, Buddhist, Islamic, Jewish, Taoist, and of course, obviously and most prominently, Christian imagery. Jack sees his father's Sawyer's casket sitting in the middle of the room, and just like on the island, he stresses over opening it. He paces around it before touching the lid. He remembers waking up on the island, running out to help people, and more importantly, he sees the people who helped him. He remembers Kate saying goodbye and ultimately ignores his visions for a third and final time before opening the coffin. Once again, Jack finds it empty. He's confused, but behind him, his father says hello. Standing before him is Christian Shephard, Jack's father. Once again, Jack is perplexed. He tells his father that he died.
Yes, I did.
Jack doesn't understand how he can be standing with his dad, so his dad helps Jack remember that he also died. In his epiphany, Jack cries, and for the first time, he hugs his father in a real embrace, and they cry together. They say I love you to each other, something they struggled with so much in life, but somehow here they find it so easy to say. Jack asks his dad if he's real, and Christian laughs. He says he hopes so. He tells Jack that everything that ever happened to him and his friends was real. He tells Jack his friends are dead too, but some died long before him and some died long after. But they're here now because, as Christian puts it,
well, there is no now here.
And I promise you, people still thought they were dead for the entire show. Jack asks where they are, and Christian gives him one of the most ambiguous answers in the season. In the series, he tells them that they made this place together so they could find each other. A line that I think adds a kind of exciting ambiguity to the Sideways. Does he mean they created this Sideways dimension to find each other somehow, literally? When Juliet says it worked to Sawyer, was that her having a vision of a life where they all together like Desmond did? Or does that allude to a literal creation of a pocket dimension inside the anomaly where their wishes come true? Or is it a much simpler suggestion? Is Christian saying that this church they're in, this new age, universalist, coexist bumper sticker church, a place that Jack and all of his friends built together, a symbol of their community that Jack has shepherded? That's what I personally think he's saying, not that they created this universe together, though I don't hate that. They are in a unique church that their community created. Christian tells Jack that the most important time in his life was the time he spent with these people. They needed each other to remember, and more importantly, to let go. And now they're going to move on together. When Jack asks where, Christian says excitedly they have to go find out. Jack enters the church and finds himself joined by people who love him and people he loves. And the episode ends as it began, with a montage between both realities, threaded together so beautifully by the illustrious score by Michael Giacchino. Michael Giacchino's nearly 8-minute piece to finish out the show is as nostalgic for Lost as all of these dead characters coming back. Moving On strings together melodies that have been prevalent throughout the entire epic, all culminating together in a single climax that helps us to connect what all these themes have meant together. The melody of life and death, Jack's theme, the raft departure theme. It comes together in a way that recontextualizes all of these things and makes the entirety of the series feel so significant, allowing the music to speak so deeply on how all of these ideas interrelate. Mainly the coming together of this community, who have helped each other through all of the struggles in life and are now helping each other through the struggles after death. It's always been about this community which Jack has shepherded, even if the wolves got a few of those sheep. While Jack is greeted by his friends in the church, at the same time, we see him walking through the bamboo forest, bleeding out, dying. One by one, he hugs his friends, the people he lost. Boone, Hurley, who picks him up. He's so happy to see Jack. And after saying goodbye with the handshake in life, Jack and Sawyer hug and embrace without any concern about the insecurities and frustration they once brought out in each other. Finally, Jack reunites with Kate, ready to love him now that he's ready to love himself. On the island, Jack finds himself back in the same place where he first woke up. And finally, he collapses, succumbing to his wounds. In the church, his friends sit down in the pews, while Jack collapses to the ground, dying. Kate takes his hand while Jack holds on to his side, grasping the wound that is making him bleed out, dying for John Locke's cause. Jack never learned that John never got the chance to hang himself. Jack never learned that John had been murdered, and he continued to blame himself for his death until now.
So what's the difference between a martyr and a prophet?
Either way, it sounds like you end up dead.
In the end, it doesn't even matter because Jack redeemed himself. In the church, everyone embraces their loved ones. Rose and Bernard, Desmond and Penny, Sun and Jin, Sayid and Shannon, Charlie and Claire, Jack and Kate, John and Boone are pals. Arturo and Tom are nowhere to be seen. This is an affair for the straights and whatever John and Boone are going to explore. Each other's hatches? Jack lays on the ground, bleeding out alone, looking toward the sky, ready to die. But he's not alone in this story. He hears barking from the tree line, and Vincent, the dog, runs out to him. Jack smiles laughing as his friend, Vincent, lays down next to him to say goodbye. In the church, Christian walks to the back of the door and he opens it. And we see it. The light fills the room, pouring through the windows, and Jack sits bleeding out with Vincent. He may be dying, but he can't help but to smile again as he watches Ajira Flight 316 fly overhead. His friends get to leave the island and live because of him. The death of Jack Shephard is a pretty remarkable scene in my hot opinion. At the beginning of the series, the show was about these strangers getting to know each other, but throughout the show, the series revealed itself to be about deeply flawed people and their inability to love others because they cannot love themselves. But together, they learn how. And in Jack's final moments, he's able to do just that. And I would not be able to describe the impact that this scene intends to have better than the people who wrote it. And now, he begins to cry because the Ajira plane rises into the sky over the bamboo as it climbs higher and higher. And as Jack lies there watching it fly, he smiles through his tears. The plane clears frame, finally free of the island. Jack Shephard has done what he came to this place to do. He has found his purpose, he has found love, and been loved. And he has finally found a way to love himself. It is only in the finale that I believe it becomes so clear that Jack, although very obnoxious throughout the series, is a fantastically written character. Jack sits in the church, satisfied with the life he's lived as the light totally engulfs him. And finally, on the island, just as the show began with Jack opening his eye, Jack's eye closes, happy and unaware that the best has yet to come. The final title hits with a gentle note instead of a regular thud. At the bottom of the rabbit hole, instead of that tense piano ballad that ends every show, the credits roll with the gentle sound of waves and creaking metal, accompanied by images from the very beginning of the story. The wreckage of Oceanic 815 on an empty beach, a sentimental visual before the end of the broadcast, and Lost was over.
And now, the Billiam Lost series finale.
What is going on in here? Billy, I've been trying to get a hold of you this entire time!
I'm sorry, I got carried away with Lost. I haven't been checking my messages.
I just came in here and he's been like this. He's been editing this Lost video for over 3 years. He's been going down these dark rabbit holes. Just let him go, Billy. Just let him go. Look at him. Look at him. Can we just set him free, please? Please, let's just set him free.
We're almost done, I promise.
You just have to let him go. What did I do?
I never planned for it to be this long or to take 3 years, but I genuinely enjoyed searching, enjoyed finding out new things about this show, influences, themes, lore, behind the scenes. And it's brought me so much pleasure, self-indulgence, self-satisfaction. But it took time away from other things I needed to pay attention to. Time pursuing false leads and dead ends. But the nuggets of gold I did manage to find made me want to keep going and going and going and to never let go. Hey, since it's just me and you on the island, why don't we get a little more intimate so you can hear these words from my lips a little better. When the finale first aired, when I first saw it, I was in 8th grade. And although I definitely wanted more answers, I quickly became a vehement defender of it. I filmed a YouTube video in 8th grade defending the Lost finale. On and off again, over the last 3 years working on this project, I have tried to locate that video. I have found other videos of me briefly mentioning Lost, but my review of the finale is lost to time. I can't say lost as a verb anymore. I have to start saying loosened again. It's just the truth. The word lost is no longer anything but a proper noun referring to the TV show. But now I'm gonna start saying my preferred verb, loosened. My review of Lost, the TV show that I reviewed in 8th grade, has been loosened, as in I don't have access to it anymore to time. But I remember what I said. I said that Lost was a lot like the film The Shining, which I had seen by 8th grade. I'm fine. Saying it was a work with a pretty basic story that was layered with clues to a deeper narrative, even if I didn't have a grand theory as to what that was. I just felt like that was the case. Though as time went on, I grew really cynical and I accepted that I was just coping about a show that had ultimately been really disappointing, though that I really liked. But the more I understood about the development of the narrative and its homages to pop culture and reference to world history, the more I realized that the flaws of Lost's story are wholly unexceptional in the world of golden age television stories, but its accomplishments are exceptional. For a while after the final season and well into working on this retrospective, I really grappled with the concept of the Flash sideways holistically. But looking back on it, it's such a clever construct and a necessary one. As the series progressed past what would turn out to be a much more hopeful first season, things for the characters did not progress. The nature of franchise storytelling is you continually have to find more conflict for your characters. It's no wonder why Avengers Endgame came up with basically the same exact ending for Tony Stark as Jack Shephard. Just two guys who are so obsessed with saving the world that they do it until they fucking die. Jack does it by putting a phallic object in a hole, and Tony Stark does it with one hand. But in both cases, it's a character story created through Disney and the executives wanting to continue this character's conflict continually. By the end of the final season, much to the disappointment of the first season, the island no longer represented a place for these characters to grow. It may be the source of life itself, but it represented a place of cyclical, looming conflict that ultimately made it very hard for these characters to reflect and develop. Well, I will admit that the characters obviously have little changes and growth along the way. But in Lost, psychological death, unfortunately, often coincides with fucking dying. Epiphanies for most of these characters happen toward the end of their lives. Life is imperfect, and the island once represented a place where these characters could step away from the struggles of modern life and, return to a state of nature. But then the conflict continued, and it ended up representing the struggles of life itself, thus necessitating the Flash sideways, another construct giving these characters an opportunity for rebirth after psychological death, which in the sideways includes real death and memory loss and the loss of traumatic feeling. The idea that the true evolution of the human spirit or psyche occurs after death is a very complex, existential, and beautiful thought. Life is not perfect, and nothing speaks to that more than the reunion of Jack and Christian Shephard. Both these men in their lives recognized that they loved each other, but the pain they had caused one another made that so difficult to say. Death leaves so much feeling unsaid. But in the sideways, they get to embrace in the fact that they're not too macho to hug and say I love you, which unfortunately is something many people struggle to say in life. And there can be bad dads like Anthony Cooper, but there's somebody out there who deserves to hear it from you. While the show basks in religious imagery, I would argue it's not explicitly religious. To me, it's deeply psychological and, of course, spiritual in a very universal sense. Like Jacob, meeting the grand planner, the creator, would be very disappointing if you didn't get to see your dead friends too. Isn't that the most appealing part of believing in an afterlife? Because aren't social bonds the most appealing part of being alive? Besides like a little Nintendo Wii. Hope that's in heaven too, if it's anything like the old folks home. I think these characters being reunited is a much more fantastical thing. The show aimed for these moments where the characters were left awestrucken from what they had seen. And I truthfully feel like the most awestrucken thing they could have built up to is them being reunited with their dead friends. Doesn't that speak to the human experience much more than some insane fantasy or sci-fi twist? Kate asks Jacob, our stand-in for God, why her friends have died, and he does not have a satisfying answer for her. What would a satisfying answer to that mystery be? Your friends died so you could meet me, so you can be where you are today. Lost proposes having faith in the people you love and love you. So no offense to God, but if you're real and I die and we meet, but I got dead friends I want to see, and if there's a hell and you send me to hell for saying that, please send my friends too, because I don't want to be alone. Even if you wanted them up there, it's about me and my journey. Only the straights are allowed in Lost's afterlife. I know some of you will struggle to see that as questionable. God created them to suffer. The ending is extremely heteronormative. There are a lot of people who are missing in the church, but I think the two we were most looking forward to are Tom and his presumably Italian boyfriend Arturo. Those are the real people missing from the church. Jin's dad? No. Nadia? Nada. Arturo? Molto bene. Also, the only gay guy in the show, Tom, like, his most notable thing he ever did was kidnap a kid, so way to go, Lost. To me, the finale of Lost is one of the most emotionally satisfying and creatively invigorating series finales to this day. I love the heart of the island being a callback to the button and the hatch, the central mystery of the whole show, which in hindsight is an analogy to the whole island mystery. The dead characters returning theatrically plays like a curtain call, a bow out to the audience. The journey of Jack Shephard learning to love himself is a frustrating and wild ride, but as Jack closes his eye and realizes his life was worth living, I can't help but to think maybe I'm capable of loving myself too. And if you really want me to know that, please like and subscribe. 10 million views. Is it overly sentimental? Sure, but this whole show began as a network drama about a group of strangers building a community. Season 1 is filled with these little wholesome musical sentimental montages. And during season 1, the critics got sick of them, so they stopped doing it. But in the end, they returned to it because that's what the show really was about. That's what made the conflict worth it. But what cuts the sentimentality short of being cheap was what became the soul of the show. It's dual narrative storytelling. On the island, characters die and say goodbye as our hero Jack Shephard takes his final stand. The only moment of happiness Jack is able to have is when he dies, saving his friends. The flash sideways becomes a complex emotional catharsis that is far beyond cheap sentimentality, connected so beautifully thematically together through the real hero of the show's production, the composer Michael Giacchino, who helps sell every melodramatic, corny line delivered by the great performances. It's an unexpectedly happy ending, which puts it in a really unique place amongst much of the other golden age of television canon, which Lost is a tenuous member of. At the beginning of this whole retrospective, I told you guys how a week before Lost premiered, Tears for Fears released what they said was going to be their final album. Everybody loves a happy ending. So there's two fucking lies there. First of all, at the beginning of this retrospective, I told you guys that Everybody Loves a Happy Ending was their final album, but they've since released another album, so I've made a complete fool out of myself. And second, Tears for Fears was lying because everybody does not, in fact, love a happy ending, as proved by the ending of Lost. So let's talk about the reception to that finale. The reception to the finale was hosted by Jimmy Kimmel. Aloha to Lost. It was a huge after party in which the talk show host who covered Lost throughout its whole run would unite the cast alongside DARLTON to sign the show off after 6 years. They aired humorous alternate endings to the show, which included parodies of The Sopranos and Bob Newhart waking up in bed with Kate, and DARLTON are in the bed together too. I always knew they loved lightly gay humor. How whimsical. But regarding the critical reactions, first, many people truly believed that the finale revealed that yes, the characters did in fact die at the beginning of the series with the plane crash, and the island was purgatory the whole time. And while it's very easy to say that these people just didn't watch the episode, those end credit images of the plane crash led a lot of people to the same interpretation. Well, it could have been worse. It could have all been a dream. Actually, that may have been been better. Instead, it turns out the passengers of Oceanic 815 are all dead, victims, if the end credits imagery is to be believed, of the same tragic plane accident that started the whole thing. So the sound you heard Sunday night was thousands of non-romantics wishing for a time slip that would give them those 2.5 hours and possibly 6 seasons back. Quickly, DARLTON would reconvene to say that no, those end images had no impact on the story. That was not the intention. Explaining they chose to include the images to have a bumper between the emotional end of Lost and the commercials. You can't go from Jack dying to the Six Flags man dancing just like that. It would be emotional whiplash, so they found some unused footage from the pilot and decided to use it as a nostalgic end cap. Yet many convinced J.J. Abrams and DARLTON had been lying the entire time when they said the island was not purgatory, and this was the ultimate proof. With Lindelof saying in a 2021 oral history, "It never even occurred to us that looking at the wreckage of the plane on the beach over the end titles would be perceived as some sort of massive reveal." And so the most common incorrect theory about the island perpetuated. Though I would definitely be insulting a lot of people's intelligence if I said that you just didn't get lost. Some people got it and still hated it. I had to type this in all caps because it's the only way to let my rage out. It turned out they had all died, all of them, and not even all together simultaneously in some awesome disaster / explosion. They had all died at various times throughout history, and then they remembered that they were dead in this terrible, unfortunate excuse for heaven, and Jack was lying there dying with the dog. The dog! I swear to God, Abrams, Super 8 better be a fucking masterpiece. Max Reed, Gawker. That website's no longer around. They showed Hulk Hogan's penis when he didn't say they could. So Max Reed, what now? But Alan Sepinwall in The Revolution Was Televised pointed out a larger trend as to why some people did not like it. Quote, "Some people just don't like spiritual elements in their science fiction."
The Lost season finale, I'd just like to say that I thought it was a big pile of crap. I believe in an afterlife, but I don't think we have control over that horse shit.
Like he knows. Like he just fucking knows that.
That doesn't make any sense to me. And I have 140 IQ.
But yeah, I mean, I guess plenty of people probably didn't like Lost because it didn't align with their personal spiritual beliefs. Mike Hale of the New York Times. But when the entire island storyline we had been following for 6 seasons turned out not to matter very much within the internal organization of the show's narrative, to be largely disconnected from that final quasi-religious resolution of the plot, it was deflating, despite the warm feelings the finale otherwise inspired. The idea that the island storyline doesn't matter because of the flash sideways, to me, is such a cynical take. Like Jack says to Desmond, life matters. This all matters. The island matters. I also find people engaging with the flash sideways in a way that makes it less real than the island. Whether or not you believe in an afterlife personally, the flash sideways is no more real than the island. This stuff is fictional. The universe of Lost has an afterlife. What I'm saying is I'm so glad The Simpsons had you guys figured out a long time ago.
It was an imaginary story dreamt by Jimmy Olsen after he was kicked in the head by Supergirl's horse Comet. It never really happened.
None of these things ever really happened.
Now, DARLTON has acknowledged that maybe the Universalist coexist stained glass window church maybe wasn't the best imagery to use, and that perhaps it turned some people off. And while I'm certainly not crazy for the show ending in a church, every time I try to think about another symbol they could have used, I end up reaching like a dead end. Any imagery related to the island would have removed from the idea that it was these characters that mattered all along rather than the events of the island. I thought, what if they all got on another plane and flew off into the light together? But then I realized like a plane flying into the afterlife is like an imagery explicitly associated associated with Scientology. I think the church could have landed better if they brought Adewale back as Mr. Echo, or like had it take place in a mall or something. Echo was a man who had lied about being a priest, but because of this community, he was building a church anyways. A symbol of their community he never finished. Before the final season was really underway, Adewale expressed interest in returning as Mr. Echo, but when it came to cast him for the finale, he asked for 5 times more than what they were offering, and whatever role Mr. Echo would have played was cut. Knowing what we know now, good for him, perhaps? But the episode would have been better, Adewale. Did you think about me? And of course, to many, the finale and by extension, the show itself just did not address enough of the mysteries it presented. Yet you probably aren't surprised that I really do believe the show provides enough context to answer most of its questions.
Our next question from the movie theater audience comes from Stephen Davidson in Danville, Virginia. And he says, I just can't stop wondering why Claire's psychic was so intent that she get on that airplane.
You know, the truth is that that psychic said that Aaron was special, but then he was proven to be unreliable.
Yeah, he was in an Echo flashback the following season. That psychic admitted that he was a complete fraud. So the only person who's ever said on Lost that Aaron was special it was a hoax. Now people then go, okay, then why did the others need to kidnap Aaron? And we felt we explained that too, which is the others were very interested. They were having fertility issues, and they wanted to know.
This baby was born on the island.
Yeah. So is there something that we can glean from this? And we'll give these explanations, and people will be like, nope. Why is he special?
Matt Burns of TechCrunch said Lost will go down as a bad TV show for never establishing a main antagonist, for the never-ending storylines, for never fitting into one genre, and of course, so many lingering questions. Why does the island move? It has energy that distorts space-time. Who made the huge 4-toed statue? Jacob told Richard he brought people to the island. He had manpower. Why couldn't Dharma women get pregnant? To me, so many of these questions seem like nitpicks made in incredibly bad faith and simple, lazy research. Plenty of Lost fans knew at this time that pregnant women died on the island because Juliet had set off the nuclear bomb, which uncorked the energy underneath the Swan. Whenever I see people listing questions that Lost apparently didn't answer, I feel like this guy.
Where's the cheese?
It's under the sauce.
There's no cheese on it.
It's under the sauce.
Like, I'm Italian and this is hurting me.
It's from Chicago.
That's not enough cheese!
Cheese is under the sauce.
It's not enough! It's under the sauce!
But the truth is, I honestly believe that a lot of audience members just truly dislike ambiguity. If I'm not talking about you, I'm not talking about you. Lots of people crave the exact answers to things. To many, that is just not a valid foundation for storytelling. There needs to be a right answer to whether or not the top falls over at the end of Inception. There needs to be a right answer regarding the identity of the shape-shifting monster at the end of The Thing.
Can I figure out that answer merely by watching the film?
If you watch it really carefully and you send me a check in the mail, I will tell you.
I'll do it. No, I don't want to know. I just want to know whether I can figure it. Okay,
yes,
okay.
You can.
And of course, Damon Lindelof's own theory about David Chase being able to be ambiguous because it was artistic was proven wrong, because the ending of The Sopranos was very controversial.
Well, at least it didn't end like The Sopranos, where it just cut to black in mid-sentence.
Many people wanted the connection to many of these concepts to be more explicitly stated, such as the connection between the scientific and metaphysical concepts. But I like those lines being blurred. That's what makes Lost interesting. To my understanding, the anomaly is the flash sideways. The afterlife manifested on Earth as exotic dark matter, which has a series of bizarre effects. It affects our world in ways that are reminiscent of science fiction, even though the origin is ambiguous and possibly spiritual. What is the island? Why is there like a dimensional rift to the afterlife there, if that's what it is? What put it there? Was it God? Was it an alien? Are all of the characters in a simulation and the flash sideways is what they experience as all of their files are moved from the ethereal supercomputer on which they exist into the recycling bin, and the light shining into the church is when the recycling bin is emptied and they cease to exist? Was it Doctor Doom? Was he behind this? Is the island battle world? When the characters move on from the light in the church, do they end up on the bus in Fortnite and they drop? That's what I personally think happens afterwards. That or they're like reincarnated as pigs or something. According to Javier Grillo-Marxuach, Damon Lindelof once told Tim what the island was, probably in a much more literal sense than describing it as a cork in a hellmouth. But in honor of letting the mystery be, because that's what the series chooses to do, Grillo-Marxuach chose not to share what Damon told him the island was. He refused to elaborate, and no matter what it might be, I guarantee you, whatever they put to screen instead is better. I love Evangeline Lilly's take on the Lost finale.
You sat waiting with bated breath, thinking they're gonna give us the answer. Well, that's what religions do. So if you want the answer to the great big question of life, go to church, go to God, find the answer. But art is supposed to, every time, without fail, turn the question back on you and ask you to look at what you're seeing, listen to what you're hearing, experience it, and then look at it in the mirror of your soul and figure out what it means to you.
Lost tackles such big, existential, grandiose questions that if you really need answers to them, you gotta stop watching a TV show and you gotta find religion, man. Art is supposed to reflect life, not necessarily explain it. If Lost tried to provide answers to these big existential questions beyond the friends you make along the way, if they directly answered many of its ponderances, it would be significantly more pompous than not providing answers. Did you really want Damon Lindelof to become L. Ron Hubbard? Were you gonna join J.J. Abrams' cult if they satisfied you with answers about life in the island? Emily St. James of the LA Times had a great take. Saying what the island is like saying what the meaning of life is. It's a question you can ask but never receive a really satisfying answer to. Though even people who liked it began a narrative that the finale and therefore the show was never about the answers, it was about the characters, something that the creators themselves have perpetuated. I think that while we understood the engine of the show was a mystery engine, the show that we were much more interested in writing was a show about the sort of emotional relationship between these characters and not dotting every I and crossing every T. And I think that this idea has mutated into the idea that they never answered any questions. J.J. Abrams' mystery box is probably not a good standalone guide to write a mystery. You should probably know the solution to your mystery while you're writing your story. So instead of a guide, let's look at the mystery box as a critical framework. Knowing J.J. Abrams and Damon Lindelof, what detail about what franchise do you think they wish was left in the mystery box? What could J.J. be talking about in this speech besides his own work? What mystery was solved, ruining its allure? The Force. After 22 years of Star Wars existing as a franchise, the prequels came around and gave a more scientific explanation for how this faith-based thing worked. Through small biological creatures called metachlorians. The more creatures you have swimming around in you, the more wizard power you have. It's true. Qui-Gon Jinn said so, which a lot of fans and critics believed removed a significant mystical quality that the Force had, the thing that made it cool. If believing in the Force is important to the story, then giving it a scientific explanation ruins its dramatic qualities. The same can be said for the island. The game Senate is played by Jacob and the monster because archaeologists don't know what the rules are exactly. They can only guess. Educated guesses. And so much of the conflict is these characters do not know the rules of the game they are playing. The odds are stacked against them in not revealing the rules, having the characters have to experiment and figure out. The ambiguity is the dramatic tension. A lot of people, they don't want to see a story told. They want problems solved. Like every fucking story is a hole in your wall you can patch over, because you know about patching over holes in your wall. Though I think many people were just surprised that Lost didn't end tragically. These bad, miserable people ultimately did not have a tragic end. Their lives ended tragically, but that's undercut by The Flash Sideways, which places Lost traditionally as a comedy. But I think a lot of people found themselves emotionally confused.
I was like, look, if you guys had revealed that the entire thing was they were up in space and it was part of an alien experiment that had been going on with thousands of other groups of humans that they'd been plucking off the planet. Yeah. I'm just riffing, by the way. I'd have been like, okay, this is like some weird Philip K. Dick stuff. That's how it's going to end. It's going to be like Slaughterhouse-5. And I could get totally behind that. Right. Because it was like, it would have made sense to me that a lot of things didn't make sense. And it would have also been a really upsetting ending. Sure. Sort of I feel like the ending was almost like a happy ending, which to me, I didn't see coming or kind of didn't want.
David Zerowick of the Baltimore Sun said, if this is supposed to be such a smart and wise show, unlike anything else on TV, blah, 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 why such a wimpy, phony, quasi-religious, white light, huggy bear ending? What I find funny about this particular comment is most of Lost's Golden Age contemporaries feature tragic endings for their characters. In the canon, Lost's blatantly happy ending sets it apart. It's a little unusual for a show or a movie about such morally gray characters who continue to struggle until the end of the story to so blatantly ask the audience to be happy for them in the end anyways. In the story, that's represented by Hurley reaching out to Ben, but the show has always asked the audience to reach out to these characters, to want to see them succeed. Jack Shephard, that little freak who stalked his wife, is embraced by the people who love him. Drug addicts, adulterers, torturers, con men, killers, nut jobs, and rich white girls. After 5 tragic seasons, Lost ends traditionally as a comedy, something that is seen as less prestigious in the modern era. But as Joseph Campbell points out, the ancient world, which he's really in touch with, comedies were more highly regarded. Whether or not it's because of God, The Flash Sideways is a deus ex machina. God of the machine, a get out of jail free card. Despite everyone dying tragically, in the end, it's all okay. Yeah, it's emotionally complicated. Somebody just needed to get married at the church and it would have been a full-on comedic ending.
Just watched the series finale of Lost. Fail! I want the last 6 years of my life back. They answered no question.
Look at this man. This man is angry because he followed something for years only to be disappointed by it. It's a valid human emotion that I find very fascinating and that Lost explores a lot.
I don't want to interpret. That's their job. I want them to tell me what stuff is.
Nobody knows what the hell happened. None of it makes sense.
They didn't really answer a whole lot of... I guess they answered some questions, but I don't know.
A good ending for me that addresses everything would have been every character on the island is actually in a mental hospital. Then that would explain why smoke monsters can fly around and why the guy with the eyeliner can't age.
Literally so much time is given to explore this concept. Richard gives years of his ageless life serving Jacob into the island. And when Ben and John turn the wheel and transport themselves off the island, they go 3 years into the future. 3 precious years, time literally sacrificed to the island. I also think a lot of people were upset that these characters, after following their journeys for so long, did in fact reach dead ends, even if the Sideways made that all okay in the end. I think many were also disappointed because Lost was made at a time earlier in television where there wasn't necessarily a lot of heroic representation. Seeing characters like Sun, Jin, and Sayid was less common, and having them all be killed off before the finale made many people feel like they were discarded. Lost's commentary on the hero archetype is that to desire to be a hero or heroic or save somebody is self-destructive. At the end of the day, people can really only save themselves. You can help them, but they can only turn the corner if they're psychologically struggling themselves. It's great commentary on the hero's archetype, but so many people turn to Lost to see these people become the hero of their own story, when in the end, most of the characters die or flee. Except for Hurley and Ben, they just get their hero moments along the way, where they do help people. So is the ending of Lost blatantly happy? I would say it's blatantly complicated. But the idea that everybody hated the finale is just not accurate. That's what makes it controversial. There's no consensus. Many, like James Pony Wozik of Time Magazine, loved it. The finale, as good TV finales do, captured what the show's essence is. And when you live together, when you share of yourself and make meaning with others, you never die alone, even when you die bleeding out on the floor of a bamboo forest.
So the island itself was real. This is the island. It's real. It's a tall mocha latte. I mean,
it could be heaven. It could be another afterlife. It doesn't matter. It's open to interpretation. That's the beauty of this ending. These writers made it very, very safe, and I commend them on that.
And even the Lord Almighty chimed in. George Lucas. DARLTON, those boys, they really did it. He said, congratulations on pulling off an amazing show. Don't tell anyone, but when Star Wars first came out, I didn't know where it was going either. The trick is to pretend you've planned out the whole thing in advance. Throw in some father issues, references to other stories. Well, let's call them homages. And you've got yourself a series. In 6 seasons, you've managed to span both time and space, and I don't think I'm alone in saying that I never saw what was around the corner. Well, now that it's all coming to an end, it was impressive to see how much was planned out in advance, and how neatly you wrapped up everything. You've created something really special, and I'm sad the series is ending, but I look forward to seeing what you two are gonna do next. Amen. And after the finale, fans would be offered one last gift to spend their own money on. Finally, the DVD collection is complete. Season 6 packaging comes in a slick and shiny black, and the Blu-ray case wasn't blue, it was black too. The disc art includes many of the ancient elements on the island. And of course, to really complete everything, they released the complete series box set so you can buy it twice. How very Dickensian. The complete series box set is packaged in this faux stone. It's got some extra goodies inside. The game of Senate with black and white stones, and an Ankh which holds a secret message. Instructions on how to find Easter eggs on the exclusive bonus disc. And this little letter, it holds one final answer for the mega fans. Written from the surviving crew of the Black Rock's perspective, some people survived? Extrapolating through the space-time distortion field around the island, somehow they became the mysterious, shadowy outrigger chasing Sawyer into the gang during their time travel adventure. Post-series, DARLTON has said this is the one mystery they do not want to point fans in the direction of finding an answer for. Also included is a blacklight with the Dharma Initiative logo on it. Could find a lot of mysteries with that. Nobody tell Jack we have the blacklight wearer his clothes. Shining the blacklight on the outer sleeve of the DVD case reveals an image of the blast door map with high enough resolution to actually read. And if you flip the cover over, you'll see a map of the island, and if you shine the black light on that, you see the wheel. In defying convention, if you turn the map of the island and pull it off of the lid, that is where the bonus disc is located. Don't open it too many times, you'll damage the mechanisms. It's just cardboard, it'll bend. I'm never doing it again now that I've filmed it. The exclusive bonus disc has an archive of web content preserved in high quality, including a best of the official Lost podcast. It also includes a collection of bonus features, which was previously only on retailer exclusive bonus discs. The Best Buy exclusive Season 5 is black. It features images from the lamppost station, and the Best Buy exclusive Season 6 is silver and shiny. But the complete series box set has an exclusive retrospective called Letting Go, hosted by Jorge Garcia and Michael Emerson. It's very nice. Wow, I'm there with them. I wish I was there with them at this time. But the most important bonus feature was included on the Season 6 set. The epilogue. What many people don't know is Lost has an extended post-credit sequence exclusive to the DVD. The New Man in Charge takes place 3 years after the finale in present-day 2010. Off the island, 2 men working in a Dharma Initiative warehouse prepare a food supply drop to the island like the one seen in Season 2. However, Ben arrives to offer them a severance bonus, because the Dharma Initiative shut down a long time ago when this motherfucker killed them. But having done this job for a very long time, which is a 2-man job, just like the Hatch, they want answers. So Ben offers to answer 1 question each. One asks where they send the supplies to, and Ben says to a moving tropical island. The man is confused, but he's already asked his question. The other man asks why they're sending polar bear food to a tropical island. So Ben pulls out his collection of Dharma Initiative videos, now converted to DVD.
You guys have a DVD player?
You know, because if you don't have a DVD player, you actually haven't seen the ending to Lost. This isn't on streaming. It's free on YouTube, I think. He screens a never-before-seen orientation video for the Hydra, where Dr. Chang explains its purpose as a zoological station for animal testing, once again explaining the cages were used to train the polar bears, before they are ultimately sedated and transferred to the Orchid Station for further testing. He says make sure the polar bears aren't pregnant because the island's electromagnetic properties are heightened there and will create problems. Their animal test subjects also include the shark, and of course, the bird who Hurley thought said his name at the end of season 2. Weird fan theory time. At the beginning of season 1, before you see the monster, you hear him off screen and you hear a bird screeching, and I holistically believe they're trying to say the psychic powers of the island, like Walt, was controlling this bird to fight the monster, and I think at some point that was their intention. Room 23 is explained to be a room to sedate and interrogate the others about their lives, particularly their worship about a deity-like figure Jacob, who the Dharma Initiative folks haven't really figured out. It can't be that barefoot guy on the beach. No way. He's too chill. He doesn't seem like he gives a fuck about anything. The pharmaceuticals they use along with the imagery is meant to wipe the others' brains before they send them back to the camp after interrogation. The video ends and the men still have questions, but Ben has one more place to be. He arrives at Santa Rosa Mental Health Clinic to visit Keith Johnson, the alias Walt had adopted off the island. Ben gives the receptionist a letter and Walt agrees to see him, having checked himself into the same facility as Hurley and Libby. Ben says hello and that he's there on behalf of a mutual friend. Walt asks Ben if he's there to kidnap him, and Ben says sorry, this time asking Walt to come with him, because Walt is special and there are people that Walt can help, like his father.
Father's dead. Doesn't mean you can't help him.
So like Hurley once did for him, Ben gives Walt a candy bar, a small gesture of kindness which is enough to earn his trust. Outside waiting for the two is that lovely blue VW bus, presumably the one they time traveled through at the beginning of the season. They hop inside and from the back seat, Hurley greets Walt. It's subtle, but Giacchino throws down some more magic during this moment as Jacob's grandiose theme intertwines with a little bit of Hurley's more curious, gentle theme mixed in. Walt tells Hurley he was always hoping someone would come back for him, and that he thought he was crazy. Hurley tells him he's not crazy, he just belongs on the island, and with tears in his eyes, Walt asks him why.
I talked to you about a job.
And the three drive off into the night where their adventure presumably extends into the present day. Walt will presumably help his dad move on. They will presumably be reunited, and perhaps eventually Walt takes Hurley's job, which makes me wonder if Hurley lives out a natural lifespan. Fans who saw The New Man in Charge mostly liked it. There was a feeling that the answers provided were largely unnecessary, and that the scenes with Walt should not have been buried in a DVD bonus feature. In my opinion, this should have been aired during the Jimmy Kimmel special instead of the parody alternate endings. Those should have been saved for the DVD. I guess you can't put Bob Newhart in a bonus feature though. I guess he and Darlton made for better TV than Walt. And I am gonna present that false dichotomy. I do find Walt's inclusion into the narrative to be essential, and this epilogue absolutely plays into my warm feelings towards the finale. But as an essential element to the story, I wish they included this scene in the fucking series. I feel like a lot of the pacing issues could have been solved if you introduced the additional conflict of Walt coming back to the island and Michael throwing off Hurley or something because he sees him, and then having to reunite the two. Besides the epilogue, there should never be a sequel to Lost. You gotta believe these guys really do make the world a better place. No sequels to Lost, unless you want me to make the sequel to Lost. I've got some very well-developed pitches. Let me fucking do this, please. Please. I've made 24 hours of content on Lost. I could make 120 more, let's go. But it would have to be the sequel or reboot to Lost, and I'd have to be paid executive money, Palm Springs money. I'm gonna have a breakdown. Never. But if I did, Palm Springs, baby.
And now, back to the Billiam Lost series finale.
It's time to be done. The entirety of the final Lost video is in this briefcase. It's time to upload it. to let go.
And to never let go.
I had one thing in mind when making all of the interludes that have played throughout this entire series. And in true Lost fashion, my inspiration was something strictly unpretentious. This meme about 2010 era YouTube video game and movie reviewers. Eerie music starts. No, not this game. I promised myself I would never review it. Evil alter ego enters frame. It is your destiny to play shitty games, YouTube video game reviewer. Channel theme song starts. Growing up, I watched so many YouTubers who reviewed movies and video games assign these grandiose storylines to themselves to justify sitting in their room talking about something they like or are passionate enough about to talk about for a long time, and then going to their computer and pushing buttons until it's all done and edited. It wasn't enough just to enjoy it and do it. There had to be a purpose, a grand purpose to assign to it. It's all very Lostian. Yet there was always an angle of suffering in these storylines. Like the YouTuber was suffering for our entertainment. And yes, while that can make for a very comedic angle, there are some people who just embrace the misery. Because to so many, their job feels like sitting in a hatch, being forced to push a button every 108 minutes. Completely menial tasks that could have utterly destructive consequences if you fail to complete them. To me, especially during lockdown, YouTube really began to feel like that. I truly felt tired and stressed, and as I began to lean into that for a brand identity, I was manifesting being tired and stressed, and then YouTube began to feel like a big responsibility. I realized I was no longer treating having YouTube as a job as it really was. Not a burden, but a winning lottery ticket. I made this really long Lost retrospective, and I feel like the process of doing this has really healed my relationship to video production and YouTube. I've genuinely fallen in love with it again. I think I chose Lost as my extremely long-form project, a format I really only want to do with Lost, because growing up watching the show and getting into it, I genuinely craved having discussions with people about it. I discovered Lost in its final season. I got to feel the end of the wave, but I was not there when it caught everyone off guard. But I wasn't the only one who didn't catch it from the beginning, including someone who popped up in my email last winter. When I was finishing up the Lost time travel video, I got a notification in my email from one Nick Daly. Back in middle school, there was this position in the computer lab that wasn't really a teaching position. It was just sort of like, you know, a software instructor to teach us Word and, you know, how to type and all that. And because it wasn't a teaching position, people would often rotate out of the role very frequently. And in my 7th grade, there was a guy there named Mr. Daly. And Mr. Daly and I, we got along a lot. We had a lot of the same tastes in movies and music and video games, and during pretty much the whole class, every single time I'd have that class, we would just be sitting there talking about pop culture and nerdy stuff and whatever. And so one day after one of these conversations, he goes across the classroom back to his desk, and he's sitting there for a moment. And then from across the classroom, he asks me, "Billy, do you watch Lost?" I said, "No." And from across the classroom, he said, "Screw you." Just in front of everyone. I watched it like crazy and I became obsessed with it. But then when I got back to school, Mr. Daly was gone. So, Mr. Daly, I've watched Lost. I like it. Screw you. Who said, "Hello, I just watched 10 hours or so of your videos on Lost and I have to wonder, is it my fault? Love the videos. Nick, Mr. Daly." Holy shit. 2 years after I yelled out into the void, The void answered back. This was in fact Mr. Daly, the person who introduced me to Lost. He had found my call. I emailed him back ecstatically to confirm that yes, this is all his fault. Nick, Mr. Daly, you really did put this show on my radar. The funny thing is, Nick said that he watched my videos in reverse order. So it wasn't until his last video, which was my first video, that he saw the call out post. I told him I feel like he helped encourage my niche interests, which he said he remembers standing out to him. Although he says he doesn't recall saying screw you, which I don't know. Though he says it was rude and inappropriate. I shared another memory with him. We used to talk about a lot of like 80s properties, movies, and video games that I knew about because I watched all these reviewers on YouTube who talked about them, who grew up with them, things he grew up with, and he told me I was born in the wrong era. To which he said, "It's crazy and humbling to think I might have encouraged you in your interests. That makes it all worth it. Obviously, you are in the perfect era since you get to make this great content about all this stuff." Then he shared a lot of his memories about Lost with me. He told me he discovered Lost ahead of the second season finale, which is the first episode he watched, working backwards from there, participating in the Lost Experience ARG in the summer afterwards. And of course, I asked what he thought of the finale, which he said he loved despite initially watching it on an illegal Chinese stream. I got kicked off and banned from a couple of sites and forums for getting into it with people who were bashing the show and insisting they didn't answer questions. They totally freaking did. And that they were dead the whole time. They totally were not. I still get into people over it. Hey, me too. Nick also shared with me something that I also find to be so special about the show, being that it grows with you. He told me after being diagnosed with MS, a chronic condition, he found himself identifying more with the struggles of the characters in ways he hadn't before. Saying, the characters I felt closest to, well, within Lost, I find the push and pull between Jack and Locke to be where it's at for me. I definitely strive to be a Hurley, always, but when I was watching the show at first, I gravitated to Jack in some ways because I have obsessive tendencies and can't let things go. As I got older, especially as I began to struggle with my MS, which is misdiagnosed for about 15 years, I was much more Locke. I wanted to think life meant something. I struggled to connect with people. I sought out situations to prove something to myself. I was secretly very sort of sad, and in many situations, sort of avoidant. I'd love to get to sideways Locke someday, because MS is a chronic condition, total acceptance is difficult, but I'd love to get to a Rose or even a Desmond or something. And reading that and in understanding Nick's experience with the show, I began to understand my own experience with the show even more. Something I have yet to talk about over the course of this 24-hour series is that I am a cancer survivor, which is weird because Lost mentions cancer a lot. And I do find my struggles are reflected through two very different characters, both of which are cancer survivors. The first is Ben, who holds on to resentment and anger toward Jacob for getting cancer. And like a weak and meek man trying to raise his fist and yell to the heavens at God, Ben eventually kills Jacob. And while I never shouted at the heavens or blamed a higher power for being sick, I absolutely relate to Ben's anger because I had people in my life, bosses and teachers, who did not show me kindness and compassion that I felt like I really needed. And thinking back on this stuff, I still struggle with that anger. But other days, I feel like another character on the show, Rose, who realizes that one day her cancer may come back and kill her, but she needs to live every single day like it's a gift because of it. Instead of holding on to anger and frustration about how her life was supposed to go, she understands her life is worth living, and she tries to bring that into every single day. Something which I feel like I'm able to do only sometimes. I think when I was done recovering, I noticed a lot of people were looking at me as if I had taken my own hero's journey. They were looking at me as if I had achieved some sort of enlightenment after struggling and experiencing something traumatic, and as if I have been keyed into some truths about the world. Yet a decade later, I don't think these trials, the trials of my hero's journey, had brought me self-realization. When I have traumatic feelings, it doesn't motivate me to get on to the next stage of my life, but rather, it can really inhibit me. I find it so funny, so Dickensian, or rather Lostian, that all these years later, Nick happened to coincidentally find my video, reach out to me before this whole project was over, and share his personal journey with the show, which seems to mirror my own personal journey with the show, which has allowed me for the first time in this 24-hour series to speak on a personal aspect of the show that is so deeply impactful to me. We're talking about potentially doing a discussion about shows that tried to emulate Lost after Lost, or other Lindelof shows which we're both fans of. And he told me that he's working on an EP which he worked on with Stereolab in London. The music which you've been listening to, but even though I'm talking about discussing things related to Lost after Lost, please know that I still intend to get out of this rabbit hole and to talk about a lot of other things that aren't even remotely related to Lost. Lost was a punchline to so many jokes. It was the target of so many parodies. It had integrated itself into the pop culture lexicon so much during its run that even Miss Pokemon Go to the Polls used it as a crowd-pleasing joke.
I will appoint a committee to find out what the heck is happening on Lost.
From the beginning, Lost was as caricaturized as its Mad TV fold. When writing about the finale, I was drawn to rewatch Andrei Tarkovsky's Stalker. Tarkovsky also directed the original adaptation of Solaris. Stalker is about three men walking to a room that will apparently grant them a wish. The Stalker is a true believer and guides the other two through the Zone, a land that becomes a character itself, having its own properties, perspective, and personality as the men slowly walk. Famously, Tarkovsky was given the note to cut his film down, and so he made it longer so people would have the opportunity to decide if they wanted to go see another movie. And when Lost was told it had too much filler, Damon Lindelof said this: "For those of you complaining about filler, please go watch NCIS. I won't hold it against you." Their journey into the Zone comes to a climax when they make it to the room in fear going inside, because the wish granted will reflect their innermost desires, and they fear knowing themselves like that. Yet the camera itself goes into the room and looks out at the men standing outside. A common interpretation is the audience's deepest desire is the film itself. Similarly, Lost, a show about searching for answers, features in its final hours a series of montages. Tarkovsky be damned, characters fondly remembering their lives and the show itself, because the meaning was there all along in the whole of the work. I truly believe Lost is better on a rewatch because when you're not desperate for answers and resolutions, you're able to appreciate and find the soul of the show.
A lot of energy goes into endings, and a lot of energy goes into this idea of divisiveness, but Lost was kind of divisive all the way through, at least as I was perceiving it. Like, as early as the first season, people were like, you better have answers to these questions and they better be satisfying. And I was like, oh,
It's very obvious that many people expected this show to be different in a lot of ways. That contemplative, alluring, open, blue sky possibilities of the early seasons was something that was very difficult to temper expectations for.
It's the first season of Lost on DVD.
That's the meaning of Christmas?
No, it's a metaphor. It represents lack of payoff.
It begins with an enigmatic energy and limitless possibility, but every single reveal makes the world a little smaller. The beginning of the story has this ominous, voyeuristic quality. These strangers or whatever is lurking in the jungle could be watching them at their most private moments, which we get the privilege of seeing, to get the privilege to know. Yet how do you keep that tone as you start to shed light in the dark jungle?
Remember on Lost, when they met the others?
The mystique that makes the show so good without trying to create answers that hold as much mystery as the mysteries themselves. Questions lead to questions in real life.
No, I don't want to know. It's like that show Lost. Once you find out what's in the hatch, it's less interesting.
People say Lost was bad because they were making it up as they go along, but I think if diagnosing the public's problems with Lost was that easy, then every single show trying to be the next Lost would succeed. You just have to know what's inside the mystery box, right? In The Revolution was televised, Alan Sepinwall explains Heroes played a pivotal role in getting Lost a secured end date. Early on, reviewers compared the two shows, saying Heroes was doing what Lost ought to be doing, setting up and paying things off. But once Lost got an end date, critical perceptions of both shows shifted. As Sepinwall puts it, now it was Lost that knew exactly what it was doing, and it was Heroes wearing a suit of the Emperor's finest new clothes. If there's been any TV show finale that's been universally praised, it's probably Breaking Bad. Just a few years after Lost, many people came to Twitter to tell Damon, hey, this is how it's supposed to be done. And while I adore Breaking Bad, it very fucking famously was made up as it goes along. The main action of the story throughout the whole show surrounds Jesse, Walt, and Hank, but originally, at the end of the first season, Jesse and Hank were supposed to be killed off, but the writer's strike made them change their plans. And then the two characters became central to the entire show's story. After attempting some predestined storytelling in the second season, they discovered that the tension and dramatic flair they were able to create came from writing by the seat of their pants, from pot boiling, not knowing what came next, writing themselves into a corner and having to write themselves out of it, which is a process the Lost writers tried to use to create tension as well. In the final season, nearly every step along the way was improvised. Jesse was going to end up in prison and Walt was gonna break him out with the gun at the start of the season, and then Hank would have been killed by Jesse. None of that fucking happens, and that's what they were thinking at the beginning of the fucking last season, because the details filled in as they went along. I think many people want to boil down the process of long-form storytelling into something simple, something easily diagnosable, so you can say it went wrong at this point, but the process is so much more complicated than that. The morning after Breaking Bad ended, Damon Lindelof couldn't help but to write an op-ed published in The Hollywood Reporter, a job which he admittedly took because he couldn't help but to turn the ending of Breaking Bad into a reflection on the ending of Lost. This morning, I am Walter White. Arrogant, conceited, selfish, entitled, looking for ways to blame everything and everyone but myself, even though it is perfectly clear the situation I find myself in is one of my own making. And here's the worst part. I'm still naive enough to believe I can attain some level of redemption. I agreed to write this piece because I am deeply and unhealthily obsessed with finding ways to revisit the Lost finale and the maddening hurricane of shit that has followed it. Earlier drafts of this piece were a love letter to Breaking Bad. The show was a masterpiece. I listed the reasons why. We all know what they are. The finale, fantastic, not a false beat. 3 years later, it appears that it is not just enough to love Breaking Bad's finale, you also have to hate ours. Yeah, I know. Wah, for me. I should go cry in my barrels full of money. But I swear to you, I'm not looking for empathy. I'm just looking for a way to stop, and I can't. God, I hate myself. But isn't that what's expected of me? Don't I have to do that? Is it possible for me to ever comment on anything I love without cheekily winking at the audience and saying, but what do I know? After all, I ruined Lost. Oh man, I can't read any more of this. Game of Thrones was a show that promised to right the wrongs of Lost. Famously, George R.R. Martin used Lost as an example for the epitome for what he doesn't want the Game of Thrones ending to be like, saying, quote, he doesn't want to pull a Lost, and that the finale made him feel like there was a turd left at his doorstep. These fucking writers. In another interview to Time magazine, Martin bragged about figuring out the ending to Lost in its second episode, in no small part thanks to his time writing on the Twilight Zone reboot in the 1980s. Clever guy. What's your take? It was about the second episode of Lost, I said. Oh, they're all dead. 120 some episodes? Yeah, Rod Serling would have gotten to that in about minute 20. God, I wish Lost ended like that just so that could be true. Just so you could say, yeah, but Rod Serling could have done it in 20 minutes. That's gonna be in my back pocket. But they're not fucking dead the whole time. By showing his whole ass, Martin revealed the turd was coming from inside his own butt.
My first response was anger. And he sort of presented it as it was an empirical thing, that sort of pulling a Lost was a way to completely and totally, fuck over and disappoint your audience.
Despite the ending of Game of Thrones being planned out in advance and having no real central mystery to solve, people hated it. And they said they rushed it, and all sorts of other unkind things. They called George R.R. Martin lazy for not writing the ending of the books ahead of the TV show, with Martin complaining to critic Leonard Maltin, the internet is toxic in a way that old fanzine culture and fandoms in those days were not. There were feuds, but nothing like the madness that you see on the internet. With Damon quitting Twitter since their last interaction, Damon went to Instagram to respond to Martin's plea for kind criticism. I agree with you, George, and I remain a huge fan of your work. That said, I've always wondered if you'd be House Stark or House Lannister. Now I know it's House Glass. Let's stop throwing stones, shall we? #turd, #the North remembers. Nerds fighting. Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Breaking Bad, Better Call Saul, The Wire, The Sopranos. On a series level, they all figured it out as they went. And nearly a decade after all of this feud, George R.R. Martin has yet to publish his next book. You can shit talk everyone's ending when you never plan on writing yours, and I guarantee he's still figuring out the details. But there is another show with a central mystery that figured out the ending to its saga early on and stuck with it. Stubbornly stuck with it 9 years later, despite how much the show had evolved, organically changing into something that may have not suited the original ending. If you know the show I'm talking about, say it with me. How I Met Your Mother.
Everybody shout out random numbers.
4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42.
The whole show uses the framing device of Father Ted Mosby telling his future children the story of how he met their mother, giving the entire present-day sitcom, which is close in tone to Friends, the feeling of a saga. During season 2, the producers came up with a plan for the ending and shot footage of the kids that they would keep in their back pocket for nearly a decade, an ending which revealed that the mother had died years ago, and Ted Mosby was telling this long-winded story to build up to asking his kids permission to ask his best friend Robin on a date, following a series-long will they or won't they dynamic. And after the dramatic reveal of the mother's death to the audience, the kids are left ecstatic for their father. Except over the course of the 9 seasons, these characters changed. We saw Ted Mosby miserable, meeting person after person who was not his soulmate. And in the final season, the mother was introduced, having an insane chemistry with not only Ted, but the entire cast. And when they stuck to the planned ending, when they brutally killed off the mother and followed it up with this clip of the kids,
That's something you guys would want?
yes! It no longer tonally fit, and people fucking hated it. And since Lost, so many shows have claimed that they're gonna be the new Lost, except they're gonna learn from Lost's mistakes. And while there's been plenty of good mystery, supernatural shows following Lost, nothing has come close to recapturing its magic. With Lindelof's saying of copycats, Lost kind of screwed them, not because it was awesome, but because people were already cynical about them. Some people were like, I've already fallen for this guy, and I'm not sure about him, and I'm certainly not gonna date him. I holistically believe the public just never caught on to the appeal of Matthew Fox. I think over the course of the 6 seasons, Fox's performance as Jack Shephard does have some strokes of genius to it. But it's no secret that he's no Bryan Cranston or James Gandolfini.
Kate, you don't get it. We are the island.
Fox was nominated for an Emmy only in the final season, which I think he truly deserved. Yet I don't have any feelings about him not taking home the award. Over the years, it was clear he wasn't going to be the person selling people on this show. In fact, he didn't watch it.
I never watched an episode of Lost.
It's a good show. You should see it.
Yeah, it's really good.
Do you watch the show?
No.
No, I mean, let me catch you up.
He didn't watch it because he can't watch his own acting. A fact which Jimmy Fallon deviously responded to with this.
All right, favorite Jack mannerism. Do you like the shaky hand to the temple? Do you like the extended eye flutter? Or do you like the laughing turning into intensity?
While some were so easily fired on the show, Matthew Fox started his tenure by publicly discussing that he stripped naked in front of the cast and went skinny dipping. Huh? What the fuck's up with this guy? Yeah, I don't think anything celebrates Matthew Fox's real vibe more than his stunt hosting SNL. His monologue is actually so fucking excellent. He details how he was the only lead on his previous show, Party of 5, not to host SNL, and how it fucked him up a little bit, sending him down a rabbit hole of dark coping methods, and eventually making friends with other leads to be the only one of their cast not to host SNL. Matt LeBlanc of Friends and Michael Richards of Seinfeld, who is his own brand of crazy. Whoever wrote this monologue for him understands his vibe so well. After Lost, Fox got arrested for allegedly hitting a female bus driver, but he was cleared of all charges, which could have been the end of it if Dominic Monaghan hadn't said that Matthew Fox repeatedly has hit women. Something which Monaghan really didn't provide any more details for, something which Fox went on Ellen to deny, but Monaghan did not rescind his comments. Matthew Fox retired from acting for nearly a decade, but despite returning recently, he turned down an opportunity to be interviewed in an upcoming documentary about Lost, getting lost, Lost, which features most of the other cast and crew. Needless to say, this guy was not built to sell the show to people. Many people were turned off by Ben Linus coming on the show and changing it forever.
My crazy fan story that I trot out all the time about the lady from New Zealand that crossed the street twice in 1 week in Waikiki to tell me that since I'd come on, they'd stopped watching.
Yet if any of the cast members have been able to speak on the power of the finale, it's been Michael Emerson, who has a beautiful take on Ben's ending.
Well, they didn't end his life. They left him on a bench, sitting, waiting on a bench outside the doors of the hereafter. And I thought, oh, that's like something out of Beckett. That's just wonderful. Waiting for what? His redemption, his mirror redeemer, true love. Whatever it is that he's supposed to have, because you can't apparently go through those doors alone. There must be another with you. And he's, I guess, waiting for his other. And you'll notice all the others, as in a Shakespearean comedy, everyone leaves 2 by 2.
Jorge Garcia continues to brag about how Hurley was bestowed the island, saying it was the perfect ending. Yet Hurley's lovability transcends the divisiveness of Lost. And a perfect cap to this idea is that Weezer named their 2010 album Hurley and used a picture of Jorge Garcia's face as the cover. The original photo is just like him and the guy from Weezer. Hell yeah. You know, it's a 2010 Weezer album. I don't know how good it is. But Jorge Garcia, who's a singer, performed with Weezer. Hell yeah. And he was on The Masked Singer. And I would also argue that Javier Grillo Marxowak has championed the show. And more importantly, the people who worked on the show. Having given his final statements on the abusive culture behind the scenes, this year, he wrote an op-ed celebrating the 20th anniversary of the show, describing the original and continued appeal of Lost despite many being disappointed by it, mainly being the characters. He also says it's cool that people who pitch shows now describe it as being Lost-esque. And he ended it with a bit of a love letter. I bled for Lost. All of us who worked on it did. And Lost certainly made all of us bleed, more than once. But if I went to my mailbox today and I found in it an envelope holding a ticket for Oceanic Airlines Flight 815, I would not only accept that ticket, knowing exactly what was to come, I would board that plane with a smile and gladly open a vein in exchange for another glance, however fleeting, on a lonely, faraway, inscrutable island where magic and wonder truly were possible. And finally, years later, at the end of his Breaking Bad op-ed, Damon too would become a champion of the show. I'd like to make a pact, you and me, and here's your part. You acknowledge that I know how you feel about the ending of Lost. I got it. I heard you. I will think about your dissatisfaction always and forever. It will stay with me until I lie there on my back dying, camera pulling slowly upward, whether it be a solitary dog or an entire SWAT team that comes to my side as I breathe my last breath. I stand by the Lost finale. It's the story we wanted to tell and we told it. No excuses, no apologies. I look back on it as fondly as I look back on the process of writing the whole show. And while I'll always care about what you think, I can't be a slave to it anymore. Here's why. I did it for me. I liked it. I was good at it. And I was alive. Man thinks he's Walter White, but Walter White thinks he's Benjamin Linus with his mouth all out, like, ugh. Fucking finally, the man realized he won the lottery. Yet still, like Hurley, it'll always haunt him. In a 2019 New York Times piece chronicling the best TV dramas, Damon said he will never escape the "it was purgatory" accusations. Quote, "But I've decided that on my tombstone, it will say, 'Here lies Damon Lindelof. He was dead the whole time.'" A perfect, tragic ending for our flawed hero. He wrote the story he wanted to tell, but the haters still insist they got the ending they expected. Apophenia is a phenomenon describing obsessively making connections and seeing patterns in things, even if they're not there. Viewers analyzing every pixel of every frame would see images in the show that weren't there, in the clouds, in the trees, in the ocean waves. Hurley's obsession with the numbers and their presence throughout the whole show is sort of a meta-commentary on the viewers looking everywhere for clues. At one point, I started tracking every single time a number was said that wasn't one of the numbers for 8, 15, 16, 23, and 42. Like in episode 514, the code for the electric fence around the Dharma Initiative village is 14, 17, 17. 14 and 17, those numbers border 15 and 16. Border? Like a fence? It's a joke. I'm not a schizophrenic. I am still convinced that every single Lost episode is just a reference to a different Tears for Fears song. I'm convinced I could list lyrics and point out character actions and make you convinced. One fan theory I genuinely have, though, is that Jack saved the afterlife by keeping the light on. I have a lot of thoughts about the show I'm not sure about. I wonder if Jacob has future sight. Season 3 gave Desmond future sight as a sort of Final Destination setup, making Charlie's death inevitable. He can only save him so many times before he dies. Is that what Jacob did to SAYID when he stopped him from crossing the street? He would have been hit by a car. Instead, it was Nadia. Jacob seems to be aware when John will fall out of the window and break his back. After Jacob saves SAYID, SAYID almost dies again and again until he finally sacrifices himself, blowing up just like Charlie. So I love the idea that Dave, the imaginary bald man in a bathrobe who told HURLEY to unalive himself in season 2, I love the idea that that guy is the first ghost HURLEY ever saw. Libby explains to Desmond her husband David died, and in mourning, she checks herself into Santa Rosa, where HURLEY is as well, where he starts seeing Dave. Now, the Lost Encyclopedia inaccurately says that Dave was an apparition of the smoke monster, but the smoke monster can't appear as people's imaginary friends, so the writers said, no, that's not the smoke monster, and it's also Dave's not Libby's husband. Fuck that. I subscribe to the theory that Dave was Libby's asshole husband who died, who then haunts HURLEY for taking his girl. That's just too much fun. The book is wrong. The writers are wrong. I found a more in-depth lore theory from a user named Kapunkt, who also has his own great in-depth retrospective just about the Lost pilot. Crazy depth. Kapunkt published a theory explaining that the song To Catch a Falling Star alludes to the idea that the anomaly is a pocket to hell opened by a meteor. Lost features numerous references to the underworld, and in an interview, DARLTON said this: like the song says, catch a falling star and put it in your pocket, the anomaly is literally referred to as a pocket. And of course, the next lyric, never let it fade away. They have to keep the light on or the world ends. With Kapunkt's conclusion being, in the world of Lost, the underworld exists. Thousands of years ago, there was a meteorite which opened the entry to hell, but it was sealed by the people with this cork, and from this moment, the gate had to be protected. Otherwise, the world would have ended. Or something like this. It's the kind of mystery that keeps the show alive. You shouldn't answer what the island is exactly in the same way that you shouldn't answer what the Force is exactly. Like the Iris Dement song featured in The Leftovers says, let the mystery be. With all the comparisons I've made throughout this video, I think it's totally necessary to say that, notoriously, some people really just don't like Charles Dickens. Dickens is known for having haters, in part because of his unabashed use of melodrama and sentimentality. Some people's tastes just prevent them from liking that stuff. Same with Lost. I love Lost for its grand scope, but often I found similar themes it tackles to resonate more deeply in works that have focused on fewer ideas rather than creating this complex tapestry. Breaking Bad is arguably a better potboiler. Twin Peaks and The Sopranos dissects generational trauma better. The Wire dissects institutions better. And Lindelof's own The Leftovers tackles the idea of feeling loosened in a hopeless quest for answers and meaning better than Lost. But the beauty and complexity of the tapestry itself, including stains and tears where holes are, the entire picture is why I love Lost. At the end of the day, Lost is an epic, a fantasy which historically has been a genre meant for children. No, Lost is not written for children, but I was a child when I saw Lost, and it resonated with me in ways that other fantasies I grew up with didn't. I definitely struggled with antisocial behavior as a kid. I was angry for being raised Catholic when I didn't subscribe to the faith. And the world itself felt as vast and confusing as the world of Lost. So much of Lost's ideas of finding human connection in conflict still feels so relevant today, and it makes me think about the state of the world, even if it failed to perfectly reflect it. After meticulously reviewing this series over the last 3 years, I've realized that Lost is not a perfect show, but it's a meticulous show. It answers its fucking questions, and the ones it doesn't are so obviously stylistic intent. You might not like the answers, but it gives them, and it tries to make every episode dramatic, intense, in a relevant way. With every Lost season, something is loosened. but something is gained. Nowadays, modern shows, they're too short to binge. 8-episode seasons, 30-episode series? Humbug. Suffering succotash. Pussy shit. Lost is a real fucking binge. It is an undertaking television fans put off and ignore. And there's a multitude for reasons to that. In part, the show's divisive reputation. People still insist they were dead the whole time and that they never answer any of the questions they propose. And for all of these reasons, I think that's why people don't find Lost and why Lost finds them. Alan Sepinwall published a piece in July of this year using the Lost episode Trisha Tanaka is Dead to discuss that just because TV has gotten shorter on streaming doesn't mean it has gotten better. Despite the impatience of when it was on, there is so much quality in the breadth of Lost. The way Lost ends is so indicative of the way the show started as a network drama, as a network community drama. If Lost came out during the streaming era, a character like Dave wouldn't have been a one-off. He would have been like introduced at the beginning of the season and reoccurring and there all the time and like just until patience ran out. If Lost came out for streaming, the idea that this show is about people building a community would have been an afterthought to the science fiction story, rather than the other way around, or being something created in tandem. There are so many qualities about this show that define it, that were only figured out because of the specific process they did to make the show.
Particularly the act breaks in network television, and we wrote to those act breaks. I think the format of network television with the commercial breaks was so central to the construction of the show. I mean, at least for me, I think the one thing was language. You have a very limited vocabulary of exclamation words in network television.
Best version of Lost would have been maybe 13 to 15 episodes a season. You know, there would have been a lot less filler and there would have been a lot more control in terms of, you know, when we were running out of flashbacks and
Hey, David Shepard. Daniel Faraday. Ben Linus played piano too. Hey, Savannah.
Yes.
Can you play a song for me?
Oh, I'm 2 steps ahead of you.
I've been working on this video for months. Originally, I wanted to cover the whole series in 2 parts, but after watching it and continuing to go down the rabbit hole and research holes, it's gotten longer.
And I'm just saying, if you haven't seen the series yet and you want to start to get into it, buy this and then just watch a couple of episodes from the earlier seasons off Hulu.com and you will be caught up, because this is actually very good.
If Lost were made today, it wouldn't have the same allure. It would be buried on streaming with a fraction of the budget, and who knows if it'd get past season 1. Yet instead, we have this complicated show that is both serialized mystery and episodic character drama. Nothing truly has been like it before or since. Lost was like a flash in the pan that caught the whole building on fire, but it was ultimately built again brick by brick with the insurance money into something no one had expected. Some love it and others, well, the others are evil. It started off as a show that captured the attention of a general audience, but over time, it really did, in fact, become the cult show the writers always wanted to make. With the documentary Getting Lost coming out soon, made by fans of the show who were there in the fandom, and Emily St. James publishing a whole new retrospective book, the definitive history of Lost will probably never be told. And who knows if it'll ever be rebooted by me. It has to be me. I'm special. I was born for this. Mother told me so. What is abundantly clear is that there's always going to be some new way to talk about this show, something new to learn about it behind the scenes. But at some point, you do just have to let go and move on. So yeah, I hope you now understand a little bit more why I like this show. I hope you learned something along the way. Truly, I do. Thank you for indulging me over the last 20 fucking something hours or so. Holy shit. I found a lot of satisfaction in this. See ya.